At the age of 70, devoid of any enhancements or special abilities, Li Rue reflects on a life that has yielded nothing and accomplished little. Just as he resigns himself to the passage of time, having been dulled by its relentless march, he unexpectedly awakens to the perfect life system. Come, come, enlighten me on how a man on the verge of the grave, nearing 70, can attain a perfect life. You possess an innate martial spirit, destined to become the world's greatest from the moment of your birth, awarded the talent martial bone. At the age of 10, you entered a prestigious sect, shining brilliantly in the sect's grand competition, earning fame in a single battle, and catching the attention of an immortal teacher, receiving the talent mastery of divine skills. He gazes at the notion of winning the favor of an immortal, becoming an immortal's beloved, and falls into silence. 70 is precisely the age to embark on endeavors. Years later, Li Rue emerges with an unparalleled innate Dao body, vanquishing myriad demons and malevolent forces, reigning over the celestial realm for 100,000 years. Earning the title Chongqing Xianzuan, Chapter 1, Li Rue. In the kingdom of Yunzhou, Anning Prefecture, Qinghai County, winter arrives with a night of snow. At the hour of the pig, the door of a small room in the southeast corner of the Zhu residence creaks open. Li Rue, with his hands tucked into the sleeves of his cotton coat, steps onto the snow, which crunches beneath his boots as he shivers his way to the stable. Each night, he diligently checks on the two young horses, ensuring they do not slack off. At this age, where damp shoes are the norm, he has long abandoned the habit of sleeping in. A horse without night feed cannot thrive. The horses of a Zhu family are more precious than gold. Should the master notice their decline in condition, even he, a seasoned stableman of 50 years, would not escape a harsh reprimand. Upon returning to the warmth of his room, sleep eludes Li Rue. He fetches a smoking pipe from beside his pillow, taps it against the heel of his shoe, fills it with tobacco, and takes a few puffs, filling the room with swirling smoke. Leaning back comfortably, he gazes at his gaunt, aged hands, calloused and worn. How have I lived so long? As spring approaches, he will be 70. In this era, reaching such an age is exceedingly rare. Perhaps even the county magistrate will come to see him, and the Zhu family may grant him release from his lowly status. Yet, for him, it holds little significance. Reflecting on his life, he finds nothing to boast of, nothing to claim as his own, and nothing accomplished. Well, smoking a pipe counts as one small indulgence. What a calamity! I am but a modern man. Indeed, Li Rue is a transmigrator. However, he is among the most unfortunate, lacking any enhancements or special powers, having lingered in this world for 50 years. His previous life was fraught with misfortune, leading to his sale into the Zhu family, enduring hardship, and ultimately freezing to death one winter, thus allowing Li Rue to occupy his current place. Through literacy and cleverness, he managed to secure the position of stableman, which, as a skilled trade, offers better treatment than other servants, ensuring at least basic sustenance. Could he reverse his fate with knowledge from his past life? As a lowly servant, any actions deemed extraordinary would only lead the masters to view him as a monster, resulting in his demise. As the years passed and his status within the Zhu family rose, he began to be addressed as Old Li and even took on 2 apprentices, no longer needing to tend to the horses himself. Life was bearable. Marriage and fatherhood had never crossed his mind. He was bound by a red contract, and unless the masters showed mercy, even paying a ransom would not free him from his servitude. According to the laws of the kingdom of Yu, those of lowly status remained so for generations, meaning his offspring would also be condemned to servitude. Why subject his descendants to the same fate? In his youth, he had a few romantic interests, but the youngest of them passed away some years ago, and he buried her. He imparted his horse-rearing skills to his 2 apprentices, hoping that when he eventually passed, he might have a humble coffin to rest in, thus achieving a semblance of peace in this life. All is dictated by fate, and little is within one's control. Just then, lines of small text appeared before his eyes. Host detected. Congratulations on activating the perfect life. Golden finger. Why did it take so long to arrive? Li Rue's once still heart surged with newfound excitement. Yet what was this perfect life? At almost 70, could he still attain such a thing? In the next moment, more small text flashed, interrupting his thoughts. You were born under extraordinary circumstances, possessing the rare, innate martial bone, destined to be the greatest of the world. Li Rui's expression turned peculiar. This life may be perfect, but it seemed entirely unconnected to him. Not to mention the martial bone, he had practiced martial arts for a few days under the guidance of the Zhu family's martial teacher in his youth. The title of the world's greatest? He could barely touch the threshold of martial arts, which demands exceptional innate talent for an ordinary person. Simply entering the realm is a monumental challenge. Moreover, he was already 70. What nonsense was this about innate martial bone? Yet soon, a luminous panel materialized before him. Innate talent acquired. Martial bone. Name: Li Rui. Age: 0 talent. Martial bone rare. Innately unrivaled achievements: 0-100. At the moment the panel appeared, Li Rui felt as if something had genuinely shifted within his spine. His previously cold hands and feet warmed instantaneously, and his vitality surged exponentially. Could it truly be martial bone? Li Rui's eyes widened, brimming with disbelief. Yet, the timing of this martial bone seemed rather belated. According to the average lifespan of ancient people, he had already surpassed it by several decades. Living another 10 years would be an optimistic estimate. Even if he acquired the martial bone, what good would it do him? Humans have lifespans, but immortals do not. If I possessed the martial bone, perhaps immortals truly exist in this world. At 70, while one may be considered an old man in the mundane world, in the realm of cultivation, it is the prime of life. Li Rui suppressed the excitement bubbling within him. In Anning Prefecture, there are martial practitioners who cultivate longevity techniques. Living for 2 full generations. Martial arts do not solely involve bravery, but also include methods for extending life. In the grand sects of the Kingdom of Yu, it is not uncommon to see gray-haired old immortals whose strength cannot be measured by their years. Furthermore, compared to those born with innate martial bones, he possessed one significant advantage. That is to say, stability. If one were truly born amidst extraordinary phenomena, with exceptional roots, they would surely become the envy of many. If their parents lacked strength, such a martial bone would not be a blessing, but a calamity. Only those who can withstand such gifts can truly count them as blessings. A certain elder, surnamed Huang, serves as the best example. Receiving something too early is not always a fortune. 70 years is the perfect age. Moreover, it appears that beyond the martial bone, there are many more rewards. He focused his gaze on the achievement section, where countless small words appeared before him. Achieving fame, becoming renowned in the martial world, commanding respect on the battlefield. By completing these achievement entries, he could earn achievement points, which could unlock new rewards. Upon seeing becoming an immortal ancestor, his conviction solidified further. Li Rui calmed his emotions. These achievements felt distant, and now his priority was to practice martial arts. At the break of dawn, Li Rui donned his cotton coat and made his way to the Zhu family's martial arts training ground. The Zhu family is a prominent household in Qinghe, with over a dozen guards, deterring ordinary bandits from causing trouble, and they have not faced any incidents in decades. Familiar with the layout, Li Rui navigated the Zhu residence with ease, arriving at a vacant spot at the back of the estate. This was where the guards typically practiced martial arts. A sturdy middle-aged man, standing at least 7 feet tall, spotted Li Rui and grinned. "Old Li, what brings you to the training ground? Are you looking to stretch those old arms and legs?" The other guards chimed in with laughter, echoing his jest. Li Rui had long grown accustomed to such scenes and ignored the crowd. An elder guard named Yang Yong paused, surprised. "Old Li, do you truly wish to learn martial arts?" Chapter 2. Training in Martial Arts. Old Li, do you aspire to train in martial arts like the Venerable Zhang from Dongcheng, marrying an 18-year-old maiden? A guard, marked by a face full of pockmarks, shouted out. The surrounding crowd erupted into jeers. The village children in the south mock me for my old age. Li Rui, nearing 70, was perceived as an easy target by these young guards, lacking any potential in their eyes. While there is a saying that one should not bully the young and impoverished, the notion of sparing the old and impoverished seemed foreign. At 50, one is said to know one's fate. This implies that once one surpasses 50 without any notable achievements, they must resign themselves to a lesser existence. These burly guards had no respect for an old man like him. Li Rui had long grown accustomed to this. "Old Yang, just give me a straight answer." His intention was to offer a gentle reminder. for he had few true friends within the Zhu family. In his perspective, at 70, a mere fall could be fatal. However, this sentiment only elicited further laughter from the young guards, with one doubling over in mirth at the training ground. Accepting the martial arts manual from Yang Yong, Li Rui walked away calmly. In the past, he might have felt humiliated, but ever since he had developed his martial prowess, their jibes were nothing more than the wind passing by his ears, failing to stir any significant emotion within him. Master, master. In the stable, two young disciples of Li Rui, one tall and one short, regarded him with differing expressions. The taller one was Ma Yang, while the shorter was Wang Zhao. A groom from a wealthy household enjoyed a favorable position years ago. Li Rui had to endure considerable hardship to learn the art of horse care from the previous groom. The ancient adage holds true. Teaching a disciple risks starving the master. Mastering a craft invariably requires toil. Li Rui rummaged through the dry feed and patted a horse's belly. Add 3 eggs and 2 pounds of beans. Wang Zhao promptly replied, "Yes, master. I shall do so right away." In contrast, Ma Yang's demeanor was far more dismissive. Having been in the stable 7 years longer than Wang Zhao, he had acquired much of Li Rui's skills. However, Li Rui had discerned Ma Yang's ulterior motives, often seeking to ingratiate himself with the Zhu family rather than honoring their teacher-student bond. Li Rui could not permit the scenario of a disciple causing the demise of their master to unfold, so he withheld some secrets of horse care from Ma Yang. Consequently, Ma Yang harbored some resentment towards his master. Human nature is ever-changing. Initially, Ma Yang had a good relationship with Li Rui, even bowing his head in a vow to care for him in his old age. Yet, Li Rui's vitality had worn down Ma Yang's patience over time, a dynamic that Li Rui was keenly aware of. Managing disciples is akin to managing a household. Every family has its share of difficult scriptures. Seeking assistance from others pales in comparison to self-reliance. Nevertheless, such opportunities were scarce, with most servants of the Zhu family lacking the chance. Herein lies the advantage of longevity, that Li Rui had lived long enough to squander time, engaging in leisure with Yang Yong, as they shared a kindred spirit and his passion for martial arts remained undiminished. In the zenith of the day, creation harmonizes with the universe. Cyclically turning in sequence, the 8 trigrams are indeed auspicious. If one were to speak of profound techniques, it would be a different matter entirely. For Li Rui's current needs, the basic skills sufficed. With his newfound martial prowess, he felt an inexhaustible source of energy within. Indeed, fine bones. He mused, feeling a surge of anticipation. Did he wish to challenge the elderly care center? This old man was not so easily provoked. In the dead of night, as the hour approached the second watch, Li Rui slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window, his brow furrowed slightly. He had risen a quarter of an hour late. His biological clock, maintained for decades, had faltered on this particular day. Quickly identifying the cause as martial practice, Li Rui's sense of caution heightened. In the realm of martial arts, there exists the adage of the impoverished scholar and the wealthy warrior. The presence of a martial artist in a household signifies not merely a loss of labor, but also an immense cost in training, as one consumes the equivalent of 3 men. Additionally, herbal remedies are essential to dispel hidden injuries. Otherwise, over time, the imbalance will render one useless. Fortunately, as a groom, his sustenance was somewhat assured. A chef who doesn't steal, and grains that are not harvested. This principle applies equally to grooms. The horse's diet surpassed that of humans, comprising hay, fine rice, beans, and even eggs. Stealing a few would not be a concern as long as he wasn't caught by the master. Given his experience, he found such endeavors effortless. The benefits of age manifested at this moment. Li Rui donned a cotton coat in the dark, exhaling white vapor as he stepped out of his room. Upon reaching the stable, he found Wang Zhao diligently mixing feed, but Ma Yang was conspicuously absent. Li Rui furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Where's Ma Yang?" Li Rui's seasoned intuition discerned that Ma Yang was clearly taking advantage of Wang Zhao's inexperience, daring to defy him now, which would likely lead to greater difficulties. In the future, I see, Li Rui acknowledged, refraining from immediate anger. Expressing fury would only lead Wang Zhao to overthink and undermine his authority. serving no purpose. He inspected the stable and then proceeded to the hay storage room, unearthing 5 or 6 eggs from a pile. These had been hidden since autumn, initially intended for culinary delights, but now proved fortuitous. With these eggs, he could sustain himself for a while longer. Once his martial skills reached maturity, he would find a way to acquire herbal remedies to restore his health. Patience was key. After 70 years of waiting, a few more months would not matter. Chapter 3. Minor Accomplishment. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The moon hung bright in the sparse sky. Li Rue slowly opened his eyes, sensing an unusual strength in his lower body. A pillar of vitality surged within him, long-lost sensation. It appeared that his martial training had indeed borne fruit. At 70, lifting 200 pounds would make him a marvel in the parks of his past life. With his current strength, it was likely that most guards of the Zhu family would not stand a chance against him. Just as he stepped outside, a commotion outside drew his attention. As he approached the front courtyard, he beheld a group of servants encircling a scene, faint cries of anguish reaching his ears. Spotting Yang Yong at the outer edge of the crowd, Li Rue called out, "Old Yang, what has transpired?" Yang Yong replied, "A newcomer to the household was caught stealing. The master, according to custom, has sentenced him to 30 lashes." No sooner had he finished speaking than a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Through the gaps in the crowd, Li Rue glimpsed a young man, his upper body bare, welts crisscrossing his back, a gruesome sight. "You ungrateful wretch! I took pity on you, and yet you dare steal from me. I shall make you pay." The Zhu family master raised his whip high and brought it down with a resounding crack. The surrounding servants instinctively flinched at the sound. Yang Yong continued, "This lad's mother is gravely ill. He sought to steal to raise money for her treatment." He shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Ultimately, the young man was carried away, unconscious, his breath shallow and labored, teetering on the brink of death. Li Rue remained one of the calmest individuals present. Such scenes have played out numerous times throughout his decades of life. Once one becomes a servant, their life is sold alongside their labor. Even if the master were to kill them, the authorities would turn a blind eye, rendering their death inconsequential. What a grim world we live in. That moment, Yang Yong suddenly exclaimed, "Old Li, have you turned back the clock? You appear to possess a much firmer constitution than before." As he scrutinized Li Rue, a look of astonishment filled his gaze. Yang Yong put away his martial manual, his surprise deepening. "Old Li, are you attempting to outlast me as well?" Li Rue said, "Rest assured, I am well acquainted with the task of burying." Yang Yong's lips twitched. He truly believed he might not outlive Li Rue. Could it be that the old man intended to deliver him to his end? Such a reversal of fortune. Ultimately, a servant is but a servant, devoid of any semblance of human rights. As his martial arts skills deepened, his consumption increased exponentially. The supplies in the stable had long been depleted. Although he could pilfer small amounts daily, this undoubtedly heightened the risk of discovery by the master. Despite having watched the Zhu family's patriarch grow, should he err, there would be no mercy afforded. The previous old groom had been brutally beaten to death over a sick horse. It was he who had buried the body. It seems I must venture outside to make a purchase. The thought of possessing 30 taels of silver was quite enticing. It was no wonder that tales circulated of young maidens in the city who delighted in deceiving elderly men. As one grows older, one comes to understand many things that elude the youth, such as the existence of the black market. The black market was established a mere 40 years ago. At that time, he had just buried the old groom and had become a new one for the Zhu family. The black market was still quite legitimate back then, with many practices gradually becoming more unscrupulous. Nestled in a corner of the eastern city, it could be reached in about 15 minutes. At the entrance, 2 burly men clad in black, exuding an intimidating aura, blocked Li Rue's path. A large coin for entry, and no fighting allowed within. "The consequences are yours to bear, understood." Li Rue was already familiar with the procedure and deftly produced a large coin from his pocket. Though referred to as a black market, it was not as mysterious as the rumors suggested. It was merely a collection point for various vendors, offering an assortment of goods. While there might be treasures among them, they were few. Most items came from local villagers who traded chickens and eggs. Though the black market did charge an entry fee, it was significantly lower than the tariffs imposed by the government. Ironically, The order maintained within the black market often surpassed that of official markets, and despite slightly higher prices, many were willing to partake. Items truly unfit for public eyes could typically only be recognized by those possessing specific underworld jargon. Having frequented the black market numerous times, Li Rue was well acquainted with its nuances. At this moment, his appearance was markedly different from usual. Not only was he adorned with a black scarf, but his attire was also considerably thicker, even padded to create a sharp-shouldered silhouette. His age was indiscernible, and his physique suggested he was not to be trifled with. Although the Blood Tiger Gang maintained a presence in the black market, ensuring safety within the marketplace, one could never be too cautious, for trouble could arise outside. Its bounds, caution was always prudent. Local chickens, pork? Yet, this time his quest was not for meat, but rather for herbs. The black market was frequented by numerous herbalists from the vicinity, providing ample opportunity to uncover valuable finds. While he scoured for an herbal stall, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Ma Yang, Li Rue had not anticipated that his apprentice would also be present at the black market. Ma Yang had learned of the black market from him, back when their master-apprentice relationship was amicable. Li Rue had no intention of approaching him. He quickly located a herbal stall instead. "Old brother, take a look at this freshly harvested Baji Tian. It fortifies the yang and strengthens the tendons, sure to be effective." As he spoke, he donned an expression that suggested a shared understanding. In any era, men invest in their vitality, while women focus on their beauty. "I'll take this, and this to avoid revealing his true age." Li Rue spoke as little as possible, deliberately altering his voice, thus the vendor did not perceive any anomaly. These herbs constituted a formula known as Yangqi San. He had surreptitiously glimpsed this recipe while procuring one for the practicing patriarch of the Zhu family a year prior. It had remained etched in his memory, and now he was finally able to utilize it. Upon receiving the neatly packaged herbs from the vendor, Li Rue discreetly cast a glance at a lean man nearby, who was gazing skyward. A scar marred the man's face, suggesting he was not one to provoke lightly. He had drawn unwanted attention. Chapter 4. Jianghu, is someone really following me? Li Rue cast a cautious glance over his shoulder. With his prudent nature, he certainly possessed a keen sense of counter-surveillance. The lean man behind him had scrutinized him several times while he was purchasing medicine, and the moment he exited the black market, that same lean figure trailed closely behind. However, he had deliberately donned additional layers of clothing and a face cloth, presenting an intimidating appearance. Why had this person specifically chosen to follow him? Contemplating this, he quickened his pace. Thinking of escape? The lean man noticed Li Rue accelerating and hurriedly matched his speed. As they rounded a corner, Li Rue was about to witness the scene beyond when a sudden cloud of yellow sand violently struck his face. "Damn!" The lean man cursed aloud, his eyes squinting against the grit, his body flailing in disarray. Yet, possessing ample combat experience, he raised his arms to shield his head, curling into a protective ball to guard his vital areas. Nevertheless, Li Rue seized the opportunity, stepping forward and delivering a swift kick to the lean man's left leg. From his earlier observations, it was clear that the man had a limp in his right foot. Striking the uninjured leg was certainly the right choice. The lean man winced in pain at his left ankle, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, and he stumbled to the ground. Li Rue swiftly mounted him, unleashing a flurry of punches. Soon, the lean man's face was bruised and battered, pleading for mercy. Dum. Wasn't he supposed to be a 70-year-old elder? How could he be so fierce? The force of his punches surpassed that of the martial artists in the training halls. They could easily crush a bull. If this continued, the lean man's life would surely be in peril. Just as the lean man was on the brink of unconsciousness, Li Rue halted, his fists suspended in midair. The force and injuries had been meticulously controlled. Amen. A sudden exclamation caught the lean man off guard, but joy soon replaced his surprise. Jinzi mn. Mn ha ypsilons linagi. Which waterway are you traversing? The lean man was even more delighted to realize that he was dealing with a member of the Li Ma Lao He, Rongzi man. He laughed heartily, drawing his weapon to exit. So, it was a person affiliated with the Wu merchant. Li Rue relaxed his grip. The flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. The 8 gates are indeed one family. The northwest Xintian is just a chicken. The green forest does not deceive the green forest. The lean man quickly rose, clasping his fists with a smile. If the green forest deceives the green forest, then it is certainly not a good thing. Li Rue. Rules are MN. We eat GNIN. Big brother. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated significantly. The terms they exchanged referred to the Jianghu spring points of the Qinghai area, also known as secret slang. The term M N actually corresponds to revealing one's name. Jinzi M N refers to the surname Ding. Vio MNH Y's Linga signifies Ding Liang. Which waterway are you traversing? Is an inquiry into the lean man's occupation. Feng Mayanke. Hung Lan Ronggu. These are the clandestine 8 gates of Jianghu, involved in illicit dealings. The lean man belonged to Rongzi men, a group of thieves. The phrase laughing toward the heavens and exiting with a horizontal sword translates to a specific Wu character. In Qinghai City, each of the 8 gates has a leader, known as a Pai Obi Easy in the slang. The Pai Obi Easy of Rongzi men is a man named Wu, rumored to have once been a swordsman in the Hung men, notorious for his ferocity. Later, he somehow became the Pai Obi Easy of Rong men. The GNIN that Li Rue mentioned refers to the GZ men, which consists of Jianghu thugs and robbers. The lean man mused. Indeed, he is a seasoned Jianghu veteran. Li Rue first established his authority through his fists, then revealed his identity through dialogue, compelling the lean man to submit to his dual approach of benevolence and might. Having lived for 50 years, Li Rue was no fool. He had learned much from the Zhu family's caravan in his youth, mastering numerous phrases and understanding many rules of Jianghu. He had long surpassed the age of recklessness. Had he been young and impetuous, he might have indeed killed the man before him outright. But what then? Those who frequently take lives know that while killing is simple, disposing of the body is a far more complex endeavor. Achieving a seamless act in the bustling market is nearly impossible. Those engaged in illicit activities often have accomplices. If the authorities or the lean man as comrades discovered the truth, trouble would surely follow, potentially leading to ruin. This highlighted the significance of experience in Jianghu. Those who understand the slang are all seasoned veterans, undoubtedly backed by formidable allies. When encountering matters in Jianghu, both sides harbor fears. If the correct signals are exchanged and the pathways recognized, much trouble can be avoided. Fortunately, the lean man was not a novice. Otherwise, Li Rue had already devised 18 methods for body disposal. The lean man slapped himself twice. I've been blind, mistaken an old acquaintance. We are all brothers here. This area is rife with officials. After saying this, he intended to leave. The lean man quickly called out, spitting on the ground, and clasped his fists. I was blind to not recognize the mountain. Today, I was pecked in the eye by a little brat, believing you to be an easy target due to your age. Thinking this, he felt a surge of anger. He had intended to bully an old man, yet was instead bested by one. Wasn't the plan to bully the elder? Had he not encountered someone well-versed in the ways of Jianghu, he could have lost his life. Li Rue paused, but he is a young man, over 6 feet tall, dressed in black. The lean man was taken aback. You know of him? Li Rue's expression darkened. Mayong. Thank you, brother. The lean man replied. Li Gu, you are righteous. I cannot hide anything from you. When you come to Rome men for drinks in the future, it's on me. Well said, well said. Li Rue did not linger, swiftly retrieving the herbal medicine he had placed in the alley and disappearing around the corner. Once he could no longer see the lean man, he finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. In Jianghu, merely understanding some slang is insufficient. Seasoned practitioners know to observe the tone and demeanor of speech. Otherwise, even if the slang is correct, one may not gain the trust of others, a phenomenon colloquially known as leaking air. He had prepared meticulously for this outing. It was no wonder he had been targeted. It turned out he had been sold out. My dear apprentice, Li Rue felt little anger, surprisingly calm within. It appeared that his bond with Ma Yang had reached its conclusion. Ma Yang had actually colluded with the underworld. Who did not know that the individuals of Rongzi men were not merely thieves of wealth, but were also known for their treachery and murder. They were clearly after his life. If he were dead, Ma Yang would surely become the next coachman for the Zhu family, with his salary doubling. The gears of Li Rue's mind began to turn rapidly. Since his disciple had acted ungratefully, as a master, he had no reason to hold back. Having spent decades working with the Zhu family, it was not solely due to his honest demeanor. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Rue's eyes. Armed with a sharp blade, the desire to kill began to stir within him. Just as Li Rui prepared to leave the alley, lines of small text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement name, Resounding in Jianghu. Beginner's Journey into Jianghu. Chapter 5. 70 is just right. You have entered Jianghu, not only averting a deadly ambush, but also transforming an enemy into a friend. Grasping the essence of Jianghu, it is not merely about violence, but about human connections and social intricacies. Task entering Jianghu completed. Rewards are being calculated. Task evaluation. Reward doubled. You have gained 50 achievement points. Name. Lira. Age. Talent. Martial Bone, a rarity, born invincible. Achievement. 50,100. Li Rui halted, his pupils slightly widening. A task. It seemed that those grand objectives were not solely for when achieved. Points could also be earned based on the host's performance during the process of completion. The system was quite pleased with his initial foray into Jianghu, granting him a significantly high evaluation and a full 50 achievement points in one go. How could it not be satisfied? At the age of 70, he has traversed the world countless times, having stepped into every conceivable pitfall. Now, if he were to re-enter the realm, it would be akin to achieving a flawless victory. In his 20s, he stumbled through his initial foray, struggling to secure even the smallest of victories. But at 70, he is perfectly poised. Indeed, 70 is the prime age for action. With decades of experience, he wields an unparalleled advantage over these rudimentary plots. The beginning is crucial, yet most individuals, despite their awareness, find it nearly impossible to achieve perfection. It is akin to knowing the significance of the college entrance examination in a past life. Failing to gain admission to Tsinghua University is a similar tale, with regrets surfacing only when it is too late. Yet now, he has been granted a second chance. Naturally, he aims for flawless victory. With just a slight exertion, he has garnered a commendation, and his achievement progress has surged past the halfway mark. As the clouds of doubt dissipate, Li Rui's spirits soar. Ah Zhao, chop the feed finer. In the future, heed my words, and you shall be rewarded with meat. Master. Initially, Ma Yang exuded an air of arrogance before Wang Zhao, but upon turning to see Li Rui, he was struck with terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. How is it that he is still alive? Ma Yang, startled by Li Rui's apparent vitality, instinctively took a step back. In the black market, he had swiftly spotted Li Rui and concocted a plan, relaying news of Li Rui's advanced age to the unscrupulous individuals there. Those who called themselves Rongzi men were not merely thieves. They were also engaged in nefarious acts of murder and robbery. For an old man on the brink of the grave like Li Rui to encounter such vicious criminals, survival seemed almost impossible. He had resigned himself to preparing for his master's funeral, anticipating tears, and then comfortably assuming the role of a coachman. Yet here stood Li Rui, vibrant and seemingly unscathed. Useless fools, all of them. Ma Yang cursed the lean, wiry man in his heart, fervently hoping that he had not betrayed him. He forced a smile onto his face. If too many beans are added, the horse will bloat. Let us reduce the fine feed just this once. Li Rui cast a glance at the horses in the stable, each with ballooning bellies. Very well, master. Wang Zhao diligently removed the beans from the fodder, as usual. Master, seeing Li Rui's disinterest in conversing, Ma Yang could not suppress his urge to inquire further. Is there something? Li Rui glanced at him. Nothing. Ultimately, Ma Yang chose not to confess, uncertain of the events that had transpired. However, as long as his master remained unaware, he was content to stay out of trouble. The old man is tenacious. It seems I must consider other methods. Ma Yang lowered his head, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. If blame is to be assigned, let it be for crossing the wrong people. The role of a coachman, while seemingly insignificant, held considerable weight. In this era, horses were formidable assets with myriad uses. Young Master Zhu had once sought to secretly borrow horses, but was rebuffed by Li Rui, who had long since earned Zhu's ire for his cautious demeanor. Recently, Zhu had hinted that if Ma Yang could eliminate Li Rui, he would ascend to the position of the new coachman. Ma Yang es profusely dormant ambitions regnited. Having discreetly observed Li Rui, Zhu's family could not act openly, which is why they resorted to the black market. How had he misjudged his choice of such a foolish disciple? Though he believed he had concealed his intentions, Li Rui saw through him. One must act discreetly. Either refrain from action or go to the extreme, was the lesson Li Rui had imparted to Ma Yang. Li Rui had taught with sincerity. Yet it was evident that Ma Yang had absorbed none of it. Had circumstances been different, Li Rui might have indulged this disciple, but some things he could offer, while Ma Yang could not take. As for now, perhaps in the next life, he may learn properly. True disappointment is never marked by grand gestures or loud outbursts. 2 days later, Master Ma Gu is nearing his end. Wang Zhao rushed to find Li Rui, anxiety etched across his face. Li Rui followed Wang Zhao to their shared dwelling. Ma Yang lay on the bed, his eyes sunken, his body emaciated as if drained of vitality, clearly tormented by illness. When Li Rui arrived, he remained unresponsive despite several calls, prompting Wang Zhao to tentatively check for a pulse with his finger. He's dead. Wang Zhao's heart sank, tears brimming in his eyes. Sharing a room with Ma Yang had fostered a bond, and witnessing his former companion's pitiful state made him reflect on his own future. In these times, the impoverished often suffer from peculiar ailments. The medical conditions of the past were woefully inadequate, many ailments left untreated, and as servants, they lacked the means for care. He vividly recalled Ma Yang's suffering, first vomiting, then blood, lying in bed, wailing day and night, such a tragic sight. The lives of the lowly are worth little. With Ma Yang's death, no one paid heed. The Zhu family deemed it unlucky, fearing the contagion of his illness. In the end, it was Li Rui and Wang Zhao who wrapped him in a mat and buried him in the desolate hills outside the city, erecting a wooden marker to ensure he would not become a nameless ghost. After completing these tasks, life resumed its ordinary pace for Li Rui and Wang Zhao. And Ma Yang, who had already been disinterested in the stables, had not contributed much work, so Wang Zhao felt little additional burden with his absence. Let us eat. Li Rui beckoned Wang Zhao to sit. Wang Zhao perched on the long bench, waiting eagerly for Li Rui to lift his chopsticks before hastily grabbing a portion of food. The Zhu family servants enjoyed relatively decent meals, with rice served at every meal, and during the new year, the Zhu family would sometimes show benevolence by providing meat. Wang Zhao, coming from a poor household unable to afford meals, had sold himself to the Zhu family, and thus felt quite content with his current circumstances. Recalling a few days prior when his master had procured some braised pork, the aroma alone was delightful, though regrettably, Ma Yang had claimed his portion, leaving him unaware of its true flavor. As he pondered, Wang Zhao's hand paused mid-bite, a chilling thought creeping up his spine. He glanced at Li Rui, a fleeting suspicion crossing his mind. I must be overthinking things. Li Rui maintained his usual composure, chewing thoughtfully. Killing is merely a task. There is no need for excessive contemplation. Chapter 6. Young Master Zhu once more. I shall reiterate. Murder is simple. The challenge lies in executing it quietly. Li Rui has lived for far too long. When one becomes bored, they often engage in various activities, including chemical experiments. As a modern individual, extracting ricin is a trivial matter. The trio had spent so much time together that poisoning Ma Yang was exceedingly easy. He understood Ma Yang's temperament well enough not to worry about inadvertently harming Wang Zhao. If Ma Yang sought to kill him, he had no choice but to eliminate Ma Yang, blame fate for his misfortune. In the dead of night, Li Rui's chamber was shrouded in smoke, warmth enveloping him. He reclined in a large wooden tub overflowing with steaming water, squinting his eyes in contentment. The herbal remedies, while costly, proved invaluable. The cells within his body, once parched by the ravages of time, now brimmed with vitality, and his once dull skin regained a youthful luster. His martial physique resembled a relentless engine, extracting every ounce of medicinal potency and visibly enhancing his strength. Practicing martial arts bears resemblance to fitness in a past life, both demanding a balance of effort and nourishment. This nourishment extends beyond mere sustenance to include medicinal supplements. Unfortunately, the price of herbs within the city continued to soar, compelling Li Rui to risk venturing into the black market. Thankfully, his recent haul would suffice for a month, proving a worthwhile endeavor. Days passed, and the dominance of his martial physique grew increasingly apparent, were it not for the loose robes concealing him. Few would suspect that a man nearing 70 possessed a physique of sinewy muscle. Li Rui, stooped yet accustomed to his posture, slipped into the kitchen, greeting everyone with familiarity. He spoke candidly, asserting that he had watched over all the residents grow up. Even the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Ping, could not claim to know the family better than he. Oldly, as Li Rui strolled down the path, he heard Yang Yang's voice. Yang Yang scrutinized him, exclaiming, Old Li, tell me the truth. Have you been sneaking ginseng? It truly felt like a ghostly encounter. Since Old Li began his martial arts training, he truly seems to grow younger with each passing day. A man in his 70s appears more vigorous than his 60-year-old counterpart. Whispers circulate within the Zhu household that Old Li has stolen a peach from the longevity deity, destined to live to the age of 90. Remarkably, the turtle in the Zhu family pond is said to be only 80. Noticing that Li Rui is unresponsive, Yang Yong hastily quickens his pace to catch up, saying, Old Li, if you truly possess a secret method, do share it with your brother. A woman's beauty is said to be akin to a man's vitality. Given his current age, even if he were to visit a brothel, he could merely watch as a woman lies before him, unable to act. He hopes to regain some of his youthful vigor from Li Rui. Li Rui glances at Yang Yong and remarks, you know that old turtle in the Zhu family pond? If you stew it, I guarantee it will restore your youth. Upon hearing this, Yang Yong is immediately troubled. If the Zhu family patriarch discovers the theft of the turtle, he would certainly meet a fatal end. It's simply not worth the risk. Seeing Yang Yong deep in contemplation, Li Rui chuckles in exasperation and kicks him lightly, saying, You only think of those trivial matters. Yang Yong grins sheepishly. As a guard, he, like Li Rui, has no family, and most of his earnings have been squandered in brothels. However, with age creeping up on him, he has become a mere fade of a man. All show and no substance. Being of the lower class, he hardly concerns himself with matters of propriety. Living joyfully for a day is all that matters. As far as he knows, Old Li frequented the Zhu household more than anyone else in his earlier years. Li Rui has long since entered a state of detachment, free from desires. Initially, when he traversed into this feudal culture, he found it amusing, but now he embodies a sage-like demeanor. Women? They merely slow my draw. By the way, Old Yang, do you have any more potent techniques? I aim to prolong my life a few more years. Yang Yong rolls his eyes. There are, but they come with complications. He gestures as if weighing silver. How much? At least this amount. He signals, indicating 8 taels. 8 taels. Li Rui gasps in disbelief. What unscrupulous merchants. The martial arts schools in Qinghe have monopolized the market. Unless one is born into a martial family, learning martial arts means attending these schools, which charge exorbitant fees that ordinary families cannot afford. He has spent all his possessions on medicine and cannot possibly produce this 8 taels. A single coin can thwart a hero. Just as he converses with Yang Yong, a series of firecrackers sound outside. Upon recognizing it is Zhu Yuan, the eldest son of the Zhu family, a glimmer of envy flashes in Yang Yong's eyes. Legend has it that when Zhu Yuan was born, auspicious birds heralded his arrival. He displayed prodigious intellect from a young age, learning characters at 1, composing poetry at 3, mastering martial arts at 5, and attaining rank at 10, ultimately becoming a disciple of the esteemed master from the Huaqing sect at 15. The entire Zhu family basks in this glory. However, Li Rui was present at the time. There were no auspicious birds, only a parrot that the Zhu patriarch often indulged. The claim that Zhu Yuan learned characters at 1 is preposterous. He was still following behind, showing off his bird. It is true that he became a disciple of the Huaqing sect, but that was due to Zhu Laozu spending silver, not because he was particularly favored. Yang Yong adds, I've heard that the masters of the Huaqing sect are akin to immortals. When a master visited the Zhu family, he walked on water, truly floating across the river. This time, Li Rui does not refute him. He remembers that day clearly. The old master's water-walking technique is still vivid in his memory. After the master left, he even jumped into the water to verify. There were no hidden supports beneath. It was genuine skill. The Huaqing sect is a major force in the martial world of Anning Prefecture, commanding respect even from officials. They are incomparable to the martial schools in Qinghe. To put it plainly, within 100 miles of the Huaqing sect, even the local officials require documentation to enter. Yet, calculating the time, it seems the return of Zhu Yuan is not yet due. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Zhu residence, the sound of galloping hooves resonates. 4 elegantly dressed youths, exuding an extraordinary aura, arrive on magnificent red steeds. A tall, handsome young man turns and says, We've arrived. This is my home. Senior brother, junior brothers, junior sister, during our stay in Qinghe, let us reside here first. We are all guests and should follow Zhu Shidi's arrangements. Another slightly older youth nods with a smile. This young man is none other than Zhu Yuan, accompanied by disciples of the Huaqing sect. Chapter 7. Huaqing sect. Esteemed nephews traveling from afar. Your presence truly adorns my humble abode. A plump middle-aged man stands at the gate. This man is Zhu Ping, the head of the Zhu family. Despite his corpulent appearance, Zhu Ping is a formidable martial artist in Qinghe, known for his strength. He has established his footing in Qinghe through sheer determination, though in recent years, he has focused on business, softening his demeanor. Zhu Ping, shedding his usual sternness, smiles brightly like a blooming chrysanthemum. How could he not be delighted? Today, not only has his son Zhu Yuan returned, but 3 prodigies from the Huaqing sect accompany him. This spectacle would make even the county magistrate envious. The Zhu family has gained considerable prestige. In the coming days, we will be a bother. I apologize in advance, Uncle Zhu. The eldest of the 3, a disciple of the sect, displays no hint of arrogance, treating others with warmth and respect. Not a bother at all. Zhu Ping laughs heartily, waving his hands. He eagerly hopes these disciples will linger in Qinghe for a while. Father, Zhu Yuan is the first to dismount. Zhu Ping gazes proudly at his eldest son, almost exclaiming that his son possesses the potential of a grandmaster. Zhu Yuan gestures towards the eldest disciple, saying, "This is senior brother Han Qin, a master of the 8th rank in the Copperbone realm. My master often praises senior brother Han, saying he is destined for greatness. Please, do not flatter me further. Shu Shiti, Han Qin Fukdes." Zhu Yuan then points to another somewhat simple-minded youth. This is junior brother Zhou Hu. Finally, he indicates the only female among them. This is junior sister Jiang Yan. Zhu Ping nods at each of them. All are promising talents. Yuaner, while at the sect, please rely on the 3 of them. Han Qin maintains his smile. Zhou Hu shyly waves his hand, while Jiang Yan remains expressionless. Their differing personalities are apparent. Zhu Ping, having managed the Zhu family for many years, is astute enough not to let the atmosphere grow awkward. After ensuring the servants know how to attend to them, he finds an excuse to take his leave. Being a nearly 40-year-old man among the youth would only be counterproductive. Zhu Yuan leads the 3 on a tour of the Zhu estate. Zhou Hu is utterly enchanted by the countless pavilions and towers, exclaiming, "Zhu Shi Xiao, your family is truly wealthy." Not all disciples of the Huaqing sect hail from affluent backgrounds. Some, like Zhou Hu, come from humble origins. Of course, humble origins refers to families that have fallen from grace, as common folk lack even the qualification to call themselves humble. Zhu Yuan beams at Zhou Hu's compliment. If you like it here, feel free to stay longer. Though he is admired in Qinghe, he is not particularly distinguished within the Huaqing sect. Being praised by his peers naturally brings him joy. Han Qin's smile seems never to fade. Among the 3 great families of Qinghe, Zhu, Lu, and Yang, the Zhu family is your clan, Zhu Shidi. How could it not be impressive? Où est surprise depends. He never expected Zhu Shixiang, usually unassuming, to possess such a distinguished lineage. Zhu Yuan, flattered by their praise, feels a bit lofty but humbly responds, "Senior brother Han, you jest." While speaking, he unconsciously glances at the girl beside him. In terms of background, she is undoubtedly the most illustrious among the 4. Zhu Yu shifted the topic. "Brother Han, my father has a good relationship with Zhang Jixian from Qinghe. We can ask the officials to help us locate that traitor." "Very well," Han Qin replied with delight upon hearing this. The 4 of them had come to Qinghe not for leisure, but to pursue a disciple who had fled from the Huaqing sect. Zhou Hu also wore a look of joy. Indeed, even as disciples of Huaqing sect, they could not remain secluded in the mountains indefinitely. Disciples like Zhou Hu, unless they came from affluent backgrounds, had to rely on completing sect tasks to earn cultivation resources. Martial artists were like gold-devouring beasts. Even someone as wealthy as Zhu Yu had to venture out to complete tasks. The Zhu family's wealth was merely a worldly measure, for many things could not be bought with silver. Had it not been for this task, conveniently located in Qinghe, they might not have come for several more years. Zhu Yu remarked, "That person is at the 9th rank and armed. Ordinary officials would not be a match for him. We may need to take matters into our own hands." Han Qin nu did, naturally. As an 8th rank, I am more than capable of dealing with a 9th rank. Zhou Hu chuckled. Brother Han's Luo Ing sword has even been praised by my master for its 3 points of charm. Han Qin responded, "Zhou Shidi, is that truly the case?" "Of course." Zhou Hu patted his chest in affirmation. Though they referred to each other as brothers, they did not share the same master. Zhou Hu's master was a renowned swordsman in the Huaqing sect, and Han Qin felt elated to receive such praise. At that moment, the previously silent girl, Jiang Yin, suddenly spoke. "Brother Zhu, your household truly harbors hidden talents. Even a stable man is nearing the ranks." Upon hearing this, the three turned in surprise towards the direction Jiang Yin had indicated. Zhu Yu then realized they had unknowingly arrived at the stable. Their horses were being led in by an elderly stableman. These horses were all valuable, each worth a fortune, yet in the hands of the old stableman, they behaved as docile as lambs. Zhu Yu recalled that this old stableman had been with the Zhu family for a long time, perhaps since his earliest memories. His name was, if you remember correctly, Li Rue. Unfortunately, his age had taken a toll on his vitality. It was remarkable if he could maintain his current rank, let alone ascend. Han Qin's words sealed Li Rue's fate. Youth is feared in martial arts. One does not necessarily grow stronger with age. Unless one reaches the 7th rank or above, the longer one lives, the weaker one becomes, merely serving as a sharpening stone for the younger generation. Zhu Yu chose not to dwell on this matter. A competent stableman would have drawn his interest in the past. But now his focus lay solely on the path of cultivation. Managing power was a lesser art. Zhu Yu held it in disdain. After the four departed, Li Rue gazed at their receding figures. These young men and women were unfamiliar faces, not from the Zhu family, and their splendid attire suggested they were indeed the esteemed guests from Huaqing's sect, as mentioned by the household staff. How remarkable it was that they had entered Huaqing's sect at such a young age. Just as Li Rue lowered his head to continue tying the reins, a line of small text appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, host, for completing the initial plot of the Achievement Celestial Couple. Chapter 8. The proper use of celestial couples. You have gained the favor of a noble lady of the sect, completing the acquaintance plot. Task completion rewards are being calculated. Task scoring. You have gained 10 achievement points. Name, Li Rue. Age, 0 talent. Martial bone achievement, 60100. Is this even possible?" Li Rue was momentarily dumbfounded. He merely stood in the stable, yet inexplicably received recognition and 10 achievement points. Truly, one can sit at home and wealth may come from the heavens. Without any effort, he obtained those 10 achievement points. The noble lady of the sect must refer to the girl who had just walked with Zhu Yu. He had no idea what he had done to earn her favor. However, he certainly would not refuse the achievement points he had received effortlessly. Celestial couple. Li Rue's mouth twitched. He could easily be the girl's grandfather. The generational gap was simply too vast. Although it is said that a man remains youthful until death, he preferred mature women with long legs. While the girl's face was pleasant, her legs were neither long enough nor slender enough to pique his interest. The next moment, a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. Perhaps the achievement of a celestial couple did not necessitate a genuine partnership, nor even real affection for the same person. It might suffice to simply gain favor, with the only requirement being that one must possess a sufficiently noble status. The range of favor could be vast, not limited to romantic feelings. Respect could also count as a form of favor. At that moment, the girl from Huaqing's sect appeared to Li Rue as a bountiful pool of achievements. Nevertheless, Li Rue had no intention of proactively seeking her favor. Such subservience would not earn him respect. It would only lead to contempt. Only with sufficient strength could one command the respect of others. Throughout Yinzhou, there were no fewer than 10 large sects like Huaqing sect. The noble ladies of these sects numbered well over 100. Now that he bore the martial bone, his strength would grow rapidly. In the future, as he became stronger, those noble ladies would come to him willingly. There was no need to fixate solely on the girl from Huaqing sect. Patience was key. Li Rue had long surpassed the age of youthful impulsiveness and understood that stability and the ability to endure solitude were the most pragmatic approaches. Days passed by. Zhu Yu, the eldest son of the Zhu family, spent an unusually long time here, frequently bringing the three from Huaqing sect in and out. As time went on, the servants of the Zhu residents became aware of their presence. With little entertainment among the Zhu household staff, they often discussed Zhu Yu and Huaqing sect during their breaks. In the training arena, groups of Zhu family's guards chatted. Li Rue was among them. Naturally, the conversation turned to Zhu Yu and his companions. A young guard initiated the topic. "What do you think about the realm of the young master and his brothers and sisters?" Yang Yong stroked his chin. "The young master entered the ranks a few years ago, and I haven't heard of any breakthroughs since. So I estimate they're all at the 9th rank." Listening to Yang Yang's analysis, the other guards nodded in agreement. Another guard chimed in. Do you think it's possible they are at the 8th rank? Upon hearing the term 8th rank, the other smirked. How bold. Some martial arts schoolmasters in the city were only at the 8th rank, and those 3 young men and women were roughly the same age as Zhu Yu, likely not exceeding 20. An 8th rank before turning 20? Unthinkable. The thought that they had practiced martial arts their whole lives only to find themselves still far from the threshold of martial artists, while others might have already attained the 8th rank, was sobering. Li Rue mostly just chimed in with a few words. The words of that martial artist from 40 years ago echoed in his mind. First practice the skin, then the bone, and finally the sinews. Small practice, medium practice, and then great practice before one can enter the door. When he was still Shaoli, not yet Laoli, he had once fantasized about being a martial arts prodigy and saved up money for several years, excitedly joining a martial arts school. In the end, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Not only did he fail to cultivate martial arts, but he also lost 5 taels of silver to the school's deceit, which stung for quite some time. However, it was not without gain, as he at least learned about the cultivation system of this world. At the dawn of creation, the human emperor established the 9 ranks. The powerful of the world are classified into 9 ranks based on their strength, with each rank further divided into 3 stages: small, medium, and great practice. The first 3 ranks are known as stone skin, copper bone, and willow sinew, marking the 3 stages of transcending the mundane. Those who reach the willow sinew stage possess sinews as strong as iron, with immense strength capable of causing great harm. A single punch could injure or even kill. Above that lies the realm of innate prowess, a level so distant from Li Rue that it seems unattainable. For Qinghe County lacks any masters beyond the realm of Lujin. Perhaps enlightenment awaits in Anning Prefecture. Stepping into the realm of Shipi, commonly referred to as the entry level in the martial world, bestows upon one the esteemed title of Wusher. Within the city, one could even teach at martial arts academies and command respect. In the Zhu family, those who have not entered the realm are merely referred to as guardians. But once they achieve this status, they are hired by the Zhu patriarch as household martial masters, thus escaping their lowly origins. Yet, the path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. Despite Li Rue's many years in the Zhu family, he has yet to witness a guardian ascend to this level. Nor has he heard of such occurrences throughout all of Qinghe. Time passes swiftly, and a heavy snowfall lasting 3 days transforms the world into a blanket of white. In his room, Li Rue practices his punches, his bare torso glistening with vitality, undeterred by the biting cold of winter. His arms were like windmills, creating a remarkable sound akin to the rush of wind. The force of his punches, while some short videos in his past life claimed to showcase the power of punches, they merely relied on the fluttering of sleeves to create a breeze utterly incomparable to the punch winds Li Rue generates now. He has quietly tested his strength and can now lift a stone weighing 400 pounds, displaying extraordinary might. There are no inferior martial arts, only inferior practitioners. And all of this is attributed to his martial bones. Ever since acquiring them, his training has progressed at an astonishing rate. What others take years to achieve, he accomplishes in merely a month, each day feeling himself grow stronger. Suddenly, he feels an exhilarating surge of blood coursing through him, his heart pounding vigorously, the sound echoing in his ears. Clenching his fist, he gazes in disbelief at his palm, realizing that in an instant, his strength has more than doubled. Furthermore, he notices a layer of translucent skin has developed on his palm, exuding remarkable resilience. His pupils widen, quickly transforming into euphoric joy. With a surge of energy, his skin glows as if carved from jade. He has entered the Shipi realm. Chapter 9. Entering the realm, I have entered the realm. Li Rue stares in astonishment at the transformation occurring within him. The signs are unmistakable. He has crossed into the Shipi realm. The saying in the martial circles of Qinghe goes, 3 years for skin, 10 years for bone, and a lifetime for tendons. It indicates that an ordinary person requires at least 3 years to enter the Shipi realm. Yet Li Rue has achieved this in merely a month. Such speed is truly astonishing, likely surpassing even the prodigies of the great sections. He is living a perfect life. Surely, that is not too much to claim? However, with such remarkable progress, Li Rue must guard his secret closely. At 70 years of age, having never practiced martial arts before, his sudden ascendance raises eyebrows. Should others discover his possession of martial bones, misfortune would surely follow. He must not allow pride to cloud his judgment. Possessing great strength while appearing as an ordinary person is the true mark of entering the realm. If he could emulate a certain Han, surnamed Old Demon, he would truly have entered the inner circle. After entering the realm, the paths before him widen significantly. The Dayu dynasty, established on the foundation of martial prowess, places great importance on martial masters. The best course of action is, of course, to participate in the martial examinations. By mastering both literary and martial arts, one can serve the imperial family. The founding emperor of the Yu, in his quest to attract the talents of the world, established the examination system, placing the martial examination on equal footing with the literary one. Achieving the status of a juror ensures at least a position as a chief scribe, a legitimate official recorded in the Ministry of Personnel. Such a status brings endless benefits. With an official title, Li Rue could dedicate more time to seeking enlightenment. Otherwise, even with extraordinary martial bones, he would eventually turn to dust in a decade, and all would be for naught. When spring arrives, he plans to seek a grace from the Lord. In 3 months, he will turn 70. According to the laws of the Yu nation, those enslaved can be freed at 70, becoming free citizens as a sign of filial piety. Although he has now entered the realm and can reveal his strength to attain freedom, at nearly 70, it would be scandalous to become a martial master. It would draw unwanted attention and envy. He fears that word of his good fortune might attract ill-intentioned individuals. He is not afraid of thieves, but rather of those who covet his newfound abilities. Li Rue does not wish to sleep with a knife under his pillow. Becoming a martial master does not render him invulnerable. A single stab can bring death. Thus, he must remain vigilant. After enduring decades, 3 months are but a trifling wait. Having weathered the trials of time, patience is his greatest asset. What splendid steeds! Li Rue admires the 4 newly arrived chestnut horses in the stable, silently praising their quality. Their coats are pure, devoid of any blemish, signifying noble lineage as purebred Dewan horses, each worth a fortune. They are also known by another illustrious name, the Sweat Blood Horse. Truly, the disciples of Hua Qingzong are opulent. At that moment, a clear voice calls from behind. How peculiar! My little red temperament is usually standoffish, yet it seems quite affectionate towards you, the horseman. Zhu Shidi, your household is indeed filled with exceptional talents. Turning around, Li Rue sees Zhu Yu, the eldest son of the Zhu family, accompanied by 3 disciples of Hua Qingzong. Young master, Li Rue greets respectfully. Upon receiving praise from Han Qin, Zhu Yu appears quite pleased. Oldly well done. I recall you will soon be 70, correct? Indeed, young master. Zhu Yu feels a swell of pride in his memory. In a few days, I shall inform my father to increase your stipend. Thank you, young master. Li Rue replies, putting on a flattering demeanor. Wealthy young masters are often foolish with their money. As long as they are happy, they will generously dispense it. After years without a raise, he has suddenly received an increase thanks to a few compliments from the disciple of Hua Qingzong. The more affluent the family, the more they cherish their reputation. Beside them, Zhou Hu urges, Senior brother, we should hasten our departure. We must not let that traitor escape. Indeed, Han Qin nudes le sureli. Zhu Shidi, why not take this old horseman along? We shall need someone to tend to the horses. Upon hearing the term traitor, Li Rue's heart races. He realizes they are likely pursuing a fugitive. Yet, Zhu does not offer him a chance to refuse. Indeed, Han Shixiang is quite considerate. Old Li, you shall accompany us. Very well, Li Rue reluctantly agrees. His current role as the Zhu family's horseman does not afford him the luxury of refusal. Otherwise, Zhu Yu's wrath could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, he would merely observe from the periphery, so the danger should be minimal. Outside the city, amidst the mountains and forests, a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue official robe approaches as Zhu Yu and his companions arrive on horseback. Captain Liu, thank you for your hard work. Not at all. Zhu Yu gracefully dismounts, exhibiting a fluid and agile motion. The Zhu family wields considerable influence in Qinghe, maintaining strong ties with the local government, which allows them to enlist the help of several constables in their search for clues. It is no trouble. A herbalist has reported that the rogue is hiding in an abandoned temple halfway up the mountain, Captain Liu gestures toward the forest. Upon hearing the whereabouts of the traitor, Zhu Yu's delight grows. Zhou Hu rubs his hands together. That scoundrel injured a fellow disciple and stole the elder's secret techniques, infuriating him. Otherwise, he would not have offered a reward of 4 blood transformation pills. The mention of blood transformation pills brings an even broader smile to Zhu Yu's face. 1 blood transformation pill is immensely beneficial for cultivation, worth a fortune, and more importantly, they are rare and hard to obtain. If he were to acquire a blood transformation pill, the pace of his progress to the 8th rank would significantly increase, potentially saving him a year of arduous training. Spoke up, Zhu Shidi, you shall ascend from the southern path. Zhou Shidi, you from the northern route. Jiang Shimi, you will approach from the west. Lu Butu, I must trouble you to encircle that dilapidated temple during our confrontation to prevent his escape. Lu Butu nodded in agreement, secretly admiring the meticulous planning of the disciples from Hukingzong, realizing that their adversary would find it nearly impossible to evade capture. The group deliberated their strategy. Li Hui, having nothing to occupy his time, tethered the 4 exceptional steeds of Hukingzong to a tree stump. Upon turning around, he inadvertently locked eyes with a young lady from Hukingzong. Throughout their journey, they had spoken freely, so he was aware that this maiden was named Jiang Yen. Upon noticing Li Rui's gaze, Jiang Yen turned her head away, leaving it perplexed. What could she possibly see in him? In the next moment, a line of small text appeared before his eyes, recognized by a noble lady of the sect. Achievement 2. Chapter 10. The 3 Great Illusions of Life. The 3 Great Illusions of Life. His phone vibrated. I can turn the tables. She likes me. Li Rui stared at the text, momentarily unsure of how to process it. Jiang Yen, a noble lady of Hukingzong, far surpassed him in lineage, cultivation, and beauty. And he was already 70 years old. He had heard of those attracted to feet and those enamored with the unattractive. Li Rui, however, was quite self-aware. Even if one had a penchant for the elderly, it was unlikely they would choose someone like him. There were plenty of ethereal elders in Hukingzong. There was no need to select him. Yet, if it were not affection, it must be something about him that caught her eye. As a mere stable hand, the only attribute that Jiang Yin might admire in him seemed to be his martial talent. Li Rui became alert. If that were the case, everything fell into place. No wonder Jiang Yin had consistently focused on him, although he was uncertain how she discerned his martial talent. He resolved to minimize his interactions with the 4 disciples of Hukingzong for the time being. Recognized by a noble lady of the sect. Achievement 2 name, Li Rui age, 0, talent, martial bone. Achievement 70100. It was only when Han Xin led the group up the mountain, completely out of sight of Jiang Yin, that the flickering text finally ceased. In less than 15 minutes, his achievement points had increased by a full 10. However, Li Rui felt no joy. The more attention Jiang Yin paid him, the more perilous his situation became. What a colossal entity Hukingzong was. Even a speck of dust falling from it could crush a small stable hand like him. The forest at mid-mountain was lush and verdant, and through the trees, one could vaguely discern the outline of a dilapidated temple. It was often said that one would rather sleep in a grave than reside in a ruin. The local mountain dwellers avoided this place, leading to its desolation. It was not that the temple was truly inhabited by spirits, but rather that it provided a shelter from the elements, often becoming a refuge for bandits and outlaws. At that moment, within the temple's hall, a young man clad in exquisite garments appeared starkly out of place amid the surrounding decay. You believe in the divine, yet I do not. He gazed at the dusty statue with a scornful expression. If faith could lead to improvement, then ordinary people would have long since lost the right to worship. One must strive for what they desire. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the hall. Su Shidi, long time no see. The young man named Su Hua turned to find Han Xin had appeared at the entrance of the hall. Ah, it is you, Han Shi Xiao. Su Hua's face bore no sign of panic upon seeing Han Xin. Hand over the techniques you pilfered from Master Ma, and I will report to the law elder, breaking your bones, but sparing your life. Han Qin spoke sharply. Simultaneously, the sounds of splintering would resonated around the hall. Zhu Yu, Zhou Hu, and Jiang Yin burst through the windows from 3 directions, surrounding Su Hua in the center. The Ma family is willing to spend, but you lot cannot stop me. Su Hu's arrogance. Zhu Yu shouted fiercely, drawing his sword first. The sharp sound of steel rang out as the blade emerged from its sheath, aiming straight for Su Hua's vital point. Su Hua neither flinched nor avoided, not even drawing his long knife, merely extending 2 fingers. With a crisp sound, Zhu Yu's sword tip was firmly pinched between Su Hua's fingers, unable to advance a fraction further. Unarmed against a blade, Zhu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Hua. "You are in 8th grade." A muffled groan escaped Zhu Yu as pain etched across his face. Stumbling back several steps, had Han Qin not rushed forward to support him, he would have likely collided with the wooden beams of the temple, sustaining severe injury. "Forget about martial ethics. Let us all attack together." Han Qin's expression grew grave. The intelligence on the bounty task had not mentioned that Su Hua had already broken through. Otherwise, his cautious nature would never have accepted this task. Zhou Hu and Jiang Yan's expressions also grew serious. Like Zhu Yu, they were both 9th grade cultivators. If Zhu Yu had been grievously injured in a single encounter, it was clear that they would not stand a chance against Su Hua. The key rested with Han Qin. Han Qin, shedding his usual gentle demeanor, drew his long sword, its cold glint instilling fear in those who beheld it. "Today, let me experience the might of the falling blossom sword." Su Hua let out a sharp whistle, drawing forth his long knife. Han Qin's brow furrowed slightly as he observed the faint black aura surrounding Su Hua's blade. "You have actually practiced evil techniques?" Zhu Yu and the others were enlightened. No wonder Su Hua had been able to break through to 8th grade in such a short span. It turned out he had resorted to dark arts. Evil technique? Techniques are tools of the practitioner. There is no distinction of right or wrong. Shi Xiao, you have fallen to a lower path. Su Hua's lips curled into a sickly smile, reveling in his own twisted enjoyment. Han Qin let out a cold snort, unwilling to engage Su Hua in verbal sparring. The power of dark arts was formidable, and even he felt considerable pressure. At that moment, the previously silent Jiang Yan suddenly spoke. "Shi Xiao, buy me a moment against this man." Han Qin turned to see Jiang Yan holding a piece of bright yellow talisman paper, densely inscribed with crimson runes resembling dragons and phoenixes. A divine weapon talisman. The sight of the talisman sparked a glimmer of hope in Han Qin's eyes. "Very well, Jiang Shimi. Unleash your talisman." For the first time, Su Hua's expression changed. "You are." Before he could finish, Han Qin's sword had already reached him. Down the mountain, a few crows hidden from view let out their harsh cawing. Li Rue gazed at the moonlight. It was already the hour of the dog. Why was it taking so long? Since Zhu Yu and the others had ascended the mountain, a full hour had passed. Logically, it should have concluded by now. True combat was not like the novels portraying battles that spanned 3 days and nights. Those who had fought for their lives knew that swinging a blade at full force could tire one out to the point of dislocation in just a quarter of an hour. In confrontations between experts, a single move could suffice. Something must have gone awry. Li Rue's heart sank. He swiftly decided to hide the 4 steeds in a concealed location. If that traitor from Huqingzong had accomplices, it would pose a significant threat. Li Rue was well acquainted with the forest. In no time, he led the 4 steeds into a secluded valley, where dense trees concealed their presence completely. Having completed this task, he felt a sense of satisfaction as he patted his hands. He then made his way toward the dilapidated temple, a place he had frequented several times before and still held some memories of. Soon, he caught sight of a corner of the temple. Lu Butu was leading a dozen or so constables surrounding the area, and faintly, he could hear the sounds of clashing weapons and shouts from within. "It is Zhu Jia's eldest son, Zhu Yu. Heretical cult. You are a disgrace to Huqingzong." The distance was too great for him to hear the entirety of their conversation, only catching snippets of words. Li Rue had no intention of intervening. His purpose in coming here was merely to observe the situation for a potential escape. Chapter 11. An unexpected delight under the cover of night. The moonlight illuminated the entrance of the dilapidated temple. With a resounding crash, the door was forcefully struck, echoing through the mountains and startling countless birds into flight. Several figures swiftly emerged from the dilapidated temple. A commotion erupted among the county constables surrounding the temple as the foremost individual, wielding a blade, felled one constable and dashed through the encirclement, racing down the mountain. Han Qin and 3 other disciples of Hua Qing Zong closely pursued. "Chase!" came the urgent shout from Lu, the head constable. The disordered group of constables hastily drew their swords and pursued down the mountain. Soon, tranquility returned before the temple. Li Rue narrowed his eyes slightly, the expression of the man who had just escaped from the relentless pursuit flickering in his mind. He had injured a fellow disciple and stolen Elder Ma's secret technique. The words of the youth, Zhou Hu, echoed in his ears. There is something hidden in the temple. The renegade disciple of Hua, Qingzong, had pilfered the secret technique. If it were him, he would certainly not carry it on his person. Rather, he would conceal it in a secret location. His gaze fell upon the interior of the temple. A spark ignited in Li Rui's heart as he gritted his teeth and emerged from the thicket. Soon, he stepped into the temple. A desolate and dilapidated atmosphere enveloped him. With weeds thriving, no wonder the nearby villagers claimed the place was unclean. The Buddha statue lay toppled, and the stone head of the Bodhisattva was half buried in earth. Li Rui remained unperturbed. He had visited this temple, known as Ling Kong Si before it fell into ruin, to burn incense. It was said that the abbot had fled with the county magistrate's younger sister, tarnishing its reputation, leading to its gradual decline. Having experienced many events, Li Rui held a skeptical attitude towards numerous ghostly legends. He shook his robes, and a small cloth pouch fell into his hand. Untying the string attached to the pouch revealed a bag of white ash before him, known as chahu. In his previous life, it was also referred to as lime. It was quite normal for a horseman to carry a bit of lime, right? Li Rui grasped a handful of lime and scattered it upon the ground. Soon, the previously indistinct footprints began to clarify. A lead, Li Rui's eyes brightened. Master the principles of mathematics and chemistry, and traverse the world without fear. The ancients do not deceive me. Following the direction of the footprints, he sprinkled ash along the way, quickly arriving at a secluded incense hall. This was not the grand main hall, but rather a side chamber. There were no signs of a struggle. Clearly, the disciple of Hua Qingzong had not been engaged in battle within the main hall, but had first come to this side chamber. What purpose could this side chamber serve? Excluding the possibility of offering incense to the guanyin of childbearing, the sole likelihood was, of course, treasure hiding. Instantly, Li Rui's heart raced. Initially, he had only wished to try his luck, but he had unexpectedly stumbled upon a treasure. After a thorough search of the side chamber, he discovered a small object wrapped in oil paper beneath the statue of Guanyin. Li Rui's pupils widened slightly. If he was not mistaken, this should be the secret technique spoken of by the disciples of Hua Qingzong. He had no time to examine it further. Hastily tucking the oil paper into his bosom, discarding a branch, and sweeping away all the lime he had scattered until no trace remained, before departing with satisfaction. Damn, he still let that fellow escape. In the valley, Zhu Yu, feeling vexed, clasped his abdomen and muttered in frustration. Han Qin and the others also wore discontented expressions. Despite deploying the divine weapon talisman, they still allowed Su Hua to flee. At that moment, Li Rui emerged from the woods, leading 4 magnificent steeds. Zhu Yu gazed at the unscathed Li Rui with surprise. "Oh, Li, where'd you go just now?" Li Rui replied, "Young master, I heard the sounds of battle and brought the horses to a concealed spot." "That was clever of you." Zhu Yu nodded. "Had you not taken the horses away, if the people of Gue Ming Jiao had seen them, we might have lost them." Gue Ming Jiao. Upon hearing this name, an immediate wave of apprehension washed over Li Rui. Had he not prudently hidden the horses, he would have surely encountered disaster. Zhou Hu also wore an unwilling expression. Su Hua actually colluded with the people of Gue Ming Jiao. It is truly despicable, were it not for their assistance. Perhaps Sister Zhang's divine weapon talisman would have captured Su Hua. In contrast to Zhu Yu and Zhou Hu, Han Qin and Jiang Yan appeared considerably calmer. Han Qin maintained a smile. "We should report this matter to the elders. Gue Ming Jiao wields significant power, far beyond our 4's capability to contend with." Brother Han speaks wisely. Zhou Hu now held great respect for Han Qin. Previously, it was widely believed that this brother Han was timid and only undertook tasks suited to those of lesser strength. Yet today, brother Han restrained Su Hua with a falling petal's sword. Had he not intervened, even with the divine weapon talisman, there would have been no opportunity to act. Brother Han seemed far more formidable than the rumor suggested. Even the discerning Jiang Yan regarded Han Qin with newfound admiration. After practicing the sinister arts, his combat prowess was incomparable to ordinary martial artists. The fact that Han Qin could contend evenly with Su Hua attested to his strength, making him a standout among the disciples of Hua Qingzong. While the 4 of them from Hua Qingzong were deliberating on seeking reinforcements, Li Rui's thoughts drifted back 50 years. At that time, he had just escaped to Qinghe, and aside from selling himself to the Zhu family, there was another path, joining Gui Mingjiao. At that time, Gui Mingjiao was not yet known by that name, but was called Ping Deng Hui. Its doctrines were rather sinister, worshipping oneself instead of deities. Based on his experiences from his previous life, Li Rui assessed that even if it meant selling himself, he would rather not join Ping Deng Hui. As for why the court labeled it a heretical sect and renamed it Gui Mingjiao, it was because Ping Deng Hui had been a national religion of the previous dynasty. However, that dynasty had perished a millennium ago. Unless the leader of Ping Deng Hui bore the surname Murong and had a beautiful cousin named Wang, he would surely not be foolish enough to dream of restoring the country. Over time, Gui Mingjiao faded from the officials' view and operated clandestinely among the populace. As for why Li Rui perceived Gui Mingjiao as dangerous, it was not because its members were truly the fearsome, blue-faced fiends of legend, but rather, at some point, all members began to practice sinister arts. Evil ways implied straying from the righteous path. The righteous path was deemed so because it was safe and stable, validated through countless generations. While the evil path may seem swift, it bore great risks, often leading practitioners to madness, with numerous Gui Ming Jiao adherents ending up as maniacs rampaging through the streets. Although this world punishes the insane, Li Rui had no intention of risking his life to verify that. Just as his mind wandered, Han Qin and the others had concluded their discussion. Chapter 12. The White Ape with a Blade. Wang Zhao, who was mixing fodder in the stable, looked up at Li Rui's return with the horses, brushing off his trousers as he stood. There was a hint of trepidation in his gaze directed at Li Rui. Ever since Ma Yang's death, that unsettling thought had lingered in his mind, and each night, deep in sleep, he could hear Li Rui's voice in his dreams. Disciple, disciple, master is not quite right. Yet he could not articulate precisely what was amiss with his master. This sensation was nearly driving him to madness. Li Rui noticed his disciple sporting a prominent dark circle under his eyes, and anyone unaware might think he had been neglecting Wang Zhao. Thank you, master. Although Li Rui sensed something was off with Wang Zhao, he had no inclination to dwell on the matter, for he had far more pressing concerns. Li Rui recalled an old Taoist words: the greater the endeavor one pursues, the more one must appear unchanged from the ordinary. One must not speak of their undertakings, nor even mutter to oneself. This is the essence of divine restraint. Upon entering the room, he cautiously closed the door and checked the windows once more. Once assured that no one was eavesdropping, he retrieved a package of oil paper from his bosom. Li Rui could almost hear the sound of his own heartbeat. The secret technique of Huaqing Zong was surely extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, he began to unwrap the oil paper layer by layer, until finally, a book with a slightly yellowed cover appeared before him. The cover bears the bold inscription BIUNPDEO. With this, he not only avoids spending 8 taels of silver to purchase martial arts techniques from the dojo, but he also acquires the secret art of Hu Qiu Ing Ziying. Li Rui held his breath. From the name of the technique, it was evident that this was a manual on swordsmanship. Although he had never practiced sword techniques, he had only heard of slashing, sweeping, and lifting. What then was this PDO? The sword travels in green, while the knife traverses in black. A blade has but one edge, its back thicker, allowing it to withstand enemy blows and seize the opportunity to counterattack. This is the essence of PDO. After a decade of observing the white ape in the Taoist temple, I have comprehended this blade and penned it for future generations. This blade is a secret transmission. Its intent is effortlessly inherent, and its momentum flows like a mighty river, relentless and continuous, making it a superior technique of slaughter suitable only for those with unwavering resolve. Li Rui recited each word in his mind. Drawing a sword is easy, but sheathing it is difficult. Caution, caution. This phrase is not a technique, but perhaps a reflection on the martial world by the predecessor who established BIUNPDO. Translated, it means, even after learning the sword techniques, do not be reckless. Avoid conflict whenever possible, and if you must draw your sword, do so decisively, leaving no room for regret. This was Li Rui's personal interpretation. There are myriad paths to the Tao, all leading to longevity. Water has 1,000 sources, all flowing towards the Eastern Sea, all seeking longevity as well. Li Rue felt a sense of déjà vu akin to a graduate student reviewing a thesis. Fortuitously, his resolve was as firm as iron, and after 3 days and nights of persistent effort, he finally finished deciphering the volume of BIUNPDO. Now that he possessed the technique, all that remained was to acquire a sword. This matter was even simpler. The guards of the Zhu family were generally equipped with swords, often two for backup. Yang Yong's spare sword was nearly rusted, making it perfect for him to borrow. When Yang Yong heard that Li Rue wanted to borrow a sword, his eyes widened. "Old Li, are you really addicted to martial arts? First, you practice boxing, and now you're on to swords." Despite his words, he still retrieved the sword and handed it over to Li Rue. Grateful for the sword, Li Rue grinned. "Old Yang, I owe you a drink someday." Yang Yong waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. Just take care not to strain your old back." Concerned about damaging the furniture in the room, Li Rue specifically sought out a secluded area to practice. With a solid foundation, practicing with the sword became a breeze. As Li Rue grasped the hilt, an unfamiliar sensation enveloped him. He was certain it was his first time holding a sword, yet at that moment, it felt as though he had wielded one countless times before. Was he destined to be a swordsmanship prodigy? He quickly realized that it must be due to the power of his martial bone. Those who possess martial bones are bound to reach the pinnacle of the martial arts. The strength of the martial bone exceeded all his expectations. However, the more formidable the martial bone, the more he had to tread carefully. The world as one perceives it, leveling up by defeating monsters, gradually growing stronger until the final challenge. In reality, the starting point is akin to the ultimate level, where a single strike can obliterate you, leaving no chance for survival. If the news of his martial bone were to spread, even the leaders of Hu Ing would be sidelined in their pursuit of him. The consequences would likely be 100-fold worse than that of the predecessor, surnamed Huing. With caution, Li Rue gripped the sword behind his back, resembling an old ape with a blade. With a twist of his waist, he swung the long sword, drawing a semicircular arc in the air. As his body naturally crouched, his right leg swept across, kicking up a flurry of snowflakes. The man and sword were in perfect harmony, a seamless blend. One strike followed another. Li Rue lost count of how many times he had struck. He finally understood the meaning behind the phrase, "Drawing the sword is easy, but sheathing it is difficult." The BIUNPDO technique was exceedingly addictive. Once he began wielding the sword, even he found it difficult to stop. He must either draw blood or exhaust his strength. A full hour later, Li Rue lay sprawled in the snow, gasping for breath. Practicing BIUNPDO made even idleness a luxury. However, the power of BIUNPDO was undeniably astonishing. He had merely begun his practice, yet he felt confident he could compete with equally skilled opponents. If he mastered it fully, he would be invincible against those of the same rank. The thought made his heart race. In his previous life, where he had never even ranked first in elementary school, it was indeed absurd that he could achieve such a feat at 70. Better late than never. After resting for a while, Li Rue finally stood up, leaning on his sword. Practicing with the sword was indeed more exhausting than boxing. Martial arts require a balance of relaxation and tension. Rubbing his sore arms, he concealed the sword in the back of his coat, ensuring no one could see it, and then made his way back to his residence. Exhausted, Li Rue collapsed on his bed. The martial bone was powerful, yet it could not entirely erase the muscle strain left by training. He would need medicine. However, the silver he had saved had long been spent. Money, money, money. As a new year approached, heavy snow seemed relentless, falling for an entire day and night, washing away much of the festive spirit. Few travelers were on the road, yet the patrolling officers were out in greater numbers than usual. The divine weapon symbol, Jiang Linxian. She must be the daughter of Jiang Linxian, or how could she possibly possess such a symbol? In a long-abandoned courtyard in Qinghe City, Su Hua no longer bore the handsome charm he once had. His face bore several bloody scars, and most notably, his left arm was conspicuously missing, his sleeve flapping in the wind. He was in a state of utter disarray. Although the divine weapon symbol had not killed him, it had severed one of his arms. Had it not been for the intervention of the Gui Ming sect, he might have truly perished under Han Qin's falling blossom sword. He cast a cold glance at the nearby Zhu family. Dare to seize my possessions. Su Hua had already visited the previous abandoned temple. The secret techniques he had taken from Hu Ing had vanished from the Buddhist hall. Then I shall hunt them down one by one. Li Rui's life returned to normal, focusing on martial arts and horse care, nothing more. He heard that shortly after they left Qinghe, experts from Hu Qing Zi Ying arrived in the area to meet with the county magistrate, and patrol officers were now a common sight on the streets. However, none of this held much relevance for him. What could a 70-year-old man achieve? Without Jiang Yan surveillance, Li Rui felt considerably freer. The value of achievement compared to life was self-evident. He looked with concern at Wang Zhao. He had 2 disciples. Ma Yang was dead, and if Wang Zhao were to succumb to illness as well, he would undoubtedly earn the title of a doomed solitary star. Thus, he must protect this one remaining seedling. Wang Zhao was a diligent boy, raised by him. He had sincerely treated him like a son, and naturally, he wished for no harm to befall him. Master, I could still do many things. Wang Zhao glanced at the dark roots of Li Rui's silver hair. Were it not for his age, most would assume he was merely in his 50s. Those who had not spent much time with Li Rui might not notice. But Wang Zhao had witnessed Li Rui's remarkable rejuvenation firsthand. Has my master been consumed by a monster? Is a master before me but a monster in disguise? An absurd thought crossed Wang Zhao's mind. In any case, his master was certainly not normal. Ultimately, it was only when Li Rui spoke with authority that Wang Zhao left the stable, leaving him alone. Li Rui skillfully shoveled hay into the feeding trough. The Dewan horses were indeed more voracious. Thinking of the 4 prize steeds, the lifelong horsekeeper felt a persistent itch of desire. Just as he was shoveling another scoop of hay, a shadow appeared at his feet. Did you kill Ma Yang? The unexpected question caught Li Rui off guard. But the shovel in his hand paused perfectly, and he swiftly turned, panic-stricken. Second master, please do not jest. Yang was sick. Many witnessed it. Moreover, I treated him as my own child. How could I commit such an act against kin? The man who appeared in the stable was Zhu Eryi, the younger brother of the family head, Zhu Ping. If Zhu Ping was a smiling tiger, then Zhu Eryi was a wolf. Not a single servant of the Zhu family was unafraid of him, especially given the terrifying scar that ran a foot long across his face. A saying had long circulated within the Zhu family. Fear not the cries of the little demons, but rather the laughter of the second master. When Zhu Lai smiles, the scar on his face trembles, rendering him more terrifying than the fiends of purgatory. With a humorless smile, Zhu Lai gazes at Li Rui and states, "It is best that it is not." Li Rui adeptly portrays a demeanor of caution, nodding repeatedly. Second master, you must trust your humble servant. Life is but a play. At this moment, exhibiting appropriate alarm is the most natural human reaction. It is not a display of calmness or a posture of subservience. Zhu Lai scoffs. Bring me the horse. Li Rui, with a troubled expression, replies, Second master, you know the rules of the stable. One must have the master's token to take a horse from the stable. Cursed old man. Zhu Lai seethes with rage, ready to explode, yet he restrains himself. It is unclear what has possessed his elder brother lately, as he has been excessively attentive to this old horsekeeper, often inquiring after his well-being, making it challenging for Zhu Lai to act. Useless. He silently curses, lamenting that Ma Yang's untimely death did not rid him of this old horsekeeper first. Zhu Lai had been testing Li Rui to intimidate him into procuring the horse, but did not anticipate Li Rui's unyielding resistance. The notion that Li Rui had killed Ma Yang is absurd, even to Zhu Lai. An old man nearing 70, struggling with the simplest of tasks, could hardly be a murderer. I shall see how long my brother can protect you. Zhu Lai casts a fierce glare at Li Rui before departing. Li Rui shakes his head. Every family has its burdens. Despite the Zhu family flourishing and their business reaching in Ningfu, the household has never been tranquil. In their earlier days, when the Zhu brothers had not yet amassed their fortune, they thrived through dubious means, but the elder brother, Zhu Ping, sought legitimacy, which Zhu Lai opposed, leading to a rift between them. Even to this day, Zhu Lai maintains close ties with the men of Hung Men. Hung Men, also known as the naturally requires horses. Zhu Lai's desire for a horse surely pertains to unsavory dealings. Over the years, Li Rui has often offended Zhu Lai due to this matter, yet he cannot lend the horse under any circumstances. Otherwise, should Zhu Lai encounter trouble, he too would be ensnared. It is merely survival in the crevices. Previously, Ma Yang dared to act against him, not only due to his inherent instability, but also due to Zhu Lai's instigation. This debt will be settled in due course. Li Rui's progress in swordsmanship has been remarkable. In just 10 short days, he has grasped the essence of the Bai Yuan Pai Dao. were the esteemed master of the Huaqing sect, who created this blade. Still alive, he might have taken Li Rue as his disciple. If age were no concern, what a delight! Li Rue swings his long blade, scattering snowflakes, releasing the pent-up frustrations within his heart. After practicing, placing the blade within his chamber risks exposure and trouble, potentially implicating Yang Yong. However, as he approaches the door, he sees Yang Yong pacing anxiously before the house. Upon spotting Li Rue, he exclaims, "Old Li, it is dire. Wang Zhao has been beaten." Chapter 14. Establishing authority before Wang Zhao's modest dwelling. A crowd has gathered. "Zhao Ge, I truly did not steal anything," Wang Zhao pleads. The guard, Zhao Matzi, arms crossed, and with a disdainful smirk, retorts, "How can you claim not to know whether you stole? Explain how the second madam's earrings ended up in your room. Speak." Zhao Matzi emphasizes his accusation. Behind him, several guards stand menacingly, their expressions unwelcoming. In his hand, he clutches an exquisite pearl pendant, clearly the jewelry of a wealthy family. In the Zhu household, pilfering from the master's possessions is a grave sin, punishable by death. Each of these guards is burly and intimidating, causing trepidation among the onlookers. Even if some servants sense the injustice, they dare not speak out, fearing they might attract disaster upon themselves. Such is human nature. Who does not know that Zhao Matzi is aligned with Second Master Zhu Lai? Those who follow their master are often unreasonable. To incite Zhao Matzi's wrath guarantees endless trouble and false accusations. There have been several such incidents before. Yet Zhao Matzi, under the protection of Second Master Zhu Lai, has only targeted the lower servants. The Zhu patriarch would not risk a rift with his own brother over such trivial matters, allowing it to fade away. After all, a life is at stake. Yet for a lowly servant, a life holds little worth. "Come, follow me to see the master. Let him adjudicate." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhao's face turns ashen. The body of the newly arrived servant beaten to death last month still lies in the unmarked grave, should he meet the master. His fate is unlikely to differ. "Zhao Ge, I am wronged. I am truly innocent," Wang Zhao pleads desperately, bowing repeatedly. This morning, these individuals barged into his room without warning, accusing him of theft, then rummaged through his belongings, and Zhao Matzi produced the pendant, insisting it was stolen by him. Zhao Matzi, with a veneer of amusement, taunts, "Are you saying I have wronged you?" Wang Zhao is momentarily at a loss for words, helplessly glancing around. This situation is like mud in one's trousers. It cannot be easily explained. Zhao Matzi is well versed in such tactics. Just as he prepares to strike, Li Rue, having garnered the attention of the Zhu family, refrains from acting against Zhu Lai, but finds it far simpler to deal with his disciple, harboring no concerns. Even if the Zhu patriarch were to learn of this, he would never intervene for a mere servant. To him, Wang Zhao is merely a commodity, clearly priced. "Stop!" At that moment, Yang Yong and Li Rue push through the crowd. Yang Yong shouts sternly. Upon seeing the main figure arrive, Zhao Matzi sneers, "Old Li, your disciple is devoid of conscience, having stolen from the master. What do you propose we do?" Li Rue disregards Zhao Matzi, stepping forward to assist the kneeling Wang Zhao, brushing the snow off his clothing. Infuriated at being ignored, Zhao Matzi's anger boils over. It is one thing for a martial artist to look down on him, but for a 70-year-old to do so. "Old Li, I see you are courting death." Zhao Matzi steps forward, preparing to kick. However, he dares not exert full force, fearing that should he truly harm Li Rue, he would have much to answer for. Yet just as his foot nears Li Rue's clothing, Li Rue swiftly retaliates with a kick to Zhao Matzi's abdomen. With a thud, Zhao Matzi's expression contorts in pain as he rolls several times in the snow before coming to a halt. Lying in the snow, he howls in agony, his eyes rolling back as he loses consciousness. Who else? Li Rue withdraws his foot and casts a glance at the guards before him. "You wish to take my disciple?" The guards exchange apprehensive glances, sensing each other's fear. Zhao Matzi's leadership stems not solely from flattery, but also from his fighting prowess. He is a mad dog, unafraid of pain, which is why Zhu Lai values him. Now, even Zhao Matzi is no match for Li Rue's single strike. They dare not raise a hand against him. Why has Old Li become so formidable? I have long heard that Old Li has gained renown through his martial arts practice. Look at that black hair. It appears he has regained his youth. Had he started training earlier, he might have become a grandmaster. A grandmaster? You jest. It is true that Old Li possesses some skill. In their memories, Li Rue has always been a genial and cautious old man, greeting everyone warmly. Many have grown up under his watchful eye. But the Li Rue before them now exudes a fierce aura, akin to a concealed tiger ready to pounce. The guards exchange glances, too intimidated to provoke Li Rue further. They hastily assist the fallen Zhao Matsi, demonstrating what it means to flee in disarray. All right, everyone disperse. Once Zhu Lai's men have left, Li Rue addresses the crowd. Old Li, how did you become so powerful? A young servant with a sharp chin articulated the doubts that lingered in everyone's hearts. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Old Li had truly practiced martial arts. No wonder his physique had become significantly sturdier. Many had witnessed the transformation of Li Rue. What a pity it was. Had he begun 40 years earlier, he might have genuinely become a master and shed his lowly status. An experienced elder revealed a crucial insight. Though Li Rue appeared formidable now, his potential had waned, rendering him incapable of becoming a master. At best, he could engage in some combat, but as age advanced, this advantage would inevitably dissipate. Timing is paramount in martial arts. Take Zhu's eldest son, for instance. He commenced his training at the tender age of 5 and consumed countless precious herbs, far surpassing an ordinary individual. The crowd dispersed. Wang Zhao gazed at Li Rue with a mix of gratitude and innocence, saying, "Master, I have caused you trouble." Li Rue bore no resentment towards Wang Zhao. With Zhao Matsi backed by Zhu Lai and intent on framing him, there was no way to evade such matters. One could only accept their fate. His sudden outburst today was twofold: to protect Wang Zhao and to strategically reveal his strength. The changes in him after training were stark, and whispers regarding him had traveled from Yang Yong to his ears, becoming impossible to conceal. Concealing one's abilities is not foolishness. A measured display of prowess could dispel the unfounded speculations of others and intimidate lurking troublemakers, thus avoiding numerous complications. Additionally, he had already reached the level of an adept. Should Zhu's family become excessively oppressive, he could simply flee with Wang Zhao under the cover of night, retreating into the mountains to live as a hunter or a swordsman. Chapter 15. Resolving Matters and Departing in Silence. Master. Old Li has struck the second Master S-man, a middle-aged steward reported respectfully. Zhu Ping's expression remained unfazed. It was merely a scuffle among servants. Let them each receive 10 lashes. Old Li must be nearing 70, correct? Indeed, sir. Zhu Ping seemed to recall something and added, Old Li is too advanced in age for such punishment. Let it be noted. The steward was taken aback, realizing that only Zhao Matsi would bear the brunt of the punishment. Zhu Ping's bias was glaringly apparent. Very well. Having served in Zhu's household for over a decade, the middle-aged steward was astute enough to recognize that Zhu Ping was seizing this opportunity to reprimand the second master. With only Zhu Ping remaining in the room, a subtle smile graced his lips. Old Li, you have surprised me. Old Li, considering your age, I shall spare you the lashes and instead impose a 3-day house arrest. The steward wore a grin, his demeanor devoid of any hint of punishment. Thank you, sir. Zhu steward, a small token of appreciation. Please accept it, Li Rue said, producing a bulging pouch from his sleeve. The steward discreetly accepted the pouch, weighing it in his hands. The clinking of copper coins was music to his ears, and his smile widened. Old Li, you are a venerable figure in the household. Do your best, for the master is watching. The unspoken implication was clear. Act freely, for the master would shield you. The master is indeed a benevolent man. In the Zhu residence, the nature of one's actions mattered little. Aligning oneself with the right people was paramount. As long as one had protection, anything was permissible. This pouch of coins was something he had acquired upon hearing the news, having just sent Wang Zhao to exchange it for him at a shop in the neighboring street. Gifts, after all, carry weight. A small piece of silver pales in comparison to a pouch full of coins. After sending off the middle-aged steward, Wang Zhao, with a face reflecting relief from a near calamity, asked, Master, is everything all right now? Li Rue cast a sidelong glance at his naive disciple. What could possibly be the matter? The discord between the Zhu brothers has long been established, though it remains veiled. Soldiers face soldiers, generals face generals. As long as I do not engage Zhu Lai directly, the issue is minimal. Zhao Matsi can only blame himself for his ineptitude, as his beating was purely unwarranted. Now go, Do not neglect the fodder for the next 3 days. Yes, master. After sending Wang Zhao away, Li Ruwei was left alone in the room, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Zhao Matsi must not be spared. Zhao Matsi, who had wielded Zhu Lai's banner, had terrorized the Zhu household, engaging in various and scrupulous deeds, yet had always maintained a careful distance from those who could pose a threat. Zhu's master turned a blind eye to his transgressions, but he had made the grave mistake of crossing Li Ruwei. Zhao Matsi frequented the dining hall, and poisoning him could inadvertently harm others, potentially leading to far greater trouble. Should too many perish from the poison, it would not only implicate the Zhu family, but likely attract the attention of the authorities as well. While this world lacks sophisticated instruments, the experience of seasoned lawmen should not be underestimated. Thus, a decisive course of action emerged in Li Ruwei's mind. In the dead of night, in a dimly lit room on the western side of the Zhu estate, the door stood ajar, and the anguished cries of a man echoed faintly. "Old man, once I recover, I'll poison your horse. Let us see how you explain that." Zhao Matsi lay sprawled on the bed, his bare torso illuminated by moonlight, revealing 10 bloody whip marks on his back, neither more nor less. The thought of receiving 10 lashes while Li Ruwei faced merely a 3-day house arrest filled Zhao Matsi with uncontainable wrath. "Who is there?" Zhao Matsi caught a glimpse of a shadow in the room. "Damn it, is someone dead?" You approach without a sound. He assumed it was a subordinate coming to change his bandages. As he turned his head, a blanket was suddenly thrown over him, plunging him into darkness. The suffocating sensation led him to flail helplessly. Despite his strength, he was no match for an adept martial artist. In his struggle, Zhao Matsi's eyes widened in horror as he realized it was old Li. He wanted to utter a curse, but the words failed him, and he could only whimper softly before his limbs fell limp, devoid of life. Li Ruwei did not relent in his grip until Zhao Matsi ceased his struggles. Counting silently, 215, 216. He continued until he reached 500, finally releasing the blanket that covered Zhao Matsi. The latter had already urinated himself, his face a ghastly shade of purple, his tongue lolling, dead beyond any chance of revival. Li Ruwei felt little agitation within. He even took the time to thoroughly cleanse the scene, gathering all valuable items in the room. He then arranged Zhao Matsi's body to appear as if he had fallen from the bed and frozen to death. Having completed this task, he turned to leave with composure, as if the matter was resolved. In this era devoid of surveillance, many murders ended up as unsolved mysteries, especially the death of a mere servant, which the authorities would hardly concern themselves with. Of course, the authorities might possess unfathomable supernatural powers, as hinted at by the divine talismans mentioned by Zhu Yu. Zhao Matsi's lifeless body was discovered the next day by several guards. In the midst of winter, meat hung in the kitchen for half a month without spoiling. By the time Zhao Matsi was found, his corpse had already stiffened in the cold. Li Ruwei heard that upon learning of the incident, Zhu's second master was furious, vowing to unearth the identity of his assailant. The valuables from Zhao Matsi's home had vanished, suggesting a motive of greed for murder. Yet Zhao Matsi had been involved in many clandestine dealings, ruffling too many feathers. Li Ruwei was merely one among many. Moreover, Li Ruwei was still confined to his quarters, with no opportunity to take action, unless he were a martial artist. What a farce it would be for a 70-year-old man to become an adept. Ultimately, the matter would fade into obscurity. With Zhao Matsi's demise, the servants of the Zhu family rejoiced in secret, liberated from his oppression, and their lives would likely improve considerably. Some tales morphed through retelling. Initially, whispers suggested old Li was the culprit, but such notions seemed implausible. After circulating through 7 or 8 hands, the narrative transformed into one of Zhao Matsi's numerous misdeeds, culminating in his retribution from a vengeful spirit. How else can one explain the sudden and silent demise of a robust, living individual, where even the guards sleeping in the adjacent room heard not a whisper? Such occurrences bear no relation to Li Ruwei, the 70-year-old man with 1 foot already in the grave. Before him, a series of small characters materialized. Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement fame in the Jianghu. Initial journey into the Jianghu 2. Chapter 16. Complete martial arts. Once you enter the Jianghu, you become entangled in its disputes. Remember, when cutting grass, one must eradicate the roots. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. You have averted this calamity. Task initial journey into the Jianghu 2 completed, rewards being calculated. Task rating, rewards doubled. Gained 30 achievement points. Achievement unlocked. Initial journey into the Jianghu. Age, 5. Achievement points reached 100, rewards being obtained. As a young hero embarking on the Jianghu, how can one lack divine skills? Acquire the complete version of Bai Yuan Pai Dao. Young hero, please commence your splendid journey in the Jianghu. Name, Li Rui. Age, 5. Talent, martial bone. Martial arts, Bai Yuan Pai Dao. Achievements, 0-100. Li Rui did not anticipate that by slaying Zhao Matzi, he would trigger another plotline. Although he did not receive a rating this time, his level had risen commendably, skyrocketing his achievements to 100 points. The complete version of Bai Yuan Pai Dao. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged into his mind like a divine revelation. Each vivid little golden figure in varied forms. Li Rui's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. It turned out that the Bai Yuan Pai Dao he had previously acquired was merely a fragment, specifically the external techniques. It is well known that martial arts are divided into internal and external categories. The two are not mutually exclusive. In fact, most martial artists cultivate both. What he had previously obtained was the sword technique of Bai Yuan Pai Dao, and now he had completed the missing breathing techniques. The sword technique is for slaying, while the breathing technique is for nurturing life. With the aid of the breathing technique, practicing the sword becomes significantly more effective, reducing the likelihood of going astray and even contributing to longevity. In summary, the benefits are manifold. Li Rui suspected that even the Hua Qing Zong did not possess the complete version of Bai Yuan Pai Dao. Otherwise, that disciple of Hua Qing Zong would not have stolen merely half of it. Such a great fortune. The previous fragment of Bai Yuan Pai Dao had already been burned by him, and now, combined with the information in his mind, he alone might be privy to the complete version of Bai Yuan Pai Dao. To desire longevity, one must guard the unity, for all things arise from the One, and the One arises from the Tao. Thus, guarding the unity leads to the Tao. Compared to the external techniques, the breathing techniques are filled with Taoist theories, leaving Li Rui somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, he was never short of peace of mind. With 3 days of seclusion, he could delve deeply into the breathing techniques. 3 days later, Li Rui emerged from his chamber. After the snow, the sun shone brightly, almost blinding him. Success! After 3 days and nights of arduous effort, he finally glimpsed the pathway to the breathing techniques. The breathing techniques of Bai Yuan Pai Dao are indeed remarkable. There is no need for specialized quiet rooms for intensive practice. Every sip and bite contributes to cultivation, and even walking or sleeping counts as training. After merely half a day of practicing the breathing techniques, Li Rui felt his senses sharpened significantly. As he made his way to the stable, he overheard a few people whispering. "Have you heard? A murderous maniac has recently appeared in the city, specifically targeting officials. Several officers have met a gruesome fate, their bodies unrecognizable. Strangely, this person seems uninterested in money. It appears to be pure enjoyment in killing. Isn't that a perverse mindset?" Li Rui's brow furrowed slightly. The public order in Xinghe has always been commendable. Besides the government's vigilance, the 3 prominent families and those in the underworld adhere to rules, ensuring that no major disturbances arise. Now, suddenly, a murderer appears. Those who are reckless fear those who are fearless, and those who are fearless fear the insane. If this truly is a madman who relishes killing, anyone who crosses paths with him would surely face dire consequences. It is imperative to enhance one's strength swiftly. However, despite possessing martial bones and the complete version of Bai Yuan Pai Dao, he lamented his lack of funds. Practicing martial arts without resources is akin to working hard without sustenance. Without strength, what is there to practice? He was in dire need of money, exceedingly in need. Although the elder of the Zhu family had increased his monthly allowance, half a tael within a month was merely a drop in the ocean. Even with the 5 taels discovered in Zhao Matzi's residence, it could not adequately cover his deficits. Now that his medicinal herbs had been exhausted, he must devise another plan. "Master, are you going out?" Wang Zhao inquired upon seeing Li Rui donning warm clothing. Li Rui nodded. "Master, that murderer still roams freely in the city. You must not go out," Wang Zhao said anxiously. Ever since that day, when Li Rui came to his aid, he he had regarded Li Rue as his master. Even if Ma Yang was indeed killed by Li Rue and was truly a monster, he would accept it, having sold himself to the Zhu family from a young age. He no longer knew where his parents had gone. He genuinely regarded Li Rue as a father. Seeing Li Rue's determination to leave, Wang Zhao had no choice but to remain silent. Upon exiting the Zhu family estate, Li Rue headed straight for the black market. He had learned that the murderer typically struck at night, primarily targeting officials. It was likely that those officials had committed some heinous deeds and were now facing retribution. Furthermore, as an entry-level martial artist, he could protect himself adequately. The black market was not far from the Zhu family, and he soon arrived at its entrance. The familiar sight of black-clad bodyguards greeted him. After paying the entry fee, he confidently stepped into the black market. Ginseng, Great Head Rehmannia. Li Rue gazed longingly at the precious herbs displayed at the stalls, swallowing hard. The black market was filled with treasures, yet the prices were exorbitantly high, far beyond his means. For a martial artist of humble origins, earning money for ginseng through labor was akin to chasing a dream. Has the bait been taken so soon? Indeed, he did not come to the black market to purchase goods. He was there to pray. Earning money slowly is tedious, but robbing others is a swift endeavor. The black market was teeming with hardened criminals, each with blood on their hands, and such individuals had no qualms about committing murder. This time, he intentionally hunched over, not presenting himself as overly robust. He intended to use himself as bait to lure others. Now that he was an entry-level martial artist and had practiced by Yuan Pai Dao, his combat prowess exceeded that of the average entry-level martial artist. Moreover, he targeted petty thieves in the black market who would only dare to prey on the elderly, making it highly unlikely they were formidable opponents. Comme fort. Li Rue feigned panic and quickened his pace. Just as he exited the black market and turned into an alley, he heard behind him, "Big brother, please, it's me." Damn. The person behind him was doused with lime powder, which proved far more effective than dirt. Upon recognizing the individual, Li Rue was momentarily speechless. It was none other than Ding Liang, the hardened criminal he had encountered previously in the black market. Ding Liang lay on the ground, rubbing his eyes incessantly. "Big brother, it's us. Our boss wants to invite you for a drink." Li Rue retorted, "You should have said so earlier." Chapter 17, Dark Eight Gates. In a tavern in the southern part of the city, on the third floor's private room, Li Rue sat upon a wooden chair, surveying his surroundings. The Wangwali wood, imported from afar, was a fine material he had only seen in the elders' quarters of the Zhu family. The furniture before him was worth 1,000 taels. He had long heard that the tavern was backed by powerful individuals. It turned out to be the territory of Wu Piao, the leader of the Rongzi men, one of the Dark Eight Gates of Qinghe. Before him sat a burly man with a face full of stubble, exuding a fierce demeanor. This man was Wu Tu, the head of the Rongzi men. Tu is a character associated with death, a name that decent people avoid using. It is said that Wu Tu is a name he adopted later, having not always been called thus. My dear brother is a straightforward person. My subordinate acted thoughtlessly and deserved a lesson. Standing aside, Ding Liang's eyes were swollen like copper bells, filled with unshed tears. This old man lacks martial ethics. He wished to speak sooner, but Li Rue had not afforded him the opportunity. Wu Tu reassured, "Elder brother, do not worry. We are all family here. I am merely curious how you have honed such impressive skills during your years as a groom for the Zhu family." Li Rue narrowed his eyes slightly. Wu Tu was secretly investigating his identity. Although Wu Tu appeared rather boisterous, his mind was anything but simple. Li Hui Sigid Invardli. The Rong character faction had long surpassed 100 under Qing He, and having lived there for decades, many were aware of him. It would not be difficult for them to uncover his identity. Wu Tu inquired about the purpose of his visit to the old man. Li Rue felt no significant alarm. Despite Wu Tu's reputation, he was merely a 9th-grade Sherpai realm warrior, and Li Rue was not intimidated. Wu Tu Président, suggesting that instead of serving as a groom, they could collaborate on a grander scheme. Realization dawned upon Li Rue. Wu Tu sought to recruit him. Indeed, his skills were not uncommon in Qing He, yet understanding the ways of the martial world made him a rarity. Those who tread the shady paths were not the major sects of the martial world, which seldom valued potential. Immediate utility was the hard truth, making him a fitting candidate. The Dark Eight Gates comprised various factions, among which the Ma, Lan, and Ge lacked organization, while the remaining 5 had their so-called leaders. Each leader possessed unique abilities, all capable of stirring up trouble in Qinghe City. In the martial world, unless one was deranged, having more friends was advantageous. The Dark Eight Gates adhered to this wisdom, for strength lies in numbers. Wu Tu remarked, "Elder brother, I am but a half-buried old man, not worth utilizing." Li Rue shook his head. Wu Tu expressed regret. "Are you truly not willing to reconsider?" Although he was in need of money, he was not inclined to earn just any coin. The funds from the Dark Eight Gates were not to be trifled with. Otherwise, one might earn a life, but lose it just as easily. Seeing Li Rue's resolute stance, Wu Tu ceased his persuasion. As stated, while Li Rue possessed some skills, his age rendered him a mere gamble. Not joining posed no detriment. Whenever you reconsider, the doors of the Roan character faction shall always be open to you. Wu Tu was indeed a magnanimous individual, refraining from pressuring Li Rue. After sharing a cup of tea, he departed with Ding Liang. Alone in the private room, Li Rue waited until Wu Tu had fully left before descending the stairs. "Brother, are we truly letting that old rascal go?" Ding Liang asked, his face resembling a pig's. He cast lingering glances at the Jiuxiang Tower behind him, recalling how he had been outsmarted by the old man on 2 occasions. To claim he was unperturbed would be a lie. Since the old man showed no respect, Ding Liang's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination. In the eyes of those in the underworld, there were only 2 types of people, friends and foes, with no in-between. Friends shared wine and meat generously, while foes. Since that old man refused to join the Roan faction, he was deemed an enemy, and they had already investigated, discovering that Li Rue was not affiliated with the good character faction, but merely an old groom, easily manageable. Wu Tu cast a glance at Ding Liang. "Refrain from harboring such petty thoughts. It only makes you appear foolish. You may be capable, but can you defeat a first-grade warrior?" Ding Liang gasped. That old man is a first-grade warrior. Until now, he had merely perceived Li Rue as a somewhat robust old man, never suspecting he was a warrior. A chill ran down his spine. He felt fortunate to have only been beaten instead of engaging Li Rue directly. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse. Wu Tu's eyes glimmered. A groom who was a 9th-grade warrior was intriguing. Tell the brothers to remain vigilant. Do not instigate conflict with that man. Understood. Ding Liang nodded obediently. Wu Tu practiced the eagle claw technique, which required not only physical prowess, but also keen eyesight. Thus, upon seeing Li Rue for the first time, he had deduced that the man was indeed a first-grade warrior. Did he truly believe that he was so easy to negotiate with? It was simply a matter of uncertainty. Being targeted by the Roan faction was no trivial matter. Li Rue walked through the streets, his gaze icy. Despite Wu Tu's boisterous demeanor, one should not forget that he was once a mountain bandit for the Hung faction and now a leader of the Roan faction. The number of lives lost at his hands was not insignificant. The effort expended to uncover his identity indicated that they would not relent easily. Alas, he decided to take one step at a time. While he did not fear Wu Tu, those from the Roan faction knew he worked for the Zhu family, making him an easy target. At that moment, a series of explosions echoed through the air, accompanied by vibrant fireworks that painted the sky with trails of white smoke. The new year was approaching. Li Rue looked up. The new year was the most significant day for most ordinary families, and it was the only time the servants of the Zhu family could expect to feast on meat. However, this year held a different meaning for Li Rue. He could redeem himself. According to the laws of Yu Kingdom, once one reached the age of 70, they could sever ties with their household. Generally, masters would bestow grace during the new year to demonstrate generosity. Having offended Zhu Lai, continuing to linger would only complicate matters. Furthermore, once he shed his status as a lowly servant, even if the Roan faction discovered his identity, they would have no hold over him. Many martial practitioners chose to remain unmarried and childless, instead opting to take disciples. The reason was simple. The more attachments one had, the more vulnerabilities they faced. Those who traversed the martial world inevitably made enemies, and no one wished to witness their family slaughtered. Thus, most treated their disciples as sons, planning to support and care for them in their old age. He had spent the better part of his life within the Zhu family. Most of his close relationships had faded with time. The only remaining connections were Yang Yong and Wang Zhao. Once he left the Zhu family to outsiders, he would appear solitary, no longer easily manipulated. Henceforth, he would be free as a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. Chapter 18. The New Year approaches. Master, do you think this new year the master will allow the kitchen to prepare braised pork? I heard they brought in 2 large pigs yesterday, Wang Zhao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. He could almost smell the aroma of last year's braised pork. That flavor was unforgettable, even after many years. Ordinary folk in Qing, he seldom had the chance to eat meat throughout the year, yet it was a possibility in the Zhu family, which explained why some were willing to sell themselves into servitude. Li Huiyan did Wangi Zawashistnut. Focus on eating. By the way, have you remembered the methods I taught you for adding beans, chickens, and distinguishing whether a horse's stomach is bloated? Wang Zhao nodded proudly. I've remembered everything. Master is truly kind. You have shared all the secrets of a groom with me. However, Wang Zhao's expression soon shifted to one of sorrow. Master, are you about to die? Please, don't die. At least wait until after the new year. He frequently heard the village elders say that before a person dies, they have a spiritual premonition. His great-grandfather had donned clean clothes and laid down to rest before passing. Master had been behaving as though he was preparing for the end. Li Rui shot Wang Zhao a glare. You little rascal, are you cursing me? Seeing his master's reaction, Wang Zhao felt relieved. Li Rui looked at Wang Zhao's carefree demeanor and internally sighed. Their master-disciple bond was nearing its end. Given his current abilities, managing to extricate himself would be a significant achievement. Taking Wang Zhao with him was utterly impossible, as the Zhu family was a formidable household in Qinghe, one he could not provoke. After redeeming himself, Wang Zhao would likely become the new groom. This position should have belonged to Ma Yang, but his impatience had ultimately cost him his life. As for old Yang, there was little need for concern. Yang Yang was already a guard and held a respectable position in the Zhu family. He merely needed to enjoy a few drinks. Tomorrow would be the day of redemption. The Zhu family is a prominent household, steeped in tradition, and the preparations for the New Year festivities commence a month in advance. They engage in ancestral rites, meticulous cleaning, organizing ceremonial objects, inviting the deity, and exchanging peach with charms. The New Year is a momentous occasion for the family, demanding utmost diligence. It not only reflects the family's ethos, but also serves as a subject of ridicule among other families in the city if not executed properly. This year, the matriarch of the Zhu family has been particularly vigilant, and even the patriarch, Zhu Ping, often inquires about the arrangements. The bustling activities are expected to conclude only by the 29th day of the 12th month, which is today. On this day, the head of the household typically shows benevolence by granting a day off to the servants. And those with commendable family values often provide a generous meal for their diligent staff. Last year's braised pork was enjoyed at this time. However, this year bears a notable distinction, as a member of the Zhu family is approaching the venerable age of 70. According to the laws of your country, reaching 70 is considered auspicious, and the local magistrate is obliged to pay a visit. Yet today it is not the county magistrate, but rather the deputy officer Ma, who arrives at Zhu Manor. The presence of Deputy Officer Ma brings honor to the household. Zhu Ping personally greets him. The Zhu family has prospered significantly, yet they remain reliant on the assistance of the county office. Thus, they treat these officials with the utmost respect. Deputy Officer Ma is a lean middle-aged man. He achieved the status of a scholar a decade ago at the age of 40, which led him to his current position as deputy officer, a role responsible for local rights and laws. Upon learning of the presence of a septuagenarian in the Zhu household, he has come at the behest of Magistrate Zhang to extend his regards. Zhu Ping's eyes, already small, gleam with delight. It is indeed the coachman Li Rui, who will turn 70 come spring. The ability to reach the age of 70 is a significant event worthy of mention in the county annals, and the Zhu family stands to gain prestige from it. In ancient times, such longevity symbolized a flourishing family. Zhu Ping has treated Li Rui fairly well over the years, though he secretly harbored concerns that Li Rui might not live to see 70. With this in mind, he ushered Deputy Officer Ma into the main hall and instructed the steward to summon Li Rui. It is quite unorthodox for a court official, regardless of age, to personally visit a servant. Soon, Li Rui is brought into the hall by the steward. Upon recognizing the deputy officer seated alongside Zhu Ping, he instinctively bows in respect. Deputy Officer Ma gestures with his hand. There is no need to bow before him at the age of 70. He cannot bear such reverence. Hearing this, Li Rui straightens up. Deputy Officer Ma chuckles. You must be Li Rui, about to turn 70? Excellent, excellent. Your presence clearly indicates the prosperity of Qinghe County under wise governance. The realm of Diyu enjoys peace and health. Deputy Officer Ma feels quite pleased. The emergence of a septuagenarian adds to his accomplishments, which may one day lead him to a higher office. Zhu Ping beams with satisfaction. For Deputy Officer Ma, this is an achievement. For him, it serves as evidence of his adept management of the family. Having transformed the Zhu family from a modest clan into the largest household in Qinghe within just 3 decades. This success is attributed not only to the bravery of the Zhu brothers in their early years, but also to Zhu Ping's commitment to family governance. He understands that to elevate the Zhu family to the ranks of those enduring for centuries, family values are paramount. Servants emerging from illustrious families hold more esteem than the immediate kin of lesser families, reflecting the disparity in governance. Thus, he disapproves of his younger brother's wayward behavior, knowing that straying from the righteous path is ultimately unsustainable. Deputy Officer Ma continues to express concern for Li Rui's well-being, demonstrating the compassion of the officials for the common folk. Naturally, such inquiries are superficial. Li Rui, understanding the nuances, refrains from posing any uncomfortable demands on the deputy officer. Ma cannot help but reflect on how wonderful it would be if all the citizens of Qinghe were as amiable and obedient as this elderly man. Zhu Ping, with a smile, inquires about Li Rui's treatment in the Zhu household. Li Rui responds with gratitude, affirming the kindness he has received. Zhu Ping counts the years, noting that Li Rui has served the Zhu family for 50 years, attending to 3 generations, thereby earning considerable merit. If he so wishes, he may continue his service. But if he desires to depart, he is free to do so. Zhu Ping speaks with confidence, believing that at 70, Li Rui has no prospects outside the Zhu household. Having no land to cultivate and being a widower without children, thus he sees no reason for Li Rui to leave. However, Li Rui shakes his head. I do not wish to continue. I request your grace to free me from my servitude. Zhu Ping abruptly rises, astonished at Li Rui's request. He never anticipated that Li Rui would choose to redeem himself. Such news, if it spread, would undoubtedly tarnish the Zhu family's reputation, leading to rampant gossip about their mistreatment of servants, which would jeopardize their ability to maintain order and attract new servants. When a family grows in stature, reputation becomes paramount. Zhu Ping resolves to eliminate the source of this turmoil. Although his son Zhu Yu had mentioned Li Rui's capabilities, they pale in comparison to the stability of the Zhu family. He cannot allow anything detrimental to the family's interests to transpire. Old Li, have we ever neglected you? No, Li Hui he please. Had it not been for the head of the family taking me in, I would have perished during the famine years ago. Hearing this, Zhu Ping's expression softens slightly. If it is not the Zhu family's fault, the matter becomes much simpler. Old Li, if the compensation is insufficient, I can offer you an additional 30%. To Zhu Ping, money can resolve most issues, especially with servants. It has always proven effective. He is not concerned about provoking dissent from other servants. Anyone who reaches 70 will receive the same treatment. Li Rui shakes his head once more. I escaped to Qinghe with my parents during a calamity. They perished on the journey, unable to be buried properly. Upon entering the manor, I was unable to mourn for them. Now, I wish to observe the mourning period for 3 years, which I consider a filial duty. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping and Deputy Officer Ma are both moved. The state of Yu is founded on martial prowess, yet controlling the fearless warriors is no easy task. Warriors may remain unmarried and childless, but they invariably have parents. Thus, under the influence of a certain sage, the philosophy of filial piety has taken root in Yu, ranking just below loyalty to the sovereign. As the steward of rights and laws, Deputy Officer Ma quickly seizes upon the key concept, filial piety. An achievement, yet another achievement. Deputy Officer Ma feels that this visit has been exceedingly worthwhile. Zhu Ping regains his previous smile. Old Li, you truly are a blessing to the Zhu family. Given this, I shall not insist on your continued service. Your contract of servitude will be retrieved, and in recognition of your filial sentiment, I shall present you with 30 taels as a tribute for your mourning. Thank you, my lord. Li Rui is overjoyed, having redeemed himself and received 30 taels of silver. The Zhu patriarch is not known for his generosity. He is strict in his governance and notoriously frugal. insisting that candles be extinguished promptly after the hour of the dog to save on candle expenses. This has led to numerous complaints from the neighbors. Deputy Officer Ma is also quite satisfied. Under his administration, the virtues of familial respect and loyalty abound, creating an idyllic scene. Ah, ah, ah. Deputy Officer Ma laughs heartily. Stroking his beard, I shall ensure the process of your redemption proceeds smoothly. No one will dare to hinder you. Thank you, my lord. Li Rue bows once more. Today is indeed a day of good fortune. However, while the king of hell may be avoided, the minor spirits are more troublesome. To be freed from servitude, even with a contract, requires at least 5 taels to smooth the way. Otherwise, one cannot escape the bureaucratic hurdles of the household registrar. The corruption within the Yu government is evident. Master, you've been freed? Wang Zhao, upon hearing Li Rue's news, is momentarily at a loss as to whether to rejoice or to lament. Li Rue departed, and he became the new horseman. Not only did his salary double, but he also gained respect. Otherwise, Ma Yang would not have quarreled with Li Rue over the position of horseman. However, after years of close companionship with Li Rue, his sudden departure left a complex mix of emotions in his heart. With a gentle sigh, Li Rue patted Wang Zhao's shoulder, advising him to take good care of the horses, assuring him that if anything went awry, he could seek help from Uncle Yang. Wang Zhao, with tears glistening in his eyes, nodded in agreement. After giving his instructions to Wang Zhao, Li Rue went to see Yang Yang. Yang Yang was astonished to hear that Li Rue had chosen to redeem himself, his surprise rivaling that of Wang Zhao. "Old Li, are you serious?" he exclaimed. Li Rue gave a slight smile, presenting his knife. Yang Yang took the knife, a look of nostalgia crossing his face. "Let us wait until you find a place to stay before we celebrate with a drink." "All right." Li Rue laughed heartily. Upon returning to his room, he began to pack, only to realize that after decades of living with the Zhu family, he had very little to take with him: a quilt and 3 sets of clothes. He soon finished packing and awaited the arrival of Zhu Guanshi. "Old Li, here is your contract of redemption, along with 30 taels of silver bestowed by the master." Zhu Guanshi looked at Li Rue with envy. Although he had worked hard to climb to his position, it was merely a fade. Being of low status remained a reality. In contrast, Li Rue not only managed to free himself, but also received 30 taels of silver, which made Zhu Guanshi unable to suppress his jealousy. As the hour approached, Li Rue, burdened with his belongings, walked down the street toward the county office. Despite the Zhu family patriarch urging him to stay until after the new year, he declined. After the new year, the county office would not reopen until the 8th day, and staying for 8 or 9 days posed too many uncertainties. He could not afford delays in his redemption. Due to the festive season, the streets were much quieter, with most people at home preparing for the New Year's Eve feast. Upon arriving at the county office, he found it eerily desolate. Following the route imprinted in his memory, he reached the household registration office, where only a young clerk leaned against his hand, appearing to doze off. Upon hearing Li Rue's voice, the young clerk was startled awake and responded impatiently, "Old sir, what is it?" Li Rue retrieved his contract of redemption from his bosom, stating, "I am here to redeem myself." The mention of redemption piqued the young clerk's interest. "From the Zhu family?" Upon recognizing the name, the clerk recalled that the horse registrar had specifically visited the household registration office that morning, indicating that a person from the Zhu family would come to redeem themselves, and instructed them not to create difficulties. It turned out to be him. The young clerk couldn't help but scrutinize him a little more. Since the horse registrar had given orders, the clerk dared not obstruct the process. He pulled out the household register, striking through the line with Li Rue's name in red ink, and subsequently added his name to the white register. The entire procedure took no more than 15 minutes. Without the horse registrar's prior instructions, it would have taken at least 10 to 15 days. Every year during the summer and autumn seasons, taxes are collected. Although you currently possess no land, you are still required to pay taxes. Given that you're already 70 years old, and considering whether you have children, you may be exempt from labor duties. Henceforth, you must report annually. Failure to do so for a year will result in your registration being considered null. The clerk emphasized. Li Rue, now 70, could pass away at any moment. Regular reporting was essential. Otherwise, the household office would assume he had died. Given the limitations of ancient technology, it was impossible to ascertain population figures otherwise. "Thank you, young sir." Li Rue bowed deeply. Were it not for the horse registrar's goodwill, the clerk would not have provided such extensive guidance. Upon leaving the county office, Li Rue made a trip to the pawn shop, renting a small room of only 10 square feet in East City for the price of 1 tael of silver per year. At last, he could finally be considered to have a home in Qinghe. Having redeemed himself, he now faced an increasing array of considerations. While he had previously toiled as a servant in the Zhu family without worrying about taxes or other matters, he now had many more factors to ponder. First, he needed to settle in the city. Fortunately, with 30 taels of silver still in hand, he could sustain himself for half a year, but he needed to devise a means of earning a living. As a martial artist of recognized rank, his expenditures were considerable. Even the most substantial savings would not withstand the toll of living beyond one's means. Days passed by. Lacking a blade, Li Rue resorted to practicing the Bai Yuan Pai Dao technique with a wooden stick. Empowered by his martial talent and breathing techniques, his progress was astonishing. In just half a month, he reached the intermediate level of stone skin phase. Perhaps within a year, he would break through to the 8th rank. If the prodigies were to learn of his pace, they would surely be left in shock. Despite his advanced age of 70, Wang Zhao and Yang Yong visited several times. Since Li Rue departed from the Zhu family, the patriarch had undergone a remarkable transformation, rebuking Zhu Lai when he attempted to coerce Wang Zhao into lending horses. With Zhu Ping, the head of the Zhu family, backing him, Wang Zhao's circumstances improved significantly, allowing Li Rue to rest easy. One day, as Li Rue practiced his swordplay at home, as usual, he was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. Upon opening it, he initially expected to find Wang Zhao or Yang Yong, but instead he was greeted by Wu Tuesday, an unexpected guest. Wu Tu chuckled heartily. "Old brother, you still seem as robust as ever. You've redeemed yourself without informing me, making it difficult for me to find you." Li Rue replied, "A trivial matter. No need to trouble yourself, Wu Ba Tu." A hint of surprise flickered in Wu Tu's eyes. "Have you grown stronger?" "In just a month." This elder seemed to have intensified his aura, prompting Wu Tu to feel a sense of trepidation. "Do you have business, Wu Tu?" Wu Tu looked. "As soon as I heard you had redeemed yourself, I rushed over with good news." "Good news?" Li Rue inquired. "Have you ever heard of the Tiandi Alliance?" Upon hearing these words, Li Rue's pupils slightly contracted. He was well aware of what Wu Tu referred to as the One Alliance, 2 gangs, and 3 families. These were the most formidable forces across several surrounding counties, entities that even the county magistrate would avoid. The One Alliance referred specifically to the Tiandi Alliance, while the 2 gangs indicated the Blood Tiger Gang and the Broken Blade Gang, and the 3 families were the Zhang, Wang, and Zhao clans. Indeed, the Zhu family paled in comparison to these 3. They were simply not in the same league. The very name Tiandi Alliance underscored its significance. Legend had it that it was founded by 3 martial arts masters who united to draw in talented individuals from the surrounding counties south of Ning Prefecture, quickly expanding their influence. Previously, Li Rue had only heard rumors from neighboring counties, never anticipating that the Tiandi Alliance would extend its reach to Qinghe so swiftly. Recognizing the need for recruits, they sought brave and fierce martial artists, and aside from martial arts schools and escort agencies, the Dark 8 Gates held the most potential. Coincidentally, one of the founders of the Tiandi Alliance hailed from the Dark 8 Gates. Thus, anyone willing to leave their past behind would be welcomed into the alliance. Wu Tu's decision to join the Tiandi Alliance was entirely reasonable. In stark contrast to the Dark 8 Gates, which operated in secrecy, the Tiandi Alliance was a legitimate faction registered with the government. The Yu Kingdom, founded on martial prowess, faced a vast expanse of territory stretching thousands of miles. Relying solely on the government to maintain order proved untenable. Consequently, local authorities often depended on regional powers for assistance. For individuals like Wu Tu, once they joined the Tiandi Alliance, it was akin to cleansing their past, allowing them to enter and exit the county office without concern. Wu Tu's words intrigued Li Rue. Initially, he had aimed to participate in the martial examinations to attain a degree. However, these examinations occurred every 3 years. With the last one just concluded, he would have to wait another 3 years for the next opportunity. He could not afford to remain idle during that period. So joining the Tiandi Alliance appeared to be a promising avenue. As the Tiandi Alliance had just infiltrated Qinghe, they were in dire need of personnel. Joining now might secure him a favorable position. Moreover, Entry into the Tiandi alliance was not granted to just anyone. One had to either possess a certain level of renown or have a recommendation. Wu Tu belonged to the former category. As a newly redeemed individual, Li Rue would require someone to recommend him in order to join the Tiandi alliance. Li Rue had already made up his mind and clasped his fists, stating, "It is not appropriate to have Wu Laodi perform the act of visiting the humble abode thrice. As your elder brother, I must humbly comply." Upon hearing Li Rue's agreement, Wu Tu was immediately filled with joy. Just as Li Rue had anticipated, the Tiandi Meng had just arrived in Qinghe and was in dire need of personnel. Li Rue was indeed a formidable warrior of the entry rank. By bringing Li Rue into the Tiandi Meng, Wu Tu would not only gain merit but also reap rewards. Otherwise, he would not have been so eager. "Rest assured, elder brother, I will certainly secure an excellent position for you," Wu Tu declared confidently. Currently, the Qinghe branch of Tiandi Meng was in its nascent stage, and other leaders of the Imba Men were secretly striving to recruit members into Tiandi Meng with fervor. The principle of numbers holds true everywhere. The greater the number of allies, the more significant the voice within Tiandi Meng. In the imperial examination, connections with mentors are emphasized, and the same principle applies in the martial world. Those he introduced will be considered as half his own. If his people could secure important positions, it would greatly facilitate future endeavors. Wu Tu was genuinely determined to find Li Rue a prominent role. In doing so, he could also elevate his own status. He then chuckled, "My brother, I practice the eagle claw technique, and my vision is keen. I have discerned that you have attained entry rank. If I report this to Tiandi Meng, you could at least become an attendant, earning 10 taels a month, while ordinary disciples only receive 1 tael." Li Rue raised an eyebrow. Wu Tu possessed this level of insight. He pondered briefly and then nodded. "Then I shall trouble you, Wu Laodi." At this point, he had reached a level of mastery in Shipi and wielded the Bai Yuan Bai Dao, far surpassing the average entry rank warriors. Even if exposed, he would be able to maintain his composure, and the gap between an attendant and an ordinary disciple was indeed substantial. He would inevitably encounter more perceptive warriors like Wu Tu in the future, making concealment difficult. It was better to seize this opportunity to reveal some of his capabilities. Chapter 21. Their Poison. My honey by the banks of the Qingshui River, within a grand estate adorned with red gates and green tiles. A middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose and a cold demeanor sat in a pavilion, observing the water. Occasionally, a few vibrant red koi would surface. The middle-aged man toyed with a small stone, no larger than a fingernail, his fingers slightly curled. Whoosh! The stone shot forth like an arrow, striking a koi with precision, causing a splash in the pond, and soon the koi ceased to move. "A remote strike," he declared. "Retrieve it. We shall dine on it tonight." The maid standing nearby had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. At that moment, a disciple of Tiandi Meng clad in dark robes hurriedly approached, cradling a recommendation list. "Branchmaster, this is the recommendation list for this month." The middle-aged man glanced at the list. "Entry rank for attendance. The rest can spend a few years in the field, and we shall assess them later." The dark-clad disciple continued, "Branchmaster, yesterday, Attendant Wu recommended an entry-rank martial artist, quite skilled and knowledgeable about the ways of the martial world, but rather old by the name of Li Rue." "How old?" 70. The middle-aged man flipped through the list and indeed found Li Rue's name. Now was a crucial time for recruitment. He decided to send him to Tianyi Hall, hoping he could still contribute. On another front, with a knife always at hand, Li Rue danced with his wooden staff, sweeping away countless verdant leaves, leaving the courtyard littered. Though the modest dwelling he rented from the tooth dealer was small, it boasted a delightful little courtyard with willows flourishing on either side as spring approached. After leaving the Zhu family, free from worldly worries, his swordsmanship progressed rapidly. It seemed unlikely that any of the city's instructors specializing in sword techniques would dare claim superiority over him. In this life, one must vie for success. A martial artist cannot avoid competition, whether for techniques, reputation, or wealth. Without contention, one would be left behind, ultimately becoming a stepping stone for others. Fortunately, Li Rue possessed an advantage. His martial lineage, coupled with the Bai Yuan Bai Dao, afforded him the luxury of detachment from fame and fortune. As long as he secured a decent position, most of his herbal needs would be met. After finishing his practice, he had just entered his dwelling when a loud knock echoed from outside the courtyard. He opened the door to find Yang Yong standing there. looking anxious. Old Li, have you ever been to that desolate temple outside the city? Indeed, Li Rui nodded, his heart tightening. He was uncertain why Yang Yong would bring up this matter. I thought of you since you were there that day, so I hurried over to inform you. Li Rui's bro furuba deeply. This is troublesome. The rumored serial killer should be a disciple of the Huaqing sect. He had acquired the secret technique from that disciple, and it was evident that the latter was unwilling to let it go, seeking revenge by killing indiscriminately until the secret was uncovered. I understand, old Yang. Li Rui shook his head. There is no escaping this. He was well aware of the preciousness of the Bai Yuan Bai Dao. Unless he fled Yinzhou, the enemy would not relent. What should we do? I plan to join Tiandi Meng. Hearing that Li Rui intended to join Tiandi Meng, Yang Yong was taken aback. He had certainly heard of its reputation. Do you have someone to recommend you? Yes. Seeing Li Rui nod, Yang Yong felt a bit more at ease. With numerous experts in Tiandi Meng, it would be far more challenging for the serial killer to act against him while residing in their territory. Not long after sending Yang Yong away, a burly man with a beard, clad in the dark uniform of Tiandi Meng, approached the small courtyard. Li Rui greeted him with a smile, stepping forward to speak. Wu Laodi. Wu Tu entered the courtyard and produced a brass token inscribed with the number 28. Elder brother, this is your token. The number corresponds to your status. If lost, promptly inform the Tiandi Meng Logistics Hall. Otherwise, should anyone use your token to commit misdeeds, you too shall face punishment. Li Rui nodded, accepting the token from Wu Tu's hand. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Wu Tu produced a densely written paper filled with various diagrams and characters. In ancient times, the impoverished often used copper coins, while the wealthy preferred silver. However, when the amount of silver was substantial, it became inconvenient to carry, leading to deposits in merchants' establishments for silver notes. A thin sheet of paper was not only convenient to carry, but also specially treated to be both waterproof and fireproof. Li Rui was somewhat puzzled by Wu Tu's intentions. Wu Tu gazed at him for a moment before suddenly shaking his head and sighing. Elder brother, I feel guilty that my brother has not fulfilled his duty. I dare not accept the silver earned from this recommendation. What is it, Wu Laodi? The number on the token represents one's rank. The lower the number, the higher the status. There are a total of 28 entry rank martial artists in the Qinghe branch of Tiandi Meng. I initially believed that with your experience and skills, you could at least secure a rank within 20, but unexpectedly, Wu Tu swore with 2 fingers raised. Rest assured, elder brother, I will certainly strive to secure more benefits for you in the future. Before he finished speaking, he thrust a silver note worth 100 taels into Li Rui's hand. The token, crafted from brass, featured the characters for Tiandi elegantly carved in relief, surrounded by a circle of crimson patterns, giving it a luxurious and grand appearance. Elder brother, with this token, you are now the master of Tiandi Hall. Tiandi Hall is responsible for safeguarding the techniques and various texts of the branch, overseeing storage, while the distribution of techniques is managed by the Chuanfa Hall. This position is quite leisurely. Wu Tu struggled to articulate the advantages of Tiandi Hall and ultimately mentioned a quality that may not even be considered a merit in the eyes of martial artists. He genuinely wished to secure a favorable position for Li Rui. Despite his ruthless demeanor in business, he would consider those he esteemed and recognized, genuinely looking out for their interests. Otherwise, he would not have attained his position among the honored leaders. After several interactions, he felt that apart from Li Rui's advanced age, his martial prowess and character were impeccable. Li Rui was taken aback. Tian Yitang's leader, upon adopting a different tone, could easily be mistaken for a librarian. He glanced at the 100 taels of silver in his hand. To acquire silver and enjoy leisure time. How could such a fortunate circumstance exist in this world? Chapter 22, Xiao Yuan Den. Ulaodi, Yae Metruli content, Li Rui remarked. Wu Tu believed he was merely offering consolation, yet in truth, he was genuinely satisfied. No labor was required, and he could still receive a salary, with ample time to practice martial arts. What a remarkable position this was. A dream that would awaken one with laughter. While others might view the role of the Tian Yitang leader as a tasteless endeavor, unworthy of pursuit, to him it was the ideal position, providing a salary with minimal risk. Possessing martial talent and secret techniques, he could progress steadily without the need for reckless effort. Wu Tu pondered for a moment, still feeling indebted to Li Rui, and patiently explained, Old brother, the Tiandi Meng is only just established. With countless opportunities for merit in the future, and there are annual assessments. As long as one can excel in these, the rankings will naturally rise. I believe with your martial prowess, you will surely achieve a commendable position. The rapid development of the Tiandi Ming was significantly attributed to its competitive mechanism. Unlike other sects, the Tiandi Ming had been founded for only a decade. Thus, there was hardly any seniority-based hierarchy. It emphasized the cultivation of courage, allowing anyone capable of fighting to ascend. Of course, such fierce competition required witnesses from the law enforcement hall. Internal strife within the alliance was strictly forbidden. Anyone committing such injustices would face relentless pursuit by the Tiandi Ming. The higher the ranking on the token, the greater the resources acquired. The disparity in treatment between token number 1 and token number 28 was at least tenfold, reflected in elixirs, martial arts, and authority, among other aspects. However, the more resources one gained, the more effort was required in return. Considerable time must be devoted to managing the alliance's affairs, which was a trade-off. Yet, martial artists could not practice day and night, so overall, it was still a gain. The assessments allowed challenges against those with higher ranks. If successful, the respective tokens would be exchanged. Wu Tu spoke eloquently, relaying all he knew about the Tiandi Ming to Li Rue. Old brother, I feel remorseful for this matter. I have let you down. Please accept this Xiao Yuan Dan, which possesses the ability to nourish and prolong life. He pressed a small wooden box into Li Rue's hands. Li Rue gazed at the silver note and the elixir, reluctant to refuse. 100 taels. His heart raced. He had never seen such a sum before. After a lifetime of saving, he had only managed to accumulate 30 taels, and that was after 50 years of frugality. 100 taels, suffice it to say, it was enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably for a lifetime. Additionally, he had received an elixir, even through the wooden box. The fragrance wafted through the air. This elixir was worth much more than common herbs, evident from the wealth of those alchemists in the city. A skilled alchemist could not only blend various herbs to enhance their potency, but also mitigate their toxicity. The price of such an elixir far surpassed that of the medicinal baths Li Rue had experienced. He had indeed heard of the Xiao Yuan Dan. He recalled, 30 years prior, on a snowy night, he had fetched one from Dan Wang Fan for the head of the Zhu family. As Wu Tu had stated, this elixir enhanced physical strength and prolonged life. If memory served him right, it was worth 50 silver taels. Wu Tu was indeed a capable individual. Li Rue's heart raced. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had acquired 150 taels, beyond his wildest dreams. That night, he consumed the Xiao Yuan Dan. Aside from its bitter taste, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. However, soon a warm current surged from his dantian, filling his entire body. With his spine feeling particularly heated, the martial talent began to awaken once more. Li Rue understood that time was of the essence. He promptly sat cross-legged on his bed, forming the Taishang Lao Junhan sign, and began to circulate the Bai Yuan Pai Dao breathing technique. A refreshing energy flowed within him, gradually dissipating the prior warmth. The following morning, Li Rue slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the light outside the window, as if it were from another realm. Unbeknownst to him, he had meditated through the entire night. Yet, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he felt invigorated. Upon closing his eyes to savor the sensation, he suddenly opened them wide, revealing a look of astonishment. He had broken through. In just one night, he had advanced from mid-practice to a higher level, surpassing his expectations by a full 6 months. Was the efficacy of a Xiao Yuan Dan truly so potent? Li Rue found it hard to believe. However, he soon identified the key factors contributing to such remarkable results: his martial talent and breathing technique. He had witnessed the head of the Zhu family consume this Dan, with effects that were nowhere near as pronounced. It was well known that elixirs carried the risk of diminishing returns. Having lived 70 years, he had only soaked in medicinal baths 7 or 8 times in recent months and had never consumed an elixir before. Naturally, the first experience would yield the best results. Coupled with the aid of his martial talent and breathing technique, the effects were indeed astonishing. It was unlikely that future experiences would be so favorable. He felt deeply satisfied. After washing his face, he donned his most appropriate attire. One must present oneself well. He could not allow others to underestimate him at first glance. Dressed suitably, Li Rue finally set out for the Tiandi Ming. According to Wu Tu, the Tiandi Ming had extravagantly acquired a large estate in the western part of the city to serve as the headquarters for the Qingyi branch. Half an hour later, Li Rue arrived at the Tian Dimeng's establishment in the west of the city. He recalled that this area had previously housed several martial arts schools, which had fallen into decline and abandonment for years until the Tian Dimeng had recently purchased it. The grand entrance stood 2 zhang high, adorned with the elegant characters Tian Dimeng. In front of the gate stood a pair of robust disciples of the Tian Dimeng, clad in dark attire that exuded efficiency. "Who goes there?" the leading disciple called out as Li Rue approached. Li Rue smiled and retrieved the token marked with the number 28 from his pocket. Upon seeing the number, the leading disciple's expression altered, and his demeanor shifted to one of respect. "Ah, it is the esteemed steward." The token at his waist bore the number 198, and upon meeting Li Rue, he was obliged to address him as esteemed. To become the head of the Tian Dimeng's gatekeepers, martial prowess was secondary. The key was to possess discernment. Otherwise, one might inadvertently offend a dignitary and face dire consequences. Esteemed? Li Rue felt a bit dazed. In the earlier part of his life, he had been called Little Li, and in the latter part, Old Li, so being addressed as esteemed felt quite unfamiliar. Yet, he would grow accustomed to it. His gaze turned resolute. Just as he stepped into the grand entrance of the Tian Dimeng, lines of small text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of gaining fame and joining a faction. Chapter 23, Tian Dimeng. Under the shade of a great tree, it is pleasant to find shelter. Joining a faction is essential for embarking on a perfect journey in the Jianghu. Congratulations on joining a vibrant and youthful sect. It is a commendable choice. Task completion. Joining a faction. Rewards are being calculated. Task rating. You have gained 20 achievement points. Name. Lire H. 5. Talent. Martial talent. Technique. By Yuan Pai Dao. Achievements 20,100. Li Rue's lips curled upward slightly. As anticipated, he had suspected that joining a faction would yield achievement points. It seemed the strength of the Tian Dimeng was still lacking. Perhaps joining Hua Qingzong would yield even greater rewards? Li Rue contemplated. He wished to make a swift transition, but unfortunately, the rigorous recruitment standards of the major sects like Hua Qingzong rarely accepted novices from outside. For a sect, innate talent is undoubtedly significant. Yet loyalty constitutes an equally crucial aspect. A disciple who has joined the sect halfway possesses a character that is nearly fixed, rendering any notion of loyalty to Hu Qingzong virtually non-existent. When the sect faces calamity, it is certain that individuals will flee to save themselves, making them unreliable. Consequently, larger sects prefer to cultivate younger disciples, akin to blank slates, who exhibit greater potential and a higher degree of loyalty to the sect. El Ru does not believe that every task must be undertaken. Completing a task is more important than achieving perfection. TND-M indeed possesses considerable grandeur, with its territory extending over 100 acres, housing numerous training grounds, only rivaled in the city by Sutibi Du Indi Obi and the local government. The view stretches endlessly. As he passed the nearest training ground to the main gate, a familiar figure emerged. "Li, you have finally arrived," exclaimed Di Liang, jogging over to El Ru. El Ru glanced at the wooden token hanging from Di Liang's waist, marked with the number 278. "Have you also joined T in DMing?" Di Liang nodded repeatedly. "Li, it is all thanks to you and W.Yi. W.Yi has official business and specifically instructed me to wait for you here." Di Liang addressed him with an affectionate title. "W. Xiying is quite considerate," El Ru replied. Di Liang's admission to T.N.D.M. as an outer disciple is hardly connected to him and only tangentially related to W.T. T.N.D.M. maintains stringent requirements for its disciples, especially for newcomers to QNGH. As long as the leader is astute, they will not permit chaos by allowing just anyone to join. Had Di Liang not possessed decent aptitude, he would have had no chance of becoming an outer disciple. W.T., merely a steward, must sever ties with the Dark Eight Gates upon joining TND-M. He can only offer recommendations. Aside from the sect leader and vice leader at the headquarters, each county has a branch leader, followed by a vice leader, and then the stewards like El Ru and W.T., with outer disciples below them. Although some individuals from a martial world may be accepted, they are typically only honorary members or guests, requiring a certain status in the community. Stewards serve merely as mid-level functionaries. Ding Liang then escorted El Ru to WNWT. TND consists of 7 halls, each with its designated responsibilities, with WNWT managing personnel and resources within the sect, wielding considerable power. You are El Ru? A disciple from WNWT glanced at El Ru. 70 years old. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and after confirming he was not mistaken, he gasped. At that age, one could be a great-grandparent. The disciple's astonishment flickered away. Although he looked down on El Ru, he still had to treat him with respect, as El Ru was technically his superior. Li Yi, everything is registered. Here is your room key. Your monthly stipend will be delivered to your residence by a disciple. Good. El Ru nodded and accepted the room key from the young disciple. Even though he was now affluent, he could not afford to be extravagant. The disciple noticed El Ru was unarmed and asked, Li Yi, do you need to collect the standard weapons from the sect? A glimmer of delight flashed in El Ru's eyes. This large faction is indeed considerate. Finally, he received a set of TND Aang's uniform and a saber. Leaving in satisfaction, the matter of acquiring a weapon was thus effortlessly resolved. Completing the registration signifies that he is now officially on duty. However, before proceeding to T-New G, there was one more step, to pay a visit to the vice leader in charge of the discipline hall in T-New Ting. Within TND in a stately residence, a burly man with a face full of flesh, exuding a thuggish aura, was embracing 2 delicate women, grinning lecherously. At that moment, a disciple clad in dark robes entered. Upon witnessing this alluring scene, he blushed and lowered his head. Zhao Diaz. T-New Tang's leader, El Ru, requests an audience. The burly man, Zhao Wi, impatiently replied, let him in. Yes, the dark-robed disciple exited and, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, returned with El Ru. El Ru observed the scene with a calm demeanor. Old El Ru, I greet you, Zhao Diaz. Zhao Wi grinned widely. Brother El, now that you are part of TND you are family. You, go and keep Brother El company. As he spoke, he pushed the woman on his right toward El Ru. El Ru stepped half an inch to the right, just managing to support the woman's delicate waist, eliciting a giggle from her. Zhao Wi laughed heartily. Brother El, if you like her, feel free to take her to your residence. I have not been inclined toward women for many years. I fear I lack the fortune to indulge, El Ru replied. He was not trying to be chaste. He simply was not accustomed to such interactions. After a few casual exchanges with Zhao Wi, he sought an excuse to depart. T-New Ting is a rather idle position, and Zhao Wi would not pay much attention to it. In fact, since becoming vice leader, he had not once visited T-New Ting. Exiting, Liang approached. Li Yi, Zhao Diaz did not make things difficult for you, did he? El Ru inquired, what do you mean? Li Yi, it is wise to be cautious when working under Zhao Diaz, Liang advised. El Ru narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder he felt something was amiss earlier. That Zhao was clearly testing him. Had he truly taken the woman, a spy planted by Zhao Wi would likely have appeared in his household. This man possesses a deep, scheming nature. Yet, to think such a level of beauty could bribe him? Shopter Surfida T-Ni Te-Enge. In the southeastern corner of TND stands a 3-story wooden building, occupying 10 acres, exuding classical elegance. Li Yi, this is T-New Ting, Liang announced. El Ru looked up at the wooden building, recognizing it as an excellent place for self-cultivation. He was quite pleased with the environment of T-New Ting, situated in a corner, where the conflicts of TND hardly reached, remaining untouched by worldly disputes. T-New York represents water. Thus, many repositories of knowledge bear the name T-New York, such as T-New York LU and T-New York G. El Ru waved his hand. You can leave me here. Please convey mes gratitude vel hôte. I shall invite him for a drink another day. Understood. Liang respectfully bowed and turned to leave. WT placed considerable importance on El Ru, specifically instructing Liang to attend to him diligently, which is why Liang only departed after El Ru spoke. El Ru walked alone to the foot of T-New Ting, where it was quite peaceful, devoid of any person, with green leaves carpeting the ground. Entering the wooden building, he was greeted by antique wooden bookshelves filled with countless books. He noticed a young disciple in standard TND attire, reclining on a wooden table, utterly bored. El Ru approached the young disciple. Is this not T-New York LU? The young disciple, without lifting his head, tossed a piece of paper toward him. Fill out the information on that sheet. There are pens over there. Once completed, hand it to me and wait for your books. He expertly gestured to a nearby table with writing materials. I'm El Ru, he introduced. Regardless of your name, whether it is El Ru or Zhang, it matters not. The young disciple replied, El Ru? The young disciple suddenly raised his head, recalling the announcement made yesterday about a new hall master named El Ru. Hall master, he stammered, standing upright with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a student who had committed a mistake. El Ru waved his hand. Why do I only see you? Where are the other two? The young disciple explained. Li SH11ing has gone out, and Li Ing SHD is on the second floor. So, you are ZHUSHLN? El Ru had been informed by Di Ing Li Ing prior to coming that Team New York T Ing had 3 disciples. Li T Ing, Li Ing H, and ZHUSHLN. Yes, indeed. The young disciple nodded vigorously. Very well, you may continue your rest. Zhou Shulin appeared deeply conflicted, pondering whether he should succumb to sleep or resist its allure. Li Rue, traversing past Zhou Shulin, casually strolled through the expansive Tianyi Hall on the first floor. The hall was vast and contained a plethora of books, though most were trivial and inconsequential. It was said that among the 3 founders of the Tianyi League, one was originally a scholar who turned to martial arts after failing to pass his examinations. Perhaps he believed that one must possess culture to navigate the Jianghu. Hence, every branch of the Tianyi League would have a Tianyi Hall dedicated to its collection of books. Li Rue then ascended to the second floor, which was considerably more streamlined than the first. As for the third floor, he was not permitted to ascend. Indeed, even as the hallmaster, he was barred from accessing the third floor. It housed the essence of the entire Tianyi Hall, containing martial arts manuals accumulated by the Tianyi League over the years, albeit all copies, but still invaluable. To gain access to the third floor, one required a letter of approval from the branch leader, and entry was permitted only in the company of members from both the Tianyi Hall and the Chuanfa Hall. Anyone daring enough to steal knowledge from the third floor would be deemed a traitor to the League, facing relentless pursuit. No wonder few were willing to take on the role of Tianyi Hall master. It offered no tangible benefits, serving merely as a high-ranking gatekeeper. As he wandered, he encountered another subordinate among a row of bookshelves. You are Liang He? A somewhat youthful boy quickly rose upon hearing the voice. Are you masterly? Li Rue smiled faintly, quite perceptive. Those assigned to the Tianyi Hall generally fell into 2 categories. Those with connections, but poor aptitude, and those without connections, but possessing decent potential. Those lacking both were relegated to menial tasks, far removed from the comforts of the main hall. Zhou Shulin and the yet-to-be-seen Lu Tong belonged to the former. One was the nephew of Deputy Leader Zhou, while the other was the brother-in-law of Deputy Leader Qian. The most unfortunate of all was Liang He, who, as Li Rue heard from Ding Liang, had originally been at the Wenwu Hall, but was exiled to the Tianyi Hall after offending its master. Liang He bashfully concealed a book titled Yunzhou, Female, Heroine Records behind him. Li Rue, not revealing his awareness, patted Liang He meaningfully. Little he. One cannot catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den. Mere observation yields no results. Liang He remained speechless. Li Rue completed his exploration of the second floor, relishing the comfort of his position as hallmaster. In the Tianyi Hall, he had little to worry about. Most daily affairs were managed by Liang He and Zhou Shulin, unless a brazen thief dared to infiltrate and steal martial arts secrets. Yet, Li Rue was confident in his ability to handle such matters. The techniques on the third floor would attract at most 9th-tier warriors, while the 8th-tier techniques were exclusive to the headquarters of the Tianyi League. Therefore, he need not fret, as he had the support of other strong members at the base. As dusk approached, only Liang He remained to guard the Tianyi Hall. However, Li Rue's residence was merely a wall away from the hall, allowing him to hear any commotion within. Coupled with the patrolling guards of the Tianyi League at night, he felt secure. Li Rue entered his abode, a spacious 4-courtyard house, ample for his solitary existence, which felt rather desolate. Typically, the residences of Tianyi League masters would include several maidservants, but Li Rue had no intention of spending money on such luxuries. Moreover, he harbored numerous secrets. Should they be revealed, it would only invite trouble. The house was well equipped, yet the antiquities he had brought from the Zhu family felt out of place. Eventually, he stored all his belongings in a large wooden chest. The bed provided by the Tianyi League was quite comfortable, and he enjoyed a restful sleep. At dawn, Li Rui's biological clock awakened him before the hour of Chun to practice his swordsmanship. He possessed martial aptitude and secret techniques, yet these were not excuses for complacency. In just a few days, he would turn 70. In ancient times, one could never be certain of how many years remained. Li Rui unsheathed the standard Tianyi League sword he had received the previous day. The Hall Master's sword was considerably superior to those of ordinary disciples. While the craftsmanship was average, it utilized quality materials, and the hilt was wrapped in leather, ensuring a comfortable grip. In a vast courtyard, Li Rui practiced his swordplay alone, unburdened by the concern of prying eyes. His movements became increasingly swift, culminating in a flurry of graceful shadows. What exhilaration! Chapter 25. The Zhu family's regret at the Zhu family estate. The steward reported, Master, Old Li has indeed joined the Tianyi League and has become some sort of hall master. Is that so? Zhu Ping squinted his eyes. What a cunning old fox. Since Li Rui had redeemed himself, barely 2 months had passed. A mere groom from the Zhu family had transformed into a distinguished guest of the Tianyi League. Zhu Ping understood that entry into the Tianyi League was no simple feat, let alone becoming a hall master, which required at least being a Tier 1 warrior. His son, Zhu Yu, had mentioned that Li Rui practiced martial arts, yet Zhu Ping never imagined he could reach the Tier 1 level. There is a world of difference between an ordinary warrior and a Tier 1 warrior. Zhu Ping's younger brother, Zhu Lai, scoffed. He's just a hall master. What does that amount to? Zhu Ping shot a glare at his younger brother, having surmised why Li Rui was determined to leave the Zhu family. It surely had something to do with Zhu Lai. You short-sighted fool, Zhu Ping chastised. The Tianyi League's hall masters must at least be Tier 1 warriors. If Li Rui remained with the Zhu family, we could have secured a martial artist to protect our household without cost. The Zhu family spends hundreds of taels annually to support those warriors. Moreover, homegrown martial artists are far easier to manage than those hired from outside. After reprimanding Zhu Lai, he turned to the middle-aged steward, instructing, I recall Old Li has a disciple named Wang Zhao. Yes, Wang Zhao. Increase his stipend by 30%. Grant him a day off and have him visit the Tianyi League. Understood. The steward was somewhat taken aback, puzzled by Zhu Ping's sudden interest in Li Rui. Zhu Lai, equally confused, asked, Elder brother, why are we concerned about a mere Tier 1 warrior? Zhu Ping shot him another glare. You know nothing. The heavens are shifting over Qinghe. Within the Tianyi Hall, Li Rui had just entered when he encountered a young disciple unfamiliar to him. You must be Lu Tong? Lu Tong gazed at Li Rui. Master Li, my brother-in-law, invited me for a drink yesterday. It was impolite to refuse. If I encounter him again, I shall ensure you join us. Li Rui smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I am too old for such gatherings. The Tianyi Hall had 2 types of relationships. Yet the 2 individuals were quite different in temperament. Zhou Shulin was cautious and meticulous, fearful of making mistakes, while Lu Tong exuded the air of a debauched dandy. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Zhou Shulin had likely sought his position through connections, while Lu Tong, benefiting from his sister's favor and possessing a knack for social maneuvering, was bolder. There was no hierarchy, merely different circumstances. Li Rui chose to adopt a laissez-faire attitude towards Lu Tong, provided he did not cause trouble. The Tianyi Hall was, after all, a place that sought to avoid faults rather than pursue achievements. It appeared that Lu Tong would not remain in the Tianyi Hall for long. By midday, Lu Tong had slipped away under the guise of his deputy leader brother-in-law, leaving only Li Rui, Zhou Shulin, and Liang He in the hall. Their roles were clearly defined. Zhou Shulin managed daytime affairs. Liang He stood guard at night, while Li Rui finally enjoyed a leisurely life of tea and reading. Although the Tianyi Hall housed few useful martial arts techniques, it contained numerous Taoist texts. The Bai Yuan Pi Dao was interspersed with a wealth of Taoist lore, much of which Li Rui still barely comprehended. In the ancient era, books were precious. Even a single volume could cost 101, with more elaborate works fetching several taels of silver. The notion of being impoverished in literature while affluent in martial prowess is indeed somewhat misleading. Practicing martial arts incurs significant expenses, and the costs associated with education are similarly substantial. With the availability of free books, Li Rui certainly would not let the opportunity slip by. The process of refining the 3 purities, enhancing physical capabilities, is rooted in the primordial Tao lineage, flowing from the teachings of Lao Jun, which can be categorized into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. The upper tier pertains to the Niwen, the middle to sincere intent, and the lower to the Chi-Si. As Li Rue perused the text, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, and, upon raising his gaze again, realized that dusk had quietly descended. How marvelous! Closing the Tao scripture in hand, he found that the previously obscure aspects of certain sword techniques had suddenly become clear. He was also astonished to discover that as he read, the speed of his Bai Yuan Pai Dao breathing technique had significantly increased. Whether or not the book contained the essence of Yen Ru Yu was uncertain, but it undeniably had the power to enhance strength. Zhou Shulin brought a meal in a food box to his home. Li Rue realized that this young man had potential for development. Unfortunately, his position held little authority and could not provide much assistance to Zhou Shulin. After finishing his meal, Li Rue resumed his sword practice. After completing a session of Bai Yuan Pai Dao, he paused, furrowing his brow as he examined his arm. The medicinal power of the Xiao Yuan Dan had finally been depleted. He resolved to visit the medicine hall the following day. The Tianyi Alliance typically established 7 halls in each branch, namely the Wenwu Hall, Zhongyi Hall, Yinjian Hall, Jil Hall, Yaodang Chuanfa Hall, and Tianyi Hall. Beyond these 7 halls, the Tianyi Alliance possessed numerous enterprises in Qinghe, such as taverns, brothels, and gambling houses, collectively referred to as Changzi. Each Changzi had a steward whose status was comparable to that of a hallmaster. Most of those from the Embalmen who joined the Tianyi Alliance ended up as stewards managing these establishments. Hallmasters were generally individuals brought in from headquarters by the branch leaders and deputy leaders, leaving Tianyi Hall with little profit, which allowed Li Rue to seize an opportunity. Joining the Tianyi Alliance not only provided a substantial salary, but also offered the advantage of abundant resources. For instance, disciples of the Tianyi Alliance could purchase elixirs at their medicine halls for at least 20% less than at Danwang Fong, and hallmasters like Li Rue could enjoy a 30% discount. Over time, this resulted in significant savings. The following morning, Li Rue made an appearance at Tianyi Hall, giving a few instructions to Zhou Shulin and Liang He before heading straight to the medicine hall. Along the way, disciples of the Tianyi Alliance noticed the token engraved with the number 28 at his waist and whispered amongst themselves, "That old man is the new hall master of Tianyi Hall. I heard from Wenwu Hall that he is already 70. 70, older than my grandfather. No wonder he has only achieved the status of hall master, despite his age. He is even subordinate to the deputy hall master." "Hush, keep your voices down." The disciples of the Tianyi Alliance attempted to lower their voices as much as possible, but alas, after practicing the breathing technique, Li Rue's hearing far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and he heard every word distinctly. Age certainly has its drawbacks. Li Rue chuckled softly and shook his head. It is said that one becomes understanding at 60. Being 70, he no longer concerns himself with such trivialities. What does it matter if one is young and poor? As long as one walks their own path, that is enough. Chapter 26. Spiritual Medicine. In an ancient, stately hall, the rich aroma of elixirs permeated the air. This was the medicine hall, ranked 5th among the 7 halls of the Tianyi Alliance. Yet in terms of profit, it surpassed all but the Wenwu Hall. A single elixir could cost anywhere from dozens to thousands of taels of silver. The amount of silver that could be earned is unimaginable. Countless warriors toil tirelessly for these elixirs. Upon entering the medicine hall, Li Rue found it bustling compared to the quiet Tianyi Hall. Disciples of the Tianyi Alliance were coming and going, for while a single cultivation manual suffices for a lifetime of practice, elixirs are indispensable consumables in daily life. Li Rue scanned the medicine hall, noting over a dozen disciples present, a sight that elicited envy. Many lower-tier martial artists preferred to serve as deputy hall masters in the medicine hall rather than in Tianyi Hall. "I wish to purchase elixirs," Li Rue stated as he approached one of the disciples. The young man, with a sharp face resembling that of a monkey, initially seemed reluctant to engage. But upon noticing the token engraved with the number 28 at Li Rue's waist, his demeanor instantly shifted to one of obsequiousness. "Esteemed sir, what elixirs do you seek?" Realizing that Li Rue was unfamiliar, perhaps a first-time visitor, the monkey-faced disciple became eager, seizing the opportunity to curry favor. After all, the number 28 indicated that Li Rue was at least a steward, not someone he could afford to offend. "Our medicine hall primarily stocks common elixirs. Above it are the 9-tier elixirs and the 8-tier spiritual elixirs. Spiritual elixirs are crafted from spiritual herbs and can extend life by 10 years. As long as one has a breath left, they could be revived. The monkey-faced disciple rambled on. Li Rui's interest was piqued. Spiritual elixirs. Truly extraordinary substances exist in this world. According to the disciple's explanation, the tiers of elixirs correspond to the realms of martial artists, with elixirs above the 8th tier referred to as spiritual elixirs. The existence of the extraordinary can be attributed not only to cultivation techniques and systems, but also to the elusive spiritual herbs. However, these herbs only thrive in specific spiritual soils, making them exceedingly rare. Naturally, the value of spiritual elixirs, crafted from such rare herbs, is exorbitant. Although Li Rui was well-traveled, he was merely a horseman, and such matters were beyond his understanding. He astutely discerned that the spiritual soil referred to by the disciple was a strategic resource coveted by various factions. Curiously, he inquired, "What tier is the Xiao Yuan Dan?" 9 tier, though it contains fragments of spiritual herbs, making its effects far superior to ordinary 9-tier elixirs. "Ah, I see," Li Rui replied, enlightened. "How much silver is required for a single spiritual elixir?" Spiritual elixirs range from 500 to 1,000 taels, depending on your choice. Upon hearing Li Rui inquire about the 8-tier spiritual elixir, the monkey-faced disciple's smile grew even brighter. They, the disciples of the medicine hall, earned a commission for each sale of elixirs ranked 9-tier and above. Selling a single 8-tier spiritual elixir would yield at least 20 taels of silver. Li Rui silently gasped in astonishment. 500 taels. He had initially thought that 130 taels of silver was quite ample, only to realize he couldn't afford even half of a spiritual elixir. He glanced at the wooden sign hanging above the medicine hall, where numerous small characters detailed the names, tiers, effects, and prices of the elixirs. "I would like to purchase 2 Xiao Yuan Dan and 1 Changgu Dan," he stated. Upon hearing that Li Rui was only buying 3 9-tier elixirs, the monkey-faced disciple's expression stiffened. That will be 130 taels in total. Though this amount seemed substantial, the difference in profit margins between 9-tier elixirs and 8-tier spiritual elixirs was significant. Selling 29-tier elixirs wouldn't yield as much profit as selling a single 8-tier spiritual elixir. Nevertheless, he respectfully retrieved 3 exquisite wooden boxes from the medicine cabinet and presented them to Li Rui. Though Li Rui had not purchased a spiritual elixir, he was still a steward, someone not to be offended by a mere disciple of the medicine hall. Content with his purchase, Li Rui departed with the elixirs. "In my lifetime, I have never fought such a prosperous battle." These 3 elixirs, combined with medicinal baths, would sustain him for 3 months. After 3 months, his strength would undoubtedly surge, making it considerably easier to earn silver thereafter. On his way back to Tianyi Hall, he happened to pass by the main entrance. "I truly know your hall master. Please let me in." The voice sounded familiar. Turning, he saw Wang Zhao and Yang Yong standing at the entrance. He was momentarily taken aback before approaching the door and displaying his token. "Ah, so you are one of the hall master's people. It was a misunderstanding." The disciple, guarding the gate, quickly apologized upon recognizing Li Rui. Li Rui led Wang Zhao and Yang Yong toward Tianyi Hall, inquiring along the way, "How did you learn of my involvement with the Tianyi Alliance?" Wang Zhao and Yang Yong were merely ordinary servants of the Zhu family and could not possibly know about the Tianyi Alliance, let alone of Li Rui's high-ranking position as hallmaster. Wang Zhao hesitated for quite some time before finally speaking. Li Rui sighed softly. "It was Zhu Leoi, wasn't it?" Wang Zhao looked up in surprise. "Master, how did you know?" "The master instructed me not to disclose this, but I do not wish to deceive you." Sighing, Li Rui shook his head. Wang Zhao's temperament is such that, were it not for the consideration of the Zhu family's patriarch, he would have likely been devoured by Zhu Lai, leaving no trace behind. Yang Yong, on the other hand, found himself in a whirlwind of thoughts, akin to a rustic villager entering the city. He was aware that Li Rui was to join the Tianyi Alliance, yet he did not mention that Li Rui was to assume the role of a hallmaster. Thus, upon hearing that Wang Zhao was headed to the Tianyi Alliance, he followed suit, only to be halted at the entrance by the guards. A quarter of an hour later, the 3 arrived at Li Rui's residence. "Old Li, it seems you are to become quite the esteemed gentleman." Yang Yong and Wang Zhao gazed at the expansive estate, their eyes wide with astonishment. Li Rui had asked Zhou Shulin to prepare an abundance of dishes and invited the 2 to join him for a meal. Seated in the bright hall, Yang Yong and Wang Zhao felt somewhat uneasy, hesitantly lifting their chopsticks. Li Rui, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "What's the matter? Are you accustomed to squatting at the threshold and eating on tiptoe?" At his words, the two felt a sense of intimacy, and with cheerful smiles, they began to feast heartily. After the meal, Li Rui inquired, "What did Lord Zhu summon you for?" Yang Yong glanced at Wang Zhao. Wang Zhao scratched his head. "He didn't say much, just asked me to come see you." That's it. That's it. Li Rui could not discern Zhu Ping's intentions. Zhu Ping was a businessman, astute and aware that Wang Zhao was leaving due to grievances suffered within the Zhu family. Zhu Ping's personal involvement was a loss of face and yielded little effect. It was better to send Wang Zhao. As long as the relationship remained intact, there was potential for reconciliation. Oh, Wang Zhao nodded obediently. Li Rui had no qualms about mending ties with the Zhu family, but mere verbal exchanges were insufficient. Substantial gestures were necessary, even if they required considerable sacrifice. Relationships hinge on reciprocity. Offering something could alleviate the Zhu family suspicions. Otherwise, enmity would surely ensue. In the world of martial arts, it is all about the hearts of men. Chapter 27. Reconciliation. Hua Yi Lu. The warm yellow lights ignited a sense of yearning within, accompanied by the occasional peal of feminine laughter. Zhu Ping, the head of the Zhu family, cheerfully raised his wine cup. "Old brotherly, you have concealed your intentions from me for far too long. Had I known, I would never have let you go." Seated upon Li Rui's lap was a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure. Zhu Ping's large hand audaciously squeezed her waist, eliciting shy glances and incessant giggles from the young lady. "It was merely a fortunate breakthrough," Li Rui replied, though internally he pondered the absurdity of Zhu Ping addressing him as brother, a notion previously unthinkable. Huailu was a place once beyond his wildest dreams. Zhu Ping had shed his usual arrogance, for those in commerce excel at sweet talk. He deftly avoided mentioning Li Rui's past employment with the Zhu family, as few would appreciate reminders of their humble beginnings. "Old brother, I hear from Wang Zhao that you need to loosen up a bit. Feel free to choose anyone from the ladies here." "Then I shall not hold back," Li Rui replied, comfortably reclining in a chaise, delicate hands kneading his shoulders. He had not anticipated Zhu Ping's extravagance. Huailu was not a mere brothel, but a legitimate establishment of pleasure, commanding no less than 8 taels of silver for a night's company. Even as the newly appointed hall master of Tianitang, such lavish expenditures were beyond his inclination. Moments later, hearty laughter echoed within the private room, understood only by men. After several rounds of drinks, with the atmosphere sufficiently warmed, Zhu Ping produced a finely crafted wooden box from his bosom. "Old brother, this elixir is called Tiger Bone Pill, an 8th-grade spiritual pill." Li Rui's pupils dilated, his heart racing. He had sensed the pill's uniqueness upon its presentation, but had not expected it to be of such high grade. A grand gesture indeed. Only those of the 8th grade and above could be termed spiritual pills, each valued no less than 500 taels. Such a price was no small matter, even for the Zhu family's coffers. Zhu Ping chuckled, then beckoned towards the door. Zhu Lai reluctantly entered the room. "Old Li, my brother and I had some misunderstandings in the past, but we are all family. I hope you can overlook past grievances and consider bygones as bygones." With that, he shot Zhu Lai a glare, apologized to Old Li at once. Zhu Ping had thoroughly investigated the matter between Li Rui and Zhu Lai. To his surprise, he discovered that a groom named Ma Yang and a guard named Zhao San had mysteriously died after crossing paths with Li Rui. While he could find no evidence to prove Li Rui's involvement, Zhu Ping instinctively believed he was the culprit. The seemingly jovial old Li was capable of such ruthlessness. If he had acted so decisively before shedding his status, what might he do now as a martial artist? Zhu Ping had no desire to be under the scrutiny of a first-tier martial artist. Thus, he was willing to spend extravagantly to resolve the situation. Seeing Zhu Lai still wearing an unwilling expression, he added, "If you acknowledge me as your elder brother, then apologize now." Zhu Lai's face contorted with tension, and after a prolonged moment, he spat out through clenched teeth, "Old Li, I was wrong before. Please bear with it." His tone was hardly commendable, yet for Zhu Lai, the second master of the Zhu family, to apologize to Li Rui, the former laborer of the Zhu family, was unprecedented. Li Rui waved his hand dismissively. "It's all in the past. No need to dwell on it. I've long since let it go. At Li Rui's words, Zhu Ping's smile widened, and a great weight lifted from his heart. Elders understand the importance of such matters. We are all adults here. There are no everlasting friendships, only enduring interests. In the face of mutual benefit, no enmity is insurmountable. The greatest fear in business is encountering fools. Those stubbornly persistent who treat minor grievances as monumental offenses and refuse to reconcile. Zhu Ping held little regard for such individuals. The alliance between the Zhu family and Li Rui was inherently mutually beneficial. Zhu Ping did not perceive any grounds for Li Rui to decline. He believed he had sufficiently lowered his stance and afforded Li Rui due respect. The atmosphere remained jovial, filled with the sounds of laughter from the ladies. After an hour, Li Rui, clutching the elixir and accompanied by the curvaceous woman, contentedly departed for the guest room. Only the two Zhu brothers remained. Zhu Lai, with a face full of resentment, finally spoke, "Brother, he is just a half-buried old man. We could easily find a few men to bury him at night. Why should we fear him so?" Zhu Ping's gaze turned cold. A sharp slap echoed through the room. "Brother." Zhu Lai covered his face, shock etched in his eyes. His elder brother had struck him over a mere labor. Zhu Ping gazed at his younger brother with a sigh, his tone softening. "Second brother, the Zhu family is no longer a small household. Making too many enemies will surely invite retribution. If our adversaries seek revenge, we may escape unscathed. But what of our family? Having become a prominent family, they must possess the magnanimity befitting their status. Do you understand?" Zhu Lai's fist clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. "Ha!" Zhu Ping sighed. "I know your temperament, but Old Li is now a member of the Tianyi Alliance. Allow me to share one piece of information. A leader of the Tianyi Alliance has already made a breakthrough." Zhu Lai's eyes widened in shock. The leader of the Tianyi Alliance was previously a 7th tier. With this breakthrough, he had become a 6th-tier minor master. In the entire Yunzhou, a 6th-tier master could be regarded as a significant figure. Do not let trivial matters jeopardize our relationship with the Tianyi Alliance. I do not wish to repeat myself. With that, Zhu Ping swept his sleeve and descended the stairs. Zhu Lai, with a darkened expression, gritted his teeth. "Old Li, this matter is far from over. Time is on my side. I shall wait patiently, for I do not believe you can live another decade." He had resolved to personally end Li Rui's life when he was reduced to a bedridden state. In a room adorned with crimson drapery, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The undulating figure lay gracefully upon the soft couch, eyes tightly shut, breathing serene. Li Rui stood calmly in the room, meticulously confirming that the woman on the bed was indeed unconscious before he nodded in satisfaction. For a martial artist, rendering a defenseless courtesan unconscious was an exceedingly simple task. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he recalled the unmistakable bitterness and ferocity that had adorned Zhu Lai's face moments ago. "Since you remain unrepentant, do not blame me for what follows. I shall take all that is due, both courtesy and retribution." Chapter 28. The assassination. The night was dark and windy, with crows cawing softly. In a tavern, 3 burly men were visibly intoxicated, one of whom was Zhu Lai. With bleary eyes and a drunken demeanor, Zhu Lai exclaimed, "What is a mere carter to warrant an apology from me?" Another man chimed in, "Indeed, second master. I shall take care of that old fool for you another day." Yes, I have heard he has a disciple. Let's ensure he meets his end in a latrine tomorrow." These two were not from the Zhu family, but were Zhu Lai's allies from the underworld, notorious figures in their own right. Their words brought a sense of relief to Zhu Lai, who thought his elder brother was far too cautious in his dealings. He and his elder brother Zhu Ping had carved their names in Xinghe. Zhu Ping was wise and clever, while he was fierce and domineering, which had allowed them to establish a formidable presence. Had it not been for his brother's restraint, the other two families in Xinghe would have long been exterminated by his hand. Zhu Lai muttered, feeling increasingly stifled over the years. He longed for the days when he could simply draw his blade against anyone he found displeasing. The trio continued to drink until deep into the night before stumbling out, fully aware that they could not afford to pay for their drinks, as the tavern owner would not dare accept payment from the notorious second master of the Zhu family. It was midnight, and the streets were enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by a few strands of cool moonlight reminiscent of white sand. As the 3 swayed along the thoroughfare, they suddenly turned into a secluded alley. Out of nowhere, an arrow whistled through the air, striking one of the burly men beside Zhu Lai directly in the temple. piercing his skull and causing his body to collapse with a thud. The suddenness of it all jolted Zhu Lai awake, shaking off much of his drunken stupor. Who dares? Show yourself. What coward resorts to a hidden attack? He bellowed, his martial prowess allowing him to react swiftly as he crouched down, scanning the surroundings. A bow and arrow in the hands of an ordinary child could easily wreak havoc. It was an unparalleled weapon of destruction. Before he could pinpoint the archer's location, another arrow zipped through the air, embedding itself in the chest of another burly man, eliciting a horrific scream and a rush of blood, signaling his impending demise. It was at this moment that Zhu Lai finally discerned the position of the assailant. You seek death. He rolled to the ground and, like a cheetah, sprinted toward the direction from which the arrows had come. With a leap, he ascended the wall and spotted a shadowy figure crouched upon it. Who are you? He demanded, now a raging bull in a fit of fury, eager to rend the assailant limb from limb for the deaths of his subordinates. However, the figure merely slung the bow over their shoulder and vanished into the night. Zhu Lai would not relent so easily. He leaped down and pursued the figure, weaving through several alleyways until the masked assailant came to a halt at an abandoned residence. Zhu Lai surveyed the desolate surroundings, slightly furrowing his brow. Is this your chosen grave? As he spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on the figure not far from him. The person was shrouded in a black scarf, rendering their features and age indecipherable, revealing only that it was a man. Who are you? He began to inquire, but the figure abruptly pulled down the scarf. Zhu Lai's pupils constricted, and he uttered in disbelief, boldly. Before he could act, Li Rue surged forward, initiating the assault. In that instant, a cloud of white smoke billowed from Li Rue's hand. Damn! Quicklime! In the blackness of night, Zhu Lai realized too late, as his eyes burned with agony. A fierce wind whipped through him as he staggered backward, desperately trying to open his eyes. Just as he managed to squint through the swelling, he caught sight of a dazzling flash of a blade gleaming in the moonlight. What a formidable weapon! This was Zhu Lai's only thought before his head spun in the air, thudding to the ground with a dull thump. His eyes remained open, filled with disbelief as they gazed at Li Rue, unable to comprehend how a 70-year-old man could possess such strength. Li Rue wore a calm expression as he retrieved a shovel he had prepared earlier, swiftly digging a shallow grave just large enough to accommodate a body. Are you satisfied with your burial site? He asked, as he kicked Zhu Lai's corpse and head into the pit, covering them with earth and finally sprinkling a layer of old dirt to conceal any signs of disturbance. Once everything was in order, the dawn broke. The rotund woman awoke to find Li Rue seated at the bedside, eyes closed in meditation. Sir, she called softly, having fallen into slumber the previous night without comprehension of the events that transpired thereafter. Li Rue slowly opened his eyes and stepped outside. Brother Li, how does this bow serve you? Wu Tu inquired with a knowing smile. The Yu nation was martial in nature, allowing for the free carriage of typical weapons, but imposing strict regulations on powerful bows and crossbows due to their lethal potential. Even an ordinary individual wielding a strong bow could injure a martial artist, or, with a stroke of luck, even kill one. The yellowwood bow in his hands could draw 80 stones, demonstrating immense power. It is indeed an excellent bow. Li Rue acknowledged with a nod, recalling the image of the arrow that had pierced the burly man's flesh the night before. Brother Li, your methods are astute. I admire that. Please, do not flatter an old man. Li Rue chuckled, resembling an ordinary jovial elder. He glanced at the quiver, noting only 3 arrows remaining from the 5 he had provided him the previous day. News arrived from Qinghe today. A notorious figure from the eastern city had been slain by arrows, and it turned out to be those very 2 men. What remarkable skill, Wu Tu thought, knowing he could not reveal the truth. It was more beneficial to partake in wrongdoing than to offer excessive generosity. Li Rue clearly regarded him as a brother, and Wu Tu was pleased beyond measure. As for the killings, what wanderer had not tasted blood? Besides, those 2 had terrorized Qinghe, coercing the innocent and indulging in vile deeds. Their deaths were justified. Yet, it was Li Rue's prowess in killing that astonished Wu Tuesday. Rumor had it that the second master of the Zhu family had also gone missing the previous night. As if nothing were amiss, Li Rue perused the scripture in his hands when suddenly his fingers halted mid-turn. In the next moment, a line of small characters appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host, for completing the achievement of establishing a reputation in the martial world by eradicating evil. Chapter 29. Eradicating evil. As a great hero, one must uphold justice. You have slain the villains who plague the region, ensuring peace is restored and earning the admiration of the people. Task of eradicating evil completed. Rewards being calculated. Task rating. Acquired 20 achievement points. Name: Li Rui. Age: 5. Talent: Martial Bone Technique. By Yuan Pai Dao. Achievements: 40100. Li Rui was not particularly satisfied with this rating. However, he had not embarked on this endeavor with the intention of following the righteous path of punishing evil. The slaying of Zhu Lai had merely triggered the task by coincidence. Even without the events of last night, he would have sought an opportunity to eliminate Zhu Lai. Truly, retribution was swift and unerring. Li Rui shook his head with a smile. The achievement of 20 points was indeed a pleasant surprise. As a man in his twilight years, he found himself engaging in the exploits of a youthful wanderer. He retrieved the Hugu Dan, a precious item acquired from Zhu Ping, from his bosom. This 8th-grade spirit pill exuded a serene and ancient fragrance, intoxicating in its allure. Li Rui had made a special trip to the pharmacy to confirm that the elixir in his possession was indeed a genuine spirit pill, which allowed him to relax. Zhu Ping was quite generous. Accepting his gift signified a partnership with the Zhu family. However, this did not conflict with the act of slaying Zhu Lai. In the future, he would refrain from involving himself with other members of the Zhu family, provided they did not seek their own demise. Receiving the gift was a matter of friendship, while the execution of Zhu Lai was purely a matter of interest. Each transaction was distinct, and that was the essence of propriety. Li Rui had no intention of hoarding treasures that might invite unforeseen troubles. Although the Hugu Dan would yield the best effects when consumed just before his breakthrough to the 8th grade, he preferred to secure the benefits for himself rather than allow his hard-won treasures to benefit others. He tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. The medicinal power of the Hugu Dan was swiftly absorbed by his internal organs, flowing through his bloodstream with each heartbeat, particularly invigorating the martial bones along his spine. Extracting every ounce of potency, Li Rui closed his eyes in comfort, feeling a warm glow enveloping him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his strength had increased by more than 50% compared to before. Such an extraordinary enhancement left Li Rui somewhat unsettled. The initial effects of consuming the spirit pill were indeed overwhelming. He could faintly perceive the threshold of the Tonggu realm. It would not be long before he stepped into the 8th grade. Meanwhile, at the Zhu family estate, the head of the family, Zhu Ping, was growing increasingly anxious as news of the second master remained elusive. "Continue searching," he commanded, his voice heavy with authority as he gripped the Huang Huali wood of his armchair, which creaked under the pressure. This situation was not uncommon. Zhu Lai, the second master, had always spent considerable time mingling with dubious characters from the underworld. Zhu Ping had grown accustomed to this behavior. However, just last night, the lifeless bodies of 2 of Zhu Lai's associates from the underworld were discovered in an alley. According to the tavern keeper, Zhu Lai had been drinking with those 2 individuals before departing. Zhu Ping took a deep breath. "I warned you long ago that persisting in this manner would bring disaster upon yourself." Zhu Lai had offended too many people over the years, making it impossible to trace all the grievances. The authorities had already sent enforcers to investigate, aside from knowing that the 2 had been killed by arrows. No further leads had emerged. The assailant was likely a martial artist with a meticulous mind, leaving no trace behind. It was evident that this would soon become an unsolved case. Zhu Ping relaxed his grip, leaning back in his armchair. Perhaps death is a mercy. At least the enmity rests solely on him, sparing the Zhu family from entanglement. Otherwise, with Zhu Lai's temperament, he would inevitably provoke calamity. In that case, the entire Zhu family might perish. In retrospect, it seemed the Zhu family had gained something from this. Zhu Lai's erratic behavior and increasingly reckless actions had reportedly led him to even challenge the Blood Tiger Gang's business, inevitably courting trouble. Wu Tu, seated across from Li Rui in a private room of the gambling house, gnawed on a pig's trotter. The table was laden with a variety of dishes. This gambling house was a venture of the Tiandi Alliance in Qinghe, and Wu Tu served as the steward overseeing its operations. "My dear brother, Zhu Lai has been like a son to me, but he has indeed become reckless, leading to trouble," Wu Tu remarked. Li Rui took a sip from his cup, mentioning Zhu Lai as if it were an unrelated matter. Wu Tu glanced at Li Rui, pondering. This old fellow is quite adept at concealing his true feelings. Were it not for my knowledge of the backstory, I might have believed he had no connection to Zhu Lai. Wu Tu did not intend to dwell on this matter further and shifted the conversation. Li Leoj, has Zhao Wei caused you any trouble? Li Rui shook his head. Zhao Fudao has been quite busy and has no time to bother with an inconsequential old man like myself. Wu Tu visibly relaxed. That's good to hear. My brother was young and impetuous back then, and I feared it might affect you. Li Rui's curiosity was piqued. Wu Laodi, what exactly happened? He had previously heard Ding Liang mention that Zhao Fudao had once been with the Qinghe and Ba Men and was the former leader of the Hung Men, while Wu Tu had been one of Zhao Wei's subordinates at that time. Wu Tu sighed lightly. It's an old story. In my youth, I sought to challenge Zhao Wei to become the leader of Hung Men, but he outmaneuvered me, resulting in a crushing defeat. In a fit of rage, I killed the man who had been sent by Zhao Wei to drug me and defected from Hung Men. Later, when Zhao Wei left Hung Men to pursue martial arts, the matter gradually settled down. I never expected to encounter Zhao Wei again, and now he has become an 8th-grade martial artist and the deputy leader of the Tiandi Alliance. Zhao Wei was indeed someone who held grudges. Wu Tu had once been on the verge of securing a position as the leader of the Tiandi Alliance, but Zhao Wei's interference had relegated him to overseeing a gambling establishment. He had always walked cautiously within the Tiandi Alliance. Fortunately, he had some support behind him, which prevented Zhao Wei from pushing him too hard. The King of Hell is easy to evade, but the little ghosts are troublesome. That Chong He from the Discipline Hall is Zhao Wei's confidant, so you should be wary. He is a smiling tiger. Thank you for the warning, Wu Laodi. Li Rui replied with a chuckle. Wu Tu's smile grew warmer. Li Leoj, I heard you participated in that operation of the Huaqing sect at the desolate temple outside the city. Li Rui's heart skipped a beat. Uncertain why Wu Tu would bring this up, Wu Tu hastily clarified, don't overthink it, old brother. I just have a good friend in the county office who mentioned a task related to the Huaqing sect. He lowered his voice. The Huaqing sect intends to deal with the Gui Ming sect, and the Tiandi Alliance will also be involved. The expert sent by the Huaqing sect to Qinghe is offering a mid-grade, 8th-grade spirit pill as a reward for information on a Huaqing sect disciple who defected to the Gui Ming sect. Upon inquiry, I discovered that you were involved in this matter when you were with the Zhu family. Liwis Milit WYY. At that time, I was merely a horse keeper, watching over the horses at the foot of the mountain. I saw nothing. Chapter 30. Xian Qing Qi, so that's the case. Wu Tu leaned back slightly, a look of regret crossing his face. He did not doubt that Li Rui was lying. Li Rui had only recently entered the ranks, and at that time, he was merely a horse keeper, lacking the qualifications to participate in such matters. Knowing too much would be abnormal. He had merely followed the clues to the Zhu family, hoping to glean some useful information from Li Rui. Wu Tu kindly reminded him, I heard that the Huaqing sect traitor has been lurking in Qinghe City, seemingly searching for something. The enforcers involved in this matter have been killed off one by one, so you should be cautious. Though there were risks involved, the rewards were high. In the underworld, one must strive and compete fiercely. Wu Tu felt helpless. If it weren't for Zhao Wei's oppression, he wouldn't have to seek cultivation resources externally. Thank you, Li Rui acknowledged, fully aware of what the Huaqing sect disciple was after. Unfortunately, the Bai Yuan Pai Dao had long since been reduced to ashes. That disciple from the Huaqing sect was indeed formidable, having killed so many enforcers in Qinghe without being apprehended. A sense of vigilance stirred within him. He did not agree to join Wu Tu in confronting the Gui Ming sect alongside the Huaqing sect, for neither was a foe he could challenge. It was wiser to develop quietly. Days passed, and the Hugu Dan proved its worth as an 8th-grade spirit pill. Even the lowest tier among spirit pills was incomparable to 9th-grade pills. The effects lingered for a full month before dissipating entirely. In the courtyard, Li Rui wielded a long knife, the blade slicing through falling leaves with a chilling gleam. In midair, a droplet of water was precisely cleaved in two by the blade. Success. Gazing at the moisture clinging to both sides of the blade, he recognized this as a sign of achieving minor success with the Bai Yuan Pai Dao. The knife drew forth the water. The test lies in the precision of the blade, for only by mastering it can one seize the initiative in actual combat. Li Rui weighed the long knife in his hand. Although the standard long knife of Tiandi Ming was commendable, crafted from fine iron, it was simply too light. The Bai Yuan Pai Dao utilized the back of the blade in conjunction with the edge to wound the enemy. What was termed as chopping was, in fact, a form of smashing, relying on overwhelming strength. Thus, a heavier knife was essential to truly unleash the power of the Bai Yuan Pai Dao. It seemed that forging a fine blade was imperative. Having received his salary for the month, a full 10 taels of silver, he was more than capable of commissioning a quality blade. Resolute in his decision, he made his way to the Wenwu Hall. Wenwu Hall not only managed the household registrations of Tiandi Meng's disciples, but also oversaw the forging of weapons within the alliance. Li Hall Master, you wish to forge a knife? A young disciple of Wenwu Hall expressed surprise at Li Rui's request. This young disciple happened to be the one who welcomed Li Rui during his initial visit to Tiandi Meng, thus he recognized him. Li Rui nodded affirmatively. 20 taels of silver. Do not skimp on the iron. If it is insufficient, you may come to me for more, but it must be heavy. He emphasized the word heavy. The young disciple's lips twitched. This Li Hall master intended to forge a knife weighing no less than 30 jin. Could that still be called a knife? However, since Li Rui was paying and was the hall master of Tiandi Meng, Wenwu Hall had no grounds to refuse. Rest assured, Hall Master Li, the blacksmiths at Wenwu Hall are renowned masters in the city. Their skill is beyond reproach, and 20 taels of silver will suffice. Li Rui's only requirement for the knife was its weight, which was far less demanding compared to other hall masters. The crafting of special materials could sometimes require 3 blacksmiths to labor for 7 days and nights to take shape, which was genuinely challenging. The young disciple had witnessed many such instances and was merely surprised. The image of a 70-year-old man wielding a 30 jin knife was too fantastical to contemplate. As he settled into a soft seat, Li Rui leafed through a scripture, the rustling of pages accompanied by the gentle sound of leaves swaying outside. How marvelous! He quietly praised. Many of the uncertainties surrounding the Bai Yuan Pai Dao breathing technique had been elucidated within the scripture. The essence of the breathing technique lay in cultivating qi. When a martial artist reached an advanced level, their strength was but a single breath. The longer the breath, the longer their martial path. Thus, when storytellers describe a martial artist's formidable prowess, they often mention their enduring breath, which is precisely this principle. Once one cultivates their qi strength, they ascend to the innate level. If one could nurture their qi strength to be vast as the sea, such an aura would be unimaginable. Li Rui felt a surge of fortune. In a moment of reverie, he perceived a wisp of azure qi dancing before him, as lively as a mountain spring and as spirited as a monkey in the forest. Xianqing qi. According to the records in the Bai Yuan Pai Dao breathing technique, when the breathing method is mastered to a profound level, it can give rise to a trace of qi known as xianqing qi. Yet, that is an existence only perceivable above the 6th rank. Li Rui found it hard to believe. Comparing the description of xianqing qi in his mind with what he had just witnessed, he ultimately confirmed that the ethereal shadow he had seen was indeed a sign of xianqing qi. Although he was still leagues away from nurturing xianqing qi, merely catching a glimpse was already an extraordinary achievement. Jiansheng Lu Tai Bai entered the way at 3, attained rank at 5, and perceived qi at 7, earning him the title of the foremost martial artist in the world. If this reasoning held, Jiansheng Lu Tai Bai took a full 4 years, while he had only needed 1 year. Was Jiansheng inferior to him? Li Rui's heart raced. Possessing martial bones, his talent was indeed extraordinary. Had it not been for resource constraints, he might have progressed even more swiftly. Once he revealed his martial bones, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of major sects, ensuring an abundance of resources. Yet, the risks were equally great. Should he encounter an old monster intent on seizing talents, it could spell disaster. At 70 years of age, Li Rui had heard tales of many martial prodigies who ultimately fell from grace. It mattered not how fast one traveled. What truly counted was how far one could go. As long as he could reach the pinnacle, taking his time was of no consequence. After all, he had already waited decades. A few more days were insignificant. The sound of pages turning resonated once more. From 1 comes 2, from 2 comes 3, from 3 comes all things. Hall Masterly, your knife is ready. The young disciple of Wenwu Hall raised a knife, towering nearly half a person high, onto the table. This blade measured 3 feet 7 inches and was forged from 37 jin of Huishan iron, having taken 3 craftsmen 3 days and nights to complete. The young disciple spoke fluently. However, he soon scratched his head awkwardly the master unintentionally utilized a bit more iron. So Hall Master Li will need to supplement an additional 5 taels of silver. If you find it unsatisfactory, I can have the master forge another one. The young disciple glanced at Li Rue, his heart racing. If Li Rue was truly dissatisfied, such a 37-gene knife would be difficult for anyone to accept, and he would face punishment as a result. Gripping the hilt with his right hand, Li Rue felt the smoothness of the grip. The craftsman had specifically fashioned it from walnut wood, exuding a sense of luxury. In the next moment, the young disciple's eyelids twitched. Li Rue effortlessly lifted the hefty knife, weighing over 30 gene, with ease, performing a graceful flourish and nodding in approval. A fine blade. Chapter 31. Turmoil in the scorching summer. The sound of birds chirping could often be heard. Li Rue moved like an old ape, wielding the 37-gene knife with fluidity, creating a whirlwind that flattened the grass in the courtyard. After half an hour, he sheathed the blade and exhaled deeply. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Is Hall Master Li in? Li Rue furrowed his brow slightly. It was the voice of Zhao Wei. Why would Zhao Wei come to find him at this hour? Although puzzled, he approached the door, for Zhao Wei was his superior, and he could not afford to offend him easily. As he opened the door, he was greeted by Zhao Wei's imposing visage, accompanied by 2 others. One of them was Lu Captain, whom Li Rue recognized from their previous encounter with the Zhu family's young master Zhu Yu and 4 disciples of the Huaqing sect at the Desolate Temple. The other was a middle-aged man, adorned with a jade pendant and exuding an air of nobility. Zhao, Deputy Hall Master, is there something amiss? Sensing a hostile aura, Li Rue felt a chill in his heart. The presence of the other 2 in Tianming's stronghold and at his doorstep was undoubtedly orchestrated by Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei grinned widely. Old Li, you must remember Lu Captain. He has a few inquiries for you. Lu Captain stepped forward. Li Leoj, it has been quite some time. Shock coursed through him. Initially incredulous that the Zhu family's old servant had become a hall master of Tianming, he now saw Li Rue and confirmed his suspicions. Do you recall that time when we, along with the 4 esteemed individuals from Huaqing sect, besieged the traitor at the Desolate Temple? Li Rue corrected him. Lu Captain, I am merely a servant and did not participate in anything. He feigned panic. Lu Captain, what has happened? Lu Captain scrutinized Li Rue, unwilling to overlook even the slightest change in his expression, then sighed softly. Li Rue was taken aback. The technique was in the hands of that defected disciple. How could it have gone missing? Li Rue narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you suggesting that I took the secret technique? Suddenly, the middle-aged man, who had been smiling quietly, stepped forward with an unusually gentle tone. Li Leoj, you did take the Bai Yuan Pai Dao, did you not? Li Rue felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The middle-aged man appeared as if he were an old friend from years past, wishing to share everything with him. Yet soon, a refreshing sensation surged from his dantian, coursing directly to the crown of his head. His mind cleared once more. Hypnotique technique. A chill ran down Li Rue's spine. The hypnotic technique could ensnare individuals without their awareness. The mildest outcome would be the involuntary revelation of truths, while the gravest could lead to complete subjugation, rendering one a mere puppet. He pretended to be dazed and shook his head. I do not know what the Bai Yuan Pai Dao is. In the next moment, Li Rue's gaze gleamed with brilliance, but his complexion darkened. Just as tensions were about to escalate, Zhao Wei interjected, Old Li, this is Master Kong Xianyan from the Huaqing Zone. He has come specifically to apprehend the traitor and eradicate the demons of the Gue Ming Jiao. The mention of Huaqing Zone sent a jolt through Li Rue's heart. Kong Xianyan smiled gently, embodying a serene presence. Brother Li, I have just employed the secret incantation of the Huaqing Zone, and you are innocent. It has proven effective time and again, unless one possesses an unwavering will as a martial arts master. Otherwise, there is no possibility of resistance. Li Rue's expression suddenly softened. If that is the case, it is indeed good. Zhao Wei offered a few words of comfort before leading the 2 away. As the trio's figures faded from sight, Li Rue's countenance turned icy. Well done, Zhao Wei. Were it not for your abrupt intrusion, I would not have so easily fallen into the trap set by that disciple of Huaqing Zone. It seemed evident that Huaqing Zone was not entirely composed of righteous gentlemen. Having lived for so many years, Li Rue was all too familiar with the vile deeds hidden within those so-called great sects, which could rival the wickedness of the heretical paths. Had it not been for his recent insights into the Xian Qing Qi, bolstering his inner strength significantly, he might have truly succumbed to Kong Xian Yan's ploy. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. His suspicions were temporarily dispelled, allowing him a few days of tranquility. As for Zhao Wei, colluding with outsiders against him, did he truly consider himself a mere dog of Hua Qingzong? On the other end, within an imposing mansion, Zhao Wei and Kong Xian Yan were in a room, occasionally interrupted by the sound of a woman's laughter. "Brother Kong, is there truly no issue with that old man Li?" Li Ruwei appeared to be under his command. Yet this man was recommended by Wu Tu, indicating that Li Ruwei was not someone to be trusted. As for why the leader had placed Li Ruwei under his command, it was merely a tactic for balance. Should Li Ruwei acquire the secret technique, he would not only achieve great merit, but also eliminate an embedded spy, a win-win situation. Kong Xian Yan confidently nodded. He has not taken it. "That is troublesome," Zhao Wei lamented, shaking his head. His eagerness stemmed from the hope that if he could obtain the secret technique, Kong Xian Yan would be willing to share it, allowing him to hoard it for himself. Kong Xian Yan replied, "Brother Zhao, let us set aside the matter of the secret technique for now. If we can capture that traitor, it will be a significant achievement in itself." Zhao Wei then burst into hearty laughter, his entire being swaying, causing the woman seated on his lap to heave with each chuckle. "With your esteemed presence from Hua Qingzong, it will merely be a matter of raising a hand." Kong Xian Yan squinted with satisfaction, his large hands roaming. Such indulgence was rare within Hua Qingzong. Chapter 32. Human sentiment. "You mean Kong Xian Yan of Hua Qingzong?" Wu Tu initially paused upon hearing the name, then quickly inquired, "He is targeting you?" Li Ruwei shook his head. "He merely asked me a few questions." He concealed the fact that Kong Xian Yan had employed enchanting techniques upon him. Hearing this, Wu Tu finally sighed in relief. "I have heard of this individual. Hua Qingzong has dispatched 2 operatives to Qinghe, and Kong Xian Yan is one of them." "Operatives?" Wu Tu explained. "Those like Zhu Yu, who join Hua Qingzong, are outer disciples. Hua Qingzong has a rigorous assessment system, conducted every 3 years. Failure to pass means one must leave Hua Qingzong. However, there is another path, to work for Hua Qingzong, known as an operative. If an operative performs well, they may be reinstated as a disciple." Li Ruwei nodded. In essence, it meant a temporary worker with the potential for future regularization. Wu Tu continued. "Kong Xian Yan is responsible for apprehending the defected disciples of Hua Qingzong, while the other is tasked with searching for evidence against the Gue Ming Jiao. I am working for Lu, the operative." Li Hui understood. Wu Tu added, "Brotherly, as long as we maintain our integrity. We need not fear Zhao Wei or the surname Kong. If any issues arise, you can seek out Deputy Leader Zhang." Li Ruwei responded, "Thank you for the reminder, my friend." Wu Tu shared numerous insights regarding the Tian Di Ming, and an entire hour passed engagingly. As Li Ruwei stepped out of the gambling house overseen by Wu Tu, Tian Yitang remained as desolate as ever. Occasionally, he glimpsed 1 or 2 disciples from the Chuan Fa Tang coming to collect copies of techniques. Such matters were well within the capabilities of Zhou Shulin and Liang He. "Dangzhu." Zhou Shulin rose and saluted upon seeing Li Ruwei. Li Ruwei waved his hand. "Continue." There were only 3 people in Tian Yitang, one being a significant insider. If Zhou Shulin and Liang He departed, he would personally have to handle registrations. Thus, Li Ruwei took it upon himself to engage warmly with them, which deeply moved the inexperienced youths. After several rounds of drinks, Zhou Shulin and Liang He regarded their current leader as a compassionate older brother, revealing their innermost thoughts while intoxicated. Li Ruwei took note of everything, for it might prove useful in the future. Of course, he hoped such opportunities would be unnecessary. The greatest taboo in the martial world is to forge deep connections with superficial acquaintances. His actions were deliberate to better manage the 2 laborers of Tian Yitang. Li Ruwei would not actively harm others, but understood the necessity of retaining a means of defense. The human heart is inscrutable. Who can truly predict it? Just as he picked up the unfinished Shongshan Dao Jing from yesterday, Lu Tong unexpectedly knocked on the door. "Lu Tong, is there something you need?" Li Ruwei inquired with concern. With insiders, the best approach is to cultivate a good rapport, for unexpected benefits may arise. Whether or not to mark attendance was of little consequence. It was merely the concern of an uncle for his nephew. After a month apart, Lu Tong still bore the countenance of a frail young master. He chuckled. "Tang Zhu, My brother-in-law has summoned me to the One Wu Tang to work. The orders will arrive in a few days, and I thought to invite you and the two brothers for a gathering." Li Rui was not particularly surprised. It was evident to any discerning eye that Lu Tong's departure from Tian Tang was merely a matter of time. "Very well, there is no time like the present. How about tonight?" "Agreed," Lu Tong readily replied. That evening, at Hua Yi Lu, old Li has truly flourished, having visited Hua Yi Lu twice in succession. Gazing upon the familiar room and the familiar, curvaceous maidens, Li Rui felt a wave of nostalgia. It seemed his understanding of feudal and decayed culture was still lacking. One must learn throughout life. Zhou Shulin was seated beside a beautiful woman, his face flushed, hands pressed against his trousers. As for Liang he had to remain on duty, regrettably missing out on this evening's indulgence, inciting a wave of envy from Zhou Shulin. Although they were both insiders, their treatment was worlds apart. "Forgive me for rambling. I shall first drink this cup of wine, and you may indulge at your leisure." Before his words fell, he tilted his head and downed his drink. Ancient wines, while not high in alcohol content, were rich in flavor. After a few cups, Lu Tong and Zhou Shulin were already 7 parts intoxicated. "Brother Zhou, I was at fault earlier. I hope you can forgive me." Zhou Shulin waved his hand, blushing. "It was nothing significant. You need not concern yourself, Lu brother." Li Rui listened quietly to the exchange between the two youths, shaking his head inwardly. On the surface, Lu Tong seemed to be flattering Zhou Shulin, appearing to be in a position of weakness, yet everything was under Lu Tong's control. Lu Tong desired to join Wen Wu Tang. According to the rules, he needed to send someone for assessment. At such a time, if Li Rui or Zhou Shulin were to intervene, Liang he would surely create obstacles. Ultimately, even if he passed, Lu Tong would leave an impression of inefficacy in his brother-in-law's eyes. Lu Tong was indeed adept at social maneuvering and could be described as possessing a deep-seated cunning. Li Rui did not find this repugnant. Dealing with such clever individuals made matters considerably easier. Of course, another reason was that Lu Tong's brother-in-law shared the surname Zhang, the same as Wu Tu's backing. Since Zhao Wei is unreliable, he naturally needs to seek new support within the Tianming. His relationship with Wu Tu is far from sufficient. He requires a deeper connection with that vice leader Zhang. Gradually, he will become an ally of vice leader Zhang, ensuring that if Zhao Wei were to turn against him, there would be someone to assist him. Of course, this does not guarantee that Zhao Wei will indeed take action against him. It is merely that Li Rui has long been accustomed to preparing for the unforeseen. Lu Tong gradually succumbed to a pleasant intoxication. He waved his hand, and the few attendants accompanying him discreetly withdrew, leaving Zhou Shulin with a reluctant expression. Lu Tong lowered his voice, saying, "Li Tangzhu, Zhou Xiong, we are all kin here, so I shall speak candidly. Our alliance leader has reportedly achieved a breakthrough. The status of the Tianming will undoubtedly soar, and our own status will rise accordingly. Now that the Qinghe branch is newly established, this is the perfect time to secure our positions. Once the alliance leader officially announces his strength, it will be too late to seize opportunities. I genuinely consider you brothers. Hence my frankness. Please do not disclose this to others." Zhou Shulin's eyes widened as he nodded vigorously. He realized that the sudden goodwill of Zhu Ping, the head of a prominent clan, stemmed from this very situation. The following day, Lu Tong visited the Wenwu Hall. This hall is no mere administrative office like the Tianyi Hall, and with his brother-in-law's connections, the future looks promising. Li Rui antefilio un rapid ascent, allowing him the opportunity to realize his investments. During this time, 2 stewards from the Tianming came specifically to assess Lu Tong's situation. Naturally, Li Hui, Zhou Shuli, and Liang he did not hold back their praises. Everything proceeded smoothly, though the only downside was that the Tianyi Hall had not welcomed any new members recently. However, this was of little concern, as Lu Tong had seldom participated in the hall's affairs before. Li Rui had foreseen this. The 3 leaders of the Tianming, previously 7th-rank warriors, had now broken through to 6th-rank status, solidifying the alliance's position as the foremost among the 3 factions. The entry requirements for disciples within the alliance would undoubtedly be raised significantly. Even in the Tianyi Hall, not just anyone could easily gain entry. In this light, it seemed that he, as the hall master of Tianyi Hall, had unwittingly invested in a promising venture. No matter how weak a hall master may be, they are still hall masters, far beyond the reach of mere disciples, and will inevitably become highly sought after. The future may not be tranquil. The Tiandi Meng is destined to expand its influence, and those joining will undoubtedly be far stronger than before. Many of the former hall masters and stewards may very well be outperformed by rising talents in the upcoming assessments, relegated to mere disciples. Nevertheless, Li Rue felt little anxiety about this. Focusing on martial training is the true path. Just as the trio in Tiandi Hall believed that the future would solely involve the three of them, an unexpected visitor appeared at the entrance. Zhou Shulin gazed at the unfamiliar middle-aged man with a hooked nose. Most of the disciples from the Chuanfa Hall were known to him. Yet this man was a complete stranger. If you wish to borrow techniques, you must have a token from the Chuanfa Hall, he stated in a slightly hoarse voice. I am Ying Lu, the newly appointed Vice Hall Master. As he spoke, he tossed a token inscribed with the number 29 in front of Zhou Shulin. Zhou Shulin stared at the token in astonishment, then raised it to his eyes for a prolonged inspection. Confirming its authenticity as a steward's token, he quickly replied, Vice Hall Mastering, please hold on for a moment. I need to consult with Hall Master Li. Ying Lu's brow furrowed slightly, his displeasure evident. Does this mean that I, as the Vice Hall Master, require Hall Master Li's approval to enter Tiandi Hall? Zhou Shulin inwardly lamented. This sudden Vice Hall Master seemed to have a rather irritable temperament, indicating that future days would likely be challenging. While Zhou Shulin anxiously contemplated countermeasures, a pair of large hands abruptly swung toward him. It appears Hall Master Li is too lenient. His subordinates lack discipline. I shall teach him a lesson, Ying Lu scoffed. Just as the hand approached Zhou Shulin, a pair of somewhat withered hands interposed between the two men, precisely grasping Ying Lu's hand. Hall Master Li? Ying Lu fixed his gaze on the unexpectedly appearing elder, slowly uttering 3 words. Li Rue merely cast a sidelong glance at Ying Lu. Vice Hall Mastering. My people are not for you to discipline. He deliberately emphasized the word vice to convey to this newcomer that the Tiandi Hall is still under his command. Ying Lu huffed coldly. Li Rue remained unruffled. Though I am aged, I am more than capable of dealing with someone like you. You would do well to maintain your arrogance. Ying Lu's eyes turned icy as he regarded Li Rue, showing no signs of concealing his animosity. The two stood in a tense standoff for a full quarter of an hour, after which Ying Lu huffed again and turned to leave Tiandi building. Only after exiting did he shake his trembling, reddened right hand. Damn, they said he was 70. How does he possess such strength? Within Tiandi Hall, Zhou Shulin looked at Li Rue with concern. Hall Master, what should we do next? We've offended the new Vice Hall Master on the very first day. My days are bound to be difficult. Regret overwhelmed Zhou Shulin as he blamed himself for lacking foresight and daring to obstruct the Vice Hall Master. Li Rue consoled him with a pat on the back. Everything remains as is. I will handle other matters. Hearing Li Rue's words, Zhou Shulin felt somewhat reassured. In truth, no matter what Zhou Shulin did today, he would inevitably offend Ying Lu. The appointment of Ying Lu as Vice Hall Master had occurred without Li Rue's knowledge. Clearly a maneuver orchestrated by Zhao Wei. Hall Masters require the direct approval of the Alliance Leader, while Vice Hall Masters can be appointed by the Vice Leader alone, which is why Li Rue was left in the dark. Ying Lu's ascension to Vice Hall Master had a straightforward aim, to usurp Li Rue's position and take his place. Previously, the Tiandi Hall had been a lackluster and flavorless entity, but with the Alliance Leader's breakthrough, every Hall Master had become a prized asset. Zhao Wei was undoubtedly reluctant to allow an outsider like Li Rue to retain his position, aiming to replace him with Ying Lu, a member of his own faction. With the upcoming assessments, the threats are not limited to the Hall Masters and Stewards, but also include Zhao Wei, the Vice Leader. According to the rules of the Tiandi Meng, aside from the leader, who is appointed directly by the Alliance Leader, all other positions are filled by those with capability. Zhao Wei intends to expand his influence before the impending assessments, hoping to secure his position as Vice Leader through the power he wields. If one wishes to move against me, they must consider the price they are willing to pay. Li Rue's gaze turned steely. Since he has been appointed as Hall Master of Tiandi Hall, it is inconceivable that he would easily relinquish it to another. The next day, Ying Lu settled into the Vice Hall Master's exclusive chamber, conveniently situated in opposition to Li Rue's room. Anyone could sense the tension in the air. Ah hey, what do you think we should do? Zhou Shulin asked Liang He in a hushed tone, genuinely fearful. The discord between the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master would inevitably bring trouble to him and Liang He, making future days rather bleak. Liang He appeared indifferent. Do you really think Vice Hall Mastering holds us in high regard? Since he looks down on us, we should seek those who appreciate us. There is no use in pursuing someone who scorns us. Zhou Shulin's eyes brightened as anxiety dissipated significantly. Hey, I never realized you were so insightful despite your usual silence. Liang, he replied with exasperation. I simply dislike talking. It does not mean I am foolish. Zhou Shulin's spirits lifted again. Hey, you're right. Hall Master Li has no complaints about us. Following him is undoubtedly the right path. Liang, he chuckled, not too dim. Zhou Shulin, feeling miffed, playfully put his arm around Liang He's neck. Don't think I can't hear you insulting me. The two youths frolicked while Li Rue, in a room downstairs, smiled knowingly as he turned the pages of his book, relishing the reprieve from many troubles. Chapter 34. Sweeping Old Li. Two new disciples have arrived at Nyt Ying, bringing the number of members to its most glorious peak. Li Rue never anticipated that Nyt Ying would reach full capacity one day. However, this was merely a superficial splendor as undercurrents stirred beneath the surface. The two new disciples, named HNP Ying and Y Ying SN, were both transferred from external arenas, a common occurrence within TND Ming, with all procedures duly followed. Consequently, they were often ruthless and untamed. ZHUSHLN cast a discontented glance at the door across from him, saying, Li TNGZH, HNP Ying and Y Ying SN truly lack respect, ignoring you and going directly to meet Vice TNGZH Y Ying. Li Hui, observing ZHUSHLN's indignation, replied with a faint smile, if they truly came to pay their respects to me, that would be a sign of their ignorance. Currently, personnel transfers within TND Ying were nearly frozen. Approval from Vice TNGZH was essential. Indeed, ZHUSHLN and Li Ying H nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking a grain. Li Rue reassured them once more, rest assured. This is TNYT Ying. Nothing untoward will happen here. HNP Ying and Y Ying SN conversed with Y Ying Li for a full hour before departing, showing no intention of remaining in TNYT Ying. This further unsettled ZHUSHLN, who murmured, why do they get to avoid work while we're left to endure here? Li Ying H shook his head. ZHUG, I thought you were clever. Yet you still failed to grasp TNGZH's words. Upon mentioning this matter, ZHUSHLN felt even more frustrated. Isn't TNGZH simply asking us to endure? Why are we the only ones suffering as disciples of TNYT Ying? Li Ying H could not help but roll his eyes. The crux of TNGZH's words lies in the latter half. We must find sufficient ground against them. Their absence from working in TNYT Ying is precisely that ground. ZHUSHLN suddenly raised his head. H. Are you suggesting Li Ying H nodded? Yes, TNGZH intends to support us, but requires a reason. ZHUSHLN immediately grew excited. TNGZH is indeed wise. Both Y Ying Li and HNP Ying are from external branches, while the external members are ferocious. We must not forget this is a branch with strict regulations, and the rules can be merciless. Many have perished due to them. In the evening, only Li Ying H remained at TNYT Ying. He wielded his long sword, moving with the grace of a swift swallow in the courtyard. His swordsmanship was commendable, though it lacked the killing intent. Suddenly, a voice of critique echoed. Li Ying H halted his movements and turned to see Li Rue, observing him with his hands clasped behind his back. TNGZH. He held his sword aloft and bowed respectfully. Li Rue smiled and waved his hand. Continue. I am merely passing by. Seeing Li Rue's intent to depart, Li Ying H hurriedly inquired, Li TNGZH, what did your earlier words imply? Li Rue responded, did you not learn this swordsmanship from TNDMing? Your insight is commendable. This swordsmanship is ancestral. Li Rue nodded. Martial arts is a technique of killing. Merely practicing sword forms will leave you at a disadvantage in life and death confrontations. Allow me to demonstrate. Before his words finished, Li Rue seized a dry branch, wielding it as a long knife, extending his arm and spinning it with powerful, sweeping motions, exuding a formidable killing aura. Li Nehat, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the display, instinctively took several steps back, nearly gasping for air. Impressive, he thought, fixated on Li Rue's every move. As Li Rue had stated, had he encountered him in real combat, he would have perished. It was not that Li Rue surpassed him in skill. Rather, Li Rui's intent to kill was palpable, and he was not confined to mere forms. All his actions were directed toward the act of killing. After a stick of incense had burned, Li Rui sheathed the branch. A martial artist must possess a certain degree of ferocity. You have always been in the branch. Yet you may venture into the arena for training, which will greatly benefit your mindset. Li H solemnly bowed to Li Rui. Thank you, TNGZH. Li Rui had already walked 100 meters away, yet he still heard Li H's words, a smile gracing his lips. He believed Li H possessed great potential, which prompted him to offer guidance. TNYT could not rely solely on him to hold the fort. Otherwise, he would inevitably exhaust himself. Cultivating his own strength was essential. It was more reliable to nurture talent locally than to recruit from outside. Li H had commendable roots and a good disposition. Had he not previously offended others, he likely would have already made a name for himself within TNDM. Days passed. Outside TNYT. Li H was practicing with ZHUSHLN. Since receiving Li Rui's pointers, Li H had ceased his monotonous training, focusing more on practical combat. He pressed ZHUSHLN back with a single strike, full of vigor. ZHUSHLN plopped down onto the ground, waving his hands. No more. No more. When did your swordsmanship become so fierce, as if you were intent on devouring someone? He had previously sparred with Li H. Yet in recent days, Li H seemed transformed, his techniques brutal and relentless, leaving ZHUSHLN unable to defend himself. Li H gazed at his sword in astonishment. In merely 10 moves, he had defeated ZHUSHLN. Through their practice, Li H could distinctly feel the issues that had previously troubled him suddenly becoming clear. TNGZH is truly extraordinary. At that moment, Li H held immense admiration for Li Rui. Previously, he had received guidance from masters, yet none had been able to pinpoint the crux of his problems and provide practical solutions as Li Rui had. ZHUGO, we have indeed underestimated TNGZH. ZHUSHL rolled his eyes at Li H's seemingly out-of-context remark. Li H offered no further explanation. Initially, he had thought of Li Rui as merely an unfortunate elder relegated to TNYT, but he had not anticipated Li Rui's true capabilities. As this thought crossed his mind, Li H's eyes brightened. In the tales of the martial world he had read, it was often said that the most untouchable figure within a sect was the old man sweeping the scripture pavilion. Could it be that Li TNGZH was also a recluse of great renown? Unlikely. Li H chuckled at his own musings. At that moment, ZHUSHL suddenly shook Li H. It's HNP and the others. He gestured towards the right. As Li H turned his head, he saw HNP and YS approaching with ill intent. You two useless fools dare to block my path? Get lost. Chapter 35. Stepping forward, ZHUSHL's eyes blazed with fury as he stepped forward. Li H quickly restrained him. ZHU Shixiao. Li TNGZH is not here. At that moment, several disciples of TND passed by. Intrigued by the internal conflict within TNYT crossing their arms and standing by to watch the spectacle. Seeing the crowd gather, HNP felt a twinge of apprehension, but he was accustomed to handling situations as a spectator. With Vice TNGZH backing him, he believed nothing would go awry. With a firm resolve, HNP knew he could not let the matter end so lightly. Otherwise, it would complicate his future efforts to deal with Li Rui. Looking down at Li H with disdain. Kid, I hear you're quite adept. How about a friendly spar to teach you a few moves? He intended to provoke Li H. TNDM encouraged disciples to engage in sparring to enhance their strength. This was the only sanctioned avenue for disciples to engage in combat. Having encountered many young disciples like Li H, YS expected them to easily rise to the bait. However, he was taken aback when Li H merely ignored him, pulling ZHUSHLN and turning to leave. Before departing, Li H's lips moved, uttering a phrase that, though silent, was unmistakably a classic of Gooch. Fool! YSN felt his face burn with humiliation, having lost face before a mere novice. With a swift motion, he reached out. Li Shidi. Someone has reported that you have stolen the branch's martial arts manual. We must search you. Liang H's gaze turned icy. This scoundrel, seeing his provocation failed, resorted to slandering him. Such tactics were favored by those who thrived in external arenas. If Yang San were to search Liang He would undoubtedly be framed. Liang He caught a glimpse of a figure on the second floor of Tian Tang. It was Ying Lu. Once Yang San laid the blame on him, Ying Lu could take advantage of the situation to solidify the accusations, leaving Li Rue helpless due to the lack of evidence and the constraints of their alliance. Liang He gritted his teeth and declared, "You have no right to search me. Get away from me." Yang San, however, wore an even more pronounced smile, feeling a tinge of regret. As Liang He refrained from drawing his sword. If Liang He succumbed to the humiliation and unsheathed his weapon, Yang San would have the justification to strike, inadvertently crippling Liang He. As long as no lives were lost, the discipline hall, overseen by Deputy Leader Zhao, would not pose any issues. Seeking death, Yang San's lips curled into a cruel smile. He lunged at Liang He, gripping his shoulders while positioning a foot between Liang He's legs, swiftly executing a standard wrestling hold. This technique was best suited for those who thrived on bravado. Liang He, quick to react, recalled Li Rue's words. A martial artist must possess a hint of ferocity. His eyes gleamed with cold determination as he thrust his right hand upward toward Yang San's groin. A piercing scream echoed through the courtyard of Tian Tang, causing those gathered to shudder, feeling a sudden chill. Yang San collapsed to the ground, hands clutching in agony, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The sensation of a shattered egg was far from pleasant. Enduring the pain, he rose, eyes wide with rage as he glared at Liang He. He could not fathom that a seemingly innocent disciple would act so dishonorably. Liang He, on the other hand, wore a look of delight. Striking the groin and poking the eyes proved to be more effective than swordplay. If one could overpower, then fight to the bitter end. If one could not, resort to underhanded tactics. Just as he was contemplating his strategy, Yang San, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Han Peng, join me." Initially reluctant, Han Peng understood that a sparring match was vastly different from a brawl. Should the other deputy leaders learn of this, they could be expelled from the Tiandimeng. However, with Yang San having lost his reason, Han Peng found himself unable to back down. Gritting his teeth, he joined the fray. Soon, the four were entangled in a fierce struggle. Despite Liang He's recent surge in strength, he could not match the seasoned prowess of Han Peng and Yang San. Swiftly finding himself outnumbered and battered, tensions escalated as the two pressed their advantage over him. Although they physically subdued Liang He, the young man's unorthodox tactics were exceedingly treacherous, employing every dirty trick in the book. Yang San's fury reached its peak. Liang He was like a madman, determined to land a kick even while enduring their blows. Indeed, one learns through experience. Liang He's eyes sparkled with clarity. What was the ultimate principle of brawling? It was to seize one opponent and beat them to the point of incapacitation, instilling such terror that they would be bedridden for a month. Otherwise, future troubles would only multiply. Zhou Shulin, noticing Liang He's intent, struggled to rise and kicked at Yang San while cursing, "Damn you." Yang San was sent rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. His face contorted in rage, veins bulging. Never before had he endured such humiliation, not even while overseeing the arena, and Han Peng looked on with sympathy. "Damn it, die." With a clang, Yang San drew his long knife and swung it at Liang He. Han Peng realized too late that he could not intervene. Just as the blade was a mere foot from Liang He's head, a stone flew out and struck Yang San's blade. Yang San felt a tremendous force jolt through his wrist, causing him to stumble back in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend how he had almost lost his grip on the weapon. At that moment, an elder approached slowly, to dare draw a blade against a fellow disciple. "According to our Alliance rules, you shall receive 3 strikes and 9 wounds, or you may choose to be expelled from a sect. The choice is yours." Li Rue stood with his hands behind his back, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Yang San's countenance darkened. Once he regained his wits, he realized the foolishness of his actions. He turned to seek help from the second floor of Tian Tang. Soon, Ying Lu descended the stairs, his expression grim. Taken aback by the sudden reversal of fortune, now facing Li Rue's wrath, Ying Lu suspected that Li Rue's timely intervention was merely a calculated act, a performance with no evidence to support the claims. "Leader Li, this matter was my personal folly. I hope for your forgiveness." He believed his tone was sufficiently humble. After all, he had instructed Han Peng and the others to act merely to suppress Li Rui's influence by admitting fault. He thought Li Rui would not escalate matters over two subordinates. However, he was unprepared for Li Rui's refusal. I believe Deputy Leader Ying has misunderstood. It is not a matter of my forgiveness, but rather that Yang San's actions have breached our rules, disrespecting both the leader and Deputy Leader Zhao. He must be severely punished. Chapter 36. Well done, Old Li. His words were firm and resonant. A brief silence enveloped Tian Yitang. The onlooking disciples were invigorated, surprised that the usually unassuming leader of Tian Yitang would display such resolve. Ying Lu's eyelids twitched. He had never anticipated that Li Rui would use the rules of the Tian Dimeng against him, leaving him both enraged and amused. In the arena, he had always been the one to manipulate the rules for his advantage, yet now he found himself outmaneuvered by Li Rui. Li Rui smiled lightly. Indeed, Deputy Leader Ying has spent so much time overseeing the arena that some rules may have escaped your notice. Today, I shall enlighten you on the proper conduct. Ying Lu found the term overseeing the arena particularly grating, recognizing it as a veiled mockery of his ignorance. Yet, Li Rui's actions were masterful in everyday matters. Rules were often disregarded, but should this escalate to the leader, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to Ying Lu, tarnishing his reputation in the eyes of Deputy Leader Zhao. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising anger, Ying Lu offered, "Leader Li, this is a pei gu dan. Consider it medical compensation for Liang He. Let this matter end here, shall we?" The onlookers gasped at Ying Lu's willingness to part with a pei gu dan worth 150 taels to resolve the issue. Their eyes filled with envy. While not a spiritual elixir, it contained rare herbs with effects far surpassing that of ordinary ninth-grade pills. The offer was undeniably generous. Li Rui shook his head once more. The youth outside are truly lacking in decorum. The moral fabric of society is deteriorating. He resolutely adopted the stance of an elder. He had no intention of letting the matter rest. Some issues required absolute resolution. Take him away, send him to the discipline hall. He gestured for Liang He and Zhou Shulin to follow as they prepared to escort Yang San to the discipline hall. Ying Lu's forehead throbbed with veins, his patience with Li Rui wearing thin. His gaze turned fierce. After all these years, no one had dared to challenge him with age and rules. "Old Li, are you truly intent on pushing me to the brink?" Li Rui feigned surprise. "Deputy Leader Ying, what do you mean by that? Is Yang San acting on your orders?" Ying Lu felt his anger rise, but quickly regained composure. If Li Rui had indeed used Yang San as a weapon against him, he too would not escape unscathed. Even if Deputy Leader Zhao intervened on his behalf, his standing in Zhao's eyes would plummet. Leader Ying, Yang San, witnessing Ying Lu's apparent abandonment, grew restless. He had acted to fulfill Ying Lu's directives and now faced dire consequences. If even Ying Lu refused to assist him, he would be left with two grim choices: to leave the Tian Dimeng crippled or to face the punishment of 3 strikes and 6 wounds. "Leader Ying, I am." His words were abruptly cut off by Ying Lu's harsh interruption. "Don't worry, I'll take care of your old mother at home. Go in peace." Yang San's face turned ashen. Eagle's 6 words, though seemingly comforting, concealed a veiled threat. He had engaged in such dealings far too often. Should he refuse to impose a verdict or expose Eagle 6, his mother would undoubtedly face dire consequences. A bitter smile crept across Yang San's lips, a testament to the poetic justice of fate. In the past, while managing a brothel, he had used similar tactics against others, and now the tables had turned against him. Yang San's body went limp like a heap of discarded clay, as Liang He and Zhou Shulin carried him away. Zhao Wei did not intervene to rescue Yang San. An ordinary disciple was hardly worth his goodwill. Although he was the vice leader in charge of the discipline hall, it was not his own establishment. Ultimately, all the halls belonged to the leader, and he was merely a worker, unable to overstep his bounds. Otherwise, his position as vice leader would not endure for long. Yang San was taken to the discipline hall, facing charges not only for attacking a fellow disciple, but also for dereliction of duty and failure to report for duty, among other offenses. In the end, he faced multiple penalties, yet to everyone's astonishment, Yang San defiantly opted for the punishment of 3 cuts and 6 holes. Unsurprisingly, he succumbed to an infection and perished. No miracles awaited him. Not everyone is a Li Rui, deluding themselves into believing they are the chosen one. As the storm subsided, within the Tiani Hall, Zhou Shulin and Liang he engaged in casual conversation. Their bond had grown closer since they had faced adversity together. Ahi, Leader Li is truly formidable. He dealt with Yang San without lifting a finger. Let us see how Eagle 6 continues to be arrogant after this. Liang he gazed at the carefree Zhou Shulin, feeling somewhat exasperated. Leader Li had indeed not exerted much effort, but it was they who had risked their lives. Upon reflection, he could almost ascertain that Li Rue had subtly stirred the pot behind the scenes, although he could find no evidence to substantiate this claim. In truth, he did not harbor any resentment. Rather, it felt as though a new door had swung open for him. Cough. Am I becoming a bit devious? He mused. Oh well. Everyone inevitably transforms into the very likeness they despise. No, that sentiment seemed to echo the leader's own words. Shaking his head, Liang Gu realized something was amiss. He had completely adopted the demeanor of Leader Li. After the recent incident, Eagle 6 had significantly tempered his demeanor, particularly Han Peng, who unexpectedly participated in the duty roster of Tianyi Hall. After all, one of Yang San's top 10 offenses had been abandoning his post. When no one was scrutinizing, it hardly mattered, considering he was working for the vice leader Eagle. However, should this lead to formal charges brought before the leader, Han Peng did not wish to find himself in the tragic situation of being expelled from the Tiandi alliance. Li Rue remained unfazed, perusing scriptures in his quarters. He was genuinely busy. Despite possessing martial prowess, he still needed to train. Neglecting his practice would render him useless. Thus, he devoted nearly all his time to cultivation, working harder than those preparing for college entrance exams in his previous life. Li Rue had long mastered the handling of such affairs. Who among them had not risen from the ranks? The experiences gained from his Zhu family proved equally applicable within the Tiandi alliance. As he turned the page of the scripture, a line of small text appeared. Congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment of uniting fellow disciples at the basic level. To attain a perfect experience in the martial world, harmonious relations with brothers are essential. However, when brothers misbehave, it is necessary to take action, binding their hearts within the confines of rules. Task completed. Unite fellow disciples. Reward processing. Task rating. Rewards doubled. Acquired 50 achievement points. Name: Li Rue. Age: 5 talent. Martial Bone Cultivation Method by Yuan Pai Dao Achievement 90100 Chapter 37. Su Hua reappears. Yang San's heart was likely buried deep within the earth. Alongside the deceased brothers of the Tiandi alliance, their hearts separated by less than 3 feet. How could this not be considered a heart-to-heart connection? Li Rue gazed at the words "Unite fellow disciples" on the panel, giving it a vigorous thumbs up. Once again, he had leveled up, merely 10 points away from unlocking his next talent. Anticipation welled within him. Outside the Tiandi alliance's headquarters, the streets bustled with merchants and travelers, creating a lively scene. Early in the morning, the calls of vendors echoed. At a breakfast stall, several burly men chewed on fried dough cakes, chatting animatedly. Indeed, the killings have become so rampant that there are hardly any left to slay. I hear the county magistrate is furious and has vowed to execute that villain on the spot. This is an absolute disgrace for Qing He, right? It has been over a decade since Qing He has witnessed such heinous acts. However, soon, the men's conversation shifted from a serial killer to lamenting the rising prices of fried dough at the breakfast stall. Naturally, daily discussions would invariably conclude with comments on the widow's voluptuous figure. In a shadowy corner, a man with a scruffy beard stood, coldly observing the Tiandi alliance with a glint of apprehension in his eyes. The empty sleeve of his left arm drew the most attention. Indeed, this man was Su Hua, a defector from the Huaqing sect. Now, even former comrades from the Huaqing sect would likely struggle to recognize this disheveled figure as the elegant and dashing Su Hua. All those who needed to be eliminated had been dealt with. Could it be this mere car driver? Su Hu Bunda. The subleader of the Tiandi alliance was at the peak of the 8th rank. He was no match. How could a simple car driver have become the leader of the Tiandi alliance? It seemed implausible, suggesting he had encountered great fortune, possibly even acquiring secret techniques. Yet upon inquiry, he learned that Leader Li rarely ventured outside, even once a month. Su Hua fixated on the entrance of the Tiandi alliance for a prolonged moment before finally turning to leave. If the secret technique had not been stolen by that car driver, there was little he could do. After all, he could not storm into the Huaqing sect to demand it back. To abandon his quest was utterly inconceivable. His betrayal of his sect had been motivated solely by that secret technique, and if he could not reclaim it, his actions would appear ludicrous. Li Rui. On the other end, in the county office's mortuary, Kong Xianyin and Zhao Wei stood side by side, their faces grim. A gaping wound across the neck was enough to instill terror in anyone who beheld it. Captain Liu was dead, just yesterday. The same weapon, the same wound. They needed no coroner's examination to ascertain that Su Hua was undoubtedly responsible. You shall pay dearly for this provocation. Kong Xianyin seethed with rage. He had been dispatched to pursue Su Hua. Yet before he could find the fugitive, Captain Liu, who had accompanied him, was killed. This was a blatant slap in the face. How could he endure such humiliation? Zhao Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, only Li Rui remained. Perhaps we could lure the snake from its den? He grinned. Su Hua's sole target was now Li Rui. Using him would surely draw Su Hua out. Kong Xianyin's eyes brightened. Zhao Wei continued. We can set a trap around the Tiandi alliance. We will undoubtedly find Su Hua. Let us proceed thus. Only by swiftly capturing Su Hua could he mitigate the repercussions of this incident. If he completed the task before Lu Fu, he might even gain some respect from the Huaqing sect. Zhao Wei nodded. He did not propose directly using Li Rui as bait. Even if he had grievances against Li Rui, the Huaqing sect was far superior to the Tiandi alliance, and he could not afford to sacrifice his own leader's life for the sake of merit. Even if he wished to do so, the leader would never agree. Li. These individuals from the Huaqing sect have taken action. How shall I respond to their sudden approach today? Li Rui narrowed his eyes slightly. Vice Leader Eagle, this is a rare opportunity to achieve merit. I truly do not wish to miss it. Earlier that morning, he had received news that the leader had instructed each hall to send a representative to assist the Huaqing sect in dealing with the Guiming sect. Upon learning of this, Eagle 6 had immediately sought him out. Despite Zhao Wei's apparent favoritism towards Ing Lu, there are many matters that cannot be manipulated single-handedly. This order was issued directly from the leader to each hall master, bypassing the deputy leader entirely. Ing Lu remarked, Li Hall Master, given your advanced age, you are clearly unfit to enter the Huaqing sect. Why not allow me this opportunity? His emphasis on this Huaqing sect mission stemmed from the rumor that a significant figure from the sect might personally arrive in Qinghe to eradicate the Guiming sect. Should he perform well and attract the attention of that eminent individual, an opportunity to become a disciple of the Huaqing sect might arise. While the Tiandi alliance is commendable, it pales in comparison to the immense stature of the Huaqing sect. It was evident that, apart from a few elderly hall masters, the majority of the halls had their masters personally involved. Deputy Hall Mastering, you put me in a difficult position. Li Hui feigned Ingbahasamich. Ing Lu's eyelids twitched. He could easily discern that Li Rui was deliberately raising the stakes to extract a higher price. However, considering the potential fortune at stake, he gritted his teeth and offered a prized 9th-grade elixir worth 300 taels. Li Rui scoffed, Deputy Hall Mastering, are you truly willing to allow the opportunity to join the Huaqing sect to fall into someone else's hands? Ing Lu's expression darkened. Initially, he had hoped that Li Rui was unaware of the Huaqing sect's affairs, but that hope was now dashed, given their already strained relationship. If he did not invest significantly, the opportunity would surely slip through his fingers. Ing Lu resolved to act decisively. I shall offer an 8th-grade spiritual elixir. His eyes blazed with a fiery intensity, filled with avarice. This old man was evidently attempting to extort him. Shameless and despicable. He mentally cursed Li Rui 1,000 times. Yet the circumstances compelled him to seek Li Rui's approval, as there was no alternative. Ing Lu was no novice in the martial world. Even in his anger, he managed to force a smile, avoiding direct confrontation with Li Rui. At 100 taels, 180 taels, Ing Lu clenched his fists, which were turning pale. This time, he was risking everything. Very well. Li Rui's lips curled upward slightly. Congratulations, Deputy Hall Mastering. The slot for the Huaqing sect mission is now yours. Hearing Li Rui's nonchalant words, Ing Lu nearly spat blood. This old man increasingly resembled the cunning auctioneers at city auctions. Chapter 38. Preparation. Li Rui submitted Ing Lu's name. A hot potato had transformed into a spiritual elixir. A tremendous profit. Li Rui had already learned of the news regarding the murder of Captain Liu. It was evident that the target of that Huaqing sect disciple was none other than himself. Even if he stepped outside now, With the county office and Huaqing sect personnel laying out a web of traps, it would still be perilous. The leader of the T&D Alliance was a peak 8th grade expert. With him around, hiding in the branch was the safest option. He certainly could not undertake the mission in earnest, as that would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. Even if there were no issues with Ing Lu, he would feign illness to request leave, resolutely refusing to go, even at the risk of punishment. Matters of violence and killing were best kept at a distance from this old man. That evening, he gasped for breath. "Home Master, I hear there's a mission from the Huaqing sect?" Li Hui nodded. Upon confirming, Liang he revealed a look of excitement. "Home Master, I wish to participate." Li Rue initially fell silent. "Give me a reason." Liang he met Li Rue's gaze resolutely. "Home Master, you told me that those who aspire to great achievements must first endure hardship. The notion of an alternate version of Lu Sun in another realm?" Li Rue's expression turned peculiar. He firmly denied ever uttering such words, believing that foolishly enduring hardship to gain advantage was the superior path. His understanding was still lacking. The martial arts journey encompasses far more than mere fighting. "Very well," Li Rue finally nodded, ultimately agreeing to Liang He's request. Young people must endure some hardship. Participating in the Huaqing sect's mission and facing challenges would help them see the world's harsh realities. As for him, an old man with poor teeth, living off soft food suited him perfectly. It would be challenging for a home master to seize a spot, but for an ordinary disciple, it was much simpler, as ordinary disciples rarely encountered the esteemed figures of the Huaqing sect. Liang he was likely to only learn a lesson. "Brotherly, are you truly not going?" Wu Tu, noticing Li Rue's absence from the Huaqing sect mission list, sought him out immediately. He was counting on Li Rue to provide some support during the mission. Li Rue replied, "I am old and no longer useful." Wu Tu scoffed internally. "Not useful? Ing Lu has been tamed into a well-behaved dog by you, and you still claim to be of no use." He did not believe a word of Li Rue's statement. With a sigh, he said, "Brother Li, you are missing out on a great opportunity. This time, we have reliable intel that the Huaqing sect disciple will definitely appear near the T&D Alliance branch, and a Huaqing sect expert will intervene, allowing for effortless merit." Li Rue feigned agreement, expressing regret, but internally he thought otherwise. Why would that Huaqing sect disciple come to the T&D Alliance branch? Was it not for him? He was trying to avoid trouble, not walk into it willingly. Wu Tu, seeing that Li Rue was resolutely unwilling to take action, could only relent. If Li Rue assisted, his chances of achieving merit would increase. This was a battle destined for victory. The only variable was the extent of the merit gained. If he were to catch the eye of the Huaqing sect, transforming into a disciple of the Huaqing sect would indeed be a matter of great pride and success. By the way, there's a young man from my hall who is also going. If he could spare some effort to look after him, his name is Liang He. Very well. Wu Tu nodded, thinking of him as merely an ordinary disciple. He was happy to do Li Rue a favor. After saying this, he turned to leave. It was possible that there would be Gue Ming sect members making a move tonight, and he had many matters to keep an eye on. At the training ground, the hall masters and disciples chosen for the Huaqing sect mission had all gathered. Wu Tu and Liang he were among them. Though Liang he was lost in the crowd, while Wu Tu stood on the high platform. On the platform, 3 individuals appeared to be leading the gathering. One of them was Kong Xianyan, who scanned the crowd, confirming that everyone was present. Zhao Wei nodded in response. Kong Xianyan then turned to the hawk-nosed, middle-aged man beside him. "Dao Home Master, we will rely on your alliance for tonight's affairs." The central figure was none other than Dao Xiong, the leader of the T&D Alliance's Qing'e branch. Dao Xiong's face, resembling ancient tree bark, broke into a smile. It is all part of the job. He glanced at the Huaqing sect disciples on the other side. "Does Lu Shang have any adjustments to make?" The handsome young man on his right shook his head with a smile. From the arrangement of the 3, it was evident that the 2 from the Huaqing sect were at odds, and, as the leader of the T&D Alliance, he naturally preferred not to offend either side. Involvement in the internal strife of the Huaqing sect could lead to dire consequences. Dao Xiong, having attained the position of leader of the T&D Alliance, was certainly no fool. He discreetly observed Lu's actions from the Huaqing sect, contemplating to himself, "I have heard this individual has significant connections." Kong Xianyan, noticing Dao Xiong's desire for neutrality, let out a cold snort. "The Gue Ming sect may make a move this time. We must be vigilant, as lives may be lost at any moment." He deliberately elongated the last 3 words. On this mission, his task was merely to capture the traitor Su Hua, while Lu Zhan was tasked with exterminating the Gui Ming sect. The level of danger was incomparable. He secretly hoped that Lu Zhan would perish amidst the chaos with the Gui Ming sect. His current remarks served merely as a disclaimer. Lu Zhan maintained a smile. There is no need for Brother Kong to worry about this matter. Dao Xiong rubbed his forehead and interjected at the appropriate moment, as he was unwilling to be caught in the middle of the dispute. Gentlemen, since everyone is prepared, why not send the people out first and trap that thief? That made sense. Upon hearing Dao Xiong's words, both men nodded. Regardless of their grievances within their sects, at least in dealing with Su Hua and the Gui Ming sect, their objectives aligned. With Dao Xiong's command, the operation commenced. The disciples of Tiandi Meng were divided into more than a dozen small teams, stealthily concealed within the buildings surrounding the alliance. Upon discovering Su Hua's whereabouts, they would immediately signal with a flare. At that time, Dao Xiong, stationed at the branch, along with 2 members of Huaqing Zone, would swiftly arrive to eliminate Su Hua. Liang, he was assigned to a house on the west side of the branch. And by coincidence, the team leader was none other than Wu Tuesday. You call out Liang He. Yes, that's you. Just follow my lead. Li Leoj specifically instructed me to guide you. Upon hearing Li Rui's mention, Liang He's heart warmed. Thank you, Wu Ji sure. Wu Tu waved his hand dismissively. It's a small matter. He had some recollection of Liang He. Upon entering the sect, he had shown considerable potential and was highly regarded by 3 hall masters. Ultimately joining the One Wu Tang, it seemed he had offended someone, resulting in his demotion to Tiani Tang. However, the current Liang, he did not appear as arrogant as rumored. How strange. I shall inquire with Lao Feng another day. Lao Feng was the master of One Wu Tang. Both were under the jurisdiction of Zhang Fu Duo, thus maintaining a cordial relationship. While the two exchanged idle chatter, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. It's the officials, Liang, he remarked. Chapter 39. The Sword Immortal of Jiangdong. The influence of Huaqing Zone was indeed substantial. Not only did Tiandi Meng intervene, but even the officials dispatched officers to assist. Liang, he would be lying if he said he was not envious. In the realm of Qing He, few could muster such a grand display. Huaqing Zone truly deserved its reputation as a major sect. Wu Tu, listening to the commotion outside, also marveled at the clout of Huaqing Zone. Now, that was truly impressive. He recalled how, during his time in Embalmen, encountering officials felt akin to facing the king of hell, prompting reflections on the disparities among individuals. Indeed, one benefits greatly from being sheltered by a mighty tree. Wu Tu assessed the situation. There is no need for alarm. It is likely just a routine patrol. Upon hearing this, the several tense individuals finally exhaled in relief. No one relishes the feeling of risking their lives. Wu Ji sure. Do you think the person will come tonight? Liang he inquired. Wu Tu rolled his eyes. How would I know? Intelligence is one thing, but if anyone believes it entirely, they are a fool. Wu Tu kindly imparted some wisdom to Liang He. Kid, when undertaking a mission, the only constant is the unexpected, so you must learn to adapt. Liang He responded, are you suggesting I should flee when the situation turns unfavorable? Wu Tu scoffed, nonsense, it's about seizing the opportunity to escape. Liang He was speechless. Was this Wu Ji Shi's secret to survival in the martial world? Wu Tu did not elaborate further. Teaching people is often futile, and some lessons can only be learned through experience, with reflection leading to significant growth, provided one remains alive. Even though he had accepted Li Rui's invitation, he could not possibly manage every trivial matter. The waiting period was exceedingly monotonous. Their task was to observe the surrounding activity and be ready to assist, as locating individuals was better suited for professional officers. With nothing else to do, Wu Tu casually shared experiences with the 7 or 8 ordinary disciples of Tiandi Meng nearby. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, accompanied by a flare shooting straight into the sky. Is that it? Wu Tu and the others were startled, swiftly drawing their weapons and rushing toward the location of the flare. An hour earlier, within the grand hall of Tiandi Meng's branch, the leader Dao Xiong sat imposingly in a tiger skin chair, with Lu Zhan to his left and Kong Xianyan to his right. Kong Xianyan glanced at Dao Xiong. This leader of Tiandi Meng was rumored to have been a well-known swordsman in a Ning prefecture years ago, wielding a 7-foot-long broadsword as he pursued 100 bandits with ferocity. Dao Zhu, Do you believe my plan to lure the snake out of its hole will succeed? Kong Xianyan appeared confident. Dao Xiong replied nonchalantly, it is hard to say. He did not mind Kong Xianyan using his subordinates as bait since he had been informed in advance, preventing Tianyi Ming from being caught off guard and losing face. This was a favor to him. Dao Xiong inquired, Kong Shang sure, what secret technique has your sect lost that necessitated such a mobilization? Kong Xianyan did not conceal the truth. It is the Bai Yuan Pai Dao. Upon hearing the term Bai Yuan Pai Dao, Dao Xiong's demeanor shifted. Was that not the swordsmanship created by the esteemed figure known as the finest swordsman across the 7 continents? With Dao Xiong's mention, Kong Xianyan could not help but feel a hint of pride. Indeed, our sect's Ma Shibua is the 8th generation disciple of that esteemed figure. But he carelessly allowed Su Hua to steal the secret technique. Dao Xiong clicked his tongue in astonishment. Bai Yuan Pai Dao. That was a peak technique he had never even glimpsed in his lifetime. He wondered who had struck luck to obtain the secret. So it was really Li Tangzhu who acquired the technique. Just days ago, he learned that the master of Tian Yi Tang had also participated in the previous battle at the abandoned temple and was merely a groom. Kong Xianyan shook his head. I hope the leader will forgive my prior actions. However, Li Tangzhu is innocent. He did not take it. Dao Xiong felt a tinge of regret. That made things challenging. He did not know who might possess such great fortune. There were often beggars seeking shelter at the abandoned temple. If they were to use the technique as firewood, the consequences would be dire. Dao Xiong turned to Lu Zhan, who sat on the opposite side. Lu Shang sure. May I ask which esteemed elder is Kamachini this time? This was what concerned him most that night. Kong Xianyan also cast a curious glance. Although both were acting on behalf of Hua Qingzong, their statuses were worlds apart before taking on such roles. Lu Zhan's background was significantly superior. Thus, he was less informed about many matters within the sect than Lu Zhan. For instance, the elder personally traveling to Qinghe. Lu Zhan smiled slightly. It is not that I wish to conceal anything, but Elder Jiang specifically instructed me before his departure. I doubt either of you wishes to experience the might of Elder Jiang's sword. Do you? Elder Jiang? Dao Xiong's heart skipped a beat. There is only one elder of Hua Qingzong with the surname Jiang. The sword immortal of Jiangdong, Jiang Linxian. His eyes widened. Kong Xianyan wore a similar expression of shock. Neither had anticipated that such a prominent figure would be involved this time. Dao Xiong tentatively asked, Lu Shang sure. Why is it permissible to speak of it now? Lu Zhan replied calmly, because Elder Jiang has already arrived in Qinghe. You may speak freely, as long as you can survive under his sword. Dao Xiong and Kong Xianyan exchanged glances, both feeling a chill run down their spines. As they speculated on Elder Jiang's whereabouts, suddenly, the flare etched a white line across the sky. Almost simultaneously, Dao Xiong and the 2 members of Hua Qingzong vanished from the hall. In the darkness of night, a figure stealthily emerged from a room adjacent to Tian Yi Tang. Cloaked in black, their features were indistinguishable, and their age was indiscernible. Li Rui's footsteps barely touched the ground, making hardly a sound. The bone cultivation was indeed effective. He was now only a step away from the 8th rank. While others took at least 5 years to reach that level, he had done so in just 1, and it would not be long before he entered the Copperbone realm. In Qinghe, he could be considered strong enough to hold his head high. Perhaps in a few months, he would gaze up at the flare in the sky. Was it finally time to begin? With his newly forged sword in tow, he found a suitable position to leap over the courtyard wall, making his way toward the location of the flare. That disciple of Hua Qingzong must have been certain it was he who took the Bai Yuan Pai Dao. They would undoubtedly attempt to strike against him covertly. Li Rui was not fond of the idea of worrying about assassination while trying to sleep. Such a feeling was quite unpleasant. Therefore, the best course of action was to ensure that disciple from Hua Qingzong was rendered completely immobile. He had previously heard from another disciple named Zhou, who had accompanied the young master of the Zhu family, Zhu Yu, that the Hua Qingzong disciple had been severely wounded by Jiang Yan's divine weapon talisman. If a confrontation arose, he would possess the ability to defend himself. Although many experts had prepared thoroughly for this night, the aging man was prone to nightmares. He could not sleep without witnessing the demise of that disciple from Hu Qingzong. His anxiety was palpable. Chapter 40, The Night. Thunder rumbled ominously. In the eastern part of the city, a group of cloaked figures descended from the sky, engaging in fierce combat with the disciples of T.N.D. M. Ing who lay in ambush nearby. Were they from Gu M. Engjio? Li Ru gazed down at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, its skull shattered, a gruesome sight that would make anyone tremble with fear. Among the fallen were disciples of both T.N.D. M. Ing and Gu M. Ngo. Yet, Li Ru remained remarkably composed. He tore open the chest of a masked figure, revealing a greenish-blue tattoo of ghostly flames, the distinctive mark of a Gu M. Ngo follower. As anticipated, they had indeed intervened. It was hardly surprising. The grand display set by Hu Qingzong and T.N.D.M. Ing was not merely to deal with a single ex-Hu, but rather to confront Gu M. Ngo as a whole. Li Ru crouched down, deftly searching through the bodies of several T.N.D.M. Ing disciples. His movements practiced and fluid. His fingers glided over their forms until he felt something unusual and halted. Soon, a look of delight emerged on his face as he uncovered a substantial amount of silver, accumulating to a total of 100 taels. This was far more lucrative than a meager salary. It was no wonder some individuals gravitated towards illicit means. Earning money honestly would take an eternity to amass such an amount. Regrettably, there were no elixirs or spiritual pills to be found. Yet, this was quite reasonable. Who would carry precious items while traversing the night? Unless they were foolish. Most martial artists would consume any elixirs they obtained on the spot. Li Ru had foreseen this. He placed the acquired silver into a pouch and tossed it into the courtyard of a nearby residence. There were other matters to attend to, and carrying 100 taels would undoubtedly hinder his agility. One must not sacrifice the greater good for fleeting gains. As for the corpses of the Gu M. Ngo followers, he paid them no mind. Dressed in night cloaks, it was unlikely anyone would hide valuables within. Even silver would be too risky. Searching them would only waste time. He stood up, blending back into the shadows, continuing his pursuit of the target. Ex-Hu. The rain poured down heavily, quickly flooding the ground, with raindrops the size of pearls creating ripples across the surface. In a narrow alley, Wai Yingli shouted to his companions, his expression grim. Keep your eyes sharp. He kicked aside the corpse of a Gu M. Ngo follower. Disgust etched on his face. Damn it, I thought this would be a simple task, yet I nearly lost my life. These Gu M. Ngo members were treacherously cunning, swarming him unexpectedly. A ghastly scar marred his right shoulder. Wai Yingli's expression remained impassive. After years of living on the edge, such minor injuries were insignificant. What should we do next, Eagle Master? A young disciple inquired anxiously. Do what? Just charge out. Whoever wants the credit can have it. Wai Yingli spat blood onto the ground in frustration. Fear gripped him. The Gu M. Ngo's assault was far fiercer than anticipated. If this continued, he might lose his life. What use was fortune if one was dead? Where were the experts from Hu Qingzong? As Wai Yingli scanned the surroundings, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling sound, almost imperceptible unless one was holding their breath. In the next moment, a young disciple's voice rang out, "Ghost! It's a ghost!" Wai Yingli whipped around, looking in the direction indicated by the disciple. It was empty, devoid of anything. What nonsense are you spouting? If you dare to shout again, I'll silence you myself. Wai Yingli retorted, annoyed. However, as he turned to scold the young disciple, he noticed the others were frozen in terror, mouths agape, their eyes wide with dread. What the hell is going on? Wai Yingli turned back, his pupils dilating in shock. A colossal creature, towering over 10 feet tall, stood before him, its dark scales shimmering with a metallic sheen in the night. It opened its gaping maw, and with a swift motion, tore apart the body of a Gu M. Ngo follower, devouring the remains. Blood mixed with rainwater flowed at Wai Yingli's feet, staining the ground crimson. Such a horrific sight, even for someone accustomed to bloodshed, rendered him immobile, warmth trickling from his already soaked trousers. What in the world is this monstrosity? He thought in dismay. With a thunderous crash, lightning illuminated the night, momentarily transforming the world into daylight. In an instant, the narrow alley was left with nothing but a pile of mangled remains. On the other end, the expansive streets of QNGH City revealed the grim expressions of Shi Ing and his companions. K. Ing Shi Nnin, drenched by the rain, appeared far from his usual elegant self, a menacing look on his face. Damn it, the Gu M. Ngo scoundrels are raising monsters. He glared at the enormous beast not far away. Shin tightened his grip on the giant hammer in his hand, wiping the rain from his face as he calculated whether the three of them could defeat the creature together. Just as the beast was about to turn, A flying sword cleaved through the rain-soaked night, akin to a silver dragon descending from the heavens. With a sickening thud, the sword pierced the creature's skull, and with a resounding crash, its massive body collapsed, splashing water everywhere. The three men's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Zhn's eyes quickly sparkled with excitement. It's Elder Ji Ying's flying sword. Elder Ji Ying has made his move. Di Oxing stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The sword arrived before the man did. The legendary Ji Ying Di Ying Ji Nexi In was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. Recovering from his shock, Li Zhin urged, "We must find X who." He was struck by Di Oju's hammer and cannot have gone far. We are no longer needed here. Agreed. In a secluded alley, a burly man with a beard ran frantically, having lost track of how many streets he had traversed. Damn. Ji Ying El Nexi In. How could it be Ji Ying El Nexi In? With Ji Ying El Nexi In and QNGH, all the Guim NGO's schemes have become laughable. He realized that their plans for the night had utterly failed. X, who was unwilling to concede. He was so close to confirming whether the secret technique had been taken by the coachman. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared not far from him, brandishing a massive sword. In the blink of an eye, that person rushed before him, swinging the enormous blade with force. BIUNPDO. Chapter 41. Conclusion. The ferocity of the blade's intent enveloped X, who instantly. Li Ru's body stretched as he relied on the strength of his waist and abdomen to swing the 37-pound sword. Relying solely on arm strength would surely lead to dislocation. The power of BIUNPDO was unleashed fully. X, whose eyelids twitched as he drew his own sword, using the back of it to block the fierce assault. It was also BIUNPDO. Damn it. It really is you. X, who cursed vehemently. The more he fought, the more frustrated he became, realizing that his opponent wielded the technique even better than he. In the clash of swordsmanship, he found himself at a disadvantage. Damn it. The fury within X, who reached its peak. But with one arm injured and having taken a blow from Di Oxing, his strength paled compared to before. He took a deep breath, a pathological fervor flickering across his face. "I'll kill you." Li Ru raised an eyebrow, acutely sensing that X, whose strength had more than doubled. What kind of technique was this? The force in his own hands intensified once more. One strike, two strikes. His 37-pound massive sword was wielded with such precision that the raindrops from the heavens were deflected, transforming into ethereal shadows. Exu felt a jolt of alarm in his heart. Even my deceased senior brother seems to lack such exceptional swordsmanship, does he not? It took him merely a few moments to discern the subtlety. The anonymous master before me wielded the Bai Yuan Pai Dao, which appeared similar, yet was fundamentally different. Once I eliminate you, the truth shall be unveiled. Su Hua grinned, revealing a cruel smile. In the next instant, with a swift flick of his right sleeve, a sharp dagger, glinting with a cold light, shot forth, aimed directly at Li Rue's vital points. The speed of this dagger was astonishing, effortlessly surpassing Li Rue's sword. Li Rue gasped in surprise. What an impressive concealed weapon. Su Hua was indeed not to be underestimated, despite having his arm severed. He cunningly concealed a weapon within his severed limb, rendering defenses nearly futile. The dagger's velocity was terrifying, evidently honed over many years. Alas, you have crossed paths with me. Li Rue relinquished his large sword, simultaneously drawing a small dagger from his waist. He flicked it upward. A crisp metallic clash resonated. Su Hua's dagger traced a parabolic arc in the air, spinning backward. He widened his eyes, taken aback to encounter a fellow practitioner who also had concealed a blade. In a flash, Li Rue lunged forward, reclaiming the long sword still airborne, and with tremendous force, he struck down upon Su Hua. No! Su Hua's face flushed crimson. He could distinctly hear the sound of bones fracturing in his hand. Another strike. He collapsed to the ground, his knees creating deep impressions in the mud. Another strike. Two strikes. Su Hua's bones shattered, crushed into fragments, leaving behind only a heap of mangled flesh, with blood flowing alongside the rainwater into the nearby ditch. Li Rue sheathed his sword, the rain having thoroughly drenched his garments. He cast a glance at Su Hua, now indistinguishable from the earth. He exhaled slowly. In this battle, he had slain a master of the 8th rank in the Tonggu realm, marking his first foray into crossing ranks in combat. Even his typically tranquil heart felt a hint of peculiarity. Such a perfect achievement. This would undoubtedly become a frequent occurrence in the future. He crouched down, meticulously searching through Su Hua's belongings. To his astonishment, he found a pauper. He had anticipated acquiring some valuable items from this disciple of the Hua Qing sect, yet there were neither elixirs nor even a scrap of silver. It seems Su Hua had long since exhausted his resources since leaving the Hua Qing sect. It was time to depart. He glanced at the moving shadows in the distance. The battle had concluded. The rain ceased, and droplets dripped rhythmically from the eaves. Landing squarely on Liang He's forehead. Liang He suddenly sat upright. That was close. He nearly met his demise. As he stood, he heard a voice behind him, laughing and scolding. Damn it, you've learned quickly. Turning around, he saw Wu Tu leaning on his large sword like a cane, sporting several wounds from the previous night's battle with the Gue Ming sect, utterly exhausted. Liang He scratched his head awkwardly. Wu Ji, sure, I couldn't match them. Last night, their small squad had encountered the Gue Ming sect immediately upon departure, and amidst the chaos, his comrades were scattered. Liang He, being merely a novice, had scarcely any real combat experience, yet the situation had unfolded like a hellish nightmare. Thus, he chose to heed Wu Jishi's advice and feign death. Fortunately, he had survived. Wu Tu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. You did well. Li Laoge has a keen eye. I appreciate your character. Come visit me at the gambling house in the southern part of the city sometime. I'll treat you to a drink. He was a man who formed genuine connections with those he admired, regardless of age or status. Excellent. Liang He beamed widely. After surviving a life-and-death trial, he had befriended a figure of high standing. Wasn't this the very plot of a tale? Liang He's eyes sparkled. Could it be that I am the protagonist? Wu Qianbei, you will surely be grateful for today's events. Wu Tu gazed at Liang He with an odd expression. Was this lad a bit unhinged? He grimaced, his wounds tugging painfully. This time he had suffered greatly. Recovery would take at least 3 months, and he hadn't even laid eyes on that esteemed figure. Truly, he had lost both the lady and the troops. Had he known, he should have followed Lao Li and slept soundly in the branch. Wu Tu mused inwardly. Could it be that Lao Li had foreseen the night's outcome? Otherwise, why would he willingly relinquish such an opportunity? Xiao He, did your Tang Zhu say anything before you left? Liang He pondered earnestly. Li Tang Zhu requested a reason. Otherwise, he wouldn't permit my departure. I told him that those who aspire to greatness must endure trials, and only then did he relent. Indeed, Wu Tu wore an expression of realization, now grasping the implications. It was no wonder Li Rue had subtly urged him to abandon this endeavor. He regretted not understanding at the time. In a martial world, there are unspoken truths that must not be revealed. Otherwise, the calamities that befall others may turn upon oneself. The secrets of heaven must not be disclosed. This was the meaning. Thus, seasoned practitioners often spoke in riddles. Whether one could evade disaster depended on personal insight. Wu Tu recalled how Li Rue had once attempted to enlighten him. Old brother speaks wisely. Within the Tian Dimeng branch, Dao Xiong gazed at a pile of utterly pulverized flesh. Was this indeed Su Hua? He discovered the token of the Hua Qing sect, albeit only a fragment of a fingerbone. Kong Xian Yin. Good. The traitor Su Hua of the Hua Qing sect has been eliminated. Regardless of whether this was the genuine Su Hua, as long as he could provide an account, it sufficed. Chapter 42. Leisurely flipping through books, he had scarcely crossed the threshold when he spotted Zhou Shu Lin waving at him. Upon entering, Zhou Shu Lin remarked, fortunately, you are unscathed. I heard many perished last night. This time, the Tian Dimeng mobilized nearly 100 individuals. 20 lives were lost, marking a death rate exceeding 20%, an unbearable toll in any era. The Tian Dimeng had suffered tremendous losses, particularly with the death of a steward and a vice hall master, in addition to the ordinary disciples. Have you heard? Eagle Tang Zhu has died. Zhou Shu Lin's voice betrayed an unmistakable delight. Liang He's eyes widened. Eagle Lu was actually dead. The carnage of last night had been brutal. Yet he hadn't anticipated that the seasoned Eagle Lu would also fall. His expression quickly turned peculiar. In less than 10 days, the Tian Tang had lost a vice hall master and an ordinary disciple. Was this the work of a celestial misfortune? Liang, he felt a wave of apprehension. Had it not been for Wu Tu teaching him the importance of self-preservation, he would have recklessly charged into the fray with his previous temperament. The martial world was perilous. It was indeed safer within the Tian Yitang. He sincerely believed so. Zhou Shu Lin nodded emphatically. From now on, I will never venture out. In this regard, the two reached a swift consensus. While they conversed, a figure strode into the Tian Yitang. Liang He's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing the man. Wu Ji sure. Wu Tu chuckled. You've got some resilience. Is your Tangzhu present? Liang, he gestured toward a room in the corner on the first floor. Tangzhu is inside. Saying this, he made his way directly to Li Rui's quarters. Zhou Shulin looked at Liang He in astonishment. When did you become so familiar with Wu Ji Shi? Liang He replied, no choice. It's a matter of life and death. Wu Lao Di, was everything smooth last night? Li Rui observed Wu Tu, who sat before him with legs crossed. Li Lao Ge, they say the elderly become wise. You truly are remarkable. Wu Tu spoke somewhat cryptically. Li Rui felt as though Wu Tu was scolding him. Yet he could find no evidence to support the notion. Subsequently, Wu Tu appeared frustrated, thumping his thigh. Li Lao Ge, brothers ought to heed your counsel. One should refrain from meddling in such matters, lest one suffer injuries. Li Rui's face was filled with confusion as he inquired, Brother Wu, what exactly transpired last night? Wu Tu let out a soft sigh, replying, Su Hua conspired with the members of the Gui Ming sect. It is said that even the Gui Yao made an appearance. Fortunately, a formidable expert from the Hua Qing sect struck them down, but we still suffered considerable losses. Li Rui, taken aback, asked Gui Yao. Wu Tu's expression shifted to one of apprehension as he explained. The Gui Yao are abominable creatures cultivated by the Gui Ming sect, resembling neither human nor demon. They are said to be bred using the hearts of humans to nourish ferocious beasts, a most sinister practice. Li Rui's heart raced at the thought. The mere existence of demonic beasts was already terrifying, and the power of the Gui Yao was beyond doubt. He was no longer the humble coachman of the Zhu family. During his time in Tianyi-Lu, he had not only studied the Dao scriptures to assist in mastering the Baiyuan Pai Dao breathing technique, but had also perused numerous tales of chivalry and the supernatural. Among them were accounts of demonic beasts, affirming the presence of extraordinary beings in this world, with the demonic beasts being one of them. These beasts, lurking in the deep mountains beyond the city, are known for their formidable strength and low intelligence, serving as nightmares for the mountain dwellers. Wu Tu, too, felt a wave of dread. The demonic beings created through the dark arts of the Gui Ming sect not only possessed the strength of beasts, but also the intellect of humans, making encounters with similarly ranked warriors a certain death sentence. Had it not been for the intervention of the Hua Qing sect's powerful expert, the entire Qing he would have faced calamity. Li Rui pressed further, so, which esteemed expert from the Hua Qing sect intervened. Wu Tu shook his head in mild frustration. I do not know. At that time, apart from the leader and two top emissaries from the Hua Qing sect, no one else was present. Li Rui nodded in understanding. His surprise morphed into a flicker of realization. That disciple of the Hua Qing sect was indeed clever. However, for Kong Xianyin, it mattered little. As long as he firmly asserted that it was Su Hua, the chances of the Hua Qing sect pursuing the matter further were slim. After all, the chaos caused by the Gui Ming sect was sufficient evidence. Kong Xianyin's actions had inadvertently alleviated many of Li Rui's worries. With Hua Qing sect no longer investigating, the matter of the secret technique would gradually fade from memory, and thus his troubles would dissipate. He felt a sudden lightness in both body and spirit. The constant feeling of being watched had been quite distressing. Now that Su Hua was dead, the threads of inquiry were severed, and no one would mention the abandoned temple or the secret technique again. A tranquil existence was indeed the most desirable. Armed with his martial prowess and the complete Baiyuan Pai Dao, he was already poised to reach remarkable heights. Once he had gained sufficient strength, he could seek ways to extend his lifespan and pursue the path of immortality. As long as he could discover the means to ascend to immortality, he would no longer be constrained by the limitations of his lifespan. Li Rui glanced at the achievement panel, showcasing the goal of becoming an immortal ancestor. Cultivating immortality. Tian Yitang returned to its former tranquility. A deputy leader and a disciple had perished. Zhao Wei, feeling helpless, had no choice but to temporarily abandon thoughts of promoting someone to fill the void. The other 6 halls sensed misfortune in the air, and even the disciples tasked with maintaining order were reluctant to come due to the rumors. In an instant, Tian Yitang had once again dwindled to a mere 4 members. The most awkward of them all was Han Peng. With his support gone, he had thoroughly offended the leader and the other two individuals. For several days, he had been submissive, and then he decisively signed up for the most perilous tasks. Though this venture resulted in the loss of both his reputation and resources, it at least ensured his survival. In Han Peng's eyes, Li Rui was more dangerous than a flood or a ferocious beast. He had no doubt that lingering in Tianytang for a few more days would lead him to a fate akin to that of Ying Lu and Yang San. Zhou Shulin and Liang He's loyalty to Li Rui had reached an unparalleled level. The highest realm of the martial world lay in the ability to defeat enemies without resorting to brute force. Violence and bloodshed were not sustainable strategies. One must employ their intellect. All of this wisdom had been compiled by Liang He into a manual. Li Rui, however, remained blissfully unaware. He continued to peruse the Tao scriptures. Those who seek longevity must accumulate virtue and merit, showing kindness to all and forgiving both themselves and others. As he turned the pages, he paused when he heard Liang He's voice from outside. "Leader, Deputy Leader Zhang invites you for drinks tonight." Chapter 43. Alliances at the hour of high. The moon shone brightly amidst the scattered stars, casting a blanket of darkness over Qinghe. In ancient times, entertainment was scarce, and by this hour, many households had extinguished their lights and retired for the night. Only a few establishments remained lit, one of which was the Jiaofeng Si. In the cultural hierarchy of ancient customs, the lowest echelon was occupied by the brothels, catering to the common folk and characterized by menial labor and meager profits. The Qinglu, however, was significantly more upscale, accessible only to wealthy merchants and dignitaries, with a notion of selling talent without selling one's body emerged. Yet, at the pinnacle of the social disdain hierarchy stood the Jiaofeng Si. Li Rui mused to himself. Oli has truly made something of himself. Managing to come to the Jiaofeng Si. The Jiaofeng Si had transcended the base pleasures of ordinary brothels, attracting patrons who would lavishly spend fortunes for a single performance. 30 taels without even a touch of a girl's waist. What refinement! Yet, Li Rui found himself drawn to the more mundane pleasures. At that moment, the delicate sound of the guqin, like jade beads falling to the ground, reached his ears. Beyond a screen, a graceful silhouette could be faintly discerned, but that was all. He cast a glance at Wu Tu, who was shifting uncomfortably, as if he had been pricked by 1,000 needles. Clearly, he too was restless. Once the piece concluded, Wu Tu cheerfully raised his cup, proclaiming, "The guqin of the girl Chun Nguyen is unrivaled in Qinghe. None dare claim otherwise. I, being a mere commoner, lack the appreciation for such artistry. Yet Deputy Leader Zhang surely understands the essence within Chun Nguyen's melodies." A lean middle-aged man, appearing to be around 40, smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "I am merely an amateur who enjoys the sound. I am no expert. However, this evening, Chun Nguyen's rendition of Guanin's Blessing Indeed resonates deeply, and her skill has advanced." This middle-aged man was Zhang Yang, one of the 4 deputy leaders of the Tiandi Alliance. Li Rui's heart stirred. Wu Tu was indeed a seasoned veteran, adeptly flattering others. The most prudent way to praise someone is to belittle oneself, thereby highlighting the other's merits, especially in areas where they seek validation. Serving a superior requires an understanding of their preferences. This deputy leader Zhang was known for his penchant for the refined, which was why Wu Tu made a special trip to the Jiaofeng Si instead of an ordinary brothel. The Jiaofeng Si was not merely a place for fleeting pleasures. Its courtesans were often the daughters of affluent families, rigorously trained from a young age in the arts, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, far surpassing the common fare found in brothels. Naturally, such refinement came with a hefty price tag. Zhang Yang took a satisfied sip of wine, remarking, "Brotherly, this season's plum wine is particularly delightful. We must indulge in several more cups." He prided himself on being a connoisseur, placing great importance on food and drink. Li Rui smiled outwardly, while inwardly he scoffed. This deputy leader Zhang, clearly from a gang background, had no reason to be so discerning. Zhao Wei embodied the ruggedness one would expect from a grassroots origin. The women in the room had already changed several times, focusing on quantity and abundance, welcoming all guests without reservation. Zhang Yang waved his hand. Wu Tu gestured towards the woman behind the screen, and she gracefully retreated with her guqin. Soon, only the 3 of them remained in the room. Li Rue straightened his back. The main topic was finally about to commence. He shook his head, stating, Ing Lu perished while on a mission. Zhang Yang Chuklet, a knowing smile on his face. Li Rue was aware that explanations would be futile, with two individuals from Tian Yitang having died. Both of whom were adversaries of his. It was evident to all that he was implicated. Deputy Leader Zhang, did you have something to discuss with me today? Zhang Yang laughed heartily. I am aware of your capabilities, Brother Li. I wish to cultivate a friendship, which is why I asked Brother Wu to facilitate this meeting. On the surface, Li Rue was seen as Zhao Wei's man, but true allegiances were not determined by mere appearances. They lay hidden in the depths of personal connections. Zhang Yang was clearly intent on winning Li Rue over. Li Leoj, previously the leader thought you were advanced in years, which is why he arranged for you to take on lighter duties. However, I am well aware of your capabilities. It is a disservice to confine you to Qianitang. Why not come to my One Wu Tang as a grand offering, where your status would be equivalent to that of the Hall Master? What do you think? Wu Tu's eyes widened in astonishment. He did not anticipate that Zhang Yang would go to such lengths to entice Li Rue. One Wu Tang is not Qianitang. It holds significant power and prestige, coveted by many, although the grand offering's rank is slightly below that of the Hall Master. It surpasses that of the Deputy Hall Master by a considerable margin, and is tenfold more esteemed than the Hall Master of Qianitang. Li Rue was equally taken aback. Zhang Yang was indeed making a substantial investment. Yet, Zhang Yang quickly shifted his tone. Li Leoj, you understand that the Hall Master must have the leader's approval. As long as you can secure a rank within the top 8 in next month's assessment, I will ensure you obtain the position of Grand Offering. Li Rue suddenly realized. No wonder Zhang Yang was so forthcoming. He was waiting for this very moment. Everyone is astute. It is unreasonable to bestow such an important position upon someone incapable. Zhang Yang intends to gauge Li Rue's true strength through the forthcoming assessment. The assessment is indeed the best means to evaluate. Those scoring above 8 are all Hall Masters of the 6 halls. Should Li Rue reach that level, he is highly likely to become a Hall Master himself. Zhang Yang's push merely offers the pivotal position of Grand Offering in One Wu Tang. Zhang Yang stated confidently, I believe with your prowess, Li Leoj, you will undoubtedly achieve an admirable rank in the assessment. He sincerely wished for Li Rue to possess genuine capabilities. The need for talent is pressing. The leader of Tiandi Meng has broken through, resulting in a significant shift within the alliance. The vice leader is on edge, and reaching the 8th tier in a short period is impossible. Even gifted martial artists require over a decade to surpass the copperbone threshold. Hence, the most expedient approach is to cultivate strength. The 4 deputy leaders of the Qinghe branch have all adopted this strategy. Otherwise, how could they compete with the fierce individuals lurking outside? If not only would the surrounding counties of Qinghe be at risk, but even Anning Prefecture would soon feel the repercussions. Li Rue chuckled. What can an old man like me do? Those matters are for the youth. Zhang Yang did not press further. Although he held a favorable view of Li Rue, an entry-level martial artist did not warrant repeated persuasion. Everyone has their own aspirations. It would be ideal for Li Rue to join him, yet if he chose not to, it would be of no consequence. As Li Rue mentioned, he is already 70. According to ancient standards of longevity, he has limited years left, and thus Zhang Yang is reluctant to invest excessive thought and resources into him. He merely values Li Rue's immediate combat ability, which is why he is willing to offer the Grand Offering position. In a few years, once Li Rue's lifespan has run its course, he can replace him with a trusted confidant. In every sense, it is a wise calculation on Zhang Yang's part. Chapter 44 Zhu Jia's visitors, Zhu Jia. The household staff have been bustling about since dawn, cooking beef and slaughtering sheep, creating a scene reminiscent of the New Year festivities. Wang Zhao had meticulously cleaned the stables early in the morning. Ever since Li Rue had redeemed himself, he had become a new groom for Zhu Jia. Though still youthful and lacking the qualifications to take on apprentices, he often found himself working alone in the stables. Fortunately, he was accustomed to such a routine and did not feel fatigued. He swept the stables repeatedly. Today, Zhu Guanjia had instructed him to ensure the stables were spotless, indicating that some significant personage was expected. Wang Zhao, lacking the insight of Li Rue, was even less capable than the deceased Ma Yang. Nevertheless, he was diligent. He tackled every task assigned with utmost seriousness, repeating any that he felt were inadequately executed, never expressing annoyance. This trait endeared him to Zhu Jia as master. Who does not appreciate a hard-working and unlazy servant? At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind. Oh, Xiao Zhao, still sweeping? Wang Zhao straightened, wiping his brow with the back of a relatively clean hand. Yong Shu. Typically, if someone addressed you with Xiao followed by your surname, it indicated a casual relationship. However, if they called you by your first name directly, it suggested a closer bond. Wang Zhao and Yang Yong, both residing in Zhujia and connected through Li Rue, had developed a friendship over time, providing mutual support in their lives there. It was a solace for two individuals enduring hardships. Wang Zhao curiously inquired, Yong Shu, who of great importance has arrived at the manor, prompting such grand preparations. Just as the saying goes, in spring, ducks sense the warmth first. In a manor, any significant events are often first perceived by the guards. Wang Zhao was somewhat surprised. Young Master Zhu Yu is the future of Zhujia, destined to become the master of the household, so he naturally took an interest in matters concerning Zhu Yu. Yang Yong shrugged. How would a mere guard like me know? Just then, a cacophony of firecrackers erupted outside the door. Wang Zhao's expression shifted. They've arrived. Outside Zhu Jia's gates, 3 chestnut horses trotted gracefully, their hooves echoing on the cobblestone path. Zhu Ping, accompanied by his family, had been waiting eagerly at the entrance. Envious glances from the neighboring residents fell upon them. Zhu Ping stood tall, beaming with pride. He had given birth to a fine son, and it was not beyond possibility for them to become one of the 3 great families over the next century. Zhu Ping felt that his life had not been in vain. Soon his eyes brightened. The figure of Zhu Yu, riding a steed of unmatched vigor, appeared around the street corner, accompanied by Han Qin and Jiang Yin, who had visited Zhu Jia previously. Han Qin wore her customary smile. Zhu Shidi, your family truly is grand. It certainly shows. Zhu Yu managed a strained smile, glancing at Jiang Yin, who wore a slight frown. The acrid scent of gunpowder in the air was distasteful. Before long, the trio on horseback arrived before Zhu Jia's family. Zhu Ping grinned widely. Good son, esteemed guests. It is delightful to see you again. Han Qin offered a gentle smile. Zhu uncle. Jiang Yin remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Zhu Yu approached Zhu Ping, lowering his voice. Father, let us refrain from displaying such unrefined items in the future. Zhu Ping nodded with a smile. If it is displeasing, then we shall refrain from displaying it henceforth. The family then surrounded the 3 from Huaqing Zone as they entered the courtyard. A flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed Zhu Ping's eyes. As his son grew, he no longer belonged solely to his parents. Since Zhu Yu's departure to Huaqing Zone, his horizons had broadened, and he had begun to look down upon Zhu Jia, even the entirety of Qinghe. There is no fault in this, yet it poses a significant concern for a prospective head of the family. Zhu Ping both hoped for his son to achieve great success at Huaqing Zone, while fearing that Zhu Yu's ties to Zhu Jia would weaken, ultimately leading him to refuse the position of family head. Should that occur, upon Zhu Ping's passing, the vast family estate would be left to others. Zhu Jia sighed softly, fearing for a son who may not measure up, yet also worrying for one who excels too greatly. Let him be. Zhu Ping took a deep breath. He is indeed the head of Zhu Jia, but he is also a father. As long as Zhu Yu can thrive, the family legacy is of little concern. His lineage will continue to flourish elsewhere. Everyone settled into the main hall. Zhu Ping then politely inquired, where, esteemed guests, will you be staying in Qinghe for a few days? There are still many pleasant spots nearby for relaxation. Han Qin declined. Zhu uncle, there is no need for leisure. You're not an outsider. To be frank, we have come to assist Elder Jiang in dealing with matters concerning the Gue Ming Jiao. Elder Jiang? Zhu Ping's pupils widened slightly. Jiang Linxian, as merely the head of the family. He was unaware of the full scope of events that had transpired in the Night City. Yet, Jiang Linxian's reputation was indeed resounding. Jiang Linxian actually came to Qinghe. Zhu Yu interjected. Father, this matter concerns Elder Jiang. There is no need for further inquiries. Yes. Zhu Ping nodded repeatedly. Certain matters, when known too thoroughly, only invite calamity upon the Zhu family. Thus, he has long cultivated a conscious restraint of his curiosity. Zhu Yu turned to his side, gazing at Jiang Yin. Jiang Shimi. The sinister individuals of the Gue Ming sect are deeply concealed, and it may take considerable time to locate them. Would it not be better to invite Elder Jiang to stay at my residence for a few days? Jiang Yin shook her head. My father possesses a leisurely disposition, like a divine dragon that is seldom seen. I am unaware of his whereabouts. Very well, Zhu Yu replied, a hint of regret in his tone. Zhu Ping could no longer hide the astonishment in his eyes. This young woman before him was indeed the daughter of Jiang Linxian, a noble lady. However, if Zhu Yu were to become the son-in-law of Jiang Linxian, the Zhu family's headship could be disregarded. Zhu Yu discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Yin. In truth, he harbored similar thoughts. Ever since he learned of Jiang Linxian's presence in Qinghe, he had been eager to make a good impression on his prospective father-in-law. Jiang Yin shook her head again. The Zhu family is still lacking. We require more formidable allies. Chapter 45. The overbearing dragon. Zhu Yu's expression stiffened. It was evident that Jiang Yin held a low opinion of the Zhu family and its members. Zhu Ping interjected, Elder Jiang speaks wisely. Qinghe does possess a few commendable factions. In his view, Jiang Yan's words held merit. Although the Zhu family had some foothold in Qinghe, they were far from being the foremost. The Gui Ming sect was not a foe that the Zhu family could contend with alone. While it is commendable to seek glory, one must also be capable of bearing the burden. Recklessly taking on all responsibilities would only place the Zhu family in a precarious situation, risking their descent into an irretrievable abyss. The most powerful factions in Qinghe are the Blood Tiger Gang and the Tiandi Alliance, said the two masters. Han Qi nodded. I have also heard of these two factions. They indeed possess some prowess. The Blood Tiger Gang and the Tiandi Alliance are not local powers in Qinghe, but span several counties, and he had also heard of them in Huaqing's sect. He continued, it is said that the Tiandi Alliance previously assisted Senior Brother Liu and Senior Brother Kong. Perhaps we should first visit the Tiandi Alliance. That makes sense, Zhu Yu agreed. Initially, he had been carried away by enthusiasm, but now, with a clearer mind, he recognized that his previous suggestion had been rather impulsive, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. Jiang Yin pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. The Tiandi Alliance was indeed a commendable choice. At the Tiandi Alliance, Qinghe branch, in a great hall, Dao Xiong sat grandly in a tiger skin chair, surveying the three disciples of Huaqing's sect below him. You three have journeyed from afar. It is truly an honor. He had set aside his usual harsh demeanor, appearing quite genial. Yet beneath his hospitable facade, he grumbled internally. Had he inadvertently disturbed the den of Huaqing's sect? In the span of a mere month, he had received 2 groups of Huaqing's sect individuals. It was hardly inspiring. In the previous battle, the Tiandi Alliance had suffered significant losses, and those 2 disciples of Huaqing's sect had departed without offering any compensation. The mere thought of it infuriated Dao Xiong. Encountering Huaqing's sect individuals again, merely refraining from feigning illness was already a testament to his restraint. Han Qin clasped his fists. Dao Zhuizhu, I wish to express my gratitude on behalf of our sect for your alliance's assistance in eliminating the formidable foes of the Gui Ming sect. Zhu Yu furrowed his brow slightly. He could already sense Dao Xiong's dismissive attitude, leading him to speculate. Clearly, the prior losses had been too severe, and Dao Xiong was now reluctant to involve himself further in the conflict between the Tiandi Alliance and the Gui Ming sect. Han Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Yet he would not grant Dao Xiong the opportunity to evade responsibility. Matters concerning Huaqing's sect must be addressed. His tone grew more assertive. Dao Zhuizhu, we require your alliance to send some personnel to seek out the sinister individuals of the Gui Ming sect and eradicate them completely. I am confident that Elder Jiang will acknowledge your alliance's contributions. Dao Xiong silently cursed. These 3 disciples of Huaqing's sect were clearly attempting to leverage Jiang Linxian's reputation to pressure him. Such inexperienced youngsters dared to intimidate him. He maintained a courteous facade, feigning embarrassment. You 3 are aware that my branch suffered considerable losses last time. We have yet to recover our strength. Moreover, this Qinghe branch has only been established for a few months. We are genuinely powerless. Han Qin momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Huaqing's sect was indeed powerful, yet for the 3 of them, it was unreasonable to force the Tiandi Alliance's members into action. Dao Xiong's reasoning was not without merit. Perhaps, given the lengthy operations of the Blood Tiger Gang in Qinghe and their ample manpower, we could invite the former leader to intervene. Han Qin frowned slightly. He could see that Dao Xiong was attempting to divert blame. Yet, understanding the situation, he had no better alternatives at the moment. The local tyrant was indeed the most challenging to deal with. They were met with all manner of obstacles. akin to striking a fist against cotton, leaving one feeling powerless. Zhu Yu sighed softly, contemplating that they might have no choice but to seek assistance from the Blood Tiger gang. He surmised that the Blood Tiger gang would struggle to find a plausible excuse to decline. Observing the three disciples of Hua Qing's sect hesitating, Dao Xiong's lips curled upward slightly. They were still too naive. After years of navigating the world, he was adept at handling such matters. If he couldn't manage a few inexperienced youngsters, what right did he have to call himself a leader? Just as Dao Xiong prepared to find an excuse to conclude the conversation, the previously silent Jiang Yin slowly rose. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, she gracefully struck towards Dao Xiong with an outstretched palm. Everything transpired too suddenly. Even Dao Xiong had no time to react. With a sharp crack, the porcelain vase behind Dao Xiong shattered into countless fragments, clattering to the ground. Dao Xiong inhaled sharply, astonished. She had struck an object from a distance. The disciples of a great sect were indeed not to be underestimated. Such a feat could not be accomplished without profound cultivation. He doubted he could achieve it himself. Moreover, this young woman from Hua Qing's sect appeared to be no older than 20, yet she had already attained the rank of an 8th-tier martial artist. This was truly astonishing. Dao Xiong felt as if all his decades of training had been for naught. Jiang Yin demonstrated her prowess before calmly stating, "As long as the Tiandi Alliance is willing to assist, I can promise to reserve a position for Qinghe to become a disciple of Hua Qing's sect next year, with the age limit extended to 35. As for who may enter, that will depend on their abilities." Upon hearing this, Dao Xiong's eyes brightened. A position within Hua Qing's sect was exceedingly valuable. Although it was reserved for Qinghe, the opportunity was far greater than before. Previously, several counties surrounding Qinghe had been vying for a single position. Even if he did not pursue it himself, informing the alliance leader would earn him some merit. Dao Xiong laughed heartily. "Elder Jiang, you flatter me. Since this concerns the Gui Ming sect, we are duty-bound to assist. Even if we lost several lives, we shall proceed." Jiang Yin nodded indifferently. "It is settled then. Farewell." With that, she turned and departed, her demeanor ethereal. When dealing with individuals like Dao Xiong, one cannot rely solely on reason. Instead, one must utilize absolute strength to intimidate the opponent, ensuring that matters proceed smoothly. A strong dragon does not suppress a local tyrant. This is because the dragon is not strong enough. Jiang Yin is the overbearing dragon crossing the river. Han Qin smiled wryly and followed suit. Zhu Yu lowered his gaze. Jiang Yin's display had indeed exceeded his expectations. He found it challenging to win over such a formidable woman. Meanwhile, on another path, Li Rue was en route to the pharmacy. Having just received his salary, he was eager to purchase some medicinal herbs. Elixirs were quite costly, making it impractical to consume them frequently. Most of the time, he utilized common herbs for medicinal baths. However, as Li Rue approached the entrance of the Tiandi Alliance, he received a notification. "You have gained the significant attention of a noble lady from your sect. Achievement unlocked, 10. What was this about? He turned his head, and his gaze met Jiang Yan's. This was not a good sign. Chapter 46. Heightened insight. Jiang Yin cast a glance at Li Rue, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "Zhu Shidi, is it your family steward?" Zhu Yu smiled with delight. This was the first time in several days that Jiang Yin had spoken to him of her own accord. He turned to look at Li Rue. A look of confusion crossed his face. Indeed, the old coachman of the Zhu family was quite remarkable, yet at present, Li Rue was clad in the attire of the Tiandi Alliance. Han Qin chuckled softly, stating that everyone has their own fortune, and suggested that it was more pressing for them to head to the Blood Tiger gang. Jiang Yin nodded in agreement. They had just managed to suppress Dao Xiong, and the Qinghe branch had promised to assist. There was no need to stir up trouble at this juncture. Before departing, Jiang Yin cast a lingering glance at Li Rue, her eyes revealing an unusual glimmer. Li Rue exhaled as he watched the three members of Hua Qing's sect depart, feeling a sense of relief. He was not eager to entangle himself too deeply with Hua Qing's sect at this moment. For him, being under Jiang Yan's scrutiny was certainly not a favorable circumstance. He preferred to distance himself from the myriad mundane affairs and wished only to dedicate himself to martial arts. Yet, a flicker of joy crossed his features, for Jiang Yan's appearance had allowed him to fill his achievement points to the brim. Achievement unlocked, innocent affection. Age, 2. You became famous at a young age. Encountering a similarly youthful girl, sharing innocent affection and accompanying each other on the journey of mutual understanding. Achievement points reached 100. Rewards being processed. The young wanderer in the martial world, understanding the weight of enlightenment, seizes opportunities as they arise. With the support of celestial beings, one shall rejoice in becoming a divine being. Enlightenment enhanced. Young hero, commence your perfect journey in the martial world. Name, Leroy, age 7, talent, martial bone. Exceptional understanding, skill, white 8 blade. Achievement, 0-100. Who has seen a 70-year-old man still experience innocent affection? Leroy's Lipswisha. He resolutely disregarded the preceding introductory phrase. After all, according to the system, he was merely 7 years old. Finally, his gaze lingered on the phrase, exceptional understanding. It is widely recognized that assessing a person's aptitude is divided into two components. The first is the root bone, which is easily discerned. Some individuals can be judged merely by their appearance. For instance, those with hands that reach past their knees are suitable for practicing the long arm fist, while those with a robust physique are apt for horizontal martial arts. The vice leader of Qinghe branch, who suffered from premature hair loss, possessed unparalleled qualifications for practicing iron head skill. Others require the expertise of a professional bone examiner to ascertain their true potential, such as Li Rui's martial bone, which is nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Consequently, many prestigious families cultivate a bone examiner to ensure they do not overlook any martial prodigies. Newborn clan members have their root bones identified at birth, allowing for tailored instruction for those with extraordinary potential, thereby gaining an advantage from the very start. How can a mere commoner's martial artist compare? There is simply no comparison. The second component is understanding. In contrast to root bones, understanding is far more elusive. However, it is not entirely inscrutable. For example, prodigies who can form sentences at 1 year old or compose poetry at 3 are manifestations of exceptional understanding. In the context of martial arts, this translates to individuals who grasp the same technique at varying speeds. Those who comprehend swiftly possess superior understanding. Thus, understanding is not as practical in martial arts compared to root bones, as its greatest application lies in the creation of original techniques. Unless one has become a renowned master, crafting one's own techniques holds little significance. Hence, many individuals with average root bones but exceptional understanding often fade into obscurity, becoming indistinguishable from the masses. The enhancement of understanding primarily raises the upper limits of a martial artist's potential. Li Rui attentively sensed the changes within his body. Aside from a clearer mind, there appear to be no significant alterations. Perhaps it would take the accumulation of time to truly appreciate the benefits of enhanced understanding. I concede. Zhou Shulin plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily, one hand propped on the ground while the other waved about. Liang He, still feeling the thrill of the spar, lowered the wooden sword. Shulin, why are you becoming weaker? Zhou Shulin rolled his eyes. Am I the one getting weaker? It is evidently you who have grown stronger. He thought, but refrained from voicing it. Zhou Shulin rose, feeling somewhat dejected. He, along with Liang He and Lu Tong, had joined Tianyi Hall around the same time, and their strengths had been comparable back then. In fact, he had been slightly stronger than Liang He. After his uncle became the vice leader, he had no worries about martial arts training. Yet now, Liang He could defeat him in merely 10 moves. This was just the beginning. The gap between them would only widen in the future. He had heard that Lu Tong had shone brightly in the recent assessments at the Wenwu Hall, gaining some renown. Consequently, among the 3 disciples of Tianyi Hall, he was the only one perceived as a failure. Zhou Shulin felt naturally disheartened. It was not due to a lack of effort. Rather, his talent simply could not match up. The thought of the upcoming assessments weighed heavily on him. Liang He noticed Zhou Shulin's gloomy demeanor. Since receiving guidance from the Hall Master Li, he had become more attuned to the emotional fluctuations of others. He surmised that Zhou Shulin's reaction stemmed from the impending assessments. Shulin, you practiced diligently and have made significant progress. It's just that my advancement has been slightly swifter. He reassured him. You will surely achieve a commendable ranking in the assessments. Zhou Shulin felt somewhat comforted. Really? Liang He nodded earnestly. Of course. His once solitary nature had left him nearly friendless in the Tianyi alliance, with Zhou Shulin being one of the few he valued. He did not wish to lose his only friend. Simply comforting Zhou Shulin would have little effect. No one was foolish enough not to see the truth. Only encouragement based on reality would hold genuine weight. Zhou Shulin finally smiled. That's good. He did not expect to surpass the freaks Liang, He, and Lu Tong. He merely wished to remain in the branch hall. Just as he was about to speak, Liang He's expression shifted, and he respectfully addressed, Hall Master. Zhou Shulin turned and saw Li Rue standing behind him, having arrived unnoticed. He quickly turned and stepped back. Hall Master. Li Rue observed his two disciples engrossed in their training and nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Continue your efforts. The assessments are imminent. You must practice diligently to uphold the reputation of our Tiani Hall. He then added, realizing that the Hall's reputation was rather modest, as your Hall Master. I have grown old. The future belongs to you. The two youths instantly flushed with pride, receiving affirmation from their Hall Master. Liang He exclaimed, Hall Master, I will not disappoint your expectations. Li Rue patted the shoulders of the two young men. Good, continue. With that, he entered the Tiani Hall, first surveying the first and second floors before selecting a book titled Nanhua Jinjia. With a cup of tea and a book, Li Rue settled comfortably into a wooden chair. Such a life he would not trade for even a prince. Chapter 47. The Library and the Enlightenment, refining techniques with the grand assessment approaching. The disciples at the Qinghe Branch S training ground were becoming increasingly numerous, and occasionally, the figures of the Hall Master and stewards could be seen. This examination was pivotal for the distribution of benefits, and everyone aspired to secure a commendable position. I wonder who can stand in my way this time? Zhao Wei mused, glancing at the elixir in his hand, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. This pill, known as the Golden Vajra pill, had been sent by Kong Xianian from Huaqing sect. It was said to have been concocted by a revered figure from the Buddhist sect and greatly benefited martial artists at the 8th grade Copperbone stage, rivaling even some 7th grade elixirs. Though he had financed it, he was nonetheless pleased to acquire the Golden Vajra pill. Indeed, Huaqing sect was a marvelous place. Such an elixir could not be bought in Qinghe even with wealth. This time, against the Gui Ming sect, his subordinates had suffered the greatest losses, including the demise of Vice Hall Mastering Lu, causing the plans of Tiani Hall to be temporarily shelved. However, none of that mattered. With this Golden Vajra pill, he might achieve full mastery of the Copperbone stage, possessing the strength to challenge the Hall Master. At that point, a mere Tiani Hall would hold little allure for him. This assessment was one he was determined to win. The swift rise of the Tiandi Alliance can be attributed not only to the concerted efforts of the three leaders, but also to the radical assessment system in place. As Li Rue once remarked in his past life, a smooth path to promotion undoubtedly fuels the motivation of the subordinates. Each branch would commence assessments, determining ranks based on martial prowess and contributions to the branch, ultimately reflected in the numbers on their badges. All vice branch leaders, hall masters, stewards, and ordinary disciples must participate. It can be described as a significant reshuffling. Those ranked higher, including vice branch leaders and branch masters, would have the opportunity to partake in subsequent assessments at the main alliance. The highest achievers could even ascend to become the fourth leader. In essence, it is a transformation from a mere laborer to a partner. Zhao Wei glanced at his badge, marked with the number 4. News had circulated that there was one slot available for entry into the Huqing sect, but the branch master, being too old, had lost his chance. If he could secure second place, he would gain the opportunity for recommendation. Naturally, no one wishes to remain in the confines of the Tiandi Alliance when the Huqing sect offers such a grand prospect. The Huqing sect values talent more than anything. If one misses the chance in youth, hope is lost for a lifetime. Zhao Wei, having come from humble beginnings and beginning his martial training in his 30s, realized that entering the Huqing sect was beyond his reach. Given this rare opportunity, he was determined to seize it. He tilted his head back and swallowed a Jin Gang pill. The people from Huqing sect had arrived. Could it be that the affairs of the Gui Ming sect had not yet settled? Li Rue furrowed his brow in contemplation. After encountering Zhu Yu and the others, he had made a point to visit Wang Zhao and Yang Yang. As expected, the three had not only come to Qinghe, but were also residing at the Zhu residence. Having swiftly visited the Tiandi Alliance and the Xuehu Gang, the two most formidable forces in Qinghe. The details of their discussions remained unknown, but it was likely that promises of benefits were made to both the Tiandi Alliance and the Xuehu Gang. Otherwise, no one would be willing to act foolishly since the last incident. Nevertheless, self-reliance is paramount. He could not control the tempest from the outside world. Only by strengthening himself could he remain unyielding amidst the storms. As for the upcoming assessments, he was not particularly concerned. Presently, he possessed both the foundational skills and comprehension. And with effective techniques at hand, he had little interest in the bloody chaos of the grand examination. Zhang Yang's promises were enticing, yet the risks were also considerable. Having lived for many years, Li Rui prided himself on stability. The large offerings at the Wenwu Hall were appealing. Yet they came with significant risks and entanglements with trivial matters, making it less appealing than the Tianyi Hall. By merely securing a reasonable ranking in the assessments, he would neither offend Zhang Yang nor attract undue attention from others. He picked up the Tao scripture once more, resolutely declaring his focus on cultivating his skills, wishing to be unbothered by worldly affairs. On the other end, at the Zhu residence, the trio from Hucking's sect gathered in the main hall. Han Qin spoke first. The word has already spread. We should receive news shortly. He discreetly glanced at the side, where Jiang Shimi stood. If it were not for Jiang Yan's assertive intervention, they could not have persuaded two factions to act in unison within a single day. Quite formidable, Han Qin thought to himself. Previously, he had little interaction with Jiang Yan. Aside from her identity as the daughter of Elder Jiang, he knew little else. However, it was evident that her lineage was truly impressive. The last time he met Jiang Yan, she was merely at the 9th rank. Yet her display of the Void Palm at the Tianyi Alliance indicated that she had advanced to the same level as him, both being Copperbone realm martial artists. Such a rapid progression was indeed astonishing. Perhaps many years hence, he would feel honored to undertake missions alongside Jiang Yan. Reflecting on this, Han Qin could not help but chuckle softly. Ahem, Zhu Shidi, having grown up in Qinghe, you are familiar with the local circumstances. Let's not linger idly. Let's seek clues around here. Zhu Yu nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. At that moment, Jiang Yan interjected, Zhu Shi Xiao. What was the situation with that old car driver? Zhu Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly aloof Jiang Yan would show such interest in a mere old car driver. Were it not for Li Rui's advanced age, he would have considered him a rival and sought to eliminate him discreetly. I inquired. He was indeed our family's car driver. After redeeming himself, he somehow entered the ranks and now serves as the hall master of the Tianyi Alliance's Qinghe branch. Han Qin expressed his surprise. Such a strange experience was indeed rare, yet he did not place much importance on it. A retired martial artist in his 70s did not warrant his attention. Jiang Yan nodded slightly, contemplative. What was his name? It seems to be Li Rui. Li Rui slowly closed the Nanhua Jinjia. The essence of balance lies in the harmonious interplay of strength and gentleness. The ancestor who founded the Baiyuan Pidao had a pure intent, adhering to the principle of overwhelming force. With a ferocious and domineering sword technique that enveloped opponents in a torrent of power. Yet, perhaps due to his time spent in the Taoist temple, there was an underlying hint of softness. It was only after perusing the Tao scripture that Li Rui began to grasp its nuance. Of course, this was also closely related to his enhanced comprehension. Extremes tend to reverse, and the yin and yang must interchange for true mastery to emerge. A flash of understanding crossed his mind. All martial arts are creations of others. Even if they resonate with oneself, there can be mismatches. Each individual has their own path. The circumstances surrounding the founder of Baiyuan Pidao surely differ greatly from Li Rui's. In contrast, Li Rui's temperament is notably more composed. Rather than pursuing excessive ferocity, it is wiser to seek a balanced and harmonious approach. While others seek wealth, power, and martial prowess, he seeks longevity. Chapter 48, Enlightenment. Free from attachments. Like a withered tree, with thoughts as cold as ashes, all connections cease, and the 5 aggregates become empty. Guard the heart's monkey, restrain the wild horse of thought. Cultivate the spirit within, and nourish the body with celestial essence. Li Rui slowly rose to his feet, with his right hand gripping the sword resting on his back. His body bent like a bow, resembling a dragon cherishing its pearl or a hen brooding over its eggs. He gracefully wielded the sword and lightly stepped forward. Each movement flowed naturally. A faint sound of thunder echoed in the distance. His actions appeared to be instinctual, as Li Rui gradually entered a state of unity between man and sword. With a sigh, Li Rui sheathed his sword and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Upon raising his head, he realized it was already evening. Unbeknownst to him, He had practiced for an entire hour. Did I just achieve enlightenment? He gazed incredulously at the long sword in his hand, having trained for an hour without feeling the slightest fatigue. It is said that during martial cultivation, one may occasionally enter a profound state of enlightenment, wherein the speed of thought accelerates 1,000-fold, and progress in techniques is exponential. Some experience enlightenment for days and nights, awakening to find their power multiplied several times, a rare fortune that martial artists can encounter but not seek. Li Rue closed his eyes to savor the moment. Indeed, in that state of enlightenment, he had managed to refine the Baiyuan Pi Dao into a version uniquely his own. His heart raced. Although the difficulty of refining a technique is lesser than that of creating one from scratch, it is still an extraordinary feat for someone newly initiated into martial arts. Such a grand opportunity. This does not imply that the refined Baiyuan Pi Dao is inherently superior, but rather that it resonates more profoundly with Li Rue. Areas that previously felt awkward during practice were now entirely clear. Moreover, as time progresses, Li Rue can continue to enhance this line of thought, ultimately transforming Baiyuan Pi Dao entirely. It is nearly equivalent to creating his own technique. Cultivating one's self-created technique often yields greater power. Truly exhilarating. Hall Master, what kind of sword technique is this? Liang he gazed at Li Rue in astonishment. He had inadvertently witnessed Li Rue's training, quickly captivated by the spectacle. It was not that Li Rue's technique was particularly exquisite. Rather, it was astonishingly slow. So slow that it resembled the morning exercises of a wealthy old man in the city, devoid of any apparent power. He simply could not comprehend it. Li Rue raised both hands to his chest, palms facing down, slowly exhaling, then smiled gently. This is the Yin-Yang 9 transformations technique. The name, of course, was self-chosen, intended to obscure one's identity and to distinguish it from the Baiyuan Pi Dao, Yin-Yang Jiuzhuangong. Upon hearing the name of this martial art, Liang he furrowed his brow slightly, as he had never encountered this particular technique before. Li Rue offered no further explanation. The modified Baiyuan Pi Dao had transformed entirely compared to its former self. Even those from the Huaqing zone would be unable to discern its true nature, which was why he dared to practice openly in the courtyard. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Li Rue stated. Liang, he shook his head vigorously, repeatedly saying, no need, no need. He had no intention of stepping prematurely into a leisurely old age. Li Rue made no further insistence. Given Liang he's current disposition, he was ill-suited for practicing Yin-Yang Jiuzhuangong, which was, in fact, a technique more appropriate for the elderly, with few in the world capable of mastering it. What a busy moment it was. In front of the Tianyi Hall, Zhou Shulin stood with a wooden sword planted in the ground, sweat pouring from his brow. Ahi, you will surely excel in this upcoming grand examination. Remember, do not forget your brothers amidst wealth and prosperity. He grinned at Liang He. If a brother suddenly becomes prosperous, the psychological transformation can be divided into two phases. Initially, jealousy may twist one's visage into a grimace. There is a saying in Qing He, fear not a brother's hardships, but dread the overnight rise to wealth. Witnessing a brother, once a companion in trivial pursuits, ascend to heights beyond reach is more painful than death. This feeling may linger for mere moments, lasting no more than a day, before transitioning into a determination to cling to the brother's leg, calling him Ifu with effortless ease. Liang he also smiled brightly, since being enlightened by the Hall Master. His martial arts level had not changed, yet his combat prowess had surged significantly, making him a standout below the 9th rank. He could even faintly perceive the threshold of the 9th rank. With his strength greatly enhanced, his mindset had also become considerably more serene. That one do. At the very least, you must call me Liang, he chuckled. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shulin blurted out without a moment's thought, allow your son to pay his respects. Such a bow was, of course, impossible, yet it greatly satisfied the man's vanity. What could be more delightful than a brother addressing oneself as? As the two jested, Zhou Shulin's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Hey, Lu Tong, what brings you here? Liang he turned and saw Lu Tong striding towards them. Lu Shixiao. Liang he clasped his fists in greeting. Lu Tong smiled slightly, responding, Zhou Shidi, Liang Shidi. Zhou Shulin looked Lu Tong up and down in astonishment. Lu Tong had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, he had appeared drained and hollow, but now he had blossomed into a robust and radiant young man. Lu Shixiao. It seems that abstaining truly works. No wonder it is said that eunuchs easily become unparalleled masters. Lu Tong laughed heartily at Zhou Shulin's jest. My brother-in-law taught me the Hu Bin Dao. I've just recently made some progress and came today seeking a manual on internal cultivation. Hu Bin Dao. The mere mention of this name startled both Zhou Shulin and Liang He. If memory served correctly, this was the signature technique of Deputy Leader Zhang. No wonder the transformation was so drastic. Clearly, Lu Tong had gained the trust of his brother-in-law after joining the One Wu Tang. In comparison, the martial arts practiced by Liang He and Zhou Shulin seemed somewhat less noteworthy. Liang He maintained his composure, stating, "Congratulations, Lu Shixiao. You shall undoubtedly ascend to new heights in this grand examination." Lu Tong waved his hands dismissively, then with a cheeky grin, added, "Oh no, I know my own capabilities. Perhaps I will treat you both to Huaya Lu another day. Is that so?" Zhou Shulin's eyes lit up. Ever since their last visit to Huaya Lu, he could not forget the experience. "We're all brothers. It's no trouble at all," Lu Tong replied nonchalantly. His amiable nature had earned him many friends within the Tian Dimeng, largely due to his generous and carefree spirit. There's no time like the present. The sun is setting, why wait? Let us go. Zhou Shulin urged eagerly. Liang He rolled his eyes. He had never been fond of such frivolous places, preferring the company of heroic sisters. Both Liang He and Zhou Shulin were taken aback. The Tiani Hall had limited interactions with the outside world, and thus they remained unaware of the significant events that had transpired the previous day. Lu Tong pondered for a moment, then said, "By the way, there was someone who seemed to have stayed at Tiani Hall before. I believe his name was Han Peng. Han Peng is dead." Chapter 49, Copper Bones and Iron Skin, 8th rank martial artist in the dead of night, at a tavern. Han Peng is dead? Li Rue frowned slightly. Moments ago, Wu Tu had sought him out, visibly distressed and eager to drink, lamenting his troubles, and unexpectedly, he heard this news. Wu Tu downed a cup of liquor, his gaze somewhat unfocused. "Oldly, it seems the years have not been kind. That cursed Gui Ming Jiao, I've stumbled twice at their hands. By the way, I believe one of the deceased was named Han Peng. He used to stay at Tiani Hall, right?" Through Li Rue's inquiries, he gradually grasped the situation. As he had anticipated, the three from Hua Qing Zone had come to Qing He specifically to deal with Gui Ming Jiao. The last encounter with Jiang Yin was likely when they sought to persuade the Hall Master Dao Xiong to lend assistance. That despicable Gui Ming Jiao, breeding monsters with no regard for morality. Were it not for the ambush by the demon beasts, I would not have sustained injuries. Wu Tu grew increasingly frustrated. His previous injuries had yet to heal, and now he had sustained new ones. In order to enlist the aid of the Tian Dimeng, Hua Qing Zone had promised numerous rare elixirs crafted by their alchemists. This task was initially undertaken to exchange for medicinal pills to heal his wounds, so he could fully recover and participate in the grand examination. Now, however, he had only compounded his injuries. Entering a branch was out of the question, and he might even be reassigned to a less lucrative location. Breeding monsters, Li Rue's eyes narrowed slightly, as memories of that fateful night flickered in his mind. The demon he encountered was indeed a product of breeding. This practice, originating from the ancient witch clan, utilized the power of medicinal stones paired with taming methods to make beasts serve their master. He recalled reading a book that explained this breeding technique, which had long been declared a forbidden practice by the Yugua court. Thus, it was categorized as an evil art. The Gui Ming Jiao practiced such sinister arts, which seemed quite plausible. Wu Tu continued, "Fortunately, I encountered only a silver-tailed flying snake. Had I crossed paths with a demon, I surely wouldn't be here today." He shuddered at the thought. Not all creatures bred by Gui Ming Jiao became demons. Most simply became obedient beasts, while demons were a rare aberration. Wu Tu sighed in despair. It seems that keeping this number 18 badge will be difficult. Li Rue understood Wu Tu's predicament well. Both of them came from humble beginnings, unlike those of affluent backgrounds who had everything to fight for. If Wu Tu could not advance this time, he would surely be alienated by Zhang Yang, making it exponentially harder to regain trust. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a delicate small box from his robe. Placing it on the table and slowly pushing it towards Wu Tuesday, Wu Tu looked astonished. "Old brother, what is this?" "This Pei Gu Dan is for you to take first. Just return it to me later." This pill was not the one given to him by Ying Lu, but rather one he purchased with the 500 taels he acquired from a recent encounter. Initially, he intended to use it for himself, but now he chose to give it to Wu Tuesday. Wu Tu blinked in disbelief, taking a long moment to process. He inhaled deeply. "Thank you, old Li. I will surely repay this kindness." Few remember the embellishments on a brocade, but the warmth of timely aid is never forgotten. A single Pegu Dan costs 500 taels of silver. It would take him at least a year of scrimping and saving to amass such an amount, making this gesture profoundly significant. Li Rue waved his hand dismissively. "We're all family here. Why speak of such things? If you must express gratitude, just shed a couple of tears. In my long life, I have yet to see a member of the Embalmen weep." Wu Tu burst into laughter. "I would never cry. If anyone is to weep, let be others." He held the Pei Gu Dan with a spirited demeanor. With this pill, not only could he heal all his wounds, but he might also attain further advancement. Li Hui Hemarkid, Ulauji. I wish you the best in achieving a commendable rank in the assessment. Wu Tu smiled. Let them see who truly is the leader of the Embalmen. Outside Qinghe City, an abandoned temple stood desolate. Han Qin, Xu Yi, and Jiang Yin furrowed their brows as they gazed upon the carcass of the demon beast lying on the ground. The silver-tailed flying snake was indeed formidable. Zhu Yu felt a pang of fear. He was the only one among them who had not yet reached the 8th grade. Thus facing an 8th-tier demon beast was naturally challenging. Han Qin glanced at Jiang Yan. In the recent battle, Jiang Yan's displayed strength astonished him. Having just broken through, she was already so powerful, and her future accomplishments were unfathomable. Moreover, Jiang Yan was remarkably young. Han Qin sighed internally, realizing that comparisons among people were indeed futile. He gathered his scattered thoughts. The Gui Ming Jiao was raising demons, and it seemed to be quite extensive. This matter was beyond their capacity to handle. Zhu Yi nodded, looking towards Jiang Yan. Yet, Jiang Yan shook her head. The Gui Ming Jiao hides too deeply. Having more people would only alert them. We do not need to confront the Gui Ming Jiao directly. As long as we locate their gathering place, my father will take action. All right. Upon hearing Jiang Linxian's name, Zhu Yu felt a sense of calm wash over him. Otherwise, facing the demon practitioners of the Gui Ming Jiao alone was something he would dread. Han Qin felt a headache coming on. Both the Tiandi Ming and the Shuehu Bang had suffered losses, with several casualties, and their enthusiasm for searching would likely wane. Jiang Yan also frowned slightly. They had only just managed to engage the Tiandi Ming and the Shuehu Bang, and now they had encountered a setback. The subsequent search progress would undoubtedly be affected. Zhu Yu pondered for a moment. As far as I know, in half a month, the assessment of the Tiandi Ming will take place. Why don't we attend to observe and then determine 2 candidates for the sect competition on the spot? This should help boost morale. Han Qin's eyes brightened. Zhu Shidi, that is an excellent idea. It would require little cost to garner 2 capable experts from the Tiandi Ming to work wholeheartedly for them, in addition to boosting the confidence of the ordinary disciples. It was a win-win solution. Jiang Yin nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. In a room, Li Rue practiced the improved breathing method while seated cross-legged. His breathing was prolonged, and each inhalation and exhalation took nearly half an incense stick's time, with his chest barely rising and falling. Li Rue closed his eyes and focused. Just as he exchanged breaths and expelled the turbid air from his chest, he felt a stirring within him and suddenly opened his eyes. It worked. Chapter 50. Blade Qi converges with the last remnants of breath expelled. His chest felt completely empty, and he could distinctly sense a stream of energy rising from his chest. It circulated around him again and again, a total of 36 cycles. This was the 36 circuits of the heavens. As he absorbed fresh energy, he felt a warmth at the soles of his feet and grasped the long sword beside him without hesitation. Boom! With one strike, then 2. Beads of sweat began to form on Li Rue's forehead, soaking his clothes. Yet his expression remained remarkably calm. He did not feel fatigued at all. Instead, he sensed the energy coursing through him growing increasingly heated, eventually feeling as if it were burning like flames. At a certain moment, Li Rue struck out with his sword, and a wooden table 10 paces away shattered with a resounding crash. Blade Qi. Li Rue's eyes sparkled with intensity. A minuscule yet remarkably sharp current flowed through his body repeatedly. This breakthrough into the 8th grade had unexpectedly allowed him to inadvertently cultivate blade chi, something only martial artists above the 7th grade could comprehend. Blade chi permeated his being. He had grasped this understanding just as he stepped into the 8th grade. Such extraordinary talent was truly rare. Perhaps it was due to his prior comprehension of a strand of pure energy that he could master blade chi ahead of time. Soaked in sweat and reeking of exertion, Li Rui's gaze was clearer than ever before. Though the knowledge had been documented in books, it could never compare to the experience gained firsthand. What a thrill! At this moment, his energy surged through his limbs, cleansing and purifying his bones, hardening them over time to the point where he could withstand strikes from weapons unarmed. Moreover, his strength and speed had doubled. His combat prowess had significantly increased. It was no wonder there were so many martial enthusiasts in the world. This feeling was indeed exhilarating. After some time, Li Rui felt a surge of youthful vigor within him, almost unable to suppress the urge to yell to the heavens. However, he did not allow himself to become complacent or reckless. The 8th grade was merely a ticket to the upper echelons of Qinghe. Individuals like Wu Tu could only be considered advanced fighters, mere laborers in a force like the Tiandimeng. Even if invited by affluent families like the Zhu clan to guard their homes, they ultimately earned money for others. Yet after breaking through to the Tonggu realm, the situation would be entirely different. The heads of the various martial arts schools in the city, along with the leaders of the Chai and Yu gangs, were all at this level. Only those above the 8th grade in the Tiandimeng were qualified to compete for the position of deputy leader. The leader, Dao Xiong, was also at the 8th grade, but his experience and solid foundation far surpassed ordinary 8th graders, making them no match for him. Otherwise, he would not be able to suppress the 4 deputy leaders under him. Beyond Tonggu was the Lujin realm. The vast majority of martial masters would remain at this stage, with few advancing further. At least in Qinghe, no one had succeeded. Thus, the Lujin realm was often referred to as the staying realm. Transitioning from Tonggu to Lujin was exceedingly difficult and required not only exceptional talent, but also a substantial accumulation of resources. Otherwise, one could practice a lifetime without success. It seemed that one must strive for it. Li Rui had originally been reluctant to involve himself in the disputes of the assessment. However, the paltry 10 taels offered by the Tian Yitang's leader clearly could no longer satisfy the appetite of an 8th grade martial artist. Nevertheless, Li Rui did not intend to fully reveal his strength. As long as he could secure a lucrative position, he could still earn money without needing to expose all his cards in a bid for the deputy leader. He had long since ceased to care about reputation or status. The Qinghe branch's grand assessment arrived as scheduled. 5 days prior, a colossal arena capable of accommodating 100 people was erected at the center of the branch's martial arts venue. The disciples of the branch arrived early, the crowd bustling with energy. On the high platform, 9 chairs were arranged, with 9 individuals seated upon them. Li Rui, without a doubt, was below, mingling with the ordinary disciples. Wu Tu stood beside him. Wow, I didn't expect Deputy Leader Tang to attend this assessment. Li Rui's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man with a mustache, exuding a profound aura. According to the rules of the Tiandimeng, for the branch's grand assessment, the headquarters must dispatch a deputy leader for supervision. This was customary. Deputy Leader Tang was indeed the strongest among the 3 leaders, a master of the 7th grade Lujin realm, and he seemed to have been inactive for many years. Wu Tu was quite knowledgeable about the Tiandimeng. Li Rui squinted slightly as he observed the 3 individuals seated at the far end. Why were they here? Apart from the leader Dao Xiong and the 4 deputy leaders, members of the Huaqing zone were also conspicuously present on the high platform. On the platform, Zhu Yu sat upright, relishing the view from above. Unlike Han Xin and Jiang Yan, he had lived in Qinghe since childhood, giving him a much deeper understanding of the Tiandimeng than the other 2. In Qinghe, forces like the Tiandimeng and the Xuehu Bang were untouchable, even for a wealthy family like the Zhu clan. Since childhood, he had been warned by his father, Zhu Ping, to avoid any conflict with the members of the Xuehu Bang. Now, he had not only become a distinguished guest of Tianimeng, but he was also on equal footing with the leader and vice leader, a notion he could scarcely have imagined in his youth. He cast a glance at the 8 individuals beside him. Among the 9 on the high platform, he was the only one who was not an 8th tier. His current position was solely attributable to his affiliation with Huqing Zone, which, as a prominent sect in Anningfu, naturally warranted special treatment from Tianyi. Zhu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having joined Hucking Zong back in the day. Otherwise, he might merely be one of the countless disciples below, gazing up at those on the platform. As everyone gathered, the leader, Dao Xiong, cleared his throat and turned to the vice leader, Tang Sheng, seated at the center. Vice leader Tang, he said, this time, Qing has quite a few promising talents. He cast a sidelong glance at Han Qin and the others. Thanks to Hucking Zong's recognition, Qing He could secure a spot for a Hucking Zong disciple, and the age limit had been extended to 35 years. The top 2 candidates in this assessment would be granted the opportunity to compete. Oh, Tang Sheng responded with interest upon hearing Dao Xiong's words. The quota for a Hucking Zong disciple was undeniably precious. The requirements were stringent, particularly regarding age, as they only accepted prodigies under the age of 15. For a major sect like Hucking Zong, there was no shortage of gifted disciples, making loyalty a paramount consideration. A disciple nurtured from a young age would naturally exhibit greater fidelity than one who joined later, and such individuals were also more malleable. Some less dedicated individuals had exhausted their potential prematurely. Despite their decent strength, Hucking Zong would not regard them favorably. Thus, this quota became all the more valuable. Tang Sheng deliberately turned to smile at Han Qin and the others in a gesture of appreciation. The higher-ups of Tianyi welcomed the prospect of individuals becoming disciples of Hucking Zong. After exchanging pleasantries, he addressed Dao Xiong. All right, let us commence. Chapter 51. The Grand Examination began. Vice Leader Zhao Wei, having received the nod from Tang Sheng and Dao Xiong, slowly rose, his voice resonant. The crowd below was momentarily taken aback. After a year of diligent practice, this day was the culmination of their efforts to stand out and achieve remarkable results. The numbers on their waist tokens represented various resources for cultivation, including techniques, elixirs, and weapons. Who among martial artists does not yearn for fame and status? Zhao Wei surveyed the audience. This time, Hucking Zong has graciously allocated 2 spots for our branch to participate in the Hucking Zong entrance competition. Outstanding individuals under 35 years of age will have the opportunity to contend for these slots. Upon hearing this, shock rippled through the crowd, including the 3 vice leaders. A slight smile crept onto Zhao Wei's lips. This information was known only to him and Dao Xiong. He had secretly prepared for this moment a month prior. At 34, he was precisely on the edge of the 35-year limit, qualifying him for competition. With his significantly enhanced strength, he was determined to seize this opportunity with all his might. Having experienced the hardships of being without a patron, he understood the importance of having a renowned mentor. If he could join Hucking Zong, his martial journey would surely be more prosperous and less arduous. Zhang Yang's expression soured. He recognized that Zhao Wei had received prior notice. Yet, a wave of helplessness washed over him. At 40, he had long surpassed the age limit, and this was the case for the other 2 vice leaders as well. Perhaps this was why Dao Xiong had only confided in Zhao Wei. With the 3 of them out of the running, none of the hall masters or stewards below could rival Zhao Wei. Therefore, it seemed almost certain that Zhao Wei would secure a spot for the Hucking Zong entrance competition. Having a long-standing rivalry with Zhao Wei, Zhang Yang was loath to witness his adversary achieve such fortune. He sighed inwardly, resolving to keep his distance in the future. Zhou Qian and the other 2 vice leaders exchanged glances, recognizing each other's regret. Alas, time is unrelenting. One could only blame their own birth circumstances. Meanwhile, the hall masters, stewards, and disciples below erupted in excitement. Zhao Wei was the only young vice leader among them, but there were many under 35 in the crowd. Numerous individuals were eager to take their chances. Among those remaining calm, there were 2 types. One like Zhou Shulin, who met the eligibility criteria but knew he lacked competitiveness, and another like Li Ruei, who had already surpassed the age limit. At 35, Li Ruei never anticipated that even in this new life, he would face age discrimination in the workplace. In his previous life as a programmer, companies had no interest in hiring those over 35. Naturally, he wished to join Hucking Zong. After all, according to the system's achievement settings, joining a more formidable sect would undoubtedly yield substantial achievement points. However, he maintained a philosophical outlook. What is gained is fortunate, what is lost is fate. He had experienced too many uncontrollable events in his life. Had he not learned to let go, he would have long succumbed to frustration. In the crowd, he spotted Liang He and sent him an encouraging glance. The selection of disciples by Hucking Zong has never been solely based on strength. This time would likely be no different. They might ultimately choose a younger individual with greater potential to participate in next year's Hucking Zong entrance competition. Wu Tu lamented, "Brother Li, I believe they're intentionally targeting us." Like Li Rue, he too had exceeded the age limit, having just turned 36. Wu Tu was nearly driven to the brink of frustration, but upon reflecting on his own poor aptitude, he held little hope. Observing the fervor among the crowd, Jiang Yan's eyes glimmered with cunning. Her thoughts aligned with Li Rue's. Jiang Yan had only promised Qinghe a relaxed age limit, but the final choice for joining Hucking Zong still offered considerable maneuverability. They would select 2 individuals from Tiandi Meng and Shiwahu Bang, then choose one from these 4 to compete in the entrance examination. They would first identify a strong, high-status individual to aid in the search for Gue Mingjiao, followed by selecting a younger, talented contender. When her father made the final selection, he would deliberately choose the younger candidate, thereby adhering to the sect's rules while ensuring these individuals would be of service. She had meticulously planned this approach, having noted the ages of the senior members of Tiandi Meng and Shiwahu Bang, thus precisely establishing the 35-year age limit. Zhao Wei might understand this reasoning, but given even a fraction of a chance, he would fight tooth and nail for it. The sound of a gong echoed, marking the official commencement of the grand examination. The rules of Tiandi Meng's assessment were straightforward. Contestants would engage in duels by defeating the opponents on the platform. They could claim their waste tokens and naturally elevate their status. Even ordinary disciples could challenge the leader directly, though such foolishness was almost unheard of. Soon, a robust young man leaped onto the stage. He beckoned to another brawny man in the audience. "Ma Dong, come on up." The sturdy man promptly jumped onto the platform. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, and after a brief moment, the sturdy man was thrust off the platform by the young man's sword strike. His waist token changed from 325 to 278. The young man, not greedy for more, promptly descended from the platform and blended back into the crowd. This marked a promising start, igniting the atmosphere as ordinary disciples took turns leaping onto the stage, some achieving victory while others faced defeat, with waste tokens continuously changing hands. During this time, Zhou Shulin also took to the stage, battling for a full quarter of an hour before narrowly securing victory, with his waste token rising from 387 to 378. Though the improvement was modest, Zhou Shulin felt quite satisfied. Additionally, another acquaintance of Li Rue, Lu Tong, also ascended the stage. Lu Tong had made significant strides, and his waist token soared from 217 to 41, eliciting admiration from many. On the high platform, Tang Sheng displayed an expression of intrigue. What is the name of that young man? Zhang Yang seized the opportunity to step forward. Tang Mengzhu, his name is Lu Tong, the younger brother of my wife. He practices diligently with the sword and possesses considerable talent. Tang Sheng nodded. He has good roots and remarkable understanding. He is indeed a talent worth cultivating. Upon hearing Tang Sheng's assessment, Zhang Yang was filled with joy. Lu Tong had garnered attention, and, as his brother-in-law, he naturally shared in the glory. This scene made the 2 deputy leaders, Zhou Qian and others, envious, yet they had no relatives as accomplished as Lu Tong. In the Tiandi alliance, there was no concept of avoiding favoritism. In fact, relatives who excelled were often held in higher regard. Just as Li Rue was feeling bored, Liang He jumped onto the stage. Chapter 52, Bullying the Elder? A quarter of an hour later, Liang He defeated his opponent. The onlookers gazed at the burly man who had been knocked off the stage by Liang He, clutching his groin and wailing in agony, his mouth twitching. The so-called god of war from the lower ranks? The Tiandi alliance had never claimed to be a prestigious sect, but such vulgar tactics were indeed rare. This piqued some interest. Han Xin, seated on the platform, straightened up, revealing an expression of curiosity. Zhu Yu looked at Han Xin with a peculiar gaze. Han Shi Xiao. Do you have high hopes for that disciple? Han Shi nodded. In martial arts competitions, victory is paramount, especially during combat. One must seek out weaknesses and not sacrifice their life for pride. Zhu Yu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that the seemingly gentle Han Xin would utter such words. He discreetly shifted his position, silently vowing not to offend this senior brother, wishing to avoid such humiliation. Li Rue looked on with satisfaction at his 2 disciples. They performed well in this grand competition. Although Zhou Shulin and Liang he were not as dazzling as Lu Tong, they still emerged victorious, which was commendable. Your rankings have improved, and if you wish to transfer to another hall, just let me know. Li Rui was quite open-minded regarding such matters. Given their talents and youth, it was indeed unnecessary for them to languish in the Tiandi Hall. However, to his surprise, both Zhou Shulin and Liang he shook their heads. No, we wish to stay with the hall master. Li Rui fell silent, then smiled and shook his head. As you wish. The grand examination lasted for 2 full days. Unlike the previous year, news of Alliance Leader Ning's breakthrough had spread, attracting many well-known martial artists to join the ranks. However, the positions of hall master and steward were limited, inevitably leading to a surplus of candidates. According to past practices, any martial artist of entry level would at least secure a deputy steward position in a branch. Yet now, the Qinghe branch boasted over 40 entry-level martial artists, meaning some would have to settle for mere recognition without any official title. Compared to the lively atmosphere among ordinary disciples, the arena was significantly quieter at that moment. No one had stepped forward for quite a while. Competitions among entry-level martial artists were inherently more cautious, the first to take the stage risked revealing their tactics. Finally, a burly man with a thick beard broke the stalemate, striding confidently onto the platform. He scanned the hall and quickly fixed his gaze on Li Rui. Pointing his giant hammer at Li Rui, he declared, "You, old man, stop staring, I'm talking about you." At the back of the crowd, the inconspicuous Li Rui did not expect to be called up so soon. Beside him, Wu Tu whispered, "This red-bearded fellow is Sha Jinliang. He was once the master of a small martial arts school in the west of the city. I heard he came to join after the leader's breakthrough. He is adept with twin hammers and possesses considerable strength." Li Rui nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." He then walked slowly onto the stage. As the two men stood on the platform, the stark contrast in their physiques caused many to regret not having gone up first. Undoubtedly, Li Rui appeared to be a soft target due to his size and age. The hall master of Tiandi Hall was still a hall master, which held more prestige than being a large disciple. Moreover, as the Tiandi Alliance grew stronger, the status of Tiandi Hall would also rise, intensifying future competitions. The burly man chuckled, feeling he had struck gold. The old man before him appeared to be at least in his 60s, if not older. In martial arts, one must either advance or regress. At such an age, he was likely experiencing a decline in vitality, making him an easy target. "My name is Sha Jinliang, old man. If you know what's good for you, step down, or I'll send you to your grave early." Sha Jinliang glared at Li Rui menacingly. He felt no moral dilemma about pummeling an elder. Li Rui smiled lightly. "Brother Sha, is it? Perfect. Let this old man stretch his muscles." Sha Jinliang hefted his giant hammer and grinned widely. "Old man, you're asking for it." Without further ado, he charged at Li Rui, swinging his hammer towards Li Rui's face. Despite being a towering figure, Sha Jinliang moved swiftly. In an instant, he was upon Li Rui. It seemed Li Rui's reaction was somewhat delayed. Just as Sha Jinliang's hammer was about to descend, he rolled aside just in time, drawing his sword to engage Sha Jinliang in close combat. He held the hilt of the sword with one hand and supported the blade with the other, transforming his long sword into a short weapon as he pressed in tightly against Sha Jinliang. Sha Jinliang grew increasingly frustrated. His twin hammers required wide swings to unleash their full power, yet the old man kept darting into his embrace, preventing him from even extending his arms. "Old rascal, if you have the guts, keep your distance and we'll fight." Sha Jinliang's temples bulged with anger, but the old man was as slippery as an eel, making it impossible for him to land a hit. "Ah, you old thief." Sha Jinliang could not help but shout in exasperation. Yet Li Rui offered no chances, executing a series of meticulously crafted sword techniques that left hardly any openings. The two battled for a full 15 minutes. Eventually, Li Rui seized an opportunity, striking the back of Sha Jinliang with the flat of his blade. Sha Jinliang lost his balance and tumbled off the stage. As the dust settled, the spectators looked on with expressions of schadenfreude at Sha Jinliang, who was struggling to rise. That is what you get for bullying an old man. It was evident to all that Li Rui had easily defeated Sha Jinliang due to his extensive combat experience. While it seemed simple, developing such keen insight required years of accumulation. It is true that youth is formidable, But do not forget the saying that experience in weaponry during old age can effortlessly suppress those who rely solely on brute force. Li Rue calmly descended from the stage, ignoring Xia Jiliang's shouts for a rematch. There was a rule in the Tiandi Alliance's grand examination. Once challenged, a person could refuse to take the stage again. Otherwise, no one could withstand a relentless barrage of challenges. On the platform, Tang Sheng looked at Li Rue with curiosity. This old man must be around 60, right? Indeed, even Tang Sheng could not help but marvel. He is truly remarkable for his age. Most martial artists at 70 would have long since retired, making someone like Li Rue a rarity. Zhu Yu was equally astonished. The current Li Rue bore no resemblance to the old horseman he remembered. I suppose I would not be a match for him. As Zhu Yu thought this, his expression darkened. As a disciple of the Huaqing sect, he found it disheartening to be outperformed by an old horseman. Jiang Yan's gaze drifted, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 53, The Great Reshuffle. Li Leo's impressive skills. As Li Rue stepped down from the stage, Wu Tu approached him with a broad smile. You may be getting old, but you're still quite capable. Wu Tu's demeanor shifted to one of intrigue. Despite the ease of victory, it was clear to anyone with discerning eyes that Xia Jinliang was not weak. Rather, Li Rue was simply stronger. The assessment continued. The battles among hall masters and stewards were far more intense than those among ordinary disciples. With swords and blades clashing on the stage, each move executed with exquisite precision, thrilling the audience. The disciples off the stage were fervently shouting as if they had been injected with adrenaline. With every exchange, Wu Tu's expression grew increasingly grim. Now, among the 4 brawlers from Ibamen who joined the Tiandi Meng, he was the only one yet to step into the arena. The others had all suffered defeats, making the prospect of merely overseeing the event a distant dream. Wu Tu did not consider himself to be significantly stronger than the other 3. Otherwise, they would not have engaged in covert struggles within the Qing He Pianmen for so many years. Their strengths were merely a hair's breadth apart. Besides the overseers, many hall masters were also challenged, resulting in victories and defeats alike. This time, the Qinghe branch was undergoing a substantial transformation. More than half of the hall masters and overseers had been replaced. Tang Sheng stroked his mustache, nodding in satisfaction. This was a scene he had anticipated. With the rise in strength of the Mengzhu Ning, it was only natural that skilled fighters would be drawn to join, and if the personnel remained unchanged, that would be truly peculiar. The fiercer the competition, the greater the motivation to train and grow stronger. This would undoubtedly bode well for the development of Tiandi Meng, and he was pleased to witness it. If the rankings in the grand competition showed little variation, it would indicate stagnation within this branch or that someone was undermining it, which would be a most unfavorable sign. At that moment, a wave of astonishment erupted from the spectators. Gohong had arrived at their branch. Indeed, it was the esteemed master of Tai Dao Wu Guan, Gohong. Li Rue gazed at the burly middle-aged man with a square face standing on the stage. The name Gohong resonated profoundly within the Qing He martial arts community. It was often said that the top 3 martial arts halls in the city were represented by Bare Fist, Eagle Sword, and Willow Leaf Blade, with Gohong being the master of the latter. Whom would he challenge? As an established 8th grade expert, it was inconceivable that a mere hall master could satisfy his ambitions. Thus, he would undoubtedly challenge the deputy branch master. The contest between the master of Tai Dao Wu Guan and the deputy branch master promised to be a spectacle indeed. Zhao Wei's fists clenched, a tightness settling in his chest. He had long known that Gohong had joined Tiandi Meng, although he felt no fear. He truly wished to avoid an early encounter with him. A man of great renown is rarely without true skill, especially in the martial world, where those with significant reputations often possess genuine prowess. After a battle with Gohong, Zhao Wei would likely exhaust his strength too early, leaving him with little energy to compete for a higher ranking, and he could potentially miss out on the quota for Huaqing Zone. Gohong scanned the 4 deputy branch masters, Zhao, Zhang, Zhou, and Qian, finally raising his hand to point at Qian. Brother Qian, please. The deputy branch master Qian silently lamented his selection, but with no choice, he stepped onto the stage, his expression grave. Unlike previous assessments where a loss merely meant a change in ranking while retaining his position, this time, losing would cost him his role as deputy branch master. Despite having made considerable preparations, Qian took a deep breath and clasped his fists. Brother Go, please bestow your guidance. Facing the well-known Gu Hong, he felt immense pressure. Slowly drawing his sword from his waist, he took half a step forward, positioning the blade horizontally before his brow, adopting a formal starting posture. Gu Hong also unsheathed his knife. His weapon was distinctively unique, with a blade thinner than a standard knife, resembling a willow leaf. Hence, he had earned the moniker of Willow Leaf Blade. Was this the legendary Willow Leaf Blade? Li Rue observed intently. During his time as a coachman in the Zhu Mansion, the reputation of the Willow Leaf Blade had already echoed far and wide, but he had never had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. As the two engaged, the sound of metal clashing rang out sharply. Gu Hong wielded his knife with an elegance that made it dance around Qian like a soft sword, rendering him almost defenseless. Within mere exchanges, several slashes marred Qian's clothing, making it clear who possessed the superior skill. Qian's expression darkened as he glanced at his tattered garments. His swordsmanship was not lacking. The fault lay solely in Gu Hong's overwhelming strength. After approximately 10 more exchanges, just as the spectators were fully engrossed, Qian suddenly stepped back and declared, "I concede." The deputy branch master had voluntarily surrendered, and it had not even been 30 exchanges. The reputation of the Willow Leaf Blade was indeed well-deserved. The disciples below began to chatter excitedly. Gu Hong sheathed his knife and clasped his fists. Thank you for the match. He was no longer the deputy branch master, at least not until the next competition. Qian had acted decisively. Upon realizing he could not defeat Gu Hong, he promptly conceded. Rather than expend his strength against Gu Hong, it was wiser to conserve it for challenges against others, thus preserving his position as deputy branch master. With Qian's defeat, the remaining deputy branch masters exhibited solemn expressions. Their positions were precarious. The battles grew increasingly intense. Though no deputy branch master stepped up next, several new deputy hall masters emerged. During this time, Wu Tu also ascended to the stage. With the assistance of Li Rue's elixirs, he had restored himself to his peak condition, even stronger than before. After over 100 exchanges, he finally defeated his opponent, elevating his rank from 18 to 17. Although it was merely a single rank increase, the value was far greater than in previous years. Content with retaining his position, Wu Tu turned to Li Rue. "Brother Li, will you take the stage next?" Li Rue had already been challenged, and according to the rules, he was exempt from further participation. Even if he held high hopes for Li Rue, he did not deem it necessary for him to compete again. As for Zhang Yang's promised grand offering from Wu Tang, securing a spot in the top 8 might have been feasible in the past, but in the present, even the position of Hall Master was comfortably within reach, with the Branch Master and 5 8th grade experts already occupying 6 of the top spots. Attaining a position among the top 2 was an extraordinary challenge, especially considering the current leaders were the Hall Master of Wu Tang and the fearsome swordsman Chang Qi, both formidable opponents. Li Rue smiled slightly. "Then I shall give a try." Wu Tu's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated Li Rue's eagerness to compete. In the midst of their conversation, Li Rue strode confidently onto the stage, bowing to a scar-faced man. "Please." The commotion quickly drew the attention of the crowd, for the man Li Rue aimed to challenge bore the rank of 11. Chapter 54. Emerging prominence has Hall Master gone mad? He dares to challenge Su Tai, who has just defeated the Hall Master of the Medicine Hall, murmured the disciples below. I heard Su Tai used to work as a swordsman in the outer counties, and he is quite fearsome. The discussions among the disciples were rife. A swordsman is one who earns a living through martial prowess, undertaking tasks such as escorting goods or hunting down criminals. These are perilous professions. These individuals possess extensive combat experience, making them formidable opponents. Su Tai, having roamed the outer counties, had only recently joined Tian Dimeng, and his reputation was not yet established. After his recent victory over the Hall Master of the Medicine Hall, the crowd began to grasp Su Tai's formidable abilities, as his swift and lethal blade was difficult for ordinary individuals to counter. The Hall Master actually chose to challenge Su Tai. Zhou Shilin's mouth fell agape. Even if one must challenge someone, there is no need to select such a fierce opponent. Rank 11 is sufficient to be a Hall Master in its own right, not merely a deputy. In stark contrast to Zhou Shilin's dismay, Liang He's eyes sparkled with hope. The Hall Master will surely prevail. Zhou Shulin shot a glance at Liang He, momentarily at a loss for words. Let's hope for victory. Unlike Liang He did not harbor uncritical confidence in Li Rue. Tang Sheng, seated high upon the dais, also fixed his gaze on the unfolding event. Deputy Hall Master Dao, which side do you favor? Dao Xiong pondered for a moment. In martial arts, one's vitality is paramount. Li Rue wields his weapon adeptly. Yet Su Tai is not to be underestimated. He is younger and has experience as a swordsman. In essence, he implied that Li Rue was aging. Previously, he had placed Li Rue in Tian Yi Tang not out of malice, but as a matter of fact. It is indeed a challenge for a 70-year-old to compete with younger warriors. This is an undeniable reality. Tang Sheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging Dao Xiong's perspective. No matter how formidable one's skills may be, without the support of strength, they ultimately amount to nothing more than a castle in the air, collapsing at the slightest touch. Su Tai's facial muscles twitched, and the scar on his right cheek appeared even more menacing. He ascended the high platform in silence. Please. He grasped his blade with both hands, pulling the hilt to reveal the gleaming edge, discarding the leather sheath made of calfskin to the side. Li Rue also clasped his fists in greeting. Please. Compared to his previous opponent, Sha Jinliang, Su Tai's prowess was evidently superior. It was not merely a difference in realm, but rather a deeper understanding of combat that set the swordsman apart. Li Rue drew his long knife from behind. Su Tai let out a low growl and swiftly closed the distance, stepping forward with several strides, raising his blade to threaten Li Rue. Perhaps having observed Li Rue's earlier bout with Sha Jinliang, he struck from a distance of 3 feet, aiming a decisive blow. The tip of the blade was just close enough to threaten Li Rue's vital points, while maintaining sufficient distance to prevent close-quarter engagement. Li Rue countered with the back of his knife. The sturdy blade effortlessly deflected Su Tai's strike, and with a flick of his wrist, the 37-pound knife traced a small arc in the air. The blade swept through the air with a fierce gust. Su Tai was taken aback. What a heavy knife! He had not anticipated that Li Rue wielded such a weighty weapon. It must weigh at least 30 pounds. While lifting a 30-pound stone lock is manageable, the effort required to wield a 30-pound knife is equivalent to at least 300 pounds of strength. It was insurmountable. He wished to retreat, but Li Rue offered no opportunity, his large knife gliding effortlessly alongside Su Tai's blade. The massive weapon was manipulated as lightly as a feather. At that moment, the advantage of the knife's weight was fully realized. Li Rue's blade remained dominant, compelling Su Tai to exert even greater effort to counter. Before long, Su Tai's hand began to tingle, nearly losing his grip on the weapon. Just as the onlookers were captivated by the spectacle, Su Tai conceded, "I admit defeat." His feet had barely touched the ground. The sound of blades clashing still echoed on the platform. Li Rue was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly, quite decisive. He had previously interacted with these swordsmen, each exhibiting a similar temperament. Detached from victory and defeat, they would flee at the first sign of adversity. The waist token was now his. Li Rue achieved his objective and walked down the stage calmly. The spectators below now regarded this old leader with newfound respect. The recent battle was nothing short of exemplary, a classic demonstration of skill overcoming brute force, of slow defeating the swift. Throughout the encounter, Su Tai had been thoroughly subdued. Li Rue's victory was undoubtedly deserved. On the platform, Tang Sheng shook his head and smiled. "Master the blade, it seems we have misjudged you. Leader Li's effortless prowess is indeed remarkable." Dao Xiong, astutely observant, quickly discerned the key to Li Rue's easy victory. Both combatants wielded blades, but Li Rue's was a heavy one. Perhaps he had anticipated this outcome since Su Tai's last duel. Experience does bring wisdom. Dao Xiong was secretly astonished by Li Rue's strategy. No wonder he had chosen a challenge at this late hour. Such meticulous planning displayed an almost uncanny intelligence. Tang Sheng was also perceptive and understood this point. To plan meticulously before taking action. These 5 words are simple to utter, but challenging to execute. Li Rue's profound understanding of weaponry allowed him to accomplish this. Regrettably, were he 50 years younger, I would certainly take him as my disciple. He shook his head with a smile. All of Li Rue's advantages were the result of years of accumulation. A fledgling youth could hardly possess such depth. Han Qin's eyes shone with astonishment. Indeed, one must not underestimate the heroes of the world. While he was confident in his ability to defeat Li Rue, that confidence stemmed from a realm and strength advantage, not from skill. His falling petal sword sought to master technique. Once the competition concluded, he would certainly seek an audience with this elder. Han Xin could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in discourse. Many within the Huaqing sect believed he was merely a solitary figure, disinterested in interaction. On the contrary, he longed to encounter like-minded individuals. Yet such souls were few and far between. Li Rue was precisely one of them. Han Xin would not look down upon Li Rue due to his humble origins or lower realm, especially since his own beginnings were hardly illustrious. I cannot believe I lost to a mere stable hand. Yet he quickly regained his composure. As a disciple of the Huaqing sect, there was no need to diminish his status by comparing himself to a stable hand. Li Rue was already at the pinnacle of his life, while he was only just beginning. Perhaps in 10 years, Li Rue would have passed on, while he would be in the midst of his glory, with the entire Qinghe beneath his feet. Li Rue once again concealed himself within the crowd. Regardless of how low-key he remained, he inevitably attracted the attention of those around him. He accepted this gaze with equanimity. As one aspires to rise, it is inevitable to draw the eyes of others. Hiding one's talents is not a sustainable strategy. Having broken through to the 8th rank, his mindset had indeed shifted. However, he did not perceive this as a negative development. A martial artist must possess the mentality of a strong individual. At that moment, a line of small characters appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of gaining fame and recognition. Beginner level, making a mark. Chapter 55. How can it not be considered late blooming? A small trial, making a mark. At the age of 7, you achieved a commendable ranking in the sect's competition, gaining recognition and a modicum of fame within the sect. Achievement of making a mark completed. Rewards being calculated. Task evaluation. Gained 20 achievement points. Just as Li Rue thought the rewards had been fully calculated, another line of text emerged. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of Divine Couple, beginner level. Attracting the attention of the fair maiden. With a heroine by your side, traversing the world brings joy and ease. At the age of 7, you stood out, winning the hearts of innocent maidens. What girl does not admire a spirited young man? Achievement of Divine Couple completed, rewards being calculated. Task evaluation. Gained 30 achievement points. Name, Li Rue. Age, 7. Talent, martial bone, exceptional comprehension skill. White 8-blade achievements. 50,100. Li Rue's lips twitched uncontrollably. The task of Divine Couple was unexpectedly awarded to him, even surpassing the points for making a mark. This time, he received a whopping 50 points in one go, pushing his progress past the halfway mark. A tremendous gain. A smile crept across Li Rue's face. He hoped for more occurrences like this. He had nearly deciphered the system's patterns. In summary, as long as one draws attention, achievements can be attained, but surviving after the spotlight fades relies on individual capability. If he were truly a fledgling youth, he might act with unabashed flamboyance. However, having experienced the world, Li Rue preferred a more measured approach. Too much boldness can lead to fragility. 7 parts confidence is just right. Safety and stability are blessings. He had heard tales of dazzling prodigies who perished young due to their brilliance. If one cannot realize their talent, then no matter how great that talent, it all amounts to naught. Progressing steadily till 70 years of age, how can that not be considered late blooming? By noon, the competition was gradually drawing to a close. All eyes were now on the vice leader, Qian Kai. The duel between the vice leaders was just beginning. Qian Kai squinted slightly as he slowly approached the stage. "Zhou Xiong, please." Vice leader Zhou Rue grumbled as he rose. "You think I'm an easy target, huh?" Among the vice leaders, he held the highest waist token number, indicating that in the previous grand competition, he had ranked lowest among the vice leaders. Qian Kai's choice of him was clearly a bid for stability. After all, if Qian Kai were to lose again, he would truly be out of the running for vice leader. However, Zhou Rue, as the chosen opponent, felt insulted. "My apologies." Qian Kai wore a helpless expression. In truth, his relationship with Zhou Rue was relatively amicable. At the beginning of the assessment, his goal was to target the waist token number 2. Yet, Gohong's interference had disrupted his plans. Now, he had no choice but to select the weakest Zhou Rue. In the face of interests, friendship becomes irrelevant. Zhou Rue strode confidently to the center of the arena, where only he and Qian Kai remained. He raised his right hand to wipe his gleaming bald head, determined to make the young man regret his actions. Aware that he had offended Zhou Rue, Qian Kai drew his sword and charged forward without hesitation. The duel between the two vice leaders was undoubtedly thrilling. Previously suppressed by Gu Hong's willow leaf blade, Qian Kai's swordsmanship was now exquisite and cunning against Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui, having earned his position as vice leader, was no novice. He wielded his broadsword with ferocity. Moreover, his iron head skill deterred Qian Kai from approaching. Both fighters were exceedingly cautious. After half an hour of back and forth, Zhou Rui was ultimately defeated, suffering a wound to his right shoulder. He wore a face full of unwillingness. Qian Kai clasped his fists together and said, "Brother Zhou, I apologize. Let's have a drink another day." At least he had managed to retain his position as vice leader. Below, Zhou Shulin was visibly indignant. That Qian fellow was unscrupulous. He should have challenged Gu Hong again. His agitation stemmed from the fact that Zhou Rui was his uncle. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, their kin rise with them. Ever since Zhou Rui became vice leader, even the dogs of the Zhou family had become guardians of the Tiandi alliance. Who would Ti wish for such relatives? Liang, he consoled him. Even if brother Zhou cannot remain vice leader, being a grand elder is also respectable. Zhou Shulin could only nod in resignation. However, the power of a grand elder paled in comparison to that of a vice leader. Zhou Rui would find it increasingly difficult to place people within the Tiandi alliance in the future. After the battle between Qian Kai and Zhou Rui concluded, Zhao Wei finally stepped forward. With confidence, he looked at Zhang Yang and proposed, "Vice Leader Zhang, how about we have a match?" Zhang Yang stood up expressionlessly, having anticipated that he would become Zhao Wei's target. After all, his badge was number 2. As the youngest and most promising of the vice leaders, Zhao Wei had long coveted his badge. To take it, one must demonstrate true skill. Zhang Yang snorted coldly. His position as the top vice leader was not merely a matter of seniority. He picked up a long spear forged entirely of fine iron and walked to the center of the arena. "Zhao Wei, if you wish to ascend, you must first see if my silver dragon spear agrees." Below, Li Rui raised his eyebrows. It was the first time he had witnessed Zhang Yang in action, and he was surprised to see him wielding a spear. As the saying goes, a lifetime with a spear surpasses a lifetime with a sword. Although a spear may appear similar to a staff, the techniques differ dramatically. Summarized in one word, thrust. Thus, it requires the wielder to possess exceptional eyesight and strength. Otherwise, one cannot effectively wield a spear. Consequently, spear techniques are more common in military contexts, while there are few practitioners in the martial world. Zhao Wei grinned as he unsheathed the long knife at his waist. "Old man, let's see how arrogant you are today." He felt the surge of energy within his dantian. The King Kong pill was indeed the supreme elixir for copper-boned warriors. Consuming it could save at least a decade of arduous training. Zhao Wei felt terrifyingly powerful at this moment. If not for his desire for stability, he might even have wished to spar with the leader, Dao Xiong. The tension between the two was palpable. After all, they had never gotten along. Zhang Yang had often undermined Zhao Wei, and minor frictions had never ceased. Today was the perfect opportunity to settle old scores. Zhang Yang gripped the spear tightly, channeling power from his waist and abdomen, giving a shake that produced a dazzling display of spear flowers. The spectators below applauded in admiration. Zhao Wei scoffed, "Just ornamental moves." He advanced with a dragon stride, launching a fierce strike at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, leveraging his long reach against Zhao Wei's shorter weapon, managed to respond adeptly. The sounds of the long knife clashing against the iron spear echoed throughout the arena, akin to the relentless ringing of steel, making listeners' teeth ache. Had it not been for the spiritual substances infused within their weapons, they would have likely dulled or broken long ago. Li Rui observed intently, recognizing the vice leader's prowess. However, he soon narrowed his eyes and sighed softly. He is lost. Chapter 56. The dust settles on the arena. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, struggling to endure. Why was Zhao Wei so strong? He had faced Zhao Wei before, but now Zhao Wei's strength had increased by more than 40%, a force to be reckoned with. It was evident that he had encountered some extraordinary opportunity. Finally, Zhao Wei found an opening, forcing Zhang Yang to expose his center, followed by a kick that sent him tumbling off the arena. Excellent. Tang Sheng nodded in satisfaction. At just over 30, Zhao Wei exhibited such strength. He might one day break through to the Lu Jin realm. This individual deserves nurturing. He turned to Dao Xiong beside him, who nodded in understanding. It was clear that with Tang Sheng's endorsement, Zhao Wei's position as the leading vice leader at the Qinghe branch was virtually assured. Tang Sheng, a composed figure of authority, understood that his words could easily manifest into reality. Youth is indeed a blessing. There's no such thing as late bloomers. Those who achieve greatness later in life merely took a wrong path early on or had their talents overlooked. Even if they later strive fervently, they can never reach their original heights. Had he practiced the spear from the outset instead of switching to the sword, perhaps his accomplishments would have been even greater. The past is unchangeable. Dao Xiong reflected on the spirited Zhao Wei on the arena. Meanwhile, Tang Sheng turned to the three from the Huaqing sect. Are there any noteworthy candidates among your branch? Han Qin understood that Tang Sheng was urging them to finalize their selections for the Huaqing sect competition. After all, rankings were merely references. The final decision rested with the Huaqing sect. Han Qin looked to Jiang Yin, as did Zhu Yu. Among the trio, only Jiang Yin had the authority to determine such significant matters as entry quotas. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yin spoke slowly. Deputy Alliance Leader Tang, your alliance boasts numerous experts. I shall select 2 on behalf of my father. I hope for your understanding regarding any perceived unfairness. To be chosen by your esteemed alliance is their fortune, and there is no question of fairness. Tang Sheng replied with a warm smile, resembling a kind elder. This was because he knew that this young woman's father was Jiang Linxian. In truth, he had come specifically to meet Jiang Linxian. If he could connect with that sword immortal of Jiangdong, many matters within the Tiandi alliance would proceed more smoothly. Jiang Yin retrieved a pre-prepared note from her sleeve and handed it to Tang Sheng. He pinched the note between his fingers, smiled slightly, and announced loudly, the candidates for the Huaqing sect entry competition are. He deliberately prolonged his words. Li Rue murmured to himself. This deputy alliance leader Tang would make a fitting host. Zhao Wei. When Tang Sheng finally uttered the first name, a victorious smile broke across Zhao Wei's face. He was undoubtedly the ultimate victor of this branch's major examination. And another is. The crowd held their breath, especially the younger disciples. Tang Sheng's gaze fell upon someone in the crowd. Lu Tong. Lu Tong's head felt as if it had exploded. This was far more thrilling than winning a jackpot. He could hardly believe his ears as he turned to his friends for confirmation. Is Deputy Alliance Leader Tang referring to me? You have struck the jackpot. I can participate in the Huaqing sect entry competition. His lips could not suppress a triumphant smile. Liang He and Zhou Shulin looked on from a distance, casting envious glances at Lu Tong. Although it was merely a chance to participate in the entry competition, it was enough to make others green with envy. The quota for the Huaqing sect competition was set, and the branch's grand competition concluded. 2 days later, damn it. That Zhao fellow has taken control of the discipline hall, the martial hall, and the medicine hall. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, Wu Tu grumbled. This morning, the results of the appointments have been finalized. Zhao Wei, as expected, assumed command of significant authority. He not only continued to oversee the GL Tang, but also added the one Wu Tang and Yao Tang to his portfolio, wielding power second only to Dao Xiong. In stark contrast, Zhang Yang appeared rather unfortunate, relegated to managing the relatively inconsequential Yin Jian Tang and Tian Tang. Ye Hong emerged unexpectedly, taking charge of the Zhong Tang and several venues, while the veteran deputy leader Qian Kai presided over the Chuan Fa Tang and a few other establishments. The most pitiable of all was Zhou Rue, who became a languid elder, akin to an upgraded version of the Tian Tang leader. Vutu, observing Li Rui, remarked, Brother Li, if I were you, I would at least strive to secure a position as the leader of the Zhong Tang. The Zhong Tang is responsible for personnel mobilization, offering far greater power than that of the Tian Tang. Li Rue merely chuckled, choosing not to respond. An old saying in Qing, he suggests that having someone behind you makes it easier to hold office. Zhang Yang now finds himself akin to a clay idol crossing a river, and the grand position he previously promised to the one Wu Tang is now but a distant thought. Li Rue maintained close ties with Zhang Yang and Wu Tu, but even if he were to become the leader of a few other Tangs, he would still face obstacles and would find it more prudent to remain in the Tian Tang. Moreover, he was not entirely without gain. Brother Li, when we venture to the black market in the future, you must offer me at least an 80 discount. That is not too much to ask, Wu Tu jested. As an experienced player in the underworld, he recognized Li Rue's strategic retreat. Rather than endure the frustrations of a leadership position, it would be wiser to reap benefits in the black market, away from unnecessary trouble. Li Rue shrugged, stating, "I am merely a steward, collecting some service fees." Wu Tu rolled his eyes, fully aware of the intricacies of the black market, where profits could be substantial. Among the various enterprises of the Tiandi Ming, the black market undoubtedly yielded the most lucrative returns. Dao Xiong had paid a hefty price to wrest this coveted territory from the Blood Tiger gang. Li Rue understood this well. Being the leader of the Tian Yi Tang in addition to overseeing the black market was indeed an optimal arrangement. Dao Xiong surely had his own calculations. To gain more, one must be willing to pay the corresponding price, which Dao Xiong might not necessarily concede. Such psychological games between individuals are a true test of one's acumen. Having served as a groom for decades, Li Rue had witnessed countless faces and was well aware of the hidden agendas that lurked beneath the surface. In essence, it boiled down to 3 principles of non-greed. It sounds simple, yet only a handful can truly master it. Li Rue currently lacked neither talent nor techniques. His only deficiency lay in elixirs. Naturally, the best option would be to become the leader of the Yao Tang. However, the deputy leader overseeing it was Zhao Wei, and even if Li Rue succeeded, he would likely gain little advantage. Thus, he preferred to settle for the black market instead. He knew that there were numerous vendors in the black market selling elixirs privately, with guaranteed quality at reasonable prices, a superior choice indeed. Chapter 57. The black market. The moon hung low in the eastern branches, and a bright red lantern swayed high above the eaves, the aroma of exquisite delicacies wafting from within. "Gentlemen, allow me to raise a glass," Zhao Wei proclaimed, brimming with confidence. Having secured a spot in the Hua Qingzong entrance examination, it was essential for him to cultivate good relations with the 3 representatives from his sect. Had it not been for the presence of a woman among them, he would have preferred to host the gathering at the Jiaofeng Sea. There is an old saying in the Jianghu, "No bonding can surpass the camaraderie forged in the heat of battle." Regrettably, Han Qin chuckled, the most seasoned among the trio, as he raised his cup. "Congratulations, Deputy Leader Zhao. Perhaps next year we shall meet within the sect." Zhao Wei's spirits soared at this remark. "I appreciate your kind words." After several rounds of toasts, the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. A man of the Jianghu, Zhao Wei excelled in drinking and was even more adept at persuading others to drink. Zhu Yu, also no stranger to alcohol, recognized the importance of befriending Zhao Wei for the Zhu family, which often engaged with the Tiandi Ming. However, he was careful not to overly debase himself, preserving the dignity of the Hua Qingzong. Zhao Wei understood that the disciples of Hua Qingzong held a certain arrogance, looking down upon those from humble origins. He had already inquired about this Zhu family's talented scion, and since they hailed from Qinghe, he saw an opportunity for a beneficial connection. "Young hero Zhu, I have some acquaintance with your father. I shall pay a visit soon." Zhu Yu beamed. "I shall eagerly await your esteemed visit, Deputy Leader Zhao." At that moment, Han Qin noticed that Jiang Yin appeared somewhat impatient and swiftly returned to the matter at hand. "Deputy Leader Zhao, since we are to be family henceforth, I hope you will take extra care regarding the matters of the Gui Ming Jiao." Zhao Wei thumped his chest. "Leave this matter to me." Han Qin and Zhu Yu, seeing Zhao Wei's earnestness, felt reassured. However, they were not overly concerned about Zhao Wei's potential insincerity. After all, they held the admission quotas and could easily replace him with a more compliant individual if necessary. As the night deepened, the drinking session concluded and Zhao Wei, having downed 18 bowls, was thoroughly intoxicated, being supported by his subordinates as he exited the tavern. Before leaving, he made sure to see off the 3 from Hua Qingzong. One young subordinate, observing Zhao Wei's nearly drunken state, whispered, "It seems the leader is truly pleased today. I have never seen him so inebriated." "Who says I am drunk?" Zhao Wei retorted, standing upright, with no trace of intoxication on his face. Gazing at the departing figures of the Hua Qingzong trio, Zhao Wei squinted slightly. "I will trust you for now. Should you dare to play tricks, know that I am not one to be trifled with." In the Tian Tang, Li Rue was preparing for his first day at the black market. As he opened the door, he spotted Liang He crouched at the threshold. Upon inquiry, he discovered that this lad also wished to venture to the black market. Liang He, with unwavering resolve, declared, "A prime minister must rise from the state, and a fierce general must emerge from the ranks. Born a saintly ox or horse. Suit yourself. But I must stipulate that I shall not pay double wages." "No need for money. No need for money," Liang He laughed. waving his hands as he jogged to keep pace with Li Rue. Li Rue had been concerned about lacking a reliable confidant for the black market. With Liang he presenting himself, it was an opportunity too good to pass up. Compared to the seasoned players of the black market, Liang he was undoubtedly more trustworthy. Without loyal subordinates, how could one accomplish anything? Li Rue was quite familiar with the black market in Qinghe. Most of the East City shanty town was within the realm of the black market, previously managed by the Blood Tiger Gang. It was rumored that the Blood Tiger Gang relinquished this lucrative territory upon hearing of the Tian Dimeng leader's breakthrough. Naturally, the Tian Dimeng had also paid a considerable price for it. Strolling through the streets with Liang He, pedestrians instinctively recoiled at the sight of the two clad in Tian Dimeng uniforms. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the black market, where a fearsome-looking black-clad brute stood guard. Li Rue presented his waist badge marked with the number 11, and the demeanor of the black-clad guards shifted to one of respect. The leading disciple greeted him with a fawning smile. "Ah, it is Master Li. I am a guard disciple of the black market. Leader's son has long awaited your arrival." Master Li? Li Rue momentarily felt disoriented. The last time he had come, he had meekly paid the entrance fee, and now he was being referred to as a master. Lead the way. He certainly would not utter any foolish statements like asking them not to call him Master Li. In the black market, only the most formidable characters are found, and excessive amiability would only serve to make one appear gullible, necessitating tenfold effort to rectify such an impression later. Sweetness will not compel obedience. A whip is far more effective. Li Rue understood these principles well. The black market is divided into the front market and the back market. Li Rue had previously frequented the front market, where common goods such as rice and poultry were sold, primarily by individual vendors. The back market, however, was different, consisting mainly of shops and even high-rise buildings. To enter the back market, one must pay an additional entrance fee, which is not insignificant, amounting to a full guan of copper coins. Upon entering the back market, the streets were noticeably less crowded. The sound of a woman's weeping echoed from the depths of the alley, which seemingly led to the innermost quarters of the black market. A burly man clad in black noticed Li Rue turning to glance into the alley and explained, "Li Yi, there are rules in the black market. Live goods and dead goods must be separated. This is one of the places where live goods are stored." The term live goods is a slang in the underworld, referring to human beings, specifically those treated as commodities. Wealthy families in the city have two methods for acquiring servants. One is to voluntarily sign a contract of servitude, as he did in his youth, and the other is to purchase live goods. These live goods are often attractive village maidens or pale young boys, catering to the peculiar tastes of those wealthy gentlemen. Such sordid affairs exist in every era, though they remain concealed, inaccessible to ordinary people. Li Rue harbored no thoughts of salvation with his current abilities. He could not rescue anyone. The overseer of the black market, though described in flattering terms as the manager, was essentially a senior worker serving the Tiandimeng. These merchants had long established a tacit understanding with the Tiandimeng. Anyone who dared to disrupt this understanding would undoubtedly suffer repercussions. One could only blame the state of the world for this. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at the deepest and tallest five-story building in the black market, the highest structure within the market. Just as he reached the entrance, a rotund man with a face as round as a watermelon scampered out. "Li Yi, I have finally awaited your arrival. Are you Sun Ming?" Li Rue scrutinized this square-shaped, portly individual. The prosperity of the black market was evident in Sun Ming's appearance. His small eyes squinted into slits, giving him a rather affable demeanor as he rubbed his hands together, saying, "Li Yi, I have long awaited your arrival. With you here, the black market is bound to grow stronger and achieve new heights." Li Rue interrupted him with a wave of his hand, signaling him to cease. He was well-versed in such flattery and could speak on such matters for days on end without repetition. There was no need to listen to insincere compliments. Sun Ming stiffened, a hint of nervousness creeping in, clearly realizing that this elder was not easily fooled. He internally lamented, as no one enjoys a strict superior, especially in a place like the black market. Li Rue pointed to Liang He behind him. "Have the accountant organize the ledgers. All matters concerning accounts will henceforth be under Liang He's jurisdiction." He added, "Do not dare to tell me the ledgers were lost, burned, or misplaced. Failure to report a lost ledger is a grave offense. You should be aware of that." Sun Ming, gazing at Li Rui's inscrutable expression, broke into a cold sweat. The ledgers were the lifeblood of the black market, involving countless illicit dealings. Handing them over would mean voluntarily presenting one's vulnerabilities. Yet if he refused, although he was nominally the leader, he was merely a higher-ranking ordinary disciple. If he truly provoked Li Rui, the consequences would not be pleasant. Yes, I shall find someone to retrieve them immediately, Sun Ming hastily replied, a forced smile plastered on his face, his fear of this new overseer multiplying. He had served a few overseers before, all of whom were martial artists with backgrounds in the underworld. They understood little about accounting matters and rarely interfered as long as the tribute was sufficient. Now, he had encountered a true expert. Seeing Sun Ming's compliance, Li Rui relented. Very well, go on with your duties. Upon hearing he was finally released, Sun Ming breathed a sigh of relief and disappeared in a flash. Eager to avoid further interaction with Li Rui. Before long, only Li Rui and Liang he remained on the 5th floor. What observations have you made? Li Rui inquired with a smile, knowing that Liang he had accompanied him throughout and would certainly have some insights. This was a test for Liang he. A loyal subordinate was hard to find, but loyalty alone was insufficient. Liang he possessed decent martial skills, yet lacked experience in the underworld, which was why Li Rui sought to guide him. Liang he organized his thoughts before speaking. The master demands the ledgers. This is to admonish Sun Ming and prevent any shady dealings in the black market. Although he comes from a humble background, he was raised by a respectable family and has never been involved with such gray matters, which he detests to the core. Li Rui rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Sun Ming's sister is the mistress of Zhao Wei, and 30% of the black market's profits go to Zhao Wei each year. We are not merely admonishing him. We intend to eliminate him. There was a hint of murderous intent in Li Rui's words. Liang he shivered involuntarily, realizing that when Li Rui admonished Sun Ming, he was already contemplating his demise. However, he quickly grasped the crux of the situation. Master, he did not anticipate that on his first day in the black market, he would be involved in such thrilling matters. Li Rui nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, I currently trust you above all others in the black market. He then patted Liang he on the shoulder. Investigate thoroughly. It must be an ironclad case, and it would be best if we could involve the authorities as well. Liang he's eyes widened. To involve the authorities would truly mean pushing for Sun Ming's downfall. Li Rui suddenly felt that assigning such a heavy responsibility to a newcomer was somewhat irresponsible, and consoled him. Xiao He, there is no rush on this matter. Take your time, and do ensure that Sun Ming does not perceive you as targeting him. Gazing at the closed door of the room, Liang he's mind was in a state of disarray. Is this the underworld? Inside the room, Li Rui retrieved a book he had brought from Tianytang. The black market was managed by dozens of disciples from the Tianming, and unless a severe incident occurred, he hardly needed to concern himself with daily affairs. A competent overseer only needed to manage personnel and finances. Over-involvement could lead to complications. Moreover, Li Rui's purpose in coming to the black market was clear: to amass wealth. Sun Ming's presence was the greatest obstacle to his financial endeavors. This man was nothing but a thorn in the black market, draining resources while keeping a watchful eye on Li Rui's every move. Such a person could not be allowed to remain. As for offending Zhao Wei, ever since he was introduced to the Tianming by Wu Tu, he had already incurred Zhao Wei's displeasure. It was not something that could be resolved by mere reconciliation. Since he had already crossed that line, he naturally intended to reap substantial benefits. Currently, Zhang Yang was merely in a position of decline. However, he still held the title of deputy leader. Moreover, since joining the Wenwu Tang, Li Rui's status within his faction had even risen slightly. Therefore, as long as he operated within the established rules, it would not be so easy for Zhao Wei to target him. One simply needed to maintain a careful balance. Li Rui soon became engrossed in the contents of the book. The Copper Bone realm comprises 3 main stages: Copper Bone, Iron Bone, and Golden Bone, followed by the external manifestation of Qi and blood and the unblocking of meridians, leading to the Lujin realm. This was knowledge he had stumbled upon in a corner of Tianytang, discussing the fundamentals of martial arts practice. For someone like Li Rui, who came from humble beginnings and lacked a mentor to guide him, this knowledge was akin to a treasure. He read with zeal. Above the Lujin realm are the 3 innate stages: nourishing Qi, focusing spirit, and Longmen. Attaining the innate realm allows one to wield Qi to manipulate swords, severing enemy heads from 100 paces away, or transforming qi into talismans for sealing and refining demonic beasts, with limitless applications. 3 words floated in Li Rui's mind: Shun Bing Fu. It seemed that the divine weapon talismans spoken of by the disciple, named Zhou, who were treasures crafted by experts of the innate realm. As he approached the innate realm, Li Rui felt an invigorated motivation for his training. Of course, those aspirations were still a distant dream. At present, he must focus on mastering the 3 main stages, which was the pressing matter at hand. Having just broken through to the 8th tier, he was still merely at the copper bone stage. To advance to the iron bone and eventually the golden bone stage, he would need to enhance his qi and blood with elixirs and diligently refine his skills day and night. The copper bone stage relied on steady effort. There was no room for haste. However, Li Rui possessed the Wu Gu, a rare foundation in the world, which was particularly effective in the copper bone stage. Having only recently achieved his breakthrough, he had already smoothly cultivated a significant portion of his bones to the iron bone stage. In just a few years, he would be able to reach the golden bone stage and even attempt to break into the Lu Jin realm. The remarkable utility of Wu Gu is far from exhausted. He once encountered a legend in an ancient tome, revealing that beyond the golden bone, there exists a 4th level, the jade bone. The jade bone, akin to iron, is impervious to blades and invulnerable to fire and water. In chapter 59, Chai Lufadi, it is said that those who possess the supreme bone can ascend the celestial path. This jade bone realm can only be touched by a select few with extraordinary physiques, and fortuitously, Wu Gu is among them. Achieving the jade bone state would greatly benefit his subsequent ascent and cultivation, and naturally, Li Rui is determined not to miss this opportunity. Moreover, it would not demand an excessive amount of his time. However, the quantity of elixirs required to attain the jade bone is currently rather overwhelming for him. Thus, earning money becomes imperative. Li Rui sighed softly. In the Jianghu of Yugu, there exists a notion of Kai Lu Fad. The foremost wealth, as one might imagine, can resolve over 90% of the world's troubles, ensuring a life of relentless toil, but it is not merely for a handful of coins. The term Lu does not solely refer to companions. It also encompasses mentors, kin, and connections within the court, alleviating many worries and guiding one along a smoother path. Fa pertains to martial arts techniques. A profound and compatible practice can yield remarkable results in cultivation. Lastly, D refers to spiritual soil. It is well known that to refine a spiritual elixir, one must not only possess a skilled alchemist, but also the necessary spiritual herbs, which only flourish in spiritual soil. In truth, spiritual soil is not as mystical as rumored. It is essentially fertile land infused with special spiritual substances, exceedingly rare. Legend has it that a herbalist discovered a pattern. Every few years, in the same location, extraordinary herbs could be harvested, referred to as spiritual herbs. This is akin to foraging for mushrooms. Experienced herbalists meticulously note these locations, allowing them to reap substantial profits continuously. Subsequently, this drew the attention of alchemists, and after generations of research, it was determined that the origin lies in the soil where these herbs thrive. It is crucial to note that it is soil, not land. Only a thin surface layer can be termed as spiritual soil. Various sects vie for these lands, primarily to monopolize the spiritual soil, and the quantity of such soil within a sect often reflects its foundational strength. To contest for spiritual soil, these factions have engaged in numerous conflicts, with bloodshed being a frequent occurrence. Yet, such matters have never ceased. To become powerful, one must contend, although the manner of contention is of great significance. Master Sun Ming and his ilk are truly despicable for colluding with human traffickers and engaging in the trade of people. Not knowing how many innocent girls have been harmed and sold to brothels, Liang, he expressed indignantly. Over the past few days, he had burned the midnight oil pouring over ledgers, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Though weary, his anger remained unabated. Li Rui maintained a serene demeanor, perhaps numbed by witnessing the suffering of countless souls. While human traffickers are indeed loathsome, without these shadows lurking in the underworld, how would the wealthy enjoy their pleasures? Such is human nature. All Li Rui can do is uphold his own principles. Seeing Li Rui's lack of response, Liang he grew anxious. Master, these individuals do not only trade young men and women. They also sell counterfeit medicines and adulterated meats. Moreover, they are involved in the trade of illicit salt. Li Rui's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. Illicit salt, indeed, is a grave offense. Liang he was taken aback. He had enumerated numerous transgressions, yet Li Rui seemed to focus solely on the illicit salt trade. Days passed, and Liang he expected Li Rui to take some action. Regardless of the crimes, at least it could bring a modicum of clarity to the black market. However, he was taken aback when, upon learning of all the events, Li Rui continued to act as if nothing had occurred, even venturing out less frequently. This left Liang he perplexed. Yet, he understood that the black market had operated for so many years. The root of the problem could not simply be a minor character like Sun Ming. It was not him, nor could it be Li Rui who could topple such a structure. Is this how it must be? The more Liang he observed Sun Ming, the more incensed he became. Had he not remembered Li Rui's words, he would have rushed forth to administer a beating. Brother Sun. Liang he greeted Sun Ming with a smile and a nod. I have indeed matured. Sun Ming, taken aback, had anticipated scrutiny upon presenting the ledgers, but was surprised that nothing transpired over the ensuing days. The young man who accompanied Li Rui to the black market even bowed and scraped before him, and Sun Ming's heart eased. He mused that those capable of serving as stewards were no fools. The business within the black market was backed by Deputy Master Zhao, the county officials, and even the head of the guild. A mere steward would not dare to act against such powers. Those with discernment would invariably choose to turn a blind eye. The previous steward had been of similar disposition. Sun Ming grinned, displaying what he deemed a benevolent smile towards Liang He. The latter recalled the sounds he had heard in the alley and felt nauseated, quickening his pace to avoid seeing Sun Ming's rotund face any longer. Yet, to Sun Ming, this was merely a sign of fear. Look at how his lackeys flee at the sight of me, Sun Ming boasted, puffing out his chest. One must remain humble. Perhaps I shall send a gift another day. I wonder, at 70, if he is still capable. Among this batch, there are indeed two fine specimens. What if one is inclined towards Langyang? Sun Ming blinked his small eyes, contemplating Li Rui's preferences. Once he deciphered his superior's tastes, half the work would be accomplished. On the following morning, when Li Rui arrived at the 5th floor of the black market, a delicate box was already placed on the table, roughly the size of a human head. Approaching the table, Li Rui lifted the lid of the wooden box, revealing a dazzling golden hue. Gold. His brows raised. The box was filled to the brim with gold bars, appearing to contain at least 100 taels, given that 1 tael of gold equals 10 taels of silver. This wooden box contained a staggering 1,000 taels of silver. Li Rui licked his lips. The black market truly is affluent. A mere subordinate could produce such a sum, which even Li Rui, as a hall master, could scarcely muster. Was this an attempt to bribe me? Li Rui chuckled and shook his head. Sun Ming was indeed a clever individual. His actions were not without merit, and he was generous with his resources. Even Li Rui felt tempted. Alas, they were not of the same ilk. He could not permit a person from Zhao Wei's faction to remain by his side. Upon one's bedside, how could one allow another to slumber undisturbed? The matter of allegiance is fundamental, not something that mere personal skill can rectify. Much like how he would never consider appeasing Zhao Wei. No amount of gold and silver would be of use unless one were willing to defect. However, what fate awaits a traitor? Thus, Li Rui's philosophy has always been one of either not creating enemies or, once an enemy is made, to pursue them relentlessly. To show mercy to an adversary is to be cruel to oneself. Chapter 60. You have disappointed me. The night was as dark as ink. At the entrance of the black market, several heads bobbed about. Son, we're the people from the Salt Gang, inquired a lanky fellow, scratching his ear. Sun Ming, growing impatient, could only snort, if I tell you to wait, then wait. Who do you think you are? Qing he was home to numerous factions. The Chai Gang, the Yu Gang, and the Ma Gang were primarily groups of impoverished individuals banding together for warmth, gradually forming organizations that gained considerable influence in their locales. However, the Salt Gang was a unique entity. Salt and iron are vital resources of the state. Yugu implements state-controlled purchasing of these commodities. It can be understood that these two are immensely profitable, and the court seeks to fill its own coffers. Thus, compared to other gangs, the Salt Gang comprises a cadre of lawbreakers, with the name of its leader perpetually featured on the government wanted list. Despite the prohibitions, the trade of illicit salt persists, for the allure of profit is simply too great. A mere 20% profit can entice individuals, while 50% compels them to take risks, and 100% can drive them to madness. The profit from purchasing salt exceeds tenfold. The thin monkey rubbed his hands together, thinking it was a rare opportunity to earn at least 100 taels. Sun Ming felt a twinge of anticipation. Once the night passes, he would take them to Huailu for merriment. The profit margins had dwindled significantly. His subordinates were already ravenous. As he observed Li Rue gathering his belongings and reviewing the accounts without further action, he summoned the courage to continue his illicit dealings. Undoubtedly, the most lucrative endeavor was the salt trade. Thus, he approached the salt gang without hesitation. To the common folk, the salt gang was a ruthless entity, a taboo presence. However, to the elite, they were akin to a deity of wealth. In the households of officials and the affluent, it was an unwritten rule that, without the approval of Deputy Leader Zhao Wei, he would not dare act so recklessly. Soon, several figures appeared in the distance. They had arrived. A group of ragged, lean men approached Sun Yang, led by a middle-aged man with small eyes who kept his hands tucked in his robes. He scanned the surroundings and then produced a bag nearly as tall as himself. It was difficult to fathom how he concealed such a large sack on his person. Sun Ming was well acquainted with the temperament of the Salt Gang members. They spoke little, simply delivering their goods, embodying a ruthless silence. After all, they were all individuals who risked their lives daily. It was impossible for them to be jovial. Those who had engaged in the illicit salt trade understood that the more one spoke, the quicker one met their demise. 80 taels, the small-eyed man rasped, extending his hand for the silver. Sun Ming smirked coldly. Hold on, I must first inspect the goods. The quality of salt was of paramount importance. The price difference between coarse and fine salt was significant. An experienced salt trader could often discern the quality with just a taste. He untied the hemp rope securing the bag, revealing glistening, slightly dark crystalline grains before his eyes. Sun Yang tasted a few grains. It was salty with a hint of bitterness. Satisfied, he nodded. In ancient times, salt was not harvested from the sea, but from salt mines, which contained impurities and lacked purification techniques, thus making this quality of salt quite commendable. 80 taels was a fair price. Sun Ming understood that bargaining with the salt gang was futile. Dealing in illicit salt was a matter of life and death. To be greedy, even for the money for one's life, was to be worse than a beast. Sun Ming prided himself on being principled. However, the moment he reached for the silver note, torches suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Who could it be? He turned his head to find a familiar face emerging from the darkness behind the torches, flashing a grin that revealed slightly yellowed teeth. Ah, Xiao Sun, your actions have greatly disappointed me. Upon recognizing the old face, Sun Ming's expression soured. Damn, he had been deceived. He glared at Li Rue's beaming face, wishing he could crush his teeth, but quickly inhaled deeply and forced a smile. Li Ji, sure, what brings you here? Please do not let the floodwaters disrupt the Dragon King's temple. Li Rue shook his head in mild regret. Xiao Sun, I have always thought you a fine young man. Initially, when Captain Deng informed me of illicit salt trading within our black market, I did not believe it. I never anticipated it would be you. How am I to explain this to Deputy Leader Zhao? He continued, it seems my judgment has failed me. He then turned to a capable-looking middle-aged man dressed in official garb beside him. Captain Deng, thank you for your hard work. Captain Deng clasped his fists in gratitude towards Li Rue. Li Tangzhu, your righteousness in eliminating the corrupt is commendable. We are grateful, not troubled. His eyes sparkled. With Liu Captain deceased, he had ascended to the new captaincy. He had been worried about lacking accomplishments, and now Sun Ming had delivered himself right to their doorstep. Capturing illicit salt traders was a significant achievement, worthy of being reported to the authorities, which would surely please the magistrate. Take him away. Captain Deng commanded with a wave of his hand, and several constables surged forward. Sun Ming and his companions dared not resist, while the Salt Gang lacked such reservations, drawing their blades to engage in a fierce battle with the constables. The outcome was inevitable. They were all slain on the spot. Sun Ming was restrained by several constables, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Li Rue and Captain Deng. You will pay for this. This is far from over. Captain Deng scoffed, indeed. It's far from over. The court is currently cracking down on illicit salt traders, and I need a few heads. This rotund fellow is quite suitable. He turned to Li Rue and clasped his fists again. Li Tangzhu, I shall take my leave now. With that, Captain Deng departed with his men. He could easily see that Sun Ming had been betrayed by Li Rue. But what of it? The evidence against him for illicit salt trading was irrefutable, which was more than sufficient. Each matter is distinct. No matter how powerful the Tiandi gang is, they cannot dictate the actions of the government. Moreover, who could say he had no backing? Captain Deng glanced at the defiant Sun Ming, chuckling coldly. If there were blame to be assigned, it lay with Zhao Wei, whose notoriety had offended too many. Sun Ming met his end. He perished in prison, terrified even before he could be taken to the execution ground. Initially, he would shout defiantly, but as time passed, he grew increasingly silent, ultimately not uttering a word for days. Some individuals, the more vicious they are, the greater their fear in the face of death. Sun Ming succumbed to his own terror. Throughout the ordeal, Zhao Wei never made an appearance. The matter of buying illicit salt, once exposed, could not be salvaged, even by a figure as formidable as Dao Xiong, unless the magistrate was willing to risk his own head. Some matters, once touched, exact a price. In the black market, Li Rue continued to peruse his books, as if Sun Ming's affair had never transpired. He delicately grasped a jade-green teacup and savored a sip of tea. What a pity he perished. The tea he offered was quite exquisite. He should have inquired sooner. Chapter 61. I am just a law-abiding citizen. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone of gaining fame and establishing a reputation in the initial storyline of uniting fellow disciples. During the time spent with fellow disciples, occasional friction is unavoidable. Yet at the age of 7, you can effortlessly manage these issues. Please continue to foster camaraderie among your peers. Although you have performed admirably, adhering to the law will ensure longevity. Task completed. Unite fellow disciples 2. Rewards are being calculated. Task rating. Rewards doubled. Gain 30 achievement points. Name. Li Rue. Age. 7. Talent. Martial bone. Exceptional comprehension cultivation technique. By Yuan Pai Dao achievements. 80,100. Li Rue's lips curled into a slight smile. A commendable result. Kumin, he called out to Liang He, who hesitated at the door for quite some time. Liang He entered without uttering a word, and neither did Li Rue urge him. The room was filled only with the sound of pages turning, until Liang He could no longer contain himself. Tang Zhu, I truly cannot comprehend. Li Rue set down the text in hand. What is it you cannot understand? Liang He's face turned crimson as he finally mustered the courage to speak. Sun Ming committed numerous heinous acts, yet he faced no retribution, and for the sake of a bit of illicit salt, he met his demise? He is no naive youth. Trading illicit salt is a grave crime, yet how many within the Tiandi gang and the Blood Tiger gang are free from such dealings? Not to mention the Zhu family and Zhang family. They have entangled ties with the Salt Gang. Their actions are hardly superior to Sun Ming's. Yet the authorities have always turned a blind eye. Li Rue chuckled and shook his head. Ah, you're too rigid. Is this merely a matter of illicit salt? No, it is not. Do you know who purchased Captain Deng's position? It was Deputy Leader Zhang. And do you know who the previous leader of the Wenzhong Hall, Guotang Zhu, served as a guardian for? It was the magistrate of Qinghe. Liang He widened his eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. I. Li Rue interjected. The private salt could not slay a Sun Ming. If there is blame to be placed, it lies in his choice of allies and timing. Both the county magistrate and Deputy Zhang desire his demise. How could he escape such a fate? Liang He fell silent. After a long pause, he slowly raised his head. Master, I understand now. He had always believed that the laws of the Yu kingdom triumphed over evil. Yet, it was but a victim of the struggle for interests. Li Rue gazed at the despondent Liang He as he sighed softly. Some truths are better learned sooner. Had someone offered him such counsel in the past, he might have avoided enduring so many hardships in the Zhu family stables. After living for so many years, he understood that when one is weak, relying solely on righteousness and law to topple an adversary is futile. If memory serves, the drum of injustice outside the county office never once resonated for the impoverished. One must rely on interests. Only when there are enough strong allies aligned with one's interests can one achieve their goals. As for how to navigate these connections, that is something that time alone can refine. At noon, Wu Tu arrived uninvited at the black market. Li Leoj, your work is truly magnificent. Upon hearing that Li Rue had sent Zhao Wei's underling to the black prison, who had subsequently perished there, he exclaimed with delight. Li Rue replied coolly, Do not speak nonsense. I am merely a law-abiding citizen. Law-abiding citizen? Wu Tu's lips twitched. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that everything Li Rue did adhere to the laws of the Yu Kingdom and the codes of the Tiandi Alliance. It was within these intricate regulations that Li Rue navigated with remarkable ease. Li Leoj, you are a man of principle, Wu Tu remarked, giving a thumbs up to Li Rue. He was well versed in the ways of the underworld and understood the finesse required to operate as Li Rue did. Could it be that he had truly become wise with age? Wu Tu pondered. Li Rue glanced at Wu Tu, who lingered in the room. Do you have something to discuss? Wu Tu chuckled. Li Leoj, I wish to borrow some money from you. Li Rue was taken aback. You haven't even repaid me for the Pei Gu Dan from last time, and now you dare to ask for more? Wu Tu shamelessly leaned closer, Li Leoj. We are all family here. I have nothing to hide. Lowering his voice, he continued, I have found a piece of spiritual soil. Upon hearing the term spiritual soil, Li Rue's interest was piqued. Wu Tu grinned. As you know, I used to be at Rongman. A few days ago, some old acquaintances informed me that there is a fallen family in Qing He that possesses spiritual soil. Li Rue's eyes brightened. Such opportunities are rare. It was only due to Wu Tu's deep roots in Qing He and his access to information that he had learned of this. Wu Tu added coincidentally, that old fellow has a gambling problem and owes my gambling den quite a sum. After some back and forth, he agreed to settle his debt and sell me the spiritual soil for 1,000 taels of silver. Spiritual soil is not merely a rare herb. It is a treasure that can serve as a family heirloom. Li Rue furrowed his brow in contemplation. Soon, he recalled that 40 years ago, when he was just a humble groom and the Zhu family had yet to rise, there was a powerful family in Qinghe, the Lin family. Unfortunately, despite the old master's lifelong heroism, his 3 sons were all inept. After his passing, the Lin family quickly declined, and in recent years, they had vanished from memory. Nearly forgotten by the people of Qinghe. Li Rue inquired, is the person surnamed Lin? Wu Tu was astonished. Li Leoj, do you possess the gift of prophecy to know this? Upon hearing this, Li Rue felt a surge of certainty. Given the Lin family's former wealth, they might indeed possess spiritual soil. All right, we shall split the profits 50-50. Agreed, Wu Tu replied without hesitation. Spiritual soil is a long-term investment. Allowing Li Rue a larger share is no issue. After reaching an agreement, Li Rue produced a 1,000-tael silver note from his pocket, which he had obtained using gold from Kong Ming's earlier bribe. Wu Tu, seeing that Li Rue indeed had 1,000 taels, exclaimed, the black market's profits are extraordinary. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Ming had spent years saving to bribe Li Rue. Having received the silver note, Wu Tu left the black market with a satisfied grin. Wu Tu was highly efficient. Merely a night later, he returned to the black market, bursting with pride. Li Leoj, I have accomplished what you asked. Li Rue felt a wave of excitement. Spiritual soil is a precious commodity, and once discovered, it is quickly targeted by powerful factions, making it exceedingly difficult for individuals to procure. Wu Tu mysteriously retrieved a small wooden box from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, Li Rue realized it was made of rosewood. His appetite was whetted. Wu Tu slowly opened the lid. Inside the inch-long box was a generous amount of black soil, distinct from ordinary earth. Li Rue could sense the vitality emanating from it. Indeed, the spiritual soil was extraordinary. In the room, Li Rue's breath quickened. The value of the spiritual soil was undeniable. Wu Tu, brimming with confidence, declared, Li Leoj, you can rest assured of my work. Saying this, he produced another box made of Wangwali wood and transferred 4/10 of the spiritual soil into it. He then handed the box containing 6/10 of the spiritual soil to Li Rue. You are generous in your dealings, so I shall not be stingy. The surplus shall serve as interest for the Pei Gu Dan I previously provided. This was Wu Tu's nature. When others showed him respect, he repaid them tenfold. He had not forgotten the favor of the spiritual pill during his time of need. Li Rue raised an eyebrow, but did not hesitate. Very well, I shall accept graciously. Taking the rosewood box, he gazed at the spiritual soil within. His heart stirred with emotion. It seemed that Li Rue would one day make use of spiritual soil. Wu Tu continued, this spiritual soil is quite remarkable. Though it may appear sparse, once sprinkled in a flower pot and placed outdoors, it will naturally yield spiritual herbs. It grows annually, and it is estimated that it retains its vitality for about 50 years, capable of enhancing the size and longevity of beast meat. Li Hui nodded. He had read about such things in an ancient text dedicated to spiritual soil. However, most beasts are formidable, requiring at least 8th-rank martial artists to contend with. And hunting them is even more challenging. Aside from a few powerful sects, most can only utilize it for about a century before its vitality is exhausted. However, a human life lasts but a century. 100 years in ancient times could span 5 to 6 generations, making the spiritual soil a commendable heirloom. Well, I have delivered the goods, so I shall take my leave. Would you departed igori? Li Rue tucked the rosewood box away and set about preparing an early start for himself. At Tiani Tang, Li Mansion, in the courtyard, Li Rue stood with a hoe under the blazing sun, finally clearing a small patch of garden before scattering the spiritual soil within. He anticipated that by the next year, he would reap the rewards of spiritual herbs. Just as he was about to sprinkle the soil, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, Li Rue was taken aback to find a figure standing there. "Young hero, have you come seeking this old man?" The visitor was none other than Han Qin, a disciple of the Huaqing sect. Han Qin wore a radiant smile that could easily ensnare the heart of any lovesick maiden. However, Li Rue, being an old man, was impervious to such charms. Han Qin clasped his fists politely and said, "Senior, I witnessed your exquisite swordsmanship during the grand competition of your alliance. Your understanding of weaponry is profound, thus I have come to seek your guidance." Without a moment's thought, Li Rue declined, "I apologize, but I am currently occupied with various matters and cannot spare the time. Teaching at the martial arts school requires a fee." The disciple of Hu Q Ngzong sought counsel, expressing that one must indeed pay their dues, for such favorable circumstances are rare in this world. HNQN, not one to act rashly, recognized his own impudence. As he pondered how to bribe the venerable elder before him, he suddenly beamed with a brighter smile. "Are you tilling the soil, esteemed elder?" Li Rue was still wielding a hoe, his sleeves and trousers rolled up. The discerning could easily perceive it. HNQN subtly remarked with a cryptic comment, "Elder, have you ever heard of spirit soil? I once came across a secret account in the library of Hu Kyungzong. Aside from nurturing spiritual herbs, this spirit soil possesses another remarkable function." Li Rue's eyes narrowed slightly. The young man was teasing his curiosity. He feigned ignorance and prepared to close the door. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall not keep the young hero for tea." Observing Li Rue's dismissal of his words, HNQN's earlier confidence waned, and in a flash of inspiration, he made a decisive move, gripping the doorframe. In a major sect, spirit soil would naturally be cultivated into spiritual fields for lasting gains. But if acquired personally, it would be better to consume it directly. Li Rue's expression relaxed, then turned peculiar. "Eat soil?" HNQN nodded. "Indeed, this spirit soil is a spiritual substance formed from the essence of beastly creatures, and while consuming it may seem wasteful, the effects are swift and comparable to spirit pills. Given your age, esteemed elder, you may not have the luxury of time." Li Rue contemplated. The act of consuming soil was not entirely uncommon in ancient times. In fact, the use of minerals and earth in alchemy is quite prevalent. For instance, Guan soil, gold, and even alchemists who utilize mercury in their concoctions. In comparison, the notion of consuming spirit soil appeared more palatable. HNQ noticed that Li Rue had not closed the door and chuckled. "I happen to remember the recipe for consuming spirit soil. Allow me to write it down for you, esteemed elder." Li Rue immediately adopted a hospitable demeanor. "Young hero, having traveled such a distance, I just happen to have a pot of aged tea. Let us share a cup." As HNQN had stated, Li Rue was already 70 years old. Although his strength had greatly increased, he could not be certain how many more years remained. He was not part of a sect and had no need to treat spirit soil as a family heirloom. It was far more practical to enhance his combat prowess immediately. Truly, Hu Kyungzong had a vast breadth of knowledge. He silently praised. Li Rue considered that although he had read extensively at New York Tiying, he had never encountered such a use for spirit soil. Leading HNQN into the guest hall, he brewed a pot of tea. The tea, naturally aged, could not be transformed into fine tea merely by virtue of its age. HNQN took a sip and then handed the written recipe to Li Rue. "This is the formula for consuming spirit soil." He had not anticipated that Li Rue would actually possess spirit soil, which allowed him to ascertain its presence with just a whiff. "Esteemed elder, we share a significant connection. This rare formula was discovered by a senior alchemist from Hukyungzong and is known to very few. Most spirit soil is held within the confines of great sects and families, with little circulating beyond them. Even if someone were to acquire it, lacking alchemical knowledge, they would merely mimic the great sects in nurturing spiritual herbs, unaware that it can also be consumed directly. There is no hierarchy in these applications. It merely depends on personal choice. WT, being considerably younger, still had at least 30 years of life ahead, making the cultivation of spiritual herbs undoubtedly more lucrative. However, Li Ru was already 70. How many years could he realistically expect to have left? Li Ru understood, well, that acquiring treasures was challenging, and discovering methods to utilize their effects was also a stroke of fortune. Young friend, you mentioned earlier a desire to discuss the use of weapons? HNQN's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder. In Chapter 63, Copper Bones turned to iron, greatly increased power. Li Ru expounded on weaponry. Weapons are inanimate, while humans are alive. One must adeptly exploit the characteristics of each weapon. For instance, a sword, with dual-edged sharpened sides and a slender blade, should be wielded for thrusting and flicking, seeking openings in the enemy's defenses. There was once a sword saint of yore who established the 9 swords, vanquishing all weapons, achieving a lifetime without defeat. Now, that is true mastery, something that stirs the heart. Li ruteni alaburata extensively. Broken swords, shattered guns, broken knives, and arrows, all can be rendered ineffective. The weapon I wield is the king of all weapons. HNQN's eyes gleamed brighter with each word, realizing the wisdom in the elder's counsel. Li Ru's understanding of weaponry was grounded in practicality, each move crafted for combat. Such insights could not be gleaned from the library of Hukyungzong. They resonated deeply with him. This journey was indeed worthwhile. Rising, Haen Kve and Bud Toli Eru. Esteemed elder, the path of knowledge has its hierarchy. Every achiever is a teacher. Though you're my senior in years, your comprehension of weaponry surpasses mine. Even if our realms differ, the respect due to an elder remains. By the way, esteemed elder, why have I never heard of the sword saint from YNZHU, who created the legendary 9 swords? Does that elder still have a legacy? Li Ru cleared his throat. That was a matter from 1,000 years ago. The lineage has likely been severed. He could not admit that the elder with the surname DG was a mere myth, nor could he claim to have witnessed a divine eagle at the cliff's edge. HNQN could not help but lament the lost opportunity. Otherwise, he would have wished to experience the sword saint's legacy, surely yielding great insights. Life is often filled with disappointments. Looking up again, he realized that night had fallen deeply. He had unexpectedly spent such a long time at the Li residence. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he rose. Esteemed elder, I apologize for the disturbance today. He had heard that the elderly often adhere to strict routines, retiring early, and any disruption could lead to illness. Li Ru waved his hand dismissively. No worries. This disciple of Hukyungzong has provided me with a method for consuming spirit soil. I have imparted my insights on weaponry, merely in exchange. After HNQN took his leave, he departed directly from New York Ying. The following morning, Li Ru went to the black market as usual. He copied the note from yesterday and handed it to Li Ying H. Please keep an eye out for these materials and purchase them directly. Just charge the expenses to my account. He had given all his money to WT for spirit soil, leaving him with only a few coins. As a mere steward, it was not unreasonable to extend credit in a market he managed, especially compared to the previous few. Understood, Hallmaster. Li ne hat not that. Since SNM Eng's demise, Li Ying H had become a small leader in the black market. Why small? This was due to his insufficient experience and strength. Even with Li Ru's backing, it was challenging to command respect. As a result, another disciple, quite esteemed in the black market, was promoted to leader, taking SNM Eng's position. Consequently, Li Ying H worked even harder. Before the designated hour, he had already procured everything needed. His efficiency astonished even Li Ru. Well done, Li Ru praised as he accepted the items needed for consuming spirit soil from Li Ying H. With such a diligent subordinate, he could save considerable effort. Back at New York Ying, Li Ru set to work on the soil. Mica stone, cinnabar, Yangtze stone, Huangyang grass, and earth dragon flower. HNQN's formula included an assortment of peculiar stones along with several spiritual herbs. After grinding them into a fine powder and mixing them with the spirit soil, he was ready for consumption. Following the recipe's instructions, he completed the process by midnight. Should a petty thief infiltrate his home or HNQN harbor ill intentions and return at night, Li Ru, wary of potential complications, first took a small handful of soil and fed it to a small mouse. After an hour, confirming that the mouse remained lively, he seized the dark mixture and stuffed it into his mouth. The taste was dreadful. Initially, a thick, earthy flavor overwhelmed him, followed by the bitterness of the herbs and the gritty sensation of the stone powders. In conclusion, spirit soil was hardly palatable. However, having endured years of tough fodder while working in the ZH family stables, Li Ru's tolerance for unpleasant food had reached new heights. A quarter of an hour later, he had completely swallowed the mixture of medicinal stones and spirit soil. What an exhilarating feast of earthy delights it was. Li Rue wiped the soil-stained corner of his mouth and licked the back of his hand. This treasure was crafted from 1,000 taels of silver along with an additional 100 taels worth of medicinal herbs. Not a single drop could be wasted. Upon finishing, he closed his eyes, savoring the changes within his body. Soon, a look of astonishment crossed his face. It worked. A warm current surged from his dantian, rushing toward the crown of his head, followed by a sensation of heat enveloping his entire being, compelling him to shed his garments. Moments later, his clothes were drenched in perspiration. Delightful. Li Rue's eyes sparkled with vitality. The effects of the spirit earth were indeed overwhelming, surpassing the efficacy of the previous bone-nurturing pill by several folds, rivaling that of a 7th-grade spirit pill. The martial bones continued to exert force, absorbing the spiritual energy of the spirit earth entirely. Success. Li Rue let out a soft cry. After consuming the spirit earth, he had effortlessly shattered his bottleneck, transforming his body into one of bronze and iron, significantly enhancing his strength. While others required several years to transition from bronze bones to iron bones, he accomplished it in less than 2 months. Such swift progress was astonishing. Was this the essence of late bloomers? In the dead of night, the streets lay shrouded in darkness, save for the occasional taverns still illuminated, where the lackluster waitstaff lazily wielded their cloths in preparation to close. Jiang Yan, wielding a long sword, traversed the path. The timid, drunken vagabonds, upon spotting the sword in her hand, dared not approach, while the bolder ones were intimidated by her piercing gaze. At last, a group of affluent young masters, disregarding Jiang Yan's warning glare, approached her. "My lady, that sword looks rather fierce. Care for a spar with me?" One slender man, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, was surrounded by his companions. Yet, as Jiang Yan unsheathed her sword by an inch, a wine gourd plummeted from the sky, striking a young man's head. Who did that? The youth clutched the back of his head, turning with a fierce scowl. Before he could finish his words, a middle-aged man in a gray robe, his eyes glazed from intoxication, sauntered over. "Begone." His words were light, yet for reasons unknown, the youths felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Rendered motionless, in the next instant, a chilling sensation nearly suffocated them, receding like a tide. The group of young men gazed fearfully at the middle-aged man, not daring to utter a threat, and fled in disarray. The middle-aged man approached Jiang Yan. "You've grown, becoming more like your mother." Jiang Yan silently regarded the man before her, and after a lengthy pause, spoke. "Father." Chapter 64. Celestial Treasure, You've Been Drinking Again. Jiang Yan cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Linxian. Jiang Linxian chuckled. Not drinking, not drinking. Perhaps only his sole daughter could utter such words. Otherwise, even the sect leader of Huaqing would be met with a couple of strikes for suggesting he refrained from drinking. Today, Jiang Yan had followed the marks left by Jiang Linxian outside the Zhu family's chamber. "Father, have you found the people from the Guiming sect?" Jiang Linxian, unconcerned, replied, "Just a few fleas, but they are tricky to catch." Jiang Yan felt exasperated. Her father always appeared unreliable and was also somewhat of a violent man. However, throughout the entirety of Anning Prefecture, few could withstand a strike from him. Thus he could accomplish nearly anything he set his mind to. What he could not achieve, no one else could either. Jiang Yan pouted in a teasing manner. "Father, fine, fine. I will be cautious. That should suffice. So, is there news about the celestial treasure?" Jiang Yan's face lit up with joy. Jiang Linxian nodded, a flicker of sword intent flashing in his eyes soon. At Tianyi Hall, Li Rue wielded his long knife, effortlessly stirring up gusts of wind. Suddenly, he shifted to a more relaxed stance, akin to an ancient turtle resting on a rock, his movements embodying the harmony of nature. The rhythm of motion and stillness resided within a single thought. Exhaling deeply, he gazed at the long knife in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. It felt too light. Since his breakthrough, the 37-pound blade no longer sufficed. He required something heavier. After a brief assessment, he concluded that a 70-pound knife would unleash the full potential of the Bai Yuan Pai Dao. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. In the realm of martial arts, wielding a suitable weapon is paramount. In the heat of battle, even a minute advantage can determine life or death. Thus, one cannot afford to be careless. Li Rue sheathed his knife and exited the towering structure of the black market. Li Yi, as he stepped outside, a shrewd man approached him with a flattering demeanor. Leave any tasks to us. This man was named Mao Kai, a newly appointed leader under Li Rue's command. The position of leader was merely an internal title within the black market, requiring only the approval of the steward. Establishing a personal faction often begins with such promotions, and Mao Kai would forever be associated with Li Rue. Li Rue smiled lightly, recognizing his cleverness. No need, I prefer to walk alone. Mao Kai retreated, revealing the path of the black market to Li Rue. In the Yu Kingdom, the government monopolized salt and iron, making it difficult for common folk to acquire weapons. Here, iron referred to smelting iron. Compared to privately sourced salt, government control over iron smelting was even more stringent, leaving no room for negotiation. The fundamental reason for the strict regulation of iron smelting was, of course, to prevent the illicit forging of weapons, a grave crime punishable by the annihilation of one's clan. To procure weapons, one must either approach the authorities or visit a licensed blacksmith shop or a powerful faction. Coincidentally, the Tianyi Alliance was one such faction. Before long, Li Rue arrived at the Wenshi Hall. Following the recent grand competition, his reputation had soared. Li Tangzhu, the young disciple who had previously sold him a long knife, rushed to greet him. The flowing master, the ironclad disciples. Although the leadership of Wenshi Hall had changed, most of the disciples remained the same. It would be absurd to replace an entire group simply because of a new leader. I have come to purchase a knife. Upon hearing this, the young disciple was momentarily taken aback. Does Li Tangzhu wish to acquire a spirit knife? He vividly recalled Li Rue's previous purchase of a 30-pound blade. Li Rue shook his head. Not quite. The last knife was too light. I seek to forge a heavier blade. 70 pounds would be ideal. 70 pounds. The young disciple gasped at the mention of that weight. Can it even be forged? Observing the disciple's reaction, Li Rue inquired. The young disciple shook his head vigorously. No. It's just that crafting a 70-pound knife from ordinary wrought iron would require at least 6 feet in height, unless one were to use spirit iron. Li Hui frowned. This indeed posed a challenge. The density of wrought iron was limited, and a 6-foot knife would be too conspicuous and unwieldy. Then how much silver would be required for spirit iron? The young disciple had spent many years in Wenshi Hall. While he was not versed in the art of weapon forging, he was skilled at estimating costs. Approximately 300 taels, and that is for the most affordable black mysterious iron. Li Rue fell silent. It was indeed true that martial artists were like beasts that consumed gold. Merely outfitting oneself with gear required a fortune. All of his money had been spent on spirit earth. At this moment of being utterly cash-strapped, he could not possibly produce 300 taels. Perhaps next time. Just as he prepared to turn away, a familiar young man appeared at his side. Li Damzu, I happen to have some spare funds. Would you like to borrow them? Li Rue turned to see Lu Tong's handsome face. It turned out to be Xiao Lu. Ever since Lu Tong had shone brightly in the grand competition and secured a place in Huaqing's sect, his status in the transmitting law hall had soared to unprecedented heights, second only to the main and deputy leaders. Notably, after his brother-in-law Zhang Yang's defeat, he was promptly transferred from Wenshi Hall to the transmitting law hall. What a spirited fellow he had become. Li Rue chuckled. Then I shall not be polite. Although Lu Tong had entered the Tianyi Alliance through his brother-in-law Zhang Yang, his own family in Qinghe possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, merely relying on Zhang Yang would not afford him the luxury of living extravagantly each night. While I was at Tianyi Hall, I was fortunate to receive your care, so this small sum is of little consequence. Li Rui grinned. Indeed, he was quite generous. Given Lu Tong's remarkable potential, it is likely that the wealth of his family is at his disposal. Although Li Rui holds a respectable position, it pales in comparison to the fortune amassed over decades by his family. Lu Tong expressed his sentiments, remarking on the comfort of life within the confines of the building, suggesting a future invitation for drinks to the hallmaster. Indeed, Li Rui nodded with a smile. Lu Tong, adept at forging connections, would likely thrive if he were to join the Huaqing zone. As a week passed, the forging of spiritual weapons took considerably longer than that of ordinary arms, leaving Li Rui in a state of eager anticipation. Li Hall Master, this is your sword, a young disciple cheerfully exclaimed as he struggled to lift the large blade. The sword measured 4 feet and 3 inches in length, with a substantial spine nearly an inch thick, exuding an aura of robustness. Its blackened blade resembled ink, a result of the incorporation of spiritual, or Heixiantai. Corresponding to the spiritual earth, the world is rich in spiritual ores. Crafting weapons from these ores results in spiritual arms. The Heixiantai, while the most common type of spiritual ore, is rather heavy and lacks significant utility. However, this characteristic aligns perfectly with Li Rui's needs. The young disciple's eyelids twitched as Li Rui effortlessly lifted the obsidian blade with one hand. A fine sword. Chapter 65. The blade sharpens the heart. The blade shadow, reminiscent of black mist, swished ominously through the air. Li Rui moved with the grace of an old monkey, his body fluidly following the sword's motion, while his feet remained steadfast like ancient trees rooted in the ground. Truly, it is a treasured sword, just as a fine steed deserves a splendid saddle. A martial artist must possess a quality weapon to fully manifest their martial prowess. The 70-pound sword was fitting for Li Rui's immense strength. The heavy blade, paired with the improved by Yuan Pai Dao, appeared deceptively casual in attack. Its might was overwhelming, catching adversaries off guard and claiming lives. Weapons capable of taking lives often do not radiate danger. Rather, it is the element of surprise that leads to victory. Glancing upwards, Li Rui observed the sky, where the first light of dawn began to break. With age, sleep eludes him more than ever, prompting him to rise early each day to practice with his sword, thus allowing his time to stretch significantly. The universal dilemma of sleep was non-existent for him. After cleansing himself with a basin of cool water, he exited Tian Yitang and made his way to the black market. Upon ascending the stairs, he was met by a visibly anxious Mao Kai. Hall Master. Li Rui turned to see Mao Kai's face etched with worry. Clutching an object in both hands, Mao Kai raised it. Li Rui's brow furrowed into a deep frown. It was a weapon. What had transpired? Mao Kai growled, "Those wretched scoundrels. While patrolling last night, I apprehended a petty thief and found he was carrying 5 or 6 weapons. After much contemplation, it dawned on me that he was not attempting to steal, but rather to plant." Li Rui inhaled deeply, his expression growing grave. "Someone seeks our demise," Mao Kai seethed. "The private forging of weapons is a grave offense. It is evident that someone is framing us, placing unaccounted weapons within the black market shops. If all goes as expected, tomorrow officials will come knocking, conveniently discovering the weapons. The illegal trade of arms is far more severe than the smuggling of salt. The government scrutinizes it closely. When the time comes, it will be akin to a yellow mud stain on one's trousers, impossible to explain." Li Rui's gaze turned icy. Zhao Wei. He discerned Zhao Wei's intentions all too clearly. This scheme mirrored the method he employed against Sun Ming, albeit perhaps more crude. Zhao Wei had allies within the authorities, and when the evidence surfaced, he, as the black market steward, would undoubtedly suffer. With proper maneuvering, he could very well meet a fate akin to Sun Ming's. Even if he escaped death, he would languish in prison for a lifetime. Mao Kai's murderous intent was palpable. Li Gu, that Zhao is truly ruthless. If not for my timely patrol, we would have surely fallen into his trap. The thought of implicating innocent others sent shivers down Mao Kai's spine. The illusion of conflict, arenas, life and death battles. The reality of struggle, slander and deceit. The black market is vast, rendering it nearly impossible to guard against such treachery. A glint of cold determination flashed in Li Rui's eyes. Tian Dimeng. In a grand residence with 5 entrances, 2 shadows of men appeared amidst flickering lights. "Fool! Useless!" Zhao Wei glared at a man who stood hunched, his face reflecting guilt. Zhao Ge, I never anticipated being caught by Mao Kai in the black market. You. Zhao Wei's eyes blazed with fury. I fear not divine adversaries, but rather foolish companions. Had you succeeded, it would have been acceptable, but instead you were caught red-handed, alerting the enemy. His frustration grew, and with a swift kick, he struck the man in the abdomen. However, he soon regained his composure. Anger aside, the matter must be resolved. Despite the man's average abilities, he was a loyal steward. Neglecting him would only foster discontent among others. You will personally handle this. Eliminate the one we dispatched. Ensure it is at a time when Li Rue is absent. I will manage the subsequent matters. The man nodded vigorously, clutching his stomach. I understand, Zhao Ge. Zhao Wei rubbed his temples, weary from the rapid expansion of his influence following his victory over Zhang Yang, which earned him a spot in the Hua Qing Zone competition. However, such swift growth invited numerous complications. The quality of his recruits varied greatly, leading to frequent disturbances. He was well aware of the black market situation, but understood that with so many enemies, a single misstep could have dire consequences. Thus, he had been diligently organizing his subordinates, preparing for the inevitable. 5 days later, at the hour of Chun, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. A series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. Li Rue opened the door to find Liang He, his face a mask of urgency. Hall Master, we have a situation. The thief who came to the black market with weapons is dead. Let's investigate. Li Rue donned a coat and followed Liang He to the black market. Upon arriving, they discovered the lifeless body of the thief, blood pooling around his neck. Li Rue's expression remained stoic, for he had anticipated this outcome and had ensured Liang He was stationed at the black market to watch over the thief alongside Mao Kai. He had already relayed the events to Zhang Yang. With proper execution, they could turn the tables on Zhao Wei. Yet they were one step too late. Zhao Wei had ruthlessly chosen to silence the witness. Mao Kai, bearing minor injuries from the altercation, clutched his chest, shame washing over him. Hall Master, he was an entry-level martial artist. We were no match for him. This is not your fault. Common wisdom states that one fears not the thief, but rather the thief who is fixated, Li Rue remarked. To constantly guard against an entry-level martial artist scrutiny is an insurmountable challenge. Li Rue commanded. Clean this place thoroughly and inform everyone that this incident never occurred. Mao Kai protested. Li Gu, are we simply to let this go? Li Rue's icy gaze met Mao Kai's. What would you propose? Mao Kai fell silent, realizing the futility of his situation. The adversary was an entry-level martial artist, supported by the foremost deputy master. Resisting was not an option. Very well, he relented, bowing his head in frustration, and began to clean up the blood with his companions. Liang He quietly followed suit and ventured, Hall Master, what should we do next? Little He, if you were to encounter a knife-wielding thug on the street, what would you do? Liang He pondered for a moment. In the past, he might have chosen to fight back, but now I would run. Li Hui's milid approvingly. Precisely. Unless, of course, you possess a larger blade. Chapter 66. The rainy night, human life is of paramount importance, though it must be differentiated by merit. The petty thief who dealt in weapons has perished, yet not a ripple was stirred. Li Rue appeared unfazed, continuing his daily routine of perusing books, occasionally instructing Mao Kai to bolster the patrols, nothing more. Those in the black market merely assumed that their steward, Li, had resigned himself to the situation, acknowledging his limitations. In truth, Zhao Wei had already approached Li Rue to apologize, claiming that his subordinates had acted inappropriately and promising that such incidents would not recur. Naturally, Li Rue's calm demeanor stemmed from Zhao Wei's assurance to withdraw his informants from the black market. The following day, 3 individuals were reassigned from their posts. Most importantly, Li Rue did not believe that a mere thief could topple Zhao Wei. At the Zhu residence, within the modest courtyard allocated to the 3 individuals of the Huaqing sect, the 3 masters and the deputy leader received intelligence indicating the presence of Gue Ming Jiao near the outskirts at the Xiaoling Ridge. A disciple from the Tiandi Alliance arrived at Zhu's house. Han Qin, Jiang Yan, and Zhu Yu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual elation. After spending an entire month in Qinhe, they had finally unearthed the lead. Let us go, Han Qin decisively declared, leading the way. Jiang Yan and Zhu Yu followed closely behind. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the base of a small hill outside the city, accompanied by the Tiandi Alliance disciple. They were greeted by a gathering of people. Zhao Wei, spotting the 3 disciples from Huaqing sect, hurried towards them with a smile. You have finally arrived. I just received news for the local villagers that Gui Ming Jiao members have been sighted here. Zhu Yu, unable to contain his excitement, urged, let us ascend the hill quickly. However, Zhao Wei shook his head. The members of Gui Ming Jiao are well hidden, and we cannot ascertain their precise location. We will have to search the mountain. Han Xin frowned slightly, expressing concern that their numbers might be insufficient. Zhao Wei, with a faint smile, seemed to anticipate her query. I've already summoned 300 men who are en route. The 3 of them were visibly astonished. They had not expected Zhao Wei to possess such influence to muster 300 men at once. That will suffice, Han Xin nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Yin regarded Zhao Wei, internally assessing. He is indeed competent, but regrettably, he is too old, shaking her head discreetly. Of course, she would never divulge this to Zhao Wei, who would remain oblivious to her thoughts. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed as a large contingent arrived at the foot of Zhaoling Ridge. They organized themselves into teams of 10, each pair carrying a signal flare. Upon spotting Gui Ming Jiao members, they were to ignite the flare, and all must converge at the signal or face severe penalties. A reward of 100 taels for capturing alive, and even 20 taels for those slain. Zhao Wei demonstrated his leadership prowess, swiftly dividing the group into over 30 small teams. His clear directives incited a flurry of enthusiasm among the subordinates. Do the 3 of you have any further instructions? Having completed the arrangements, he still sought the opinions of Han Xin and her companions. His efforts were not solely aimed at eradicating Gui Ming Jiao, but also to curry favor with Huaqing sect, specifically with the elusive Elder Jiang. Zhao Wei cast a composed glance at Jiang Yan. Han Xin shook her head. We shall follow Deputy Leader Zhao's lead. She admired Zhao Wei's capability in orchestrating 300 men. Such organization was no small feat. Very well. Let us proceed, Zhao Wei declared with decisiveness, commanding the ascent of the mountain while he trailed behind Han Xin and her companions into the woods. Zhaoling Ridge, as its name implies, is not a singular mountain, but a series of undulating peaks. The location they had previously occupied was merely the entrance to the mountain. The paths within were treacherous, limited to narrow trails carved out by villagers gathering herbs and firewood. It was now dusk. The mountains were shrouded in a gray haze, obscuring distant views, occasionally pierced by the eerie calls of birds. The rugged terrain necessitated caution from the 3. Zhao Wei navigated the forest as if it were a familiar path. Having spent his early years in Hung Min, where he encountered many names, bandits and mountain thieves, he was well acquainted with the wilderness. Han Xin and her companions treaded carefully. As Zhao Wei had anticipated, being disciples of Huaqing sect, they seldom ventured into the mountains. Fortunately, all 3 possessed commendable martial skills and did not find the trek exhausting. The search of the mountain was an exceedingly tedious endeavor. Locating Gui Ming Jiao members within the vast forest was no simple task. Individuals who committed crimes could easily vanish into these mountains, leaving the authorities at a loss. The persistent existence of Gui Ming Jiao was due, in part, to their propensity to retreat into the mountains at the slightest provocation, rendering them virtually untraceable. Zhao Wei's gaze swept coldly across the nearby woods. Just then he spotted something. Zhao Wei's eyes brightened as he finally caught sight of Gui Ming Jiao members. Han Xin also felt a surge of excitement. Quickly, let us go. The 4 figures darted into the forest, their movements swift and stealthy. A chilling glint flashed among the branches. Crack! A painful thud echoed as they struck. Soon, Zhao Wei beheld a pale corpse, washed by rain, with a horrifying wound on the neck. Having seen many corpses in his youth, he needed only a glance to ascertain that this individual had died no more than 15 minutes prior. The sound of footsteps, splashing through the rain-soaked ground, resonated through the stormy night. Zhu Yu cast a glance at the several bodies lying on the ground, his expression tightening. Since leaving Zhu's house, he had remained at Huaqing sect and had never encountered such carnage. Suddenly, a chilling cry erupted from the depths of the forest, a sound even a most seasoned hunter could not identify. The 4 exchanged alarmed glances. A demon beast. In the next instant, 3 monstrous creatures resembling bears, each standing over 10 feet tall, charged forth. 3 heads. Zhao Wei's expression darkened. Demon beasts were not common, and each required considerable effort from a beast tamer to raise. The sudden appearance of 3 was utterly alarming. Zhu Yu, in particular, was the most terrified, for among the 4, he was the only one at the 9th rank, while the others were all at the 8th. The presence of such beasts was perilous for him. Engage. Han Qin gripped his sword, a fierce glint flashing across his handsome face, revealing an unexpected thrill for battle. Who would have guessed that the typically gentle Han Qin harbored a warrior spirit? Jiang Yin and Zhao Wei also engaged the nearest demon beast. Zhu Yu gritted his teeth and joined the fray, recognizing that if he withdrew now, he would lose all chance in Jiang Yan's eyes. If he aspired to achieve something beyond his capabilities, he must fight with all his might. Amidst the rain-soaked night, a figure traversed the woods, drenched garments clinging to a lean, slightly stooped frame. Yet, his speed was remarkable. He caught sight of the nearby corpses. Indeed, there were Gui Ming Jiao members. Li Rue gripped his blade tightly. Zhao Wei, the right foot stepped into a puddle, sending splashes high into the air, which then mingled with the descending rain. However, just as Zhao Wei's left foot was about to descend, whoosh, a hidden arrow, lurking in the shadowy rain-soaked night, shot towards his right foot. Who could it be? Zhao Wei, with his eyes wide open, surveyed his surroundings like an enraged lion, blood seeping for his pant leg. Torn by the recent arrow. How vicious! The assailant, concealed in the darkness, not only resorted to treachery, but also deliberately avoided his vital areas. A seasoned warrior, trained over many years, possesses heightened sensitivity to protecting vital spots. Had the arrow aimed for his heart, he might have evaded it. Yet, the attacker chose the contrary path, merely wounding his ankle. Power originates from the feet, and the injury to his ankle hindered his ability to exert full strength. A mere triviality. Zhao Wei snorted coldly. His strength had surged dramatically, his vitality brimming alarmingly. This minor injury was nearly negligible. Here they come. Zhao Wei's eyelids flickered, and he swiftly advanced, taking 2 steps at a time. Amidst the torrential rain, a shadow leapt from the forest, wielding a massive long knife, striking fiercely at him. Clash! Vital energy surged. A terrifying force erupted from his feet to his right arm, the wind generated by the powerful strike even blowing away the surrounding raindrops. The first blow was delivered with all his might. The ferocious energy of the white ape's blade was unleashed to its fullest, carrying an immense weight. As his arm swelled and crashed toward Zhao Wei. Indeed, it was a crushing blow rather than a mere cut, like an old ape extending its limbs. The force transitioned seamlessly, producing a faint sound of air being ruptured. This was a most stunning strike since Li Rue began practicing with the blade. Who? The blow came too swiftly. Zhao Wei could only raise his knife to block, the muscles in his arm bulging to the point of tearing his clothing apart. Boom! The violent force drove Zhao Wei down several inches, his feet sinking directly into the mud. Such immense strength. Zhao Wei stared at the long knife in his hand. The recent strike left his palm numb, nearly causing him to drop the weapon. This was not only due to the assailant's strength, but also the considerable weight of the knife. Li Hui. The name flashed in Zhao Wei's mind. If memory served, just a few days prior, Li Rue had purchased a knife weighing as much as 70 pounds from the Wenwu Hall. As the deputy leader overseeing the Wenwu Hall, he was certainly aware of it. Li Rue, having had his identity exposed, displayed no signs of panic. After tonight, there would be no more Zhao Wei in this world. Another strike. He never believed that Zhao Wei's display of weakness that day indicated a future of tranquility between them. A deputy leader acknowledging a 70-year-old man, to bend and to strike. Thus, after hearing the news from Wu Tu today, he had been preparing. With just you, old man, do you think you can kill me? Zhao Wei let out a long howl towards the sky, although he suspected that Li Rue had been deliberately concealing his true combat prowess. He felt no fear against a 70-year-old man. Yet, just as he was about to swing his knife, waves of excruciating pain coursed through his body. Despicable and malicious. You actually poisoned it. Blood trickled from the corner of Zhao Wei's mouth as he fixed his gaze on Li Rue. He had not anticipated that the previous hidden arrow was laced with poison. In that moment, Zhao Wei felt as if his internal organs were about to rupture. The poison was so potent that he had been momentarily dazed, and in his haste to strike, his attack was naturally lacking in precision. Zhao Wei, with his vast combat experience, leaped to the left, rolling several times in the mud, instantly creating distance between himself and Li Rue. During the roll, he retrieved an antidote pill from his bosom and swallowed it swiftly, the motion fluid and seamless. As one who traverses the martial world, he had long since developed the habit of carrying antidotes with him. A mere poison could not claim his life. Zhao Wei stood up, coldly gazing at Li Rue. Li Rue remained silent, slowly raising the long knife in his hand, delivering a fierce slash towards Zhao Wei from afar. The invisible blade, energy, sliced through the air, severing the raindrops that fell from above. Ugh, Zhao Wei grunted, staring incredulously at Li Rue, forcing out two words with a voice that was barely audible. Blade energy? How could he have imagined that Li Rue could unleash blade energy, killing from a distance, leaving one defenseless? A trace of desolation crept into the corner of Zhao Wei's mouth. It was not an unjust death. With a thud, his body crashed face down into the ground, splashing water around him. In the night rain, Li Rue's chest heaved violently, the previous strike nearly depleting all his strength. The scent of blood lingered in his mouth and nose, half of it from Zhao Wei and the other half from himself. The full exertion of blade energy was still too taxing for him, especially in his head, which throbbed worse than if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Yet all of this paled in comparison to the importance of eliminating Zhao Wei. He had been lurking in the forest to ensure Zhao Wei's demise, employing a poisoned arrow for a stealthy attack. Ultimately, he had even resorted to his trump card, the blade energy. Li Rue glanced at Zhao Wei's lifeless body on ground. You should have no regrets in death. At that moment, lines of small text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host, for completing the achievement famed in the Jianghu, a primary storyline of violence against violence. The bandits of the Green Forest, self-proclaimed heroes, are merely a den of thieves, and the world deems them worthy of extermination. At the age of 7, you roamed the Jianghu, encountering mountain bandits and wicked scoundrels, and you drew your sword to assist those in need. Mission completed. Violence against violence. Rewards being calculated. Mission rating. Gained 30 achievement points. Achievement points have reached 100. Rewards are being processed. Roaming the Jianghu, whether fortune or misfortune, relies entirely on insight. Possessing keen eyes ensures a smooth journey in the Jianghu. Gained Lingyan, spiritual eye. Young hero, please commence your perfect journey through the Jianghu. Chapter 68. Lingyan appraising treasure's name. Lira H. 7 talent. Martial bone, exceptional comprehension. Lingyan. Martial art. White Eight Blade. Achievements. 10,100 Lingyan. A wave of unfamiliar information surged into his mind, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in Li Rue's eyes. He could actually see spiritual substances. Throughout the world, there are countless miraculous eyes. Some are born with yin-yang eyes, capable of perceiving wandering souls, while others possess double pupils, able to discern the myriad laws of heaven and earth, each with boundless applications. The function of Lingyan is to perceive spiritual substances. It is well known that spiritual herbs, spiritual ores, and spiritual soil possess extraordinary qualities precisely because they contain spiritual substances. To see spiritual substances is akin to having a divine eye for treasure. Li Rue was overjoyed. Before he could ponder further, suddenly, a thunderous sound of footsteps echoed from not far in the forest, accompanied by the sound of trees crashing down. It was that beast. Li Rue did not wish to linger too long with the beast. Otherwise, if he were unable to escape, he might expose the truth of Zhao Wei's demise. However, just as he turned to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of Zhao Wei's corpse. On his chest, a faint golden light shone particularly brightly in the rainy night. Spiritual substance. Li Rue raised an eyebrow, astonished that his Lingyan would be of use so soon. He quickly crouched down and reached for Zhao Wei's chest, seemingly grasping a hard object. Without time to examine it, he hastily stuffed it into his bosom and darted into the woods, disappearing from sight. A hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. The sudden rain ceased. Disciples of the Tiandi Alliance gathered together, all gazing at the two massive corpses of the demonic beasts lying on the ground. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Han Qin, drenched and looking somewhat disheveled, bore several wounds inflicted by the demonic beasts. In contrast, Jiang Yin appeared much more composed. If not for Brother Han and Brother Zhu fighting together, I would have struggled to unleash the power of the divine weapon talisman. With their combined efforts, The three finally defeated the two black bear demonic beasts with the help of the divine weapon talisman. Zhu Yu wore a beaming smile, relieved by his decision made the previous night. He did not flee in fear. Instead, he risked his life to hold back the monstrous beasts at a critical moment, allowing Jiang Yin the opportunity to wield her divine weapon talisman. Otherwise, given the strength of the three of them, slaying these two beasts would have been an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that Jiang Yan's demeanor towards him had improved significantly compared to before. By the way, where is Deputy Captain Zhao? Zhu Yu glanced around and soon realized that Zhao Wei had not appeared since they had been separated last night. Han Qin also furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding rising within her. It had been quite some time. Even if they had failed to kill the beast, there should have been some outcome. After all, Deputy Captain Zhao possessed a solid foundation and exquisite swordsmanship. He should not have encountered any danger. He reassured himself. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, he heard a voice quiver with tears. Deputy Captain Zhao is dead. What? The three members of Hua Qing Zong displayed expressions of shock. However, when they saw Zhao Wei's body, which had been carried before them by several disciples, they were rendered speechless. Zhu Yu crouched down to check for breath and pulse. Looking up at Han Qin and Jiang Yin, he confirmed, he is indeed dead. Hen Qin gazed at Sao Wei's corpse. Her eyes fixated on the knife wound at his neck for a long while before she spoke slowly. Deputy Captain Zhao may not have died at the hands of the beast. By whom then? Zhu Yu inquired. Zhao Wei's body was a gruesome sight, torn apart by the beasts, leaving little flesh intact. The injury on his neck appeared relatively insignificant in comparison. Han Qin turned to Jiang Yin. I believe junior sister Jiang should know more. Zhu Yu turned his puzzled gaze towards Jiang Yin. It was the blade's aura, Jiang Yin asserted decisively. Zhu Yu inhaled sharply. This meant that a seventh-tier martial artist had been lurking in the mountains last night. Suddenly, Zhu Yu's legs weakened, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Had that seventh-tier expert chosen someone other than Zhao Wei, there would have been 3 more corpses lying on the ground. In a sense, Zhao Wei had died in their stead. Zhu Yu could think of this, and naturally, so could Han Qin and Jiang Yin. What are you shouting about? Zhu Yu asked, his displeasure evident. Shout out the name of the murderer. Gui Ming Jiao, Gui Mian Dao. Gui Mian Dao. Han Qin gasped. She recognized the name. Gui Mian Dao was a notorious villain of this generation, known for committing heinous acts of slaughter, and had long declared his allegiance to Gui Ming Jiao. This matter had caused quite a stir previously. He had actually come to Qinghe. Han Qin scanned the surroundings cautiously. Let us leave this place of troubles. Agreed. Jiang Yin nodded. The group descended the mountain and entered the city, finally allowing their anxieties to settle. Han Qin took a deep breath. Junior sister Jiang. With a 7th-tier martial artist from Gui Ming Jiao involved, it would be perilous to continue our investigation. We should request the sect to upgrade the mission and send our senior brothers and sisters. Both Jiang Yin and Zhu Yu nodded in agreement. Even though they were merely investigating, and there was still Jiang Lin Xian in the city, it remained exceedingly dangerous. Elder Jiang was formidable, but after all, he was just one person spread too thin to protect them at all times. Zhu Yu looked at Zhao Wei's body. What shall we do with him? Han Qin sighed deeply. We should visit the Heaven and Earth Alliance and seek out the Dao Master of the Sword. However, getting the Heaven and Earth Alliance to take action afterward may prove difficult. It seems we have no choice, Zhu Yu lamented. He had not anticipated that this mission would unfold in such a convoluted manner. Damn Gui Mian Dao. At Tianyi Hall, Li Fu changed into a fresh set of clothes. The dry warmth finally eased his taut nerves. This night had been exhilarating, but it was worthwhile. With Zhao Wei's death, the underlings scattered like birds and beasts, and naturally, no one would dare make a move against him for the time being. He had left behind sufficient clues pointing towards Gui Ming Jiao. Moreover, even if someone suspected that it was not Gui Ming Jiao's doing, they could never suspect him. A mere 9th-year-old man. At last, he could live a comfortable life. All I want is to read in peace. Relaxed, Li Rue finally took out the substance imbued with spiritual essence that he had acquired from Zhao Wei. It was a fist-sized piece of golden ore. Suddenly, Li Rue recalled the rumors he had heard a few days earlier. That Zhao Wei had spent a fortune in the city's pawn shop to acquire a piece of spiritual ore. Could it be the very piece in my hand? Chapter 69. Shocking the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Zhao Wei is dead. He died while pursuing the trail of Gui Ming Jiao. As the rain began to subside and dawn broke with a hazy light, Dao Xiong had already received the news and was waiting early behind the gates of the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Han Qin inclined her body. Dao Master, Brother Zhao has been murdered. We will surely avenge him. Dao Xiong looked at Zhao Wei's corpse. Who killed him? Han Qin hesitated slightly. From what the previous disciple had said, along with the wounds on his body, it should have been the work of Gui Mian Dao, but given his cautious nature, he could not yet be certain. At that moment, Zhu Yu spoke up. It was Gui Mian Dao. Gui Mian Dao. Dao Xiong's eyelids twitched, clearly struggling to suppress the fury within him. Does he really think our Heaven and Earth Alliance is without defenders? Previously, the Heaven and Earth Alliance had already suffered a setback at the hands of Gui Ming Jiao, and now, with the murder of a deputy captain, he, as the master, would bear the brunt of the blame. He would inevitably face punishment from the main alliance. But none of this mattered. Establishing the alliance was about face. Minor scuffles among subordinates could be tolerated, even the death of a hallmaster. But a deputy captain was different. Thank you, 3, for returning the body. I am deeply grateful. Dao Xiong clasped his fists towards Han Qin and the others. Han Qin Saiyid Light Li. She could certainly see that Dao Xiong was treating them with courtesy solely out of respect for Hua Qingzhou. She tentatively asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Dao Master? A glint of vengeance filled Dao Xiong's eyes. Revenge. Gui Ming Jiao dares to kill members of my Heaven and Earth Alliance. They must pay the price. If I am not enough, there is still the Deputy Alliance Master. If that is insufficient, then I shall summon the Alliance Master. His words were resolute. A flicker of joy crossed Han Qin's eyes. She had not expected that Zhao Wei's death would not deter Dao Xiong, but rather ignite his fighting spirit. She nodded inwardly. The rapid development of the Heaven and Earth Alliance certainly had its reasons. They were indeed a band of heroes. Xianjin Tai, this is a fine material. Combined with forging weapons, it can enhance their toughness and strength, making it ideal for crafting divine weapons. A bare-chested man weighed the golden ore in his hands. In the blacksmith shop, the sound of hammers striking iron rang out incessantly, and the hot air surged forth. Where'd you get this Xianjin Tai? The man asked. Li Rue chuckled. Does your shop still ask customers this? The sturdy man realized he had misspoken. I apologize, this guest is not to blame. Li Rue, having acquired the golden ore, contemplated using the Xianjin Tai to forge a more suitable weapon. A big knife is indeed useful, but if it could be sharper, that would be even better. Clearly, he could not go to the Heaven and Earth Alliance's own blacksmith shop. If someone were to connect Zhao Wei's auction incident with him crafting weapons, it would spell trouble. After all, such fine materials as Xianjin Tai were rare in Qinghe. Since he could not go to the Alliance's shop, he would have to spend a fortune at a government-run shop. The shop was directly under a Ning Fu, strictly managed, and he could conceal his identity, so he need not worry about being discovered. The sturdy man asked, "What weapon do you intend to forge with this Xianjin Tai?" "For swords and knives. This amount of material is too little. It can only be fused with other materials." Li Rue took down his jet black saber. "Help me reforge this blade." Using the Xianjin Tai, the sturdy man frowned slightly. "This blade is too heavy. Even if you add Xianjin Tai, the effect will not be very good." Li Rue fell silent. He was utterly clueless about the intricacies of blacksmithing. Upon further reflection, as the sturdy man had mentioned, the piece of Xianjin Tai he obtained from Zhao Wei was simply too small. Generally, it could barely suffice for the blade of an ordinary sword. Yet his saber was twice the size of a typical sword. Just as he pondered how to utilize this Xianjin Tai, the robust man proposed, "Why not forge a suit of soft armor? Let us utilize this Xianjin iron at the chest area. Its toughness makes it an excellent material for soft armor." Li Rue's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. Those affluent individuals who traverse the world often have their families insist they don a suit of soft armor, typically worn beneath clothing. It remains inconspicuous in daily life. However, when peril arises, it can withstand the blows of weapons, preventing grievous injuries from single strike. The only drawback is that it does not protect against blunt force trauma. Li Rue's current sword was barely sufficient, and he found himself in need of an inner armor. Moreover, as the inner armor is concealed beneath clothing, it would not reveal that Xianjin iron was employed in its crafting. A perfect solution. Observing Li Rue's enthusiasm, the sturdy man continued, "Including the cost of supplementary materials, the total comes to 120 taels of silver." Li Rue silently gasped. No wonder the authorities forbade private iron casting. The profits were indeed exorbitant. Very well, I shall pay when I collect the weapon, he affirmed. The man nodded, agreed. Since Li Rui provided the Xianjin iron, the value far exceeded 100 taels, thus there was no concern about Li Rui reneging on the payment. With Zhao Wei's demise, the entire Tiandi alliance was stirred. It was rumored that the headquarters had dispatched experts, vowing to exact vengeance. The death of a vice leader implied a shift in power, prompting others to vie for his position. Dao Xiong hastily dispatched individuals to pursue the assailant while concurrently executing a sweeping redistribution of power. Gu Hong claimed control of the Wenwu Hall, while the remaining 2 halls were assigned to Zhou Rui, who had previously lost his vice leader position. A fortuitous turn of events indeed. Zhou, the former vice leader, celebrated for several days, indulging in copious amounts of wine. Meanwhile, Li Rui remained devoted to his training and reading. In the black market, people continuously roamed the streets, and he sat contentedly at a window on the 5th floor, leisurely perusing a tome on Taoism. Master, the fickleness of fate is truly astonishing. Just as Zhao Zhuozhu was about to enter the Hucking sect, where even the alliance leader might have shown him greater respect, he met his end. Zhao Wei's death deeply affected Liang He. The more one ascends, the more cautious one must be. The higher the climb, the harder the fall. He muttered incessantly in the corner of Li Rui's room. Many shared Liang He's sentiment. Just a month prior, Zhao Wei wielded immense power as a vice leader. Yet he vanished in an instant, catching all off guard. However, in Li Rui's eyes, the act of flipping through his book remained undisturbed. At least from his perspective, Zhao Wei had conducted himself reasonably well, not allowing momentary success to cloud his judgment. He was composed and understood the nuances of advancement and retreat. Such talent, if truly integrated into the Hucking sect, would have boundless prospects. Yet, the unpredictability of life dictates that mere caution cannot guarantee survival. Some circumstances are inescapable, and the only blame lies with his unfortunate encounter with Li Rui, a formidable anomaly. This served as a wake-up call for Li Rui. True danger never comes solely from a formidable adversary. Even a beggar on the roadside could deliver a fatal blow. One must tread carefully and cherish life. In the realm of absolute power, all meticulousness and adaptability become futile. Only through relentless growth can one navigate freely. Otherwise, one risks being crushed. Despite Zhao Wei's death, Li Rui could not afford to slacken in his training. Chapter 70. Why did Miss Jiang spy? As the day to collect the soft armor from the blacksmith approached, Li Rui set aside his Taoist text. After offering a few words of caution to Liang He exited the black market. The government-operated blacksmith was not nearby. After approximately half an hour, the sound of clanging metal reached his ears. I am here to collect the soft armor. The burly man, who was hammering a glowing iron ingot, paused, turned, and exclaimed, "Ah, it's you. I will fetch it right away." Recognizing Li Rui, the man set down his hammer, wiped his brow with a cloth hanging around his neck, and disappeared into the back of the shop. Upon his return, he held a lightweight coat of chainmail. You are fortunate. The Xianjin iron was just sufficient. I have reinforced both the chest and back, making it impervious to ordinary spiritual weapons. Li Rui accepted the armor, growing increasingly fond of it. This soft armor was remarkably light, entirely concealed beneath his clothing. He drew his sword to test it, and confirmed it could not be severed. What a treasure! With this armor safeguarding his vital points, even in the event of an ambush, he would have a greater chance of survival. Here is your payment. Satisfied with the craftsman's skill, Li Rui promptly retrieved a silver note worth 100 taels, inscribed with the name Tianbao Commercial Firm. The man accepted the note, his face brightening with a smile. Old sir, should you require weapons in the future, I will offer you a 10% discount. Very well, Li Rui chuckled. He had not anticipated that this burly man, with his honest demeanor, was also quite the astute businessman. After shedding his outer garment, he donned the soft armor over his undergarment and then put on his outer clothing. Li Rui scrutinized himself for a considerable time, ensuring no traces of the armor were visible before he left the blacksmith shop, feeling a headache from accruing another 100 taels of debt. To own money is indeed a skill. Had he remained merely the head of Tianyi Hall, no one would have been willing to extend credit. After all, they all lived on meager salaries, with hardly any additional income. Amassing 100 taels would take a year of saving, rendering him quite destitute. This debt was drawn from the black market accounts. He could replenish it later when funds were available. Previous managers had done so without issue. as long as one did not overstep the boundaries. Some rules must be followed, yet flexibility is often necessary. Having acquired the life-saving armor, Li Rue felt in good spirits as he strolled leisurely down the street. At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind, Li Qianbei. Turning in the direction of the voice, he saw Han Qin greeting him, accompanied by Zhu Yu and Jiang Yan. So was the three esteemed disciples. He clasped his fists in greeting to the trio. Han Qin hastened a few steps forward, smiling. Senior, you are much older than I. Just call me Xiao Han. Very well, Xiao Han. Where you all headed? Li Rue replied, not overly formal. Han Qin explained, naturally, we are attending to matters concerning the Guiming sect. A senior uncle is visiting from our sect, and we are here to welcome him. I see. Li Rue nodded, having heard of this matter. Ever since Zhao Wei's demise, the Tiandi Alliance had been enraged. Others might remain unconcerned, but the Guiming Dao must face justice. Presently, several hall leaders from the 6 halls were mobilized to hunt for the Guiming Dao's whereabouts. Even Vice Leader Tang had personally arrived in Qinghe. Originally, Li Rue was also supposed to participate in the mission, but he excused himself due to his age and health. Dao Xiong, aware of his years, did not press the issue. The pursuit of the Guiming sect was initiated by the Hucking sect, and it was only fitting that they sent their experts. Han Qin remarked, the last time I exchanged insights on weaponry with you, Senior, I gained much knowledge. Once we conclude our matters with the Guiming sect, I shall return to seek your guidance. Certainly, certainly, Li Rue replied with a smile, discreetly surveying the three. His eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, as a high disciple of the Hucking sect, Han Qin and her companions radiated several glimmers of golden light, indicative of their possession of spiritual materials. Spiritual armor, spiritual weapons, spiritual boots. What a revelation! It was only due to his unique sight that he could perceive such things. Who says that wealth does not guarantee martial prowess? Li Rue vehemently disagreed. Just look at Han Qin, equipped to the teeth, making her a difficult target for ambush. Senior? Han Qin noticed Li Rue lost in thought and raised her voice. Haha, in that case, I shall not disturb you three any longer. Li Rue chuckled, clasping his fists in farewell. Yes, Senior, we shall meet again. Han Qin had matters to attend to and did not intend to linger. Zhu Yu remained silent throughout the encounter. He has gradually come to accept the fact that the old horseman at home may surpass him. Yet he cannot bring himself to address Li Rue as senior like Han Qin does. Thus, he opts for silence. He has resolved to wait until the matter with Guiming Jiao is settled. Just when Han Qin and Zhu Yu are preparing to leave, Jiang Yan unexpectedly speaks up. Esteemed senior, I have a few words I wish to inquire about. May I have a moment of your time? Li Rue initially remained silent. He glances at the panel, noticing no prompts indicating recognition appear. Indeed, as previously indicated, they have now entered a phase of innocent camaraderie, and ordinary attention is unlikely to enhance achievements. Jiang Yan leads Li Rue to the alley opposite, where Han Qin and Zhu Yu can no longer hear their conversation. She then halts her steps, yet before Jiang Yan can speak, Li Rue interjects first. Why do you spy on me, Miss Jiang? Caught off guard by his question, Jiang Yan's eyes flicker with a hint of panic. Is it that obvious? She quickly regains her composure. Senior, I believe you're mistaken. However, Li Rue narrows his eyes slightly. Oh, is that so? He steps forward, closing the distance between them, almost able to catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. His usual jovial demeanor transforms into one of assertiveness. This woman has always been a thorn in his heart, and he yearns to understand why Jiang Yan has gazed at him so frequently. As Li Rue contemplates how to draw his blade, silence envelopes them. Jiang Yan finally clarifies her thoughts and restores her calm demeanor. In truth, I first noticed you were different from others when I was at the Zhu family stable. Li Rue is momentarily taken aback. Such a familiar opening line. Could it be that this young lady truly harbors feelings for me? Gazing at Jiang Yan's flushed cheeks, Li Rue finds himself questioning his own confidence for the first time. Jiang Yan purses her lips. Since childhood, I have possessed the ability to see the fates of others. And you, quite remarkably, have the rare fate of a latent dragon. Chapter 71. Latent Dragon. Late bloomer latent dragon? Li Rue did not expect Jiang Yan to possess the ability to discern the fates of others. It is the Ming Yan. He quickly recalls reading about a special innate ability known as the Ming Yan, which, like his Ling Yan, is exceedingly rare. The function of the Ming Yin is to perceive the fates of others. Due to such a remarkable talent, the Ming Yin is often referred to as the Fu Long Yin, regarded by some self-proclaimed Fu Long individuals as a superior constitution. However, Li Ruwei is puzzled as to why his fate would be that of a latent dragon, prompting him to ask, "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Yin gazes at Li Ruwei with a complex expression. Not everyone possesses a fate, and not all fates are favorable. Good fates are exceedingly rare. She has heard of the fate of the Tian Sha Guxing, which brings calamity to its mother, leading to the death of a father at 3, and a massacre of an entire village by bandits at 10, leaving only one survivor. Ultimately, that survivor became a formidable figure in the demonic path. The initial hexagram, latent dragon. Li Ruwei's brow furrows slightly. Having read hundreds of scriptures, he comprehends the meaning of the initial hexagram. The initial hexagram signifies the importance of concealing one's brilliance and accumulating strength. Jiang Yin is convinced that Li Ruwei embodies the latent dragon fate. This fate is not particularly rare, as most children and youths possess it, yet it is peculiar that this elder before her is already 70 years old. At 70, he still remains a latent dragon. If he continues to conceal himself for a few more years, he may very well be buried. Such a distinctive fate piques Jiang Yan's curiosity. In ancient times, there were sages who began their careers at 70, assisting the Holy Emperor in unifying the realm, establishing divine dynasties. To be a latent dragon at 70 signifies a late bloomer. Jiang Yan's gaze is fervent. Her intuition tells her that this elder may be extraordinary. Yet, she cannot fathom what a septuagenarian could possibly achieve. Could he truly mirror the sages of old? Such a possibility is utterly unfathomable. Jiang Yan's chest rises and falls slightly as she bows gracefully. Esteemed senior, I apologize for my lack of skill. I have inadvertently intruded upon your space. I assure you that matters of fate will remain confidential, and I shall not disturb you again. Li Ruwei feels a sense of relief, since the misunderstanding is resolved. I shall take my leave. With that, he strides away, finally dispelling the long-standing doubts. As long as it is not a martial bone, all is well. As for the latent dragon fate, it is likely due to the influence of his golden finger. After all, according to the system, he is only 7 years old, perfectly embodying the latent dragon, still in the process of accumulating power. Now that the air has been cleared with Jiang Yan, both parties can avoid numerous misunderstandings. After all, Li Ruwei is entirely unaware of what the divine weapon talisman truly is and does not possess assurance that he could defeat Jiang Yan before the talisman activates. This is quite agreeable. Outside the city, on the official road, a middle-aged scholar rides along, accompanied by several young men and women. The merchants passing by recognize the cloud patterns on their sleeves and display expressions of fear, instinctively keeping a distance of 10 feet. "Shu, we have arrived," a simple-minded youth remarks. The middle-aged scholar nods. "Zhou Hu, have you informed the Qinghe County Magistrate in advance?" The honest youth, Zhou Hu, who had previously visited Qinghe, blushes and scratches his head. "I've already written to Senior Brother Han. They should be waiting outside the city." The middle-aged scholar's brow furrows slightly as he speaks with a heavier tone. "I asked about the county office. Huaqing sect is a prominent sect with many rules. Upon arriving in Qinghe territory as guests, they ought to notify the county office. This is a matter of etiquette." Zhou Hu silently laments. This Master Song Jinyun is exceedingly pedantic and places great importance on customs. However, he is merely an ordinary disciple of Huaqing sect. And where could he possibly find the connections to introduce himself to the county office? Last time, everything was arranged by Zhu Yu, and he did not know anyone at all. Just as Zhou Hu struggles to articulate his thoughts, a clear voice interjects. "Master Song, you have finally arrived." Zhou Hu, upon seeing the newcomer, feels as if he has encountered a savior, Senior Brother Han. He then calls out, "Senior Brother Zhu, Junior Sister Jiang." Han Xin strides forward with a radiant smile, taking 2 steps at once to perform a disciple salute. "I, Han Xin, have come to greet Master Song." Zhu Yu and Jiang Yan also bow in greeting. "I have already discussed your matters with the magistrate of Qinghe County, and a magistrate has informed the county head." "Excellent." Master Song Jinyun's lips curl upwards slightly, pleased as he strokes his goat beard. "Junior Brother Han indeed handles matters with great care. You overpraise me. It is thanks to Junior Brother Zhou's reminder, as well as the assistance of Junior Brother Zhu and Junior Sister Jiang. Otherwise, I would not have been so thorough." Han Qin does not seek credit for herself. Master Song Jinyun then turns to Jiang Yin. Has your father, Elder Jiang, also come to Qinghe? Jiang Yin nods. With Elder Jiang's involvement, success is assured. Master Song Jinyun's smile is warm, akin to an elder meeting a promising junior. Given Elder Jiang's standing in Huaqing's sect, it would not be embarrassing to curry favor. Master Song Jinyun dismounts and takes the reins. Let us discuss the situation regarding the demons of Gui Ming Jiao in Qinghe. Yes, Han Qin nods, trailing a step behind Master Song Jinyun. Upon witnessing this, Zhou secretly breathes a sigh of relief, feeling as though a great weight has been lifted from his shoulders. He gazes at Han Qin, who is engaged in cheerful conversation with Master Song Jinyun, filled with admiration. Senior brother Han is indeed capable. Zhu Yu casts a disdainful glance at Zhou, who, quickening his pace. Having passed the hour of shone, when he arrives at the entrance of the Tiandi Alliance, he spots two familiar figures squatting on the street opposite the gate. Xiao Zhao, Old Yang, Li Rui approached in astonishment. Wang Zhao and Yang Yong, upon seeing Li Rui's arrival, hurried over with cheerful expressions. What brings you here? Has something happened at the Zhu family? Wang Zhao shook his head vigorously, grinning widely. No. The master has taken pity on us and sent Yang Yong and me to serve you. If you are unwilling to have us, then grant us our freedom. Li Rui raised an eyebrow, acknowledging Zhu Ping's astuteness. The exchange of servants among affluent families was a commonplace occurrence, and given his current status, it was indeed reasonable for him to have a few attendants. Otherwise, residing alone in such a vast estate would be quite lonely, especially with the back courtyard left desolate for so long. The news travels fast. Though Zhu Ping was merely a businessman, he must have caught wind of the Heavenly Alliance's influence, realizing Li Rui's rising position, and thus sought to curry favor. Since you have come to me, I see no reason to decline. First, let us go to the Yamen to clear your records. The following morning, Li Rui took Wang Zhao and Yang Yong to the county office. Thanks to his status as the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, the clerks did not pose any significant hurdles, and within half an hour, all the necessary paperwork was completed. Stepping out of the county office, Yang Yong and Wang Zhao felt as if they were in a dream. Am I now a free man? Since the moment they sold themselves, they had never imagined they would one day regain their freedom. Li Rui felt genuine joy for them. Having once been in their shoes, he understood their emotions all too well. If you wish, you may come work for me, and I shall pay you. If that does not suit you, I can arrange for you to have some land outside the city. Both Yang Yong and Wang Zhao looked bewildered. They had grown accustomed to life in the Zhu household, always following their master's orders, never having the privilege to choose. Now, suddenly faced with options, they were at a loss. Li Rui sighed lightly, understanding their predicament. There is no rush. You have no place to stay at the moment, so you may reside with me for now. When you have made your decision, just let me know. Before he could finish, Wang Zhao abruptly raised his head and declared earnestly, Master, you taught me to care for horses and have granted me freedom. I can never repay this kindness in this lifetime. I shall serve you faithfully. Li Hui Shuklet, Almuzid. I freed you not to make you my servant again. Wang Zhao scratched his head, grinning foolishly. In any case, I am bound to follow you for life. Yang Yong, too, had made up his mind. Old Li, if you do not mind, I shall sweep the floors for you. My skills are mediocre, and I doubt you would need me for guarding. Li Hui Viplayaji. As you wish. Wang Zhao and Yang Yong moved into the residence adjacent to Tian Tang. Li Rui also made a point to inform Zhou Shulin and Liang He about the addition of 2 new residents to prevent any misunderstandings. After taking care of this, he led them into the grand estate. Wow, a 4-courtyard residence. Even the esteemed Zhu family, among the top in the city, resided in a 5-courtyard house, while Li Rui, living alone, reveled in the luxury of such a space, something he had never imagined. What a waste, what a waste. Yang Yong lamented as he explored the neglected rooms, recalling the days when he had slept on a communal bed with many others, now longing for a private space. Without hesitation, Yang Yong began to tidy up the rooms, envisioning how he would arrange things in his very own courtyard. He had always dreamed of owning a grand estate, and now had the chance to bring that dream to life. He rolled up his sleeves, eager to restore the neglected rooms, for according to the old village saying, a lifeless place could drain one's fortune. Observing Yang Yong's industriousness, Li Rui felt no urge to dissuade him from working. Since he would be compensated, it was only fair for Yang Yong to contribute, lest their relationship sour. Moreover, both Yang Yong and Wang Zhao would feel guilty otherwise. With his new status as the leader and overseer of the black market, supporting two individuals was no burden. Initially, Wang Zhao felt apprehensive, but upon seeing the stable, his spirits lifted significantly. He cleaned it thoroughly, insisting that it would be useful in the future. Despite Li Rui's attempts to dissuade him, Wang Zhao cheerfully continued to scrub the stable inside and out. Unable to persuade them otherwise, Li Rui simply joined them. Upon returning to the house, a smile crept onto his lips. Having more company surely brought warmth to the residents. Several miles outside Qinghe City, amidst the forest, a stout bald man stumbled through the trees, muttering curses under his breath. "Tang, and you too, Song? Did I kill your whole family or something? Why strike so viciously?" The bald man grimaced, having just received a punch from Tang Sheng that left him with a swollen, bloodied mouth. "I will avenge this grievance." This man was named Hu Yinzhua, known in the underworld as the Ghost Faceblade. He bore a bitter grudge against Tang Sheng, who relentlessly attacked him. The Gui Ming sect was universally reviled, yet he remembered that the Heavenly Alliance had consistently taken a hands-off approach regarding the matter. Shaking his dazed head, he thought, "To hell with it. Anyone who dares to strike me shall face death. Kill, kill, kill." If he hadn't fled swiftly, he might have lost his life. This vendetta must be avenged. The black market bustled as usual, filled with a constant flow of merchants and customers. Li Rui strolled through the streets of the black market with his hands clasped behind his back. Even without his Heavenly Alliance attire, his identity was unmistakable, so he chose to walk confidently, drawing attention. Some well-informed merchants greeted him with flattery, while those unaware of his status regarded him with newfound respect due to his commanding presence. Although he was older, the Heavenly Alliance uniform lent him vitality, and the golden embroidery added a touch of nobility. Not to mention, he had developed a muscular physique, which, though concealed beneath clothing, exuded an impressive aura. As a leader, he could not afford to appear shabby. It was said that certain reclusive masters could present themselves unkempt, but Li Rui had not yet reached that level. In the black market, his appearance commanded respect. "Old man, sell me this cold dew herb. I am not a miser. I'll offer you 80 coins. What do you say?" A slender, shrewd-looking young man squatted by a small stall. The weathered old herbalist stared wide-eyed in shock. He had come to the black market to sell herbs after being dissatisfied with the low prices offered by local shops. To his surprise, business had come knocking right away. 80 coins. That was enough for his family to eat well for several days. Such generosity. "I will wrap it up for you right away," the old man exclaimed. "Deal." The young man nodded in satisfaction, his eyes glinting with subtle cunning. The old man bundled a large bundle of herbs and handed it to the young man, who promptly produced 80 copper coins, leaving with a satisfied grin. Li Rui observed this scene keenly and felt a stir of interest. The herbs sold by the young man were glimmering with golden light, indicating the presence of a rare spiritual herb within. Acquiring a spiritual herb for 80 coins was an incredible bargain. There exists a remarkably unique group of individuals who serve as both buyers and sellers. The black market is a chaotic realm, concealing numerous treasures. These individuals, endowed with exceptional discernment, select valuable items from the vast array of goods available in the black market, reselling them for a profit. They refer to themselves as DOY, each possessing keen eyesight. The art of buying and selling is indeed a skillful endeavor. However, they do not engage in production and are often regarded as rogues by the authorities, thus occupying a lowly status and frequently facing disdain from others. Having sold all the herbal medicine in one breath, little did they know that a precious elixir valued at 100 taels was acquired for a mere 81. Li Rui had no intention of exposing this fact. Wealth and fortune are determined by fate. Both parties in a transaction rely on their own volition and skill to earn their livelihoods. The old man could not discern the value of the herbs. Yet the SHU man recognized their worth, and thus the fortune rightfully belonged to him. Moreover, had it not been for that DOY, the old man would not have sold his herbs so smoothly. Li Rui, no longer a Na'vi newcomer to the world, had no inclination to act impulsively in the name of justice. With his hands behind his back, he continued strolling through the streets of the black market. "Young brother, that porcelain is quite nice. Sell it to me for a lower price." "All right, 301. Make it cheaper. 201. 251. Take it or leave it." Fine, I'll sell it to you. Consider it a small loss on my part." On the other side, two customers, each harboring their own thoughts, satisfactorily concluded the transaction. That porcelain was an antique, which, in the hands of an expert, could fetch at least 10 taels. Had the young stall owner known this, he would have been infuriated. Yet Li Rui remained a mere observer, showing no intention of intervening. DOY often misjudge and may purchase worthless items, resulting in losses, so it cannot be said that all DOY are unscrupulous. They simply earn their living through their skills. There are indeed some fine treasures to be found. Li Rui smiled as he walked, keenly observing the items displayed by the stall owners. Soon, he stopped at a small stall, crouched down, and cheerfully inquired, "Young brother, are the herbs you sell genuine?" A round, chubby man squinted his eyes into crescent shapes and replied, "Li, I assure you, I conduct honest business, with no deception towards anyone. You know me?" Li Rui asked, somewhat surprised. "Of course." The chubby man nodded. "Who in the black market doesn't recognize you, Li? Li Hui's milidly getly. I am in need of herbs for my cultivation. If you have any elixirs, I will take them all." As he spoke, he discreetly appraised the chubby man. His assertion stemmed from the fact that this chubby man was a DOY, undoubtedly holding on to valuable items. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, the chubby man's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hesitated for a moment, then seemingly resolved, produced a withered branch from somewhere. "This is my family's ancestral WLM, a genuine elixir. Since it's you, Li Yi, I'll sell it to you for 200 taels and 80% discount." 200 taels, Li Rui scoffed, thinking he was being treated as a fool. Although he possessed the spiritual eye and recognized the WLM as authentic, its quality was low, with barely any spiritual essence. 50 taels. The chubby man was taken aback by Li Rui's offer. He had expected the price to be halved at most, but never anticipated such a drastic cut. With a mournful expression, the chubby man pleaded, "Li Yi, you know my business is small scale. I must at least receive 80 taels." After saying this, he looked at Li Rui anxiously, aware that if the old man were to become enraged and forcefully take it, he would have no means to resist. "All right, 80 taels it is. Come to the building to collect the money. By the way, I also need some HNLCO. Consider these as a complimentary addition for me." "Sure." The chubby man was overjoyed. Previously, several stewards from the TNDM had sold items without paying. But the new steward, Li, actually paid. He quickly wrapped the WLM and HNLCO in oiled paper and handed them to Li Rui. The HNLCO was originally of little value, but offering it as a complimentary addition could garner some goodwill. He could not have been more pleased. Thinking to himself, this WLM had dried for years and retained little efficacy. At most, it could be sold for 30 taels at the apothecary. 80 taels would still mean a profit for him. Having received the items, Li Rui continued to stroll leisurely, a slight smile playing on his lips. In his left hand, he held the WLM, and in his right, the complimentary HNLCO. To the onlookers, the WLM appeared far more precious. However, through the lens of his spiritual eye, the scene was entirely different. The bundle of HNLCO, often deemed bothersome by many herbalists, radiated a brilliant golden light, even outshining the WLM. Indeed, within that HNLCO was an exceptionally rare spiritual herb. Its appearance closely resembled that of HNLCO, making it easy for even the most experienced DOY to overlook. This spiritual herb was of high rank, valued at 500 taels. Had the chubby DOY known of the treasure he had let slip away, he would surely have regretted it deeply. In the realm of DOY, possessing keen eyesight and acting with subtlety are crucial. When encountering treasures, one must remain discreet. To this end, the DOY community has developed 3 methods to avoid detection. The first is akin to the earlier SHUHU man, who purchases all available goods, concealing the true treasures among the multitude. The second method involves pretending to bargain, as seen with the earlier porcelain buyer, allowing the stall owner to feel they have gained a deal, thus hastening the sale through a sense of excitement. The final method, known as SHDJX, involves purchasing another item at a high price upon discovering a treasure, thereby persuading the vendor to regard the genuine treasure as a mere bonus. Li Rui employed the latter tactic. In every trade, there are masters in every field. These DOY exert considerable effort to secure their livelihoods. Fortunately, if their judgment fails, they can retreat in time, resulting in a neutral outcome. Now, possessing the spiritual eye, he finds himself in an entirely different realm. The black market is the perfect battleground for him to flourish. Chapter 74. Lee has never been so wealthy before. Late at night, within the Lee residence, a dim yellow candle flickered, casting a silhouette in the room. Before Li Rue, a wooden table was laden with numerous items, almost too full to contain. Dragoness saliva grass, Miao Ling branch, silver dragon iron. Spiritual herbs and spiritual iron serve as foundational materials, primarily sourced from nature and collected by herbalists or mountain dwellers, who then bring them to the black market for sale. These individuals lack the means to discern quality. The goods are a mixed bag, dependent entirely on one's eyesight. In recent days, Li Rue had roamed the black market daily, seldom making purchases, yet, when he did, it was always substantial. The spiritual herbs he had gathered were worth at least 200 gold, equating to 2,000 taels of silver, a sum that even the wealthiest families in Qinghe City might struggle to amass. Gazing at the bounty of spiritual herbs before him, Li Rue's heart raced with excitement. He had never experienced such wealth in his lifetime. Thanks to his spiritual eye, he had managed to amass this fortune in just a few days. Li Rue stroked his chin, contemplating the array of spiritual herbs. Among them was a piece of fist-sized spiritual iron, acquired through sheer luck. The Salt and Iron Administration monopolized most of the spiritual mines, leaving ordinary individuals with no opportunity to access them. This silver dragon iron, encased in stone skin, appeared to be an unremarkable rock, which the stall owner had picked up as a weight stone. It was through chance that Li Rue discovered its true value. In comparison, spiritual herbs are more common and are the primary targets of DOY in the black market. Li Rue carefully stored the silver dragon iron. He had just upgraded his weaponry and crafted soft armor. For the time being, the Yinlong iron was of no use, so he decided to keep it until he procured more Ling Tai. As for the spiritual herbs, there were two options: either sell them for immediate currency or seek out an alchemist to refine them into pills. After weighing his options, Li Rue resolved to find an alchemist, providing the materials himself and having them transmute the herbs into elixirs. He had already attained a body of iron, and the next step was to attain a body of gold. The quantity of elixirs required for refining a gold body far exceeded that for an iron body, not to mention the even greater demands for a jade body. Finding a reliable alchemist and compensating them for their time would eliminate intermediary steps, allowing him to directly engage with those who could perform the work, thus avoiding the profit margins of middlemen. Furthermore, he possessed a unique advantage. There were alchemists within the Tiandi Alliance. The alchemical hall exuded a fragrant aroma, with grayish-white smoke swirling about, reminiscent of a legendary paradise. Li Hall Master, why trouble Vice Hall Master Zhang with such trivial matters? You could simply approach me directly, said a shrewd middle-aged man with a smile as he walked alongside. Li Rue cast a sidelong glance at the newly appointed Su Xiang Hall Master, thinking to himself, humph. Had he not sought Zhang Yang's prior endorsement, he might not have even found Su's door, let alone enjoy the current spectacle of Su personally leading the way. Everyone knew that Su Xiang's demeanor was only amiable towards matters assigned by his superiors. Li Hall Master, you are favored in front of Vice Hall Master Zhang. Do extend a few kind words on my behalf in the future, Su Xiang said, his tone laced with flattery. Of course, Li Rue replied. In truth, as the Hall Master of the Alchemical Hall, Su Xiang had little direct connection with Zhang Yang, the Vice Hall Master responsible for introductions and overseeing Tiani. However, this situation stemmed from the death of Zhao Wei. Following Zhao Wei's demise, one of the three halls under his purview was reassigned to Guhong, while the remaining two went to Zhou Rue. Zhou, once rendered a mere bystander, unexpectedly regained his status as Vice Hall Master, now overseeing both the Alchemical Hall and the Discipline Hall, wielding even greater authority than before. Such a distribution by Dao Xiong was undoubtedly steeped in significance. With Zhao Wei's passing, the Qinghe branch sought stability, necessitating minimal actions and limited personnel involvement. Hence, Zhou Rue emerged as the optimal candidate to take over. However, assigning 3 halls to Zhou Rue, the weakest Vice Hall Master, would naturally evoke dissent. Thus, Dao Xiong entrusted the most critical martial and literary hall to Guhong, while assigning the other 2 to Zhou Rue. Yet, it was evident to astute observers that Zhou Rue, as the Vice Hall Master in charge of the alchemical hall, would not hold his position for long. Within a year, it was highly likely that Zhang Yang would assume control. Su Xiang was wise enough to plan ahead. What do you think prompted the former Hall Master of the alchemical hall to request an external appointment to oversee matters? It was merely a consequence of having offended too many individuals. With a new Vice Hall Master, daily encounters would become unbearable, making life intolerable. Thus, Su Xiang sought to learn from past mistakes. Li Rui's ability to engage Zhang Yang personally indicated a profound connection, presenting a perfect opportunity for him to ingratiate himself. Perhaps next year, he too would still be the Hall Master of the alchemical hall. With such thoughts, they arrived before an independent building that resembled a palace. The Hall Master, Elder Jiang, is within the alchemical chamber. Elder Jiang is passionately devoted to alchemy and has a peculiar temperament. If he inadvertently offends you with his words, please do not take it to heart, Su Xiang added. Li Rui waved his hand dismissively, no matter. The Elder Jiang mentioned by Su Xiang was the sole master alchemist of the Qinghe branch, capable of refining 8th grade spiritual pills. It was to be expected that such a rare talent would possess a bit of temper. It is good that Hall Masterly thinks so, Su Xiang remarked, though inwardly he was skeptical. Let us hope he genuinely feels that way. Elder Jiang was known for his arrogance, holding a unique position within the alchemical hall. Even Su Xiang, as Hall Master, often found it difficult to engage with him. Numerous Vice Hall Masters had nearly found themselves embroiled in conflict with Elder Jiang due to his obstinacy. Were it not for his exceptional alchemical skills, he would have been ousted long ago. Upon entering the alchemical chamber, they found numerous apprentices bustling about. In the center, a crimson alchemical furnace radiated heat that made the air almost unbearable. 3 ounces of Ling Feng grass, 1 ounce of Ling Ji powder, 1 Yang Ding Tian. A middle-aged man with a goatee intently observed the furnace, rattling off the names of various herbs. The alchemical chamber was alive with fervor. Su Xiang, feeling somewhat awkward, halted his steps. Li Hall Master, perhaps we should first enjoy a cup of tea. Elder Jiang's alchemy cannot be interrupted, as is the unspoken rule of the alchemical hall. Li Rui, ever patient, replied, it should be nearly done. Let us wait a little longer. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a series of faint popping sounds emanated from the furnace. It's done. Elder Jiang's eyes sparkled as he hurriedly approached, lifting the lid of the furnace with tongs, releasing a delightful fragrance. 8th grade spiritual pills? Li Rui, possessing the gift of spiritual sight, instantly discerned the grade of the pills by the spiritual essence contained within them. Watching as Elder Jiang retrieved over 10 spiritual pills, Su Xiang finally spoke up. Elder Jiang, this is Li Hall Master from Tianyi Hall, who seeks your expertise in refining a batch of pills. The smile on Jiang Cheng's face vanished like a mask being ripped away, replaced with an icy glare directed at Li Rui. Without even inquiring about the circumstances, he simply uttered 2 words, not refining. Chapter 75. You understand alchemy? Su Xiang rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the situation. He had long harbored discontent towards Jiang Cheng. After all, they were both from the same world. And who among them had a good temperament? Today, in front of others, his authority as Hall Master was undermined, leaving him feeling inflamed with embarrassment. Junior brother Jiang, calm down, Li Rui said, pulling back the impulsive Su Xiang. Su Xiang paused, realizing that he had lost his composure before Li Rui. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, Li Hall Master, as you can see, this man possesses a stubborn disposition. Su Xiang lamented. However, this obstinate individual happened to be a master alchemist. Without Jiang Cheng, the alchemical hall would devolve into mere mediocrity, becoming a laughingstock among the other 6 halls. Li Rui expressed his desire to make another attempt. Jiang Cheng said something, then fixated on the pills in his hands for an extended period, muttering, no, something is amiss. He appeared utterly engrossed in the process. Although there were 7th grade pills in the Qinghe branch, they had been sent from the main branch. The most skilled alchemist in all of Qinghe could only produce 8th grade pills, and even then, in limited quantity. Thus, Jiang Cheng was among the elite few in the realm of alchemy. Otherwise, he would not have been permitted to act so uncontrollably. An alchemist capable of refining 8th grade pills was as sought after as an 8th grade warrior. Hence, even though Su Xiang was infuriated, he dared not act against him. Just as Jiang Cheng was lost in his thoughts, Li Rui suddenly interjected, the timing is off, if you refine it for another 13 breaths. The efficacy of the pill will increase by 30%. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. 13 breaths, precisely. 13 breaths. He had refined this pure yang pill countless times, always adhering strictly to the formula. Yet the results had never met his expectations. After days of contemplation, he had still been unable to identify the cause of his failures. He never expected that someone would so succinctly reveal the issue. Jiang Cheng then scrutinized Li Rue seriously. You are the hallmaster of Tianyi Hall? You also understand alchemy? He recalled that Su Xiang had just introduced Li Rue. Li Rue shook his head. I do not understand alchemy, but due to my cultivation method, my vision is quite keen. Jiang Cheng's interest peaked immediately. In alchemy, alongside an understanding of the properties of herbs, the control of timing during the refining process was incredibly crucial. However, the herbs were obscured by the furnace walls, making it impossible to observe the situation within. Control of timing relied entirely on experience. The hall master of Tianyi Hall, despite lacking alchemical knowledge, could discern the condition of the pills and accurately mention the refining duration. Such acuity was remarkable. Based on his years of experience, Jiang Cheng surmised that Li Rue's previous assertion about the 13 breaths was indeed accurate. Jiang Cheng rose to his feet, for once abandoning his eccentricity. What elixir did you wish to refine? Li Rue's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had expertly grasped the essence of the situation. Such a technical talent could only be impressed through assistance in alchemy. Clearly, he succeeded. Most alchemists rely on the aroma of the elixir or the state of the cauldron to assess their progress, which is often inaccurate and prone to the leakage of spiritual energy. However, Li Rue possessed the ability to perceive the subtle changes in spiritual substances with his spiritual eyes. Just moments ago, he discerned a rapid fluctuation in the quantity of spiritual material, indicating the opportune moment for refining. He could pinpoint this moment with remarkable precision. Such formidable control over timing is an irresistible allure for any alchemist. I wish for Elder Jiang to concoct a batch of elixirs for me. I shall provide the spiritual herbs. Any variety will suffice, as long as they are spiritual elixirs. Agreed. This time, Jiang Cheng's earlier refusal transformed into a decisive acceptance. However, I have one condition. Speak freely. I do not require payment for labor. I only ask that you visit the alchemy chamber daily and assist me. In return, when you seek my services, there will be no charge. Su Xiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Cheng was notoriously proud, even when agreeing to refine elixirs. He typically demanded a fee of at least 100 taels of silver. Yet now, he was willing to forego payment, provided Li Rue remained in the alchemy chamber. Indeed, having a unique skill was invaluable. Unexpectedly, it was Li Rue who declined. That won't do. I'm quite busy and can only come once every 7 days. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow. 7 days is too long. How about 3? Without hesitation, Li Rue turned decisively. Su Tangzhu, I shall not impose further. Farewell. The abrupt turn of events left Jiang Cheng in a state of panic. Alchemists were rare, but those with Li Rue's keen insight were even scarcer. With Li Rue's assistance, he might produce a 7th-grade spiritual elixir. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Fine, 7 days it is. Li Rue paused, turning back with a smile. It's a deal. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. How curious. He suddenly questioned whether he had made a poor bargain. However, having already spoken, he could not retract his words. Su Xiang stood in bewilderment, witnessing the usually shrewd Jiang Cheng being so thoroughly outmaneuvered by Li Rue. The subsequent events unfolded with relative ease. Li Rue first expressed his gratitude to Su Xiang for the introduction, assuring him that he would speak favorably of him before Deputy Zhu Zhang. Once Su Xiang departed, Li Rue handed over the spiritual herbs he procured from the black market to Jiang Cheng. He also promised that if Jiang Cheng wished to refine elixirs immediately, he would generously offer to observe the timing free of charge. Under the compelling allure of the offer, Jiang Cheng quickly immersed himself in the alchemical process. Li Rue could not help but acknowledge Jiang Cheng's considerable talent in alchemy, which made their acquaintance mutually beneficial. Alchemists of Jiang Cheng's caliber were indeed worth cultivating relationships with, and Li Rue was keenly attentive to the timing of the refining process. Of course, the primary focus remained on the elixirs being crafted for his own benefit. As dawn broke, a faint light appeared on the horizon. With a resounding thud, success was achieved. Jiang Cheng joyfully lifted the lid of the cauldron. 6 dark round pills, each the size of a thumb, gleamed with an unusual golden luster, resting quietly in the center of the cauldron. Jiang Cheng took a moment to savor the aroma, overjoyed. The potency of this batch of strengthening elixirs had improved by at least 30% compared to previous attempts. The herbs remained unchanged, as did the alchemical technique. It was evident that the increase was entirely due to Li Rui's contributions. Here, Jiang Cheng promptly handed over all the elixirs to Li Rui, accepting no payment in return. Of course, he did not walk away empty-handed. He had recorded the timing of the elixir's formation, significantly enhancing his alchemical skills. This knowledge was far more valuable than a mere batch of elixirs. Li Rui gazed at the 6 spiritual elixirs in his hands, feeling a sense of disbelief. He then cursed inwardly. Unprincipled middlemen. Chapter 76. The surge of vitality, the completion of golden bones. It turned out that elixirs were so inexpensive. Clutching the 6 warm, strengthening elixirs, Li Rui exited the pharmacy. Each elixir was worth at least 500 taels, totaling 3,000 taels for 6, a price that would be even higher at the Dan Wang Fang. However, directly seeking an alchemist was far more economical. The cost of the herbs amounted to 1,000 taels, with labor fees topping 200 taels. Those who exploit others deserve punishment. As for the pharmacy, it was one thing, but establishments like Dan Wang Fang, which entangled alchemists in business dealings, were little different from loan sharks. They merely facilitated transactions to reap substantial profits. Nonetheless, Li Rui merely muttered his grievances. Market regulation was a task better suited for the youth. As an elder, he preferred to avoid the fray. As long as he was not taken advantage of, he was content. With 6 spiritual elixirs, he could transform his iron bones into golden ones. With this thought, he quickened his pace. At the county office, the side hall was well structured. The Qinghai County government was arranged with a northern orientation, featuring distinct areas for civil and military affairs, front hall and rear residence, with the prison located in the southwest corner. Entering through the main gate, one would traverse the central axis, passing through the main hall, second hall, and third hall, finally reaching the residence of the county magistrate, flanked by corridors for civil and military officials. The magistrate typically hosted guests in the Eastern Hall. At this moment, the main hall was filled with people, and outside, the officers could faintly hear County Magistrate Zhang's voice. Present were various heroes. The matter concerning the Gui Ming sect was entrusted to them. Zhang Linkong, the magistrate of Qinghai, stood up with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. In the hall, the seating arrangement favored the left side, with the esteemed elder Song Jinyun of the Huaqing sect occupying the most honored position on the left, flanked by disciples like Han Qin. On one side sat Tang Shong, the deputy leader of the Tiandi Alliance, and Peng Hu, the deputy leader of the Blood Tiger Gang. Additionally, notable families and influential figures from Qinghai were present, including Dao Xiong. Such a grand assembly made even Zhang Linkong feel a sense of pride, knowing he could boast to his colleagues in the future. The Gui Ming sect's members commit heinous acts, slaughtering the innocent, violating virtuous women, and breeding monstrous beasts to wreak havoc. They forge weapons in secret, a crime of the highest degree. Zhang Linkong enumerated the numerous transgressions of the Gui Ming sect with palpable indignation. It seemed as if he would not rest until they were eradicated. Seated at the center, Dao Xiong could not help but chuckle internally. Indeed, one could not trust the words of scholars. Despite Zhang Linkong's outward appearance of righteous indignation, it had not always been so. The Gui Ming sect had long been labeled a heretical cult by the court and faced assaults from various officials. Rumors circulated that the governor was furious, vowing to annihilate the sect. If not for his superior's emphasis on the matter, how could Zhang Linkong, a seasoned official of 10 years, bother to unite various factions against the Gui Ming sect? Observing the shared animosity among the crowd, it was clear that those displaying excessive enthusiasm were likely his prearranged puppets or confidants. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was undeniably favorable. Zhang Linkong felt increasingly satisfied. He then turned to the seemingly dozing elder Song Jinyun. Master Song, I have heard that Elder Jiang has also arrived in Qinghai. Might we have the honor of meeting him? Upon hearing the name Jiang Linxian, the attendees instinctively straightened in their seats, their ears pricked with keen interest. The affairs of such a prominent figure were of utmost importance. Any potential connection could lead to life-altering opportunities. Slowly opening his eyes, Song Jinyun replied, Elder Jiang is elusive. We need only focus on our duties, and he will surely take action. Indeed, indeed, Zhang Lingkong echoed fervently. After much deliberation, the assembly reached a consensus to join forces against the Gui Ming sect. Zhang Lingkong subsequently allocated tasks among each gang and family, leading to a harmonious conclusion. As the meeting adjourned, Dao Xiong found himself lagging slightly behind. On the streets, people instinctively parted ways upon seeing a group of Tiandi Alliance disciples. While Tang Sheng appeared to be in good spirits, he spoke. Dao Xiong, do you know why the Alliance leader has sent you to Qinghe to establish a branch? Dao Xiong felt a tightening in his heart. He did not attempt to be clever or speak fancifully. Dang Sheng Juke Lai Di. Speaking in a voice only audible to the two of them, the Alliance leader has gained the favor of a prominent figure in the Annam army. Rumor has it that the Gui Ming sect has acquired a celestial treasure, which is currently in Qinghe. The Alliance leader is establishing a branch there to enable you to locate this treasure. Dao Xiong's pupils constricted slightly. Indeed, the thoughts of those in power are difficult to fathom. He had initially thought it was merely an expansion of influence by the Alliance leader, but it seemed there was a deeper intention at play. The celestial treasure was said to be a pinnacle artifact, capable of allowing one to ascend to immortality. Numerous legends surrounding immortals circulate in the world. The celestial treasure is undoubtedly a relic left behind by such beings. This is significant. At Tiani Hall, within the Li residence, since Wang Zhao and Yang Yong moved in, many trivial matters no longer required Li Rui's direct involvement, granting him more time to practice martial arts. In the courtyard, the sky was overcast, and torrential rain fell in torrents. Li Rui wielded a 70-pound broadsword, his form as graceful as a dragon, as he swung the blade with such precision that it created an impenetrable barrier, appearing from afar like a mass of black clouds. The raindrops were deflected by the blade, splattering in all directions. Beneath the downpour, Li Rui remained completely dry, not a single droplet touching him. The torrential rain was entirely obstructed by his swordsmanship. His technique had reached a commendable level. Moreover, the fact that he achieved this with a 70-pound sword was even more remarkable. The speed of his strikes increased, and a deepening darkness enveloped him, obscuring Li Rui from view. The wind howled wildly. With a long howl, Li Rui felt a surge of warmth rising from his feet, his body instantly ablaze. The martial bones along his back tingled with a pleasant sensation. Without a moment's hesitation, the momentum of his strikes halted abruptly. The 70-pound broadsword came to an instant stop. Li Rui dashed into the room, retrieved the last of his strength-enhancing pills, and swallowed it whole. The scorching vitality surged within him, coursing through his body, from his knees to his hips, through his shoulders and arms, all the way to his fingertips. His bones subtly transformed. If one were to introspect, they would see shimmering golden specks upon his bones. The vitality surged forth, solidifying his golden bones. Chapter 77. Do not stand by a dangerous wall with a loud bang. His fingers curved slightly like eagle claws, and the solid rock crumbled inch by inch in Li Rui's grip, ultimately disintegrating into a fine powder with a crisp sound. A force of 1,000 pounds. He had now acquired the ability to shatter bricks with ease. Li Rui estimated that after achieving golden bones, his strength had finally crossed the threshold of 1,000 pounds. His power had doubled. This was a sign of having reached the pinnacle of copper bones. Generally, martial artists would attempt to break through to the Lu Jin realm at this stage, but for Li Rui, who bore martial bones, this was merely the beginning. Now, with resources, roots, and techniques at his disposal, he aimed to cultivate to the Jade Bone realm. Establishing a solid foundation in the early stages is essential for future progress. To settle for merely a 7th grade accomplishment would be a waste of his martial bones, a squander of his potential. Even the finest talent cannot be cultivated overnight. Diligent practice is imperative. Li Rui gazed at the empty wooden box. In his pursuit of breaking through to golden bones, he had consumed the last strength-enhancing pill. He had initially thought it would suffice for at least 2 months, yet it had been depleted in just 7 days. Nevertheless, the progress was quite encouraging. More pills were needed. In the alchemy chamber, the crimson flames beneath the alchemy furnace crackled with the sound of burning wood, creating a fervent atmosphere. Li Rui and Jiang Cheng anxiously watched the furnace. Wait just a moment. 10, 9, 1. It's done. Almost as soon as Li Rui spoke, Jiang Cheng rushed to the furnace, lifted the lid, and retrieved the pills inside. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. The potency had increased by at least 40%, nearing the quality of 7th-grade pills. After confirming the grade of the elixirs, Jiang Cheng himself was astonished. This was closely tied to Li Rui's exquisite control over the fire. "These are your share of the pills." Jiang Cheng handed 7 of the pills, selected from a dozen, to Li Rui. Their collaborative approach had evolved. Li Rui provided a portion of the herbs purchased from the black market and assisted Jiang Cheng in the alchemical process. Once the pills were completed, he received an equivalent share, while the remainder stayed in the pharmacy. This arrangement allowed Li Rui access to a diverse array of higher-grade pills while enabling Jiang Cheng to refine several recipes for Li Rui to improve his fire control. A true win-win situation. With a heart full of joy at receiving the pills, Li Rui prepared to leave. Yet he noticed that Jiang Cheng had no intention of departing and had begun another batch of ordinary pills. Li Rui had some understanding of the recipes. Upon listening closely, it seemed to be a concoction for treating sword injuries. This was already the 3rd batch today. He sensed something amiss. In a place like the Tiandi Alliance, which often engaged in conflict, medicinal remedies for sword injuries were certainly in demand, but the quantity today seemed excessive. There must be an issue at the branch, or else there would be no sudden need to stockpile such a large amount of healing potions. Li Rui tentatively inquired Xiao Jiang, who was requesting these pills to be refined. As expected, Li Rui narrowed his eyes slightly. He had previously heard news that County Magistrate Zhang had summoned all the significant figures of Qinghe for a meeting to unite against the Gui Ming sect. It seemed that action was imminent. Should I feign illness instead? Li Rui pondered. Previously, due to his advanced age, Dao Xiong had not permitted him to participate in the operations against the Gui Ming sect. However, it was possible that, due to a shortage of manpower, they might revisit old matters. Surely they wouldn't send an ailing elderly man into battle. Li Rui fell ill, suffering from a cold, and lay in bed for several days. During this time, Wu Tu and Zhang Yang had both visited, confirming that it was indeed a cold. While martial artists possess robust constitutions, it does not mean they are immune to illness. In this world, martial artists can fall sick, and prolonged neglect of treatment can lead to death. An 8th-grade martial artist is far from invulnerable. Feigning illness would eventually be discovered. Once word reached Dao Xiong, or even Tang Sheng, it could lead to significant trouble. To catch a cold, Li Rui had spent a full 4 days and nights in an ice cellar, finally achieving his goal. A minor physical discomfort in exchange for avoiding danger seemed worthwhile to him. As anticipated, just a few days after his illness, Dao Xiong gathered the Qinghe branch to encircle the Gui Ming sect. This time, all the stewards and hall masters were mobilized. Li Rui was originally included in the list, but upon learning of his illness, Dao Xiong made a special visit to the Li residence. After considering that Li Rui was indeed advanced in years and unwell, it was deemed inappropriate for him to participate. Moreover, upon reflection, the operation against the Gui Ming sect was confidential, and very few knew about it. It was improbable that Li Rui would conveniently fall ill at such a critical moment. Thus, it was dismissed. Li Rui understood well that Dao Xiong's visit under the guise of concern was, in truth, to ascertain whether he was genuinely ill. Furthermore, had he been in his prime, even if he had contracted a cold, he would not have escaped participation. This was the compounded effect of both factors. Age indeed afforded certain privileges. That evening, the Tiandi Alliance's Qinghe branch took action. Tiani Hall was understaffed. Liang He and Zhou Shulin did not attend, but many were summoned from the black market. At the Li residence, in his room, Yang Yong entered holding a bowl of hot soup. "Old Li, at your age, you shouldn't be running about all the time. Your body is not what it used to be. Quickly, drink this." Li Rui took the warm soup and began to sip from the bowl. The matter of feigning illness was not disclosed to anyone, so neither Yang Yong nor Wang Zhao were aware of the truth, and it was perfectly normal for an elderly person to be unwell. Li Rui, who had previously appeared so vigorous, was indeed the exception. Yang Yong wore a worried expression, genuinely fearing that Old Li might leave this world before him. Losing the last person with whom he could converse would be devastating. As one ages, the greatest fear is solitude. "Where is Xiao Zhao?" Li Hui inquired. It had been a long while since he had seen Wang Zhao. Yang Yong. In the kitchen, that lad diligently brewed the medicinal soup for a full 5 hours, scarcely daring to close his eyes. Truly, he is a thoughtful child. Li Rui offered a faint smile. Although Wang Zhao may not be the sharpest, his sincerity and willingness to endure hardship would endear him to any elder. Li Rui drank the medicine and casually picked up the Dongjun Jing to peruse. Practicing martial arts while ill was rather conspicuous. It was far better to study the scriptures. Throughout the night, he turned the pages. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow. And fortunately, Li Rui was not lacking in funds for such illumination. Otherwise, the long night would have been quite arduous. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually drifted into a deep slumber. In a dreamlike state, a thick white mist enveloped his vision, and in the distance, the corner of a palace roof could be faintly seen. Amidst the clouds and mist, dragons and phoenixes appeared to dance together, while ethereal birds and mystical beasts chirped in delight. Wisps of blue smoke rose gracefully in front of the bamboo platform. A picturesque scene of a celestial mountain unfolded. An old Taoist softly chanted, "Cultivate essence and breath to nurture spirit. Essence nourishes the lower dantian. Breath nourishes the body. Those who learn such arts may achieve immortality." Chapter 78. Listening to the Tao in a dream, a thread of Xianqing the following morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window paper, illuminating Li Rui's face. He stirred slightly, his fingers trembling, and slowly opened his eyes. What transpired last night? Glancing at the bright daylight, he realized that the sun was already high in the sky. He had slept for an astonishing length of time. Shaking his head, he noted that since turning 50, he had not experienced such a lengthy slumber. By rough calculations, it must have been at least 6 hours. Sitting up in bed, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The fog of wind cold that had clouded his mind dissipated, and the sensation of breathlessness vanished, leaving him feeling refreshed. Had he truly recovered? In just one night, the wind cold had been cured. Li Rui's brow furrowed slightly. Something was amiss. According to his previous expectations, it would take at least 3 days to fully heal. Yet only a single day had passed. In ancient times, there were no miraculous medicines, and the medicinal soup that Wang Zhao had concocted was certainly not a divine remedy. How could it possess such miraculous efficacy? It must have been a dream. Li Rui quickly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Dreams are elusive. Most of the content from last night's dream was already a blur, but he vaguely recalled listening to a discourse in a realm of immortals throughout the night. Dreaming of immortals. He remembered reading about this phenomenon in an ancient tome. Enlightenment can manifest in many forms. Some achieve it in life and death struggles, experiencing significant power growth. Others attain it during their practice, where a single day feels like a year, and entering a dream can be a form of enlightenment. As the saying goes, what one contemplates by day, one dreams by night. His nightly study, coupled with an increase in comprehension, allowed him to reach such an enigmatic state. Listening to the Tao in the celestial realm is a rare form of enlightenment indeed, renowned among mortals as dreaming of immortals. It was a remarkable feat to have experienced enlightenment twice within a year. Many spend their entire lives without witnessing even once, yet he had achieved it twice in a single year. The thought would surely evoke envy among many exceptional talents. Li Rui closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes within. In a seemingly chaotic darkness, a thread of azure energy danced vibrantly, contrasting sharply with the surrounding gray-black. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, disbelief flooding his gaze. Xianqing energy. Li Rui, uncertain, closed his eyes again and after a brief moment, reopened them. He murmured in astonishment, "I have discerned Xianqing energy at the 8th rank." Comparing it to the description of Xianqing energy from the Bai Yuan Pai Dao breathing method in his mind, he found it indistinguishable from the thread of azure energy within him. Yet according to the records, Xianqing energy was clearly exclusive to those above the 6th rank. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Elation surged within him. What does it mean to be a prodigy? Exceptional martial talent coupled with profound insight is indeed remarkable. He had genuinely cultivated a thread of Xianqing energy at the 8th rank. Casting a glance at the wooden table nearby, he swiftly struck it with his palm. Bang! The teapot atop the table shattered with a loud crash, porcelain shards clattering to the floor. A demonstration of remote force. Unlike the previous blade energy, Li Rui could now injure an opponent with mere palm strikes. With the enhancement of a weapon, his power would only increase. In a single night, his strength had surged by more than 50%. Excellent. Li Rue felt an immense sense of joy. The next moment, the door creaked open, revealing Yang Yong and Wang Zhao, both with anxious expressions rushing in. They gazed at the table drenched in tea and the scattered porcelain fragments. Yang Yong horili asket. Old Li, what happened? Li Rue replied, I wanted some tea, but accidentally knocked it over. He could hardly confess that he shattered the teapot with a mere palm strike from 8 feet away. Let us not forget, he was still a sickly elder. Wang Zhao, upon hearing this, felt guilty. It was my negligence. I didn't notice the master had awakened and should have poured the tea myself. In contrast, Yang Yong remained far more composed. He scrutinized Li Rue, who still appeared as he had the night before, his shoes far from the bed, clearly not having gotten up. But if he had not risen, how could the teapot have broken? Yang Yong silently shook his head, truly perplexing. Since Li Rue remained silent, he chose not to press further. Wang Zhao returned with a fresh pot of warm tea. Li Rue rinsed his mouth with the tea, washed his face with clean water, and finally got out of bed. Upon stepping out of the room, it was already midday. The blazing sunlight made it difficult to keep his eyes open. After a light meal prepared by Wang Zhao, he proceeded to the adjacent Tianyi Hall. The members of the Qinghe branch had all gone out. The originally quiet Tianyi Hall was now devoid of anyone. As Liang, he had gone to the black market during the day, leaving only Zhou Shulin languishing on the doorstep. Hall master. Zhou Shulin sprang to attention upon seeing Li Rue standing rigidly. Sit down. Sit down. Li Rue gestured for Zhou Shulin to relax. Zhou Shulin scratched his head. He distinctly remembered that his hall master was ill. He expected him to come to work while still unwell. Such dedication. No wonder he could be the hall master. If Li Rue were to hear this thought, he would certainly roll his eyes. Typically, dedication and promotion have little correlation. Of course, he would not point this out. It was gratifying that his subordinate thought this way. As Li Rue walked into Tianyi Hall, he inquired Shulin, Have you heard any news recently? Zhou Shulin blinked. This morning, I happened to encounter Lu Tong and treated him to breakfast. Last night, our Tianyi Alliance, along with the county office and several gangs in the city, surrounded and attacked the Gui Ming sect along the small river, fighting throughout the night. I heard that many from the Gui Ming sect were killed, and some managed to escape. They are currently in pursuit. Li Rue raised an eyebrow, appreciatively patting Zhou Shulin on the shoulder. Well done, keep up the good work. Compared to Lu Tong, who was also a connection, Zhou Shulin's ties were actually more robust. However, his aptitude was lacking, and he did not handle matters with sufficient agility. Li Rue had previously offered some pointers, and to his surprise, Zhou Shulin seemed to have absorbed them all. What was even more commendable was that he applied them in practice. This was commendable. In the Qinghe branch, excelling in martial prowess is undoubtedly crucial. But if that is unattainable, Li Rue believed that information is the next best alternative. Cultivating a wide network of friends often serves the purpose of gathering information, which then allows one to make the most advantageous judgments for themselves. The small river had indeed seen a successful encirclement last night, which was as Li Rue had anticipated. The county office, Huaqing sect, Tianyi Alliance, and Blood Tiger Gang had all mobilized. If such a formidable force could not handle a mere Gui Ming sect, they would have no choice but to call upon the military. Having grasped the situation, with the black market gradually stabilizing, he now had more time to spend in the branch. It was not that he believed Tianyi Hall to be more important than the black market, but rather that the branch housed more experts, providing a greater sense of security. Grabbing a dusty Dao scripture from the shelf, Li Rue began to read with great interest once more, turning pages and practicing. Such was his daily routine. Avoiding violence is prudent. Best to keep her distance from me. Old Man. Chapter 79. The Matriarch of 10,000 Ghosts. The county office. The side hall. A familiar setting, filled with familiar faces. County Magistrate Zhang, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, The Gui Ming sect is a malignant tumor of the empire, a remnant of the previous dynasty, with a relentless desire for restoration, their lethal actions ever present. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support, which has enabled us to eradicate these fiends in one fell swoop. He elaborated extensively, delivering several thousand words. However, aside from a few educated heads of families, the majority present were rough martial artists who found little interest in such pedantic rhetoric. The leader of the Chai gang was so bored that he began to doze off. Had it not been for the thunderous snores that Zhang could no longer endure, he might have continued for another hour. Frowning, he shot a glare at the Chai gang leader, Hu Lu, and instructed the leader of the Yu gang to wake him. When the words in conclusion were uttered, those familiar with Magistrate Zhang understood that the discourse was finally drawing to a close. They instinctively straightened in their seats. The Gui Ming sect still had numerous fiends lurking about, poised to retaliate, and it was urged that everyone remain vigilant. The assembly, however, shared a collective scoff, recognizing the county office's shrewd machinations. It was the government that sought to eradicate the Gui Ming sect, yet it was also the government that now seemed indifferent. The previous night's ambush against the Gui Ming sect had hardly gone smoothly, as the number of beasts they had bred far exceeded expectations, resulting in significant casualties on all sides. While the Gui Ming sect had been largely suppressed, experts like the Ghost-Faced Blade had managed to escape. These individuals would become venomous serpents, capable of striking at any moment. That was the true source of concern. Yet, Magistrate Zhang appeared unwilling to pursue the matter further. The leader of the Ma gang could no longer contain himself. Master Zhang, this task was assigned to us by the government, and now you wish to abandon it? Hu Lu, who gave him such audacity to speak thus to this official? Zhang's demeanor transformed in an instant. A moment ago, he had been congenial, but now he was a tempest of wrath, leaving Hu Lu trembling before his authority. Zhang then snorted disdainfully, inwardly berating, "A mere woodcutter dares to raise his voice against me. I respect you as a leader. Yet a single word from me could condemn your Chai gang to a year without food." He surveyed the assembly. "Do any of you have further objections?" Among those present was Zhu Ping, the head of the Zhu family. The Zhu clan had also contributed to the eradication of the Gui Ming sect. He cast a glance at the three individuals seated at the head of the table, Song Jinyuan, Tang Sheng, and Peng Hu, sighing softly. It was clear that Magistrate Zhang had reached some form of agreement with those three. As long as they remained silent, the other factions could easily be manipulated by Zhang. All were reliant on the bounty of Qinghe. Offending the government would undoubtedly lead to difficult times ahead. Zhang's capacity to navigate the political landscape was impressive. Aside from the Huaqing sect, Tiandi Alliance, and Xuehu Gang, everyone else was merely performing unpaid labor, aiming to curry favor with the magistrate to avoid potential repercussions. Fortunately, Yuer was with the Huaqing sect. Earlier that morning, Zhang had already informed the Zhu family that they would receive a separate compensation. Connections in the court were advantageous. The Huaqing sect's standing in Ning was scarcely inferior to that of the county office. Seeing that no one in the hall spoke up, Zhang revealed a satisfied smile. "Then, we shall disperse." His aim was to achieve political merit, to impress his superiors, and secure a more favorable position. Whether the Gui Ming sect had been completely annihilated was of no concern to him. A general victory was sufficient for report to the governor. As for the potential retaliation from the Gui Ming sect, that was not a matter for him to fret over. After all, the county office had ample experts, and he resided within its walls. He felt no trepidation. Due to Zhu Yu, Song Jinyuan and several disciples from the Huaqing sect also took residence with the Zhu family. Compared to other locations, the Zhu family felt like kin, allowing for more convenient discourse without the constant worry of eavesdropping. Song Jinyuan was in high spirits as well. His own presence in Qinghe was merely a task assigned by his sect. As long as the facade was maintained, all would be well. The true objective was the celestial treasures. Has Elder Jiang, my master's nephew, provided any updates? During the previous night's confrontation, the strength of the Gui Ming sect had surpassed expectations, even breeding 5 7th-tier beasts. Fortunately, Jiang Linxian intervened. With 5 swords, those 5 beasts were swiftly vanquished, leaving them with no chance to resist. The assembled forces had not even glimpsed Jiang Linxian's visage. What does it mean to embody the essence of a sword immortal? Jiang Yan interjected. The matriarch of 10,000 ghosts from the Gui Ming sect has fled with the celestial treasure, and my father has gone in pursuit. The mention of the matriarch of 10,000 ghosts sparked a flicker of apprehension in Song Jinyuan's eyes. The Gui Ming sect was vast, with a complex web of influence spread across many regions of Yu Kingdom, and in Ning, the leader was a woman known by the moniker of the matriarch of 10,000 ghosts. Her prowess was formidable. However, for Jiang Linxian, it merely posed the challenge of slaying a few more foes. Jiang Linxian had been searching so diligently precisely because the matriarch was skilled in disguise, often blending into crowds, making her exceedingly difficult to detect. It was precisely this mastery of disguise that had allowed her to steal the celestial treasure. Everyone nodded in agreement. No one wished to linger in Qinghe any longer, as staying could render them vulnerable to assassination. They began to pack their belongings, and half an hour later, they would convene. The crowd dispersed. Zhu Yu's expression was clouded. Among the Huaqing sect, he alone had established a family in Qinghe. The Zhu family had also been involved in the previous night's ambush, and would undoubtedly become a target for the Gui Ming sect's vengeance. To leave now and risk calamity would surely lead to whispers behind his back. A disciple familiar with Zhu Yu discerned his unease. Junior brother Zhu, as martial practitioners, we ought to sever ties with worldly attachments. Such matters are fleeting and only serve to create vulnerabilities. Many within the Huaqing sect shared this sentiment. Numerous martial artists were emotionally detached, devoted solely to their path, maintaining a meager connection with their families. Zhu Yu furrowed his brow slightly. His concern for the Zhu family were one thing, but he was far more worried about his own reputation. Reassured by Han's comforting words, Zhu Yu's mood lightened considerably. He smiled. Brother Han speaks truly. Thus, the party from the Huaqing sect departed from Qinghe City. Chapter 80, Celestial Treasures. Tiandi Alliance, Qinghe Branch. The Zhang Residence. Behind a screen, a silhouette delicately plucked the strings of a guqin, the melody flowing like a gentle stream. Brother Li, Brother Wu, cheers. Zhang Yang raised his cup. Li Rui and Wu Tu drained their cups in unison. Following the events concerning the Gui Ming sect, Zhang Yang had invited Li Rui and Wu Tu to his home, having procured a courtesan from the pleasure quarters. A considerable sum had certainly been spent. Today was purely a private banquet, with Zhang Yang footing the bill himself. What defines a trusted confidant? It is not merely frequent inquiries about one's well-being, but the willingness to share a drink during idle times. If the location happens to be a brothel, that individual becomes a true confidant. Today's gathering bore resemblance to a brothel in spirit. Zhang Yang had suffered defeat at the hands of Zhao Wei, and his authority had diminished significantly. Many former subordinates had defected to others, leaving only Li Rui and Wu Tu steadfastly by his side, particularly Li Rui, who could have commanded any of the other 6 halls with his badge of number 11. Yet he chose to remain with the Tiani Hall. This exemplified loyalty. As for Wu Tu, he was one of Zhang Yang's earliest followers. Such loyalty is rare. No one cares for adornments, but the warmth of assistance in times of hardship is invaluable. Zhang Yang was well aware of this bond. Li Rui leaned back against the soft cushions. Zhang Yang had many virtues, yet he had an undeniable affinity for the pleasure quarters. Though he invited them over, he always hesitated to spend lavishly, opting for mere melodies each time. It felt too refined. I still find myself at odds with the lifestyle of the common folk. Zhang Yang raised his cup and said, Brother Li, it is fortunate that you did not venture to Xiaogo this time. The ambush seems glamorous. Yet our deputy leader, Qin, nearly fell victim to that monstrous serpent, and his injuries remain unhealed. Just recalling that night fills me with dread. Li Rui replied, with age, my body has weakened, and I have fallen ill. Otherwise, I would certainly have contributed to the branch. He had already learned about the events of the ambush. Many lives were lost in the Qinghe branch, including 2 stewards. However, this time the authorities were quite generous, offering substantial rewards. Yet, death is death. While compensation may reach the families of the 2 stewards, if Li Rui were to perish, it would be in vain. Faking illness was indeed a wise decision. Zhang Yang persisted, Brother, have you truly considered becoming the leader of the Wenwu Hall next year? With Zhao Wei's demise, among the 4 deputy leaders of Qinghe, only Go Hong poses a threat to you. Given past experiences, Zhang Yang now valued character above all. Li Rui was steady in his conduct, adept in martial arts. Albeit somewhat aged, while he might lack potential, his combat effectiveness remained formidable. Li Rui chuckled and shook his head. Leader Zhang, as an old man, I find contentment in perusing books at Tiani Hall. Zhang Yang felt helpless, having urged Li Rui on numerous occasions, only to be met with rejection each time. Wu Tu seized the opportunity to jest, and the trio consumed several more cups of wine. As the merriment swelled, the courtesan was escorted away by an old servant. With a slight inebriation, Zhang Yang lowered his voice. You 2 are trusted allies, so I shall not conceal this from you. Do you know why the Huaping sect has made such a grand display, with Jiang Linxian personally coming to Qinghe? Li Rui and Wu Tu exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Zhang Yang, with a smug smile and an air of mystery, declared, "It is for the Xianbao." Xianbao. Li Rui's pupils slightly contracted. Just the name itself hinted at its extraordinary nature. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Wu Tu inquired, "What exactly is the Xianbao?" Zhang Yang shrugged. "I have no idea. It was only yesterday that Dao leader informed me about it." "Zhang, where's the Xianbao now?" Upon hearing Wu Tu voice his own curiosity, Li Rui perked up. It was said that the Xianbao had been stolen by the Wan Gui Lao Mu of the Gui Ming Jiao, who was proficient in disguise and had escaped amidst the chaos, prompting Jiang Linxian to pursue her. "Oh, I see," Wu Tu expressed disappointment. Neither Wan Gui Lao Mu nor Jiang Linxian were adversaries that the Tiandi alliance could contend with, let alone a mere steward like him. Zhang Yang remarked, "No need to dwell on it. That matter has passed. I merely shared it for the sake of entertainment." This was also the primary purpose of Zhang Yang's banquet. He genuinely wished to avoid witnessing the demise of his capable subordinates. As the feast concluded, he found himself lacking in elixirs. Indeed, it was a time of turmoil. Autumn had arrived, bringing a noticeable chill to the air. In the courtyard, Li Rui wielded his large blade, moving with the grace of an old ape at play, as if the 70-pound sword were merely a stick. The softest of things could traverse the firmest of realms. After several modifications, the Bai Yuan Pai Dao had long since transformed beyond recognition. Even members of the Huaping sect would likely not recognize it as the Bai Yuan Pai Dao that Li Rui practiced. This was quite satisfactory. Li Rui no longer needed to hide in secrecy regarding his martial arts. Daily practice and the consumption of elixirs naturally propelled his progress, and before long, he anticipated reaching the legendary Yugu realm. A week passed in this manner, and Li Rui continued to sit in Tianyi Hall, engrossed in his reading. To his surprise, he discovered that perusing texts indeed benefited his martial arts. The thoughts of a certain elder with the surname Huang echoed in his mind. Was it not he who attained the title of the world's greatest by studying in the Sutra Pavilion? He authored a book that birthed 3 great heroes. Given his current progress, perhaps one day he might comprehend a peerless martial art. When that day comes, he would surely bestow it with a resounding name, one that future practitioners would take pride in. Whether he could create his own martial arts, Li Rui did not know. Yet, the Bai Yuan Pai Dao had completely reshaped itself, aligning perfectly with his innate qualities, allowing him to often enter a state of unity between man and blade. As evening descended, Li Rui finally set down the book and exited Tianyi Hall. After the ambush, disciples began to flock to Tianyi Hall once more, whispering in clusters about recent events. "Have you heard? The lunatics of Gui Ming Jiao launched a surprise attack on a deputy incense master of the Shuehu gang, leaving him gravely injured and still unconscious. However, the deputy leader of Shuehu gang retaliated, slaying many of those fiends, which brought some relief. With Vice Alliance leader Tang here, we have nothing to fear," one disciple proudly proclaimed. Yet another tall, slender man expressed concern. "Staying in the branch may be safe. But who isn't T had to venture out? I've heard that a family on the eastern end of the city has suffered many casualties." "What was it called?" "Yes, the Zhu family." Chapter 81. Qi Lian knew, Gui Mian Dao, the Zhu family, is in trouble. Li Rui's heart skipped a beat. Among the prominent families in the city, the Zhu family ranked highly, boasting 3 or 4 renowned guardians within their estate, certainly not to be underestimated. The Gui Ming Jiao's choice to strike at the Zhu family could only be deemed unfortunate. Li Rui had no intention of visiting the Zhu family. He had served as a groom there, and his debts of gratitude had long since been repaid upon his departure. Even though Zhu Ping had sought to mend their relationship, it remained strictly a business arrangement. Would one genuinely visit a struggling business partner? Clearly, that was out of the question. Even if he were to go, it would be prudent to wait until the storm had passed. To foolishly venture there now could attract unwanted attention from the Gui Ming Jiao. Ultimately, the bonds of loyalty were not strong enough to compel him. Even if he were to help, the Zhu family might not express gratitude. It would simply be a thankless endeavor. Outside the city, in a secluded mountain temple, a burly man cursed, "Damn it. Do they really think our Gui Ming Jiao is easy to bully?" Last night was merely the beginning. Gui Mian Dao, Hu Yin Zhua grinned broadly, feeling a rush of exhilaration, then glanced at the woman beside him, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. "Damn woman. Can you refrain from flaunting those grotesque trinkets in front of me?" The woman, graceful yet marred by a horrific scar on her face, created a jarring visual dissonance that was unsettling. She delicately caressed the skins of human faces, as if stroking silk. These skins were still stained with blood, evidently freshly severed. You rough men simply cannot appreciate such beautiful things. The woman spoke in a soft, syrupy voice. Hu Yinjue couldn't help but shudder. Beautiful? What a joke. Within the Gui Ming Jiao, there were many fiends, and he would not claim to be virtuous. His misdeeds were numerous enough to silence an infant. Yet, compared to this woman before him, he felt like a saint. The blade in his hand unsheathed slightly before being sheathed again. He genuinely wanted to strike her. If it were not for the fact that this woman, named Sun Xian, was a disciple of one Gui Lao Mu, and that in 8th grade could be so repulsive, he would have long since ended her life. The likes of Tang and Peng were not to be trifled with. Last night, he had gravely injured a deputy incense master of the Shui Hu gang and had also crossed paths with Peng Hu. This woman before him was even more ruthless. She infiltrated the Zhu family using disguise techniques, slaughtering over 10 members. Had it not been for Tang Sheng's arrival, the Zhu family might have faced annihilation. Sun Bai Xian meticulously selected her face skins, her gaze turning cold. Dang Xing, Tian the Alliance. The deputy leader of the Shui Hu gang had been ambushed on his way out, which meant that remaining in the branch was indeed safe. As dusk fell, Li Rui practiced martial arts in the courtyard, moving with the deliberate grace of a master engaging in Tai Chi, his movements slow and precise. All day long, he had not stepped outside the confines of the residence. Dinner had already been consumed. The expanse of the house was somewhat of a drawback, with only 3 inhabitants. Li Rui had to traverse 3 doors to locate them. Ideally, the host would reside in the innermost part of the home, while the guards would occupy the front courtyard. However, given Li Rui's circumstances, neither Yang Yong nor Wang Zhao was suitable for the role of a guard, nor would it have been effective. They were all individuals who had once been lowly commoners, lacking the refinements expected by the gentry. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the door, Li Rui beheld a young man clad in the uniform of the Tiandi Alliance, accompanied by a girl of approximately 16 or 17 years. Li, this girl claims to be from the Zhu family, asserting she knows you, so I brought her here, the young man said with an ingratiating tone. In Qinghe's branch, Li Rui was a figure known to all. His reputation as the leader of the Tiantian Hall was formidable, primarily due to the waist token he bore and the prowess displayed in the arena. The Tiandi Alliance revered martial prowess, where strength commanded admiration. Li Rui gazed at the girl, a sigh escaping his lips. She was none other than Zhu family's 5th daughter, whom he had seen at her birth and had watched grow up. I do indeed know her. Thank you, young brother. The young disciple, initially prepared to deal harshly with any impostor, was pleasantly surprised to find that he truly recognized this elderly. A bond of goodwill had been secured. The young disciple, possessing discernment, swiftly delivered the girl and departed with haste. Only Li Rui and Zhu Ling remained at the door. Xiaoling, do you seek me for a reason? Zhu Ling's tear-streaked face bore an air of exhaustion, clearly having not slept a wink throughout the night. Who could, after the events of the previous evening? Uncle Li, our home was burglarized last night. My elder brother, second brother, and aunt were all killed, and my father was gravely injured and remains unconscious. I truly do not know whom to turn to. Uncle Li, recalling our past kindness, please assist our family. Zhu Ling's voice quavered as she knelt on the ground. In ancient times, though it was said that a man had gold beneath his knees, Zhu Ling, being a lady of a prominent family, had been raised in privilege, and her willingness to kneel before Li Rui reflected her sincerity. Li Rui remained unmoved, his gaze contemplative as he focused on Zhu Ling's chest. Zhu Ling's face flushed crimson. Uncle Li, if you are willing, I am prepared to do anything. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes fluttered shut, her body collapsing towards Li Rui. Clearly, the exertions of the night had taken their toll, the tension finally unraveling. Li Rui instinctively reached out to catch her. In an instant, Zhu Ling's eyes snapped open, but the innocence of youth had vanished, replaced by cunning, cruelty, and malice. A glint of cold steel flashed. Unbeknownst to him, a sharp dagger had appeared in her hand, aimed directly at Li Rui's waist. Yet, upon noticing the anomaly of his palm, her pupils constricted in disbelief. Killing intent. Li Rui's countenance displayed no sign of alarm. His raised hand emitted an aura that distorted the air around it, as if gas were rising. The hand became a blade. Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling was dead. Li Rui had long since grown accustomed to the act of killing. His only concern now was how to flawlessly dispose of the body. He crouched down, observing the rich golden light shimmering from Zhu Ling's chest, a manifestation of spiritual essence, with similar signs evident in various other parts of her body. He reached out, exploring her face. With a swift tug, an alluring yet grotesque visage emerged before him. Qi Lian knew. Upon recognizing the face, Li Rui's eyes narrowed slightly. In the realm of Qinghe, the Gui Ming sect was led by the mother of 10,000 ghosts, commanding 8 notorious demons, including the likes of San Tu, Duan Tu Nu, Qi Lian Nu, and Bai Shichong. Such revolting monikers they bore. Qi Lian Nu, once beautiful, had her looks marred, yet she excelled in the art of disguise, possessing an 8th grade power. All signs pointed to this woman before him. It was said that she had been injured by Tang Sheng the previous night and sought revenge, planning to infiltrate the branch under the guise of Zhu Ling to exact her wrath. Qi Lian Nu had discerned the Zhu family's circumstances and intended to exploit her ties with them to infiltrate the branch. A clever scheme indeed. It was rumored that true masters of disguise did not merely replicate a face, but fully embodied the essence of that person. Qi Lian Nu had done well, but alas, she had chosen the wrong individual. Li Rui, without hesitation, meticulously examined all the areas on Qi Lian Nu where spiritual essence flickered. If one must kill, one might as well do it with the spoils of war. It was rather courteous of her. Members of the Gui Ming sect were perpetually hunted by the authorities and lived in constant flux, possibly explaining why Qi Lian Nu bore such treasures. In the early morning, he had already sent Wang Zhao to the Zhu residence. Zhu Ping lay gravely injured and unconscious, while several sons and concubines met with tragic ends. Zhu Ling was missing. Thus, when Zhu Ling appeared, his suspicions were already aroused, and upon witnessing her laden with spiritual essence, his certainty was solidified. He had spent far too many years in the Zhu household. Zhu Ling could not possibly possess martial skills, nor would a family of such wealth bestow such treasures upon a concubine. The youth had acted rashly, leaving numerous flaws in his plan. Now he had to trouble this old man with the aftermath. Li Rui glanced toward the inner courtyard. The lights in Yang Yong and Wang Zhao's rooms remained lit, oblivious to the anomaly unfolding at the door. The speed of his actions had been so swift that Qi Lian Nu had made not a sound. He dragged Qi Lian Nu's body beneath a grand willow tree. As a martial artist of 8th grade strength, digging a grave was a trivial endeavor. He merely aimed to avoid disturbing Yang Yong and Wang Zhao. Thus he deliberately moderated his movements to keep noise to a minimum. In just a quarter of an hour, a deep pit sufficient to accommodate a body had been excavated. Li Rui pushed Qi Lian Nu's corpse into the grave, covered it with earth, and sprinkled a layer of aged soil atop to conceal any signs of disturbance. Only when the ground bore no traces of upheaval did he clap his hands in satisfaction. Qi Lian Nu was an 8th grade master. Having killed her would surely expose his strength, and handing her body over to the authorities would invite a greater onslaught of Gui Ming sect assailants. The meager reward was not worth the peril to his life. No amount of money was worth sacrificing one's existence. After completing these tasks, it was already deep into the night. Just as Li Rui prepared to turn away, a series of small letters materialized before his eyes. Congratulations, host, for completing the achievement renowned in the Jianghu. Intermediate plot, violence against violence 2. In the Jianghu, encounters with violence are inevitable. Sometimes, one must promote their deeds, while at other times, discretion is paramount. The best way to maintain a low profile is to bury the past. You have skillfully employed the art of corpse disposal in your early ventures into the Jianghu, which is commendable. Task violence against violence 2 completion rewards are being calculated. Task rating. Gain 40 achievement points. Name, Li Rui H. 7. Talent, Martial Bone, Exceptional Comprehension, Spirit Eye, Martial Arts, by Yuan Pai Dao. Achievements, 50,100 burying corpses. Li Rui was taken aback. It soon dawned on him. He had taken many lives, yet he had only buried corpses twice. He found the contents of the small letters to resonate with him. In the Jianghu, killing without knowing how to dispose of the body is futile. It only invites endless troubles. Upon returning to his chamber, he laid out all the items he had acquired from Qi Lian Nu on the table. Spiritual elixirs and weapons were in abundance, akin to a walking armory. What windfall! Li Rui's heart raced. The time spent toiling on the black market paled in comparison to the swiftness of having robbed an 8th grade master. Yet, he knew this method was not sustainable. The classification of the Gui Ming sect as a heretical cult by the court held some merit. Observe the array of weapons adorning Chilean Yin. Daggers concealed within her sleeves, a soft sword hidden in her pant legs, throwing darts, hidden arrows, and a powerful crossbow, each a treacherous instrument in its own right. Naturally, all of these now belong to Li Rue. 17 8th grade elixirs, and even a single 7th grade elixir attest to her affluence as a disciple of the old mother of 10,000 ghosts. Li Rue's old face beamed with delight. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon an exquisite, small wooden box, graced with a keyhole in its center. Yet, no key could be found on Chilean N's person. A thorough search yielded no other means to unlock the box, suggesting it was a mechanism box. Unless a specific method were employed, it would remain inaccessible. Brute force would merely trigger its defenses, resulting in destruction of its contents. Such a mechanism box is costly and reserved for only the most valuable items, a fact Li Rue was certain of. For within the confines of this box lay spiritual substances far surpassing the worth of all other items combined. It was undoubtedly a treasure. Reluctantly, Li Rue decided to set aside the box until he could consult someone skilled in mechanisms to devise a way to open it. Gazing at the abundant treasures strewn across the table, he mused upon this unexpected bounty from Chilean Inn, which also granted him an additional 40 achievement points, truly thoughtful of her. On the following day, Li Rue dispatched Wang Zhao and Yang Yong to the Zhu household, bringing along a spiritual elixir. Although the Zhu family was prosperous, they could not compare to the Tiandi alliance. This elixir, specially crafted by Jiang Cheng, was not particularly rare, but precisely suited to their needs. Zhu Ping, having consumed the elixir, finally awoke, marking a closure to Li Rue's past grievances. Furthermore, the missing Zhu Ling had been found, lifeless in the woods outside the city. Her demise ghastly, with her skin brutally flayed. The coroner from the Yamen confirmed Zhu Ling's identity, all at the hands of Chilean Inn. The ghostly underworld sect sought vengeance, not death. After their last confrontation, they had quieted down. Life resumed its normalcy, albeit the county's curfew rendered many seasoned courtesans isolated in their chambers. Li Rue remained unperturbed, practicing his skills and perusing texts. With the elixir sent by Chilean Inn, he had ample supply for a considerable time, and it would not be long before he ascended to the Jade Bone realm. Yang Yong and Wang Zhao continued their diligent tasks within the estate. On one particular day, Yang Yong swept the fallen leaves beneath the willow tree, only to gaze up and behold new buds sprouting from the ancient tree. Was it not autumn? Such a sight was an omen of good fortune. In ancient times, the officials would have cherished such occurrences, packaging them suitably for the court. Under the emperor's joyous countenance, one might even secure a general amnesty. However, when Yang Yong relayed this news to Li Rue, he cautioned Yang Yong against spreading it further, proclaiming that fortune should not be flaunted. Yang Yong wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing the wisdom of the elder. Indeed, there was much to learn. Chapter 83. The Graceful Canopy Brother Li. The sword immortal of Jiangdong truly possesses an extraordinary presence. That elder Jiang severed the old mother of 10,000 ghosts with 3 strokes of his sword. Her corpse now displayed upon the walls of Anning Prefecture. Wu Tu animatedly recounted the tale, his words rife with fervor. With the old mother vanquished, the ghostly underworld sect scattered like birds and beasts, leaving no fear of further assaults. Curiously, among the old mother's 3 major disciples, Chilean Inn has mysteriously vanished, and the ghostly underworld sect is scouring the earth for her. How peculiar, indeed. Li Rue glanced at the soil beneath him. Shidian? Her grave grass must be a foot high by now. The value of training in martial arts is indeed profound, even serving as fertilizer in this autumn. The old willow tree still flourished with new growth. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Elder Jiang. While the matter of Chilean Inn could be concealed from others, it would undoubtedly not escape the notice of the ghostly underworld sect. With the old mother deceased, the sect was likely preoccupied with their own survival, leaving little concern for Chilean Inn's fate. Additionally, the young disciple who had learned of Chilean Inn's visit to his home had been discreetly dismissed, likely now far from Anning Prefecture. It was best for the case to remain an unsolved mystery. Even if inquiries arose, tracing them back to him would prove difficult. 10 miles outside Qinghe City, beside the official road and amidst the woods, the ghostly faceblade, Hu Yanjue, warily regarded a gaunt, pale-faced man. You did not slay the old mother. Why obstruct my path? With the old mother's death, the ghostly face sect in Qinghe was left leaderless. And Hu Yanjue had no intention of lingering in this perilous locale. He gripped his blade, refraining from striking, for he lacked the confidence to best the man before him. The man standing opposite Hu Yanjue was none other than Gangyang Han, one of the old mother's 3 disciples, known for his formidable prowess. Unlike Qilian and Su Xian, Gangyang Han had earned his place through sheer skill. A genuine 7th-grade master. Folies, Gangyang Han disdainfully regarded Hu Yanjue. Veins bulged on Hu Yanjue's forehead, for no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Ignoring Hu Yanjue's ire, Gangyang Han continued, Do you truly believe the old mother is dead? Hu Yanjue was taken aback, narrowing his eyes slightly. What do you mean? The old mother has long attained immortality. The one Jiang killed was merely a body. The old mother cannot perish. Hu Yanjue's pupils constricted in shock as he recalled a sinister technique rumored within the ghostly underworld sect, incredulously asking, Is it true that the old mother has succeeded? His voice trembled slightly. Gangyang Han maintained an air of superiority. How could a mere mortal comprehend the old mother's realm? I advise you to remain in Qinghe. Otherwise, face the consequences. Hu Yanjue fell silent. If what Gangyang Han asserted was accurate, he indeed would not dare to leave. Gangyang Han's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Very well. I have another matter to inquire. What is it? Where has Su Xian gone? I have inquired of many, and they all told me you were the last to see her. Gangyang Han stepped forward, exerting pressure on Hu Yanjue. Hu Yanjue snorted dismissively. I'm not her father. How would I know? Then tell me what you do know. Initially inclined to retort, Hu Yanjue suppressed his anger upon recalling the old mother. Very well. Gangyang Han's thin lips twisted into a sardonic smile, revealing his cruel demeanor. Hu Yanjue muttered, I never realized that you people possess such fraternal bonds. Bonds? Gangyang Han nearly burst into laughter. He would relish the opportunity to slay the detestable Su Xian. The reason for seeking her was for the celestial treasure. Indeed, the old mother, anticipating today as circumstances, had divided the celestial treasure into 4 parts, retaining 70% for herself and distributing the remaining 30% among her 3 disciples. The old mother's death at Jiang Lingxian's hands was a scheme of her own design. She feigned her demise. Even Su Hua had been deliberately manipulated by her to ally with the ghostly underworld sect, solely to draw Jiang Lingxian's attention. The old mother understood well that she could not monopolize the entire celestial treasure. 30% would suffice. Gangyang Han cared little for Su Xian. His sole aim was to retrieve the celestial treasure from her possession and fulfill the old mother's directive. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Li Rui had never indulged in such a luxurious existence, consuming a spiritual elixir daily. The prowess of the martial bones earned them the title of the world's foremost, achieved through comprehensive dominance. While it was impossible to facilitate immediate ascension, it allowed one to stay ahead in every aspect, as exemplified by the spiritual elixirs. Ordinary martial artists require no more than 1 medicinal pill per week. As the saying goes, a medicine is 3 parts poison. This holds true even for spiritual elixirs. Excessive consumption diminishes their efficacy. While true martial arts masters may rely heavily on medicinal pills, they cannot simply accumulate them to gain strength. However, the unique physique known as Wugu possesses the ability to minimize the detrimental effects of medicinal toxins. Li Rui's cultivation-level sword. In front of Tianyi Hall, Liang he gazed at Li Rui in astonishment. What kind of martial arts are you practicing, home master? He inquired, noticing that Li Rui's movements had slowed considerably, to the point of taking half a day to shift even a single step, appearing devoid of any lethality. Can this really kill? Liang pondered in vain. The hall master is practicing a very novel martial art, he thought, maintaining his unconditional trust in Li Rui, no matter how peculiar the situation. Every time it had been proven that the hall master's words were always correct. Li Rui clasped his hands in front of his chest, embodying the principle of striking slowly to counter speed. Liang he was increasingly perplexed. In the realm of martial arts, speed was universally recognized as paramount. regardless of the weapon. Speed equated to strength. Thus, countless martial artists pursued swiftness, yet Li Rue chose to tread a different path, seeking slowness. This was incomprehensible to Liang He, leading him to believe his comprehension was far inferior to that of Hall Master Li. Li Rue offered no further explanation. Such matters could only be understood through personal insight. Realization could not be imparted by others. After completing his training, the hour had reached the time of high. He had received his 7th grade spiritual pill from Qi Liannu. The moment had arrived. Li Rue sensed he was merely a step away from achieving the perfection of Tonggu. It was the optimal time to consume this pill. With a tilt of his head, he swallowed the 7th grade spiritual pill. A surge of warmth coursed through him, his pores instantly opening wide, within a breath. His back was drenched in sweat. Chapter 84. Yu Fupi, Great Perfection. Yu Fupi transformed the sinews and bones into jade bones, doubling strength. The realm of Tonggu was merely a precursor to Yugu. Jade bone martial artists could tread upon the Lu Jin, transforming into dragon-like sinews, yielding boundless benefits. His blood surged like the tide, continuously cleansing Li Rue's bones. The path to Tonggu offered no shortcuts. It was simply a matter of perseverance. One must endure through the power of medicinal pills and relentless daily practice. Of course, heaven often favors the talented. Those endowed with unique physiques like Wugu advance at a pace far exceeding ordinary individuals. Li Rue experienced the sensation of genius. After a night of meditative stillness, the first rays of dawn penetrated through the window paper, illuminating the room with beams of light, revealing swirling dust motes within shafts. Li Rue slowly opened his eyes. He had succeeded. After a night of rigorous effort, he had finally entered the realm of Yugu. Such rapid progress was almost unbelievable. At 70 years of age to achieve martial prowess, attaining Yugu at 71, was this not the mark of a genius? As he opened and closed his palms, he observed the bones beneath his hands shimmering with a crystalline hue, a distinctive sign of Yugu. Li Rue picked up a nearby large blade. It felt remarkably light. Roughly estimating, his strength had more than doubled. A single punch could potentially fell more than one ox. Entering Yugu, there was a certain probability of condensing the true qi of the dragon form when breaking into the Lu Jin realm, which would greatly enhance his cultivation. Images of ancient texts he had perused before flashed through Li Rue's mind. Dragon form. Li Leoj, it's been a few days. You seem even more robust. Zhang Yang cheerfully entered the Li residence. Zhang Tar, have you come to see me for something today? Li Rue inquired with curiosity. Yesterday, Zhang Yang had sent word that he would visit today. Their relationship was amicable, and they typically met directly for gatherings, so this advance notice was quite rare. Zhang Yang had arrived as promised. He gestured towards the man beside him. It's none other than Xiao Su. He insists on having another match with you, but is too embarrassed to approach directly. Xiao Su was none other than Su Tai, who had previously battled Li Rue during the branch examination. Despite his defeat, Su Tai had managed to regain his standing through sheer strength and was now introduced as the leader of the hall under Zhang Yang's endorsement. Su Tai cupped his fists towards Li Rue, speaking succinctly, I have encountered a bottleneck in my swordsmanship and hope that Li Leoj can offer some guidance. He was a swordsman, not particularly loquacious, preferring to express himself through his blade. Consequently, he sought to enhance his skills through combat rather than solitary contemplation. Such individuals were often referred to as martial enthusiasts. Li Rue nodded. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Let us spar. Spar was a more subtle expression for their practice. Both were Zhang Yang's associates, considered true colleagues, so their conversation was naturally polite, as future assistance from Su Tai might be required. Su Tai did not expect Li Rue to agree so readily. Thank you, Li Leoj. After their previous encounter, although Su Tai had lost his position as the leader of the medicinal hall, he had experienced significant improvement in his swordsmanship through diligent practice. This inspired him to seek another match with Li Rue. While he may not have been adept at social niceties, he understood that approaching directly could offend, prompting him to enlist Zhang Yang as an intermediary. Li Rue's willingness to exchange techniques filled Su Tai with excitement and fervor. Su Tai could hardly contain his eagerness. Please. Li Rue chuckled, moving to a more spacious area of the courtyard. Striking with fists and feet could easily damage the flowers and plants. And Old Yang would surely grumble for quite some time. Su Tai retrieved 2 wooden swords he had prepared in advance, handing one to Li Rue. Given that they were merely sparring, it would be inappropriate to use real weapons, but Su Tai was eager for a more engaging challenge, thus devising this compromise. Li Rui weighed the wooden sword in his hand and smiled lightly. Indeed, you are quite the enthusiast. His impression of Su Tai improved. Such dedication to swordsmanship made him a worthy ally, devoid of ulterior motives. Let us begin. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Su Tai, already primed for action, lunged forward with his sword. In a typical exchange, the initial strike would be a slash. However, Su Tai, fully aware of Li Rui's weapon prowess, was cautious not to leave an opening, choosing instead a diagonal cut to protect his vulnerable points. How intriguing! Li Rui also made his move, but rather than a strike or a slice, he cleverly aligned the blade's body against Su Tai's sword, creating a graceful arc in the air to deflect Su Tai's powerful blow. What style of swordsmanship is this? Su Tai gasped, exerting pressure to force Li Rui down with his youthful vigor. Yet, Li Rui remained calm, his swordsmanship relaxed, while Su Tai's efforts failed to unsettle him in the slightest. The more they fought, the more anxious Su Tai became. Those involved often lose perspective, while onlookers gain clarity. Zhang Yang, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. This is no mere sparring. It resembles a teaching session. The so-called teaching session refers to a scenario within martial arts schools where the master's skills far surpass those of the student. During practice, the master intentionally restrains the student just enough to guide their technique. Despite the apparent slight restraint, the disparity in strength is monumental. This implied that Li Rui's prowess exceeded Su Tai's by a considerable margin. A thought surged in Zhang Yang's mind, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Could it be that he has reached the 8th grade? Meanwhile, after approximately 100 exchanges, Li Rui seized upon a flaw in Su Tai's defense, striking him with the back of the wooden sword against his right waist with considerable force. Even though it was merely a wooden sword, Su Tai felt a sharp pain, staggering back several steps, clutching his right side and grimacing. Just as he was gearing up for another strike, Zhang Yang interjected with a grin, seizing Su Tai's shoulder. All right, Li Leoj, don't bully him too much. Su Tai was somewhat confused by Zhang Yang's words. Zhang Yang clarified, you see, Li Hall Master is clearly demonstrating a teaching session. He has already reached the 8th grade. 8th grade? Su Tai's eyes widened in disbelief. He was by no means a fool. Li Rui sheathed his sword and smiled, saying, Zhang Tangzhu, it was merely luck. Do not elevate my status. Su Tangzhu's blade is truly formidable. He then turned to Su Tai, remarking, I am but an old man whose potential has been exhausted. Su Tangzhu is young and accomplished. In the future, when your martial prowess reaches great heights, do remember this old man. The future belongs to the youth. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes in response. Exhausted potential? Training at 70, breaking through to the 8th tier at 71, and still bursting with vitality. How can one call that exhausted potential? Li Leoj is far from being in his twilight years. He is clearly in his prime. Chapter 85. Strength determines status. The moon hung low in the eastern boughs. At the Qinghe branch, within the Zhang residence, several alluring young maidens danced amidst fluttering silk ribbons, their arms resembling snow-white lotus roots, with glimpses of their thighs subtly visible. Li Tangzhu, congratulations, congratulations. Li Rui had lost track of how many had raised a toast to him. It was merely luck. He did not refuse, allowing each guest a drink. With the hosts and guests in high spirits, the atmosphere naturally grew vibrant. Zhang Yang, upon learning of Li Rui's elevation to the 8th tier, promptly decided to host a banquet and invited all members of his faction. Ahem, everyone, lend me your ears. Li Leoj, achieving greatness later in life, fills me with joy as his younger brother. From now on, Li Leoj is my elder brother. Treat him as you would treat me, or I shall be the first to object. The meaning was unmistakable. Li Rui was now the second in command of their faction. Strength dictates status. With Li Rui's breakthrough, both shared the 8th tier, and while a hierarchical relationship existed, it would soon transform into equality, with Li Rui at the very least becoming a senior elder. Given their already amicable relationship, Zhang Yang was keen to cultivate Li Rui's allegiance to bolster his own faction's strength. Li Rui cupped his fists, stating, we are all brothers. I'm merely an old man. If you do not mind, call me Li Leoj. Li Ye. Almost everyone present was familiar with Li Rui and began to shower him with sweet flattery. Achieving greatness late in life, an old dragon in the making. The sage of our time, 70 is not too late. Old yet vigorous, white-haired with a youthful visage. Naturally, Li Rue did not believe a word of it. At 60, one becomes discerning. Having lived for 70 years, he was acutely aware of what is genuine and what is feigned. It was merely a performance. As the dance concluded, the beautiful maidens gracefully settled beside various guests or perched upon their laps. It appeared that Zhang Yang's interest extended beyond mere music. Li Rue embraced a young maiden who appeared charming and delicate. The disparity in status was evident. Previously, he and Wu Tu had accompanied Zhang Yang, where Zhang Yang, as the superior, required his subordinates to provide value. He acted as he pleased. Now, however, the dynamics shifted to align with Li Rue's preferences, even though he had a penchant for younger ladies. In the deep of night, Li Rue, slightly inebriated, stumbled out of the Zhang residence, accompanied by a few companions. Li Leoj, wherever you point, I shall follow, without hesitation. That lady from the Liu family in the east, though 40, resembles an 18-year-old. I shall take you to see her one day. What do you take our Li Gu for? Li Rue remained silent, merely listening with a smile. As they parted ways, he wandered far, his steps gradually becoming steadier. Observing his complexion, one could discern no trace of drunkenness. It was essential to partake in revelry. Yet one must avoid excessive intoxication that leads to embarrassment. Li Rue had mastered this balance long ago. If he truly drunkenly embarrassed himself, it would be a disgrace. Tomorrow, the branch leader should seek me out. Revealing his 8th-tier prowess was indeed part of his plan. Having attained the Yugo level, the next step would be the Liu Jin stage. Progressing into the Liu Jin realm necessitated resources exceeding tenfold that of the Tonggu level, and his current identity brought about numerous inconveniences. Furthermore, as one's cultivation deepens, certain matters inevitably become difficult to conceal. Concealing one's talents is not clever, but rather foolish. There exists a stark difference between revealing oneself voluntarily and being discovered by others. Today's events had already been anticipated when Zhang Yang's messenger arrived. The next day, 2 distinguished guests arrived at Tianyi Hall. Dang Mengdu, Dao Dangdu. Li Rue gazed at Tang Sheng in surprise. This vice leader of the Gue Ming sect had not rushed to leave Qinghe after assuming his position, publicly claiming to guard the branch against the malevolent designs of the Gue Ming sect. To Li Rue's astonishment, Tang Sheng, the deputy leader, had personally come. Li Hui, is it? I remember you well. Dang Sen Juke Wam Li. Given Li Rue's seniority, he did not adopt an authoritative demeanor, but rather exuded a friendly aura. Dao Xiong also laughed heartily. Zhang Fu Tangzhu has informed me of your situation. This is a blessing for Qinghe, indeed worthy of celebration. Zhou Shulin looked on at the 2 leaders, swallowing hard. Since the establishment of the Qinghe branch, had the branch leader ever visited Tianyi Hall? Not once. It was even less likely for the vice leader to do so. Truly, the humble abode had been graced, and he regretted not polishing the bookshelves at Tianyi Hall more thoroughly today. Tang Sheng scrutinized Li Rue, noting his resilience despite age, an inner brilliance that was distinctly extraordinary. This is a sign of great prosperity for our Tiandi alliance. In ancient times, auspicious omens were widely believed. A hunter spotting a white deer was seen as a harbinger of fortune, and encountering auspicious clouds could also be interpreted as a good omen. In simple terms, anything rare could be regarded as an auspicious sign. Li Rue, at 70, mastering martial arts and breaking through 2 tiers within a year, was certainly the epitome of good fortune. Reporting to the court, it would serve as evidence of the people's peace and the nation's prosperity. Within the Tiandi alliance, it would signify the alliance's impending rise. Moreover, with the emergence of the Tiandi alliance's Ning Mengzhu into the 6th tier, its visible prosperity was undeniable. The number of skilled practitioners had doubled compared to before, creating a significant gap from the other 2 sects and 3 families. Dao Xiong beamed with delight. Li Rue's breakthrough was also a merit to him. Li Tangzhu, it would be a waste for you to merely serve as the Tianyi Hall's leader. It would be better to take on the role of the Wenwu Hall's leader, with a salary that would double, ensuring a commendable ranking in next year's major examination. His sincerity was evident. The Wenwu Hall leader was indeed the highest-ranking position beneath the deputy leader, and the rewards were remarkably lucrative. Dao Xiong was well aware of this. A doubled salary was the maximum he could offer. The Tiandi alliance had its own regulations, and matters concerning the deputy leader could not be decided unilaterally. Li Rue was about to speak when Tang Sheng interjected, "Special matters require special handling." Li Laoj, at 70, remains diligent. You can inspire the disciples within the alliance to strive for martial excellence, serving as a role model. I will communicate with the main hall. You may assume the deputy leader's position for now. Dao Tangzhu must make the necessary arrangements. The timing of Li Rue's breakthrough was fortuitous. As the Tiandi alliance expanded, it was imperative to cultivate talent from within rather than solely recruiting from outside. Otherwise, they would remain uncommitted and lack loyalty. Li Rue could effectively motivate the younger disciples. If a 70-year-old grandpa can strive for greatness, what excuses do they have for not working hard? Thank you, Tang Mengzhu. Li Rue felt elated. This would significantly accelerate the pace of earning. Chapter 86. A Blaze of Glory. Li Fu Tangzhu. From now on, Tiani Hall, the Medicine Hall, and the Black Market shall be under your purview. Dao Xiong executed his duties with remarkable efficiency, finalizing the deputy leader's arrangements that very day. Of course, the presence of Vice Leader Tang made it imperative to perform well. Thank you, Dao Tangzhu. Li Rue accepted the Wei's token inscribed with the number 6 from Dao Xiong, who felt fortunate. After Zhao Wei's demise, the several Wei's tokens belonging to the deputy leader were all replaced, except for this particular token marked with the number 6, which remained. Due to the delays caused by the affairs of the Gui Ming Jiao, it was not given much thought. In retrospect, this spared him considerable trouble, as relocating positions within the branch is a significant undertaking that requires considerable effort. After bidding farewell to Dao Xiong, Li Rue gazed at the number 6 waist token in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At first glance, it seemed that as the deputy leader, he merely gained control over pharmacy. However, the reality was drastically different. To put it plainly, he would soon have 2 hall masters and a steward working under him. And all personnel appointments in the 2 halls and the black market would be solely at his discretion. Furthermore, as the deputy leader of the Qinghe branch of the Tiandiming, he had effectively entered the upper echelons of Qinghe. The disparity in information is what renders a superior elusive. There are numerous matters that, as a mere hall master, Li Rue could never access. Just as he closed the door to his room, a series of small texts appeared. Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement of gaining fame and recognition in the preliminary storyline. To thrive in the Jianghu, reputation and status are indispensable. You have successfully ascended to the upper echelons and gradually established your renown in the Jianghu. Achievement task completion. Gaining fame 2, reward settlement in progress. Task rating. Earn 20 achievement points. Name, Li Rue. Age, 7. Talent, martial bone, exceptional understanding, spiritual eye. Cultivation technique, B Yuan Pi Dao. Achievements, 70100. Indeed, this further solidified Li Rue's conviction in his decision. As long as his status rose, he could acquire achievement points. On the first day of becoming deputy leader, Zhou Rue and Qian Kai came to congratulate him and invited him to drink a Huayi Lu for an entire night. On the second day, Guhong visited to extend his congratulations, and they spent the night listening to music at the Jiaofeng Sea, revealing a temperament akin to Zhang Yang. On the third day, the Zhu and Lu families came to offer their congratulations, and they returned to Huayi Lu. On the fourth day, Ma Jianshi came to express his congratulations, and Li Rue appeared quite pleased with his new position, indulging in festivities for 6 consecutive days. Of course, it was all a fade. Some formalities had to be observed, as they would prove useful at some point. Not everyone had the privilege to invite him for drinks, nor was it guaranteed that he would indulge. Excessive indulgence is detrimental to one's health. Li Rue was well aware of this principle. The obsession with pleasure is a cardinal sin for martial practitioners. One must learn to accept some things while rejecting others. While one must mingle with the crowd, one must also maintain personal integrity. Li Rue assessed that he had managed quite well. Before long, Qinghe recognized him as their deputy leader. Otherwise, a proud individual attempting to penetrate the upper echelons would undoubtedly encounter numerous obstacles. Gradually, Li Rue began to decline many invitations for drinks, citing his advancing age. This was one of the benefits of aging. There was no need to concoct excuses for refusal, as others found no fault in it. He practiced martial arts and studied diligently, never slacking off. Social niceties were merely for show. True foundation lies in strength. The vibrant scenery may captivate the eye, but only those who endure until the end can be deemed true victors. If one were to name the individual most averse to Li Rui's ascension as deputy leader, Jiang Cheng would undoubtedly be among them, having promised 7 days. How could he renege? Upon hearing that Li Rui intended to visit every 10 days instead, and that he would require Jiang Cheng to dedicate an hour each day to his alchemical work, he felt 100 grievances arise. Li Rui smiled slightly. Little Jiang, this is merely a training exercise for you. If upon my return in 10 days, I find your alchemical skills have improved, I might consider visiting daily. Painting grand visions is an essential skill for any superior. However, the flavor of such visions is highly nuanced. Some seek power, others seek wealth. And individuals like Jiang Cheng are the most challenging to manage. Fortunately, Li Rui possessed the spiritual eye, as a resource more precious than alchemical skills. He had no difficulty in managing Jiang Cheng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to comply. Initially, Dao Xiong intended for him to oversee the Zhong Yi Tang, as it was simpler to manage, but Li Rui had him oversee the pharmacy instead. To others, Jiang Cheng might be a thorny character, but to Li Rui, he was a rare gem, a private alchemist who relished in honing his craft. Such opportunities are rarely encountered. With the black market and pharmacy, Li Rui's production of spiritual elixirs was entirely self-sufficient. He would procure spiritual herbs at low prices from the black market using his spiritual eye and then utilize Jiang Cheng's free labor to refine these herbs into elixirs. A single spiritual elixir would sell for 500 taels at the pharmacy, whereas Li Rui could obtain it for merely 50 taels. A tenfold difference. This was indeed enough to drive anyone mad with excitement. These were aspects that could only be fully controlled after ascending to the position of deputy leader. Deputy leader, Li possessed a commendable rapport with others, a consensus within the Qingyi branch. This was not solely due to his adeptness in social affairs, but also because of his age, 71 years. An age at which, even if one were to engage in theft, it would bear little fruit. In truth, deputy leader Li had always conducted himself thus. Li Laogo, please come in. Gu Hong greeted with a warm smile as he led Li Rui into his residence. Unlike the other deputy leaders, Gu Hong had already established a significant enterprise in Qing, and had only joined the Tian Dimeng midway. Although he relinquished his position as the head of the martial arts school, he did not move into the branch like the others. Upon entering, Li Rui immediately noticed a plethora of young women, ranging from 18 to 38 years old, in Gu Hong's courtyard. Typically, Gu Hong carried himself with an air of integrity, but it was surprising to see his playful side in private. Clearing his throat, Gu Hong remarked, "These are all gifts from friends. I cannot refuse. In fact, I have not approached women in quite some time." Li Rui nodded knowingly, a semblance of a smile on his lips. He understood. It was said that some ascetics, to sharpen their will, would deliberately sleep beside beautiful companions without engaging in any intimate acts. Gu Hong's behavior bore a striking resemblance to that of such individuals. Noticing Li Rui's expression, Gu Hong realized he was skeptical and chose not to elaborate further. Exchanging maidservants was a common practice among the upper echelons of Qing. Li Rui and Gu Hong entered a cool pavilion. Gu Hong, being without a wife or children, was solitary, yet he had 7 disciples, a situation not uncommon in the martial arts community. In the perilous world of Jianghu, one inevitably cultivates enemies with attachments. Should an enemy come seeking revenge, witnessing the brutal demise of one's family would be far worse than remaining unencumbered from the start. Hence, most martial artists regard their disciples as sons, who in turn have a duty to care for their masters in old age, donning mourning attire when the time comes. Once seated, maidservants brought seasonal fruits and a pot of tea. Both Gu Hong and Li Rui found themselves in similar circumstances as newly appointed deputy leaders, which naturally fostered a closer relationship. Although Li Rui had risen through Zhang Yang's faction, as deputy leaders, they could not afford to put all their eggs in one basket. During their casual conversation, Li Rui inquired, "Master Gu, I am but a humble man, lacking the guidance of a wise mentor, and I wish to seek your counsel regarding the concept of the Zhua Qi Tuesday." Gu Hong raised an eyebrow. For the Zhua Qi Tu pertains to the principles of the Lu Jin and is a matter of utmost importance. Chapitre 87, Zhuo Qi Tu. On the foundation of the golden bone, one can channel qi. To walk with dragons is to become a dragon. To walk with phoenixes is to become a phoenix. The transformations are limitless. The meridians are ever-changing, and true qi is thus formed. The zhuqi, too, serves as the basis of Lu Jin concerning true qi, and must be approached with the utmost caution. Gu Hong recounted this with great familiarity. Li Rui's eyes lit up. He had indeed sought the right person. The knowledge acquired from books often carries an overly mechanical quality. It is essential to find someone to reflect upon it. Among those he was acquainted with, Gu Hong's experience as the head of the Tai Dao Wu Guan assured that he had thoroughly studied such theoretical concepts, far more systematically than Zhang Yang and his peers. Continuing, Gu Hong expounded, to practice martial arts, one must first cultivate qi, otherwise all efforts are in vain. Human strength is finite, yet qi is boundless. It is said that the sword saint of our Yu kingdom could project his true qi for 80,000 miles, possessing the power to topple mountains and seas. A feat that inspires admiration. The meridians must be activated, and one must practice daily to gather qi into form. However, he abruptly shifted the topic. Li Leoj, you have just entered the Tonggu realm. It is advisable to temper your physique. Otherwise, your foundation will remain unstable, making further progress exceedingly difficult. Before he could finish his words, Gu Hong shook his head and chuckled to himself. At 70 years of age, what use is a foundation? Is he still harboring hopes of becoming a martial sage? He surmised the reason behind Li Rui's keen interest in the Zhuqi Tuesday. There was no other motive. Simply crossing the Lu Jin threshold could extend one's lifespan by 30 years. Understanding the Zhuqi Tu offers a certain chance of comprehending true energy. If one could grasp true energy at the 8th rank, the likelihood of advancing to the 7th rank would significantly increase. This prospect was undeniably alluring for an aging individual like Li Rui. Yet, does one truly believe that grasping true energy is simpler than reaching the 7th rank? He was not optimistic about Li Rui's chances. The Lu Jin realm is also referred to as the Lu Ren realm in the martial world. Through relentless effort and the aid of spiritual medicines, one could still achieve the 8th rank, but transcending that level cannot merely rely on endurance. The fraction of those who can step into the Lu Jin realm from the 8th rank is less than 1 in 10, and those who can comprehend true energy from the Lu Jin realm are even fewer, less than 1 in 20. The difficulty is evident. If Li Leoj wishes to try, then by all means he may do so. It is rumored that within the Hucking sect, there are prodigies who can comprehend a strand of true energy at the 8th rank. Truly exceptional individuals. True energy, of course, Li Rui would not disclose to Gu Hong. In truth, he had already comprehended true energy long ago. The vitality within the meridians allows an excellent Zhuqi Tu to facilitate the transformation of the meridians, thus influencing the quality of true energy. Hence, the selection of the Zhuqi Tu is of utmost importance and must resonate with one's own nature. I inherited a scroll from my master, which aligns remarkably well with my willow leaf blade. Although I have yet to reach the 7th rank, daily observation has yielded some understanding. At this point, a trace of pride appeared on Gu Hong's face. It is merely a pastime to pass the time. Should I reach the level of my master, I could gather energy into a blade within my dantian, greatly enhancing my lethality. Li Rui had heard of this. Gu Hong's master was the previous head of the Iron Blade Martial Academy and one of the few 7th rank experts in Qinghe, dominating the martial world for an entire decade. His reputation was thunderous, built upon his formidable blade energy. It is said that some could transform their energy into a dragon form, moving like a flood dragon, impervious to blade and spear, unaffected by water and fire. Others could shape their energy like rivers, comprehending the sword energy of the river, wielding an unmatched sword intent. As he spoke, Gu Hong's eyes gleamed with longing. Li Rui furrowed his brows. How can one determine which Zhuqi Tu suits them? Gu Hong replied by dreaming. Generally, one should choose a Zhuqi Tu based on personal preference. To find a most compatible one, however, one would need to consult an expert in qi observation, but alas, in our impoverished Qinghe, such a person is scarce. Li Rui pondered quietly. He was familiar with the Zhuqi Tu. There was indeed a scroll on the 3rd floor of the Tianyi Hall. Yes, just one scroll, and it was of a low grade. To acquire more superior Zhuqi Tu, one must venture to the main branch. Though the concept of Zhuqi Tu might seem esoteric, it is essentially an advanced version of breathing techniques. Engaging in Zhuqi is perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to madness. Each Zhaoqi Tu has been painstakingly tested and refined by countless predecessors, making them invaluable. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank and comprehended true energy, it was indeed time to delve into the matter of Zhaoqi Tuesday. He now possessed a clearer understanding. Subsequently, choosing a Zhaoqi Tu would have a direction. The dragon form, according to ancient texts, has a certain probability of transforming the bones into a dragon form, which is exceptionally remarkable, but it requires the guidance of a dragon form Zhaoqi Tuesday. However, the Zhaoqi method for the dragon form is mostly precious. Alternative methods would have to be sought. As Li Rue contemplated, Guhong continued. It is said that some individuals can possess dual forms. Dual forms. Li Rui's pupils widanat. This implies that a single person could possess two distinct true energies, the benefits of which are self-evident. Guhong nodded. Indeed, but a spiritual guide is necessary. The spiritual guide is said to be a celestial artifact that fell to the mortal realm, later refined by masters of alchemy. It is rare and difficult to obtain, so we mere mortals need not dwell on it. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Li Rue stroked his chin. If a second form can be awakened, could a third or even 100 forms be possible? Guhong's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, absurd. How could such a person exist in this world? But then he paused, a bitter smile appearing. The theory is plausible, yet practically non-existent. Li Rue replied, it is merely a thought experiment. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Guhong, being a martial enthusiast, engaged in extensive conversation with Li Rue until late into the night. Gaining much from their exchange, Li Rue declined the invitation to continue their discourse and decisively departed into the night. Although he had lived in this world for 50 years, he still felt out of place with the male camaraderie. Upon stepping outside, the autumn wind brushed against him, bringing a chill. He climbed into the carriage waiting at the door, and, as he settled into the compartment, warmth enveloped him. Thus, he experienced the life of a gentleman. That night, at the Tian Di Meng Qinghe branch, in a shadowy alley across the street, a gaunt man with a pale complexion blended seamlessly into the darkness. If a night watchman were to see him, they would surely scream in fright, thinking they had encountered a ghost. Bai Shi Chang, Gong Yang Han, Tian Di Meng. Gong Yang Han coldly gazed at the entrance of the Tian Di Meng Qinghe branch. Once inside, all communication ceased. He should have perished within. Gong Yang Han's expression turned frosty. Desiring death was futile. Dang Sheng, or perhaps others. Although Su Xian was not at the 7th rank, she was at least at the 8th rank and possessed exceptional disguise skills, making her exceedingly difficult to kill. In the entire Qinghe branch, only Tang Sheng, Dao Xiong, and a few other deputy heads had the capability to eliminate Su Xian. Tang Sheng was the prime suspect, yet this individual possessed considerable skill. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. However, having taken his mother's belongings, he must return them. Chapter 88. The Celestial Realm Enters Qi and the Talented Weep. Warriors differ in their foundational roots, temperaments, and preferences, and true energy is equally unique to each individual. Dreams serve as a reflection of the celestial mechanism, allowing one to glimpse a fragment of heavenly insight. Li Rue's eyes lit up. Indeed, it is ever refreshing. After contrasting his thoughts with Guhong's words, he experienced an epiphany. When entering a dream, if one can perceive a strand of energy, that dream points to celestial guidance. A strand of energy? His eyes widened suddenly. However, when comprehending the Xianqing energy, he beheld a celestial realm. Am I destined to transform my energy into a celestial court? What I have comprehended is not the form of a celestial being. Li Rue startled himself with this notion. Absurd, according to the texts. The larger the entity one seeks to manifest, the more challenging it becomes. Most individuals gather energy into forms of swords, blades, or animals, while legendary figures may form mountains and rivers, and the strongest among them might become dragons or phoenixes. What is a celestial realm? Furthermore, there are no Zhaoqi Tu for celestial forms in this world. Li Rue was momentarily dumbfounded. Even the most formidable talents from the celestial realm would shed tears upon witnessing the energy forms he could manifest. They were simply not on the same level. Although reason told him otherwise, his intuition subtly pointed towards that dream. Having lofty aspirations sometimes does not guarantee success. Many harbor grand ambitions. Yet the key lies in being able to construct a ladder to the clouds, Otherwise, everything is in vain. Throughout the first half of his life, he had witnessed too many young individuals with high aspirations who ultimately achieved nothing. In comparison, it might be wiser to select a more modest Zhaoqi too, one that could at least materialize energy forms and prove more practical. With a soft sigh, he resolved to go with the flow. After all, he hadn't acquired any Zhaoqi techniques yet. There is still time to ponder. Closing the ancient text, Li Rue felt a swirl of confusion in his mind and a heaviness in his chest. He pushed open the door. Rows of ancient, elegant bookshelves greeted his eyes, and his heart felt instantly at ease. Although he had become a deputy head, he still preferred to read in the Tianyi Hall. Li Duzu, a capable middle-aged man with a goatee, approached him. This man was the newly appointed head of the Tianyi Hall, Yang Diliu. The Tianyi Hall was also improving. Although a deputy head lacked the decision-making power of a hall master, they held advisory rights. Dao Xiong had previously consulted Li Rue. From a list of names, Li Rue had immediately chosen Yang Diliu. Yang Diliu is not particularly skilled in martial arts, nor is he adept at social maneuvering. Rather, he is simply timid. Indeed, he embodies timidity. Yang Diliu possesses an unremarkable character, moderate martial prowess, and an ordinary appearance. However, he does have one redeeming quality. He is exceedingly cautious. Of course, in other factions, this may not be seen as a virtue, but within Tianyi, it certainly is. Tianyi inherently seeks to avoid mistakes rather than to achieve glory. And the lessons learned from Zhao Wei's previous missteps remain fresh in everyone's mind. With Li Rue's sudden rise to the position of deputy leader, many will surely rally to his side, making the selection of allies a matter of great significance. A poor choice could implicate him as the deputy leader should any troubles arise. If he inadvertently offends someone surnamed Long or Yi, he might find himself cast as the villain in his own story. Li Rue has successfully turned the tables on many, and it stands to reason that he too is not immune to such reversals. Thus, his philosophy is to seek stability. Avoiding conflict is an accomplishment in itself. By this standard, Yang Diliu is a perfect candidate. Xiaoyang, how are you finding Tianyi? Li Huing kidded. Yang Diliu, with an obsequious grin, replied, Very well. Very well. I am truly delighted to see you every day, Li Zhuozhu. He deliberately omitted the title of deputy. Li Rue nodded. That is good. Observing the new leader's sycophantic demeanor, Zhou Shulin could not help but scoff. What a dog. Beside him, Liang He smiled faintly. Li has his reasons for acting this way. Ever since Li Rue ascended to the role of deputy leader, his visits to the black market have not been for the market itself, but rather for its proximity to him. Zhou Shulin rolled his eyes. You're beyond saving. Liang He's behavior, when compared to Li Rue's past life, could be labeled as that of an infatuated fan. Upon exiting Tianyi, Li Rue went to the pharmacy to chat with Jiang Cheng for a while, generously guiding him on a pill formula. It was not out of stinginess, but rather because Jiang Cheng had a limited number of formulas on hand. Should he modify them all, his utility would diminish, thus jeopardizing Li Rue's leverage over Jiang Cheng. Charisma is irrelevant. It is purely a matter of calculation. Without formulas to improve, Jiang Cheng would not obediently comply. Hence, Li Rue found himself engaged in the tedious task of extracting every last drop of information. As he left, he coincidentally encountered the head of the pharmacy. Li Su Xiang said, looking to ingratiate himself with Li Rue. Times have changed, he thought. Previously, he would address Li Rue as Li Tangzhu, even reluctant to acknowledge him as a brother. Now, he elevated him to Yi. Su Xiang is the sort of person who embodies the mix of loyalty and opportunism, a necessary role within the team. Li Rue nodded. Carry on. Unexpectedly, Su Xiang hurried a few steps closer, glancing around to ensure no one could overhear their conversation. Before lowering his voice to say, Li, I have something to discuss. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Li Rue lowered his voice in response. What is it? Su Xiang, wearing a serious expression, explained, Li, our pharmacy has business dealings with certain factions in the city. This morning, Ma Fuxiang from the Blood Tiger Gang approached me, hoping to glean some information about your whereabouts. Li Rue regarded Su Xiang with a bemused expression. What did he offer you? Su Xiang appeared somewhat awkward for grade 8 spirit pills. Li Rue raised an eyebrow, impressed by the largesse. That amounts to a substantial sum. Yet why not disclose this to him instead? Su Xiang straightened his posture, puffing out his chest. Li, I'm not that kind of person. I would not betray you for such a trivial benefit. Li Rui chuckled softly, understanding that Ma's payment was likely insufficient. He patted Su Xiang on the shoulder. You did well. I trust you with the pharmacy. Su Xiang felt a surge of pride, thinking to himself, I truly am clever. Chapter 89. A tall tree draws the wind. Li Rui sighed softly. A tall tree draws the wind. Becoming the deputy leader places him within the purview of the Qinghe elite, reaping the benefits while inevitably becoming embroiled in their corresponding disputes. In the Qinghe territory, aside from the county office, the only faction capable of contending with the Tiandi alliance is the Blood Tiger gang. The friction and interaction between the two have never waned. The perceived image of gang leaders involves brawls and violence, yet the reality is often more about strategizing and socializing. To reiterate, both the Tiandi alliance and the Blood Tiger gang are officially recognized factions, no longer mere ruffians. They possess industries, land, and henchmen. Regardless of one's martial prowess, it ultimately amounts to only one life. Who would willingly seek enmity? In the streets, the individuals who indiscriminately take lives are not gang leaders, but rather those who have lost their sanity. Despite the fierce battles occurring at the grassroots level, the relationships among the deputy leaders and higher-ups are generally amicable, with shared meals and social gatherings being commonplace. For matters of this nature, the leader Dao Xiong has always turned a blind eye, as he too engages in such practices. After all, one can never be certain when a shift in allegiance may occur, and it would be rather awkward to find oneself surrounded by enemies. The world of martial arts extends beyond mere violence. Ma Fuxiang's inquiry into Li Rui's movements presents two possibilities. One is to forge a connection, perhaps through a chance encounter in the streets, followed by an invitation to dine. The other, more sinister, could involve ulterior motives. The likelihood of the former is higher, yet caution is still warranted. Li Rui does not find dealing with such matters tiresome, nor does he perceive them as dull. In his position, he must fulfill his role. The moment he decided to reveal his capabilities, he resolved to become a person of importance in others' eyes. Unless one's foundation is exceptionally strong, one must endure the trials that come with it. This is the mindset of the strong. Upon returning to Li Mansion, as he crossed the threshold, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Excellent. A glimmer of delight flickered in Li Rui's eyes. He had grown accustomed to the comforts of the Qinghe branch's cafeteria, which provided a dedicated kitchen for the deputy leader, yet he still preferred the traditional flavors. Old Li, dinner is ready. The meal consisted of stir-fried greens, stewed tofu, and a small plate of pork. Such a feast would have been a dream come true during his days as a servant in the Zhu family, one he would reminisce about for years to come. Sit down and eat. Li Rui took his seat and picked up a piece of vegetable with his chopsticks, prompting Yang Yong and Wang Zhao to finally begin their meal. Since taking up martial arts, Li Rui's eating pace had actually slowed. He chewed thoughtfully, savoring each bite, embodying the wisdom of an ancient sage. As he ate, Yang Yong suddenly spoke up, Old Li, I have something to share. This morning, Zhu Chengfu, the steward of the Zhu family, sought me out. He mentioned that Zhu Leoi wanted to express his gratitude for your previous gift of pills and would like to thank you in person. Without lifting his gaze, Li Rui responded, I have heard that the Zhu family has fallen on hard times. Zhu Ping has lost his spirit, and their business is not what it once was. They likely wish to seize this opportunity to forge a connection. Regardless of whether there had been any prior ties after Li Rui's gift of pills, he would not accept the invitation. A single leaf reveals the arrival of autumn. Ma Fuxiang from the Blood Tiger gang and Zhu Ping are merely the beginning. More invitations will surely follow. Li Rui had already completed his rounds of drinking, and any further indulgence would lead to excess. The phrase retreat from the raging currents sounds simple, yet its execution is far from effortless. To close oneself off means to witness the loss of benefits, a sight that would cause anyone pain. Otherwise, everyone is clever enough to avoid foolish actions, motivated solely by self-interest. However, enduring prolonged pain is less desirable than a swift hardship. Failing to sever ties when necessary only invites chaos. Li Rui understood this all too well. All right, Yang Yong and Wang Zhao nodded. They perceived Li Rui's actions as somewhat unfeeling, yet they dared not voice such sentiments. What Li Rui sought was precisely that lack of sentimentality. Otherwise, he would merely watch as his lofty ambitions crumbled, with regret coming too late. His elder brother, nearly divine in prowess, had similarly acted at a comparable age. While one must study the art of advancement, sometimes wisdom lies in knowing when to step back. A month later, just as he had stated, Li Rue spent his days within Tian-Yi Hall, refusing to meet anyone outside of his associates. Initially, there were murmurs of discontent, but upon realizing his complete withdrawal, a sense of equilibrium emerged, and complaints gradually subsided. It was said that this vice leader, Li, had reached an age where self-cultivation became paramount. Gradually, his prestige even increased. Meanwhile, at the Qinghe branch in Qian's residence, Qian Kai contemplated the gilded invitation in his hand with a smirk. The vice leader of the Blood Tiger gang, Ma Zhao, had invited him for a feast, also extending an invitation to Deputy League Leader Tang. It was known that both Ma Zhao and Tang hail from the same region, Shihizi in Qinghe, suggesting a potential camaraderie. Such connections could prove beneficial. Qian Kai rubbed his hands together. The Qinghe branch had become dreadfully dull. Though he was the second oldest, his martial prowess could barely best a novice like Li Laotu. He had long struggled to find a path forward. The saying goes, more friends, more roads. This was the advantage of being social. The Tang he encountered at the Qinghe branch was an authority figure, but at the banquet, he would be a friend, a good brother. The fundamental difference was significant. He produced a hidden cache of Daughter's Red, a term referring not to a type of wine, but to a tradition where wine is buried at the birth of a daughter and unearthed at her wedding for celebration. Thus, it was aptly named. Serving Daughter's Red to guests signifies sincerity. Qian Rue had no daughter, only a son, and these wines served merely to cultivate relationships. Clutching 2 jars of wine, Qian Rue left his home in high spirits. On a typical morning, after completing his exercises, Li Rue arrived at Tian-Yi Hall as usual. Upon entering, Yang de Lu rushed over, flustered. Li, something terrible has happened. Li Rue frowned. What is it? It's Vice Leader Qian. He's dead. Chapter 90. The death of the Vice Leader within the Great Hall of the Tian-Di Alliance's Qinghe branch. A roar resonated like that of a lion, echoing the words of Tang Sheng. A disgrace, an utter humiliation. His furious bellow could be heard far beyond the hall, and all present wore expressions of dread. Dao Xiong sat at the forefront, bearing the brunt of Tang Sheng's ire as the head of the branch. The advantages of leadership were many, yet enduring the wrath of a superior was an unavoidable lesson. Li Rue sat at the back, his head bowed, concealing his expression, embodying a demeanor of indifference. Previously, Zhao Wei had fallen. Now it was Qian Kai. Tang Sheng's face twitched with rage. His fury stemmed not only from the death of a vice leader. As the Tian-Di Alliance had its share of enmities, and such casualties were not uncommon. The banquet hosted by the Blood Tiger gang last night had been intended for him. However, Tang Sheng had been unable to attend, meaning this assassination was likely directed at him, with Qian Kai merely a victim of circumstance. To dare plot the assassination of a vice leader of the Tian-Di Alliance was an audacious act, showing utter disregard for the organization. Such transgressions must not go unpunished. A thorough investigation was imperative. Li Rue remained composed, having previously declined an invitation from the same Ma Zhao, unaware that it concealed a deadly intent. Zhou Rue's eyes were filled with malice. Those wretches from the Blood Tiger gang dare to scheme against our Tian-Di Alliance. Have a death wish? Qian Kai had been slain on his way from the banquet, a mere 200 paces from the Blood Tiger gang's territory. To claim this was unrelated to the Blood Tiger gang would be absurd. At least half of the blame must be placed upon them. Otherwise, it would be difficult to quell public outrage. Tang Sheng's eyes glinted with murderous intent. While the Blood Tiger gang certainly bore some responsibility, it was likely that more than just them had dared to act against the Tian-Di Alliance. Those who would harm the alliance must face retribution. At that moment, Guhong entered from outside. Tang League leader, I have examined the scene. The cause of death was a gunshot wound, likely from the techniques of the Bai Shi gun of the Gue Ming sect. He had been absent from a hall to investigate the condition of Qian Kai's body. As the former master of the Tai Dao martial arts school, he had honed a skill that allowed him to discern the methods of renowned fighters through their wounds. Tang Sheng's fury surged. How audacious of the Gue Ming sect! Outside Qinghe City, amidst a grove of withered trees, a lean middle-aged man wielding a 3-foot-long green sword walked briskly. Those familiar with the Qinghe martial world would recognize him as the leader of the Blood Tiger gang. Zheng Jiang. Soon, he halted, coldly regarding a pale-faced man before him. I demand an explanation. Since Tang Sheng did not attend the banquet, Why kill Qian Kai? He was evidently struggling to suppress his own fury. Gong Yang smirked coldly. What the old mother of 10,000 ghosts desires, you need only execute. The rest is none of your concern. The previous night, having noticed Tang Sheng's absence, he had struck down Qian Kai with a single gunshot. After searching his body and finding no trace of the coveted treasure, he had also scoured Qian Kai's home to no avail. Yet, having committed the act, he felt no remorse. In the T&D alliance, Tang Sheng bore the greatest suspicion, yet several other vice leaders were equally plausible suspects. The treasure was of utmost importance. Better to mistakenly eliminate an innocent than to let a guilty party escape. Zheng Jiang took a deep breath, cursing inwardly. Madmen, all of them from the Gui Ming sect. Though he presented himself as the incense master of the Blood Tiger Gang's Qinghe branch, he had long since secretly aligned himself with the Gui Ming sect. He cared little for the lives of others. However, with Qian Kai's death, the T&D alliance would not let the matter rest. Vice leader Peng, who remained in Qinghe. Should he be implicated, it would spell trouble. Ma Zhao had clandestinely formed a small circle, fostering close ties with members of the T&D alliance. A fact he was well aware of. The news of Tang Sheng's intended attendance at the banquet had been leaked to Gong Yang by him, ensuring not only the elimination of a T&D alliance expert, but also a means to undermine Ma Zhao, achieving two objectives at once. Yet, Gong Yang proved to be a complete lunatic. Even in Tang Sheng's absence, he had slain a vice leader of the T&D alliance. Killing an inconsequential figure risked exposing him. How could he not be furious? Gong Yang chuckled softly, still valuing his relationship with Zheng Jiang and not wishing to fall out just yet. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiang rejoiced. The old mother is returning? A great weight lifted from his heart. His mind became invigorated. He held no interest in the Gui Ming sect, but was exceedingly eager for the malevolent arts of the old mother of 10,000 ghosts. The nature of the arts mattered not to him. All he desired was a means to surpass his current limitations. Thank you, Gong Yandarin. Zheng Jiang exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Though Gong Yang's words were likely insincere, they represented a significant advancement compared to before, bringing him closer to his desires. Zheng Jiang departed with a sense of satisfaction. A deputy leader of Tianming had perished, and not far from the gates of Xiuhubang. This incident would certainly not be resolved amicably. However, Tang Sheng chose not to confront Xiuhubang with great fanfare. Li Rui learned that Tang Sheng had privately met with Peng Hu. The details of their conversation remain unknown. Ultimately, the outcome revealed that both Tianming's Qinghe branch and Xiuhubang had unearthed numerous spies from Guiming Jiao, with even a steward from the Qinghe branch being an agent of Guiming Jiao. The same was true for Xiuhubang. Surprisingly, the host of the banquet, Deputy Xiang Zhuma, after undergoing multiple rounds of scrutiny, was found to be innocent. The purges resulted in no fewer than 20 casualties from both Tianming and Xiuhubang. The iron-blooded ruthlessness of Tang Sheng and Peng Hu was evident. They were even taken aback by the number of spies Guiming Jiao had embedded in their unseen corners. Naturally, Li Rui contributed to the efforts as well. As the deputy leader, he could not continuously feign illness. He did not, however, take the lead. At most, he conducted a sweep of the black market and the apothecary, managing to uncover 2 disciples. This was sufficient to fulfill his obligations. With the lessons learned from Deputy Xiang Zhu Shui's fate, Li Rui became more adept and concise. As an elder, he decided it was best for the younger generation to handle the perilous Guiming Jiao. Chapter 91. Guessed from Huaqing Zone with the demise of the deputy leader, the distribution of power among the deputies was to be reassessed. The original Fa Chuantang was bestowed upon Zhang Yang, while the remaining halls were evenly divided between Li Rui and Zhou Rui. Gohong gained nothing. Dao Xiong's intentions were clear. He was unwilling to allow any deputy leader to grow too powerful. The previous Zhao Wei, buoyed by his promising future and Tang Sheng's support, was treated favorably as Dao Xiong wished to maintain good relations and avoid conflict. Otherwise, as the leader, he needed to master the art of balance to better manage the deputy leaders and prevent being overshadowed. Gohong already wielded significant power, holding both Zhongyi Tang and Wenwu Tang, alongside several other venues, making him the most powerful among the deputy leaders. As the dust settled, Wu Tu arrived at Li Rui's residence, carrying 2 jars of wine. Accompanying him was Deputy Leader Zhang Yang. Li Rui chuckled and said, "If you're coming, there is no need for the wine." He welcomed them inside. Although he had declined the grand banquet outside, such intimate gatherings were indeed necessary. One must remain discreet, but not entirely closed off. Wu Tu was in high spirits. His venue had been aligned with Li Rui's faction, freeing him from the whims of wealth, which was a cause for great celebration. Eager to curry favor with his new superior, he presented the wine he had buried when he retired from his previous endeavors, initially intending to save it for later, but today was an auspicious day, and he urged his brothers to savor it. Upon breaking the seal, he poured 2 large bowls, the pale yellow liquid exuding a fragrant aroma. In ancient times, the consumption of yellow wine was prevalent. Although it could easily intoxicate, it possessed a unique flavor. After years, Li Rui had developed a taste for it, taking a sip and remarking, "Excellent wine." Hearing this praise, Wu Tu felt reassured. While brotherhood was cherished, the distinction between superior and subordinate must remain clear. Their camaraderie was genuine, yet Wu Tu understood the importance of adhering to propriety. Otherwise, their bond could falter. He recognized the necessity of respecting the preferences of his superior. Zhang Yang, unfettered by such concerns, laughed heartily and downed a bowl, exclaiming, "I simply enjoy drinking, regardless of the quality." As the night wore on, Zhang Yang's spirits lifted, and with a mischievous grin, he seemed poised to share secrets. Li Rui and Wu Tu exchanged knowing glances, aware that Zhang Yang was about to divulge intriguing information. Renowned as a formidable expert in Qinghe, and the senior-most deputy leader with experience in the main branch, Zhang Yang possessed extensive connections and was well informed. Many of the rumors they had previously heard had originated from him and were later verified. Brothers Li and Wu, do you recall the last grand competition for the entry quota to Huaqing Zone? Li Rui nodded, remembering well. At that time, Zhao Wei had been brimming with confidence. And besides him, Lu Tong had also been favored by Jiang Yin, securing a spot in the competition. This had stirred considerable interest at the main branch, as Lu Tong had since emerged as the most prominent ordinary disciple of the Qinghe branch. Yet, it seemed that the competition was not scheduled for another 6 months. Zhang Yang lowered his voice. "I have connections within Huaqing Zone and heard that the competition has been moved up. The envoy is already en route." The unexpected news caught Li Rui off guard. Throughout his 50 years of experience, he had heard of the Huaqing Zone entry competitions occurring at fixed intervals, and the people of Qinghe had grown accustomed to this rhythm. The early scheduling was indeed a rarity. Li Rui smiled lightly, treating it as a pleasant diversion. According to previous customs, Qinghe competed with the other 3 counties for a single quota, and with Jiang Yan's promise, this year's quota was to be allocated from Qinghe, leaving the other counties to wait another year. The 4 candidates from Qinghe included 2 from Xuehubang and 2 from Tianming. However, with Zhao Wei's demise, there was no one to fill the gap, leaving only Lu Tong as the sole representative from Tianming. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, this had little bearing on Li Rui, the septuagenarian. Lu Tong was Zhang Yang's brother-in-law, which explained Zhang Yang's keen interest in the Huaqing Zone competition and his knowledge of the insider details. Zhang Yang continued, "If all goes well, the one visiting us in Qinghe should be Elder Jiang Linxian." Li Rui and Wu Tu instinctively widened their eyes at the mention of the renowned figure, whose name was synonymous with admiration. The question remained, to whom would the coveted quota ultimately be granted? 10 miles outside Qinghe City, along the official road, the leaves had turned dry and yellow, carpeting the ground, which were lifted and tossed about by the passing wheels, creating a picturesque scene. A horse-drawn carriage approached, causing the surrounding merchant caravans to steer clear. The carriage itself held no particular distinction, but it was surrounded by 7 or 8 disciples of Huaqing Zone clad in white, adorned with azure cloud patterns on their sleeves. Observant onlookers recognized that the individual within the carriage must be of great significance, given the number of disciples providing protection. Inside the carriage, Jiang Yin looked helplessly at her father. "Father, you are responsible for this entry competition. If you do not attend, it would be improper." Jiang Linxian, having shed his usual disheveled appearance, now appeared refined and relaxed, embodying the charm of a distinguished gentleman. He chuckled, "Yinner, do not forget, you are the deputy envoy. In the absence of the envoy, the deputy may preside, which is also in accordance with propriety." "Father," Jiang Yin sighed, increasingly exasperated. Jiang Linxian displayed little concern for the upcoming competition. Jiang Linxian upon witnessing the situation, could only surrender, saying, "Rest assured, I shall be present at the appointed time." "That is good." Jiang Yin nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Linxian caressed the long sword resting on his knee and muttered, "Foolish woman. Do you truly believe that having cultivated the evil god, I cannot see through your ruse?" Chapter 92. The Alteration of Fate in Qinghe City. Zhang Zhixian awaited beneath the city gate. Besides him, the county deputy, the chief clerk, and the prefecture officer from Qinghe County, along with several esteemed individuals from the city, had all gathered. Under the blazing sun, they arrived early at the city gate. Upon seeing the horse-drawn carriage of Hua Qing Zong approaching slowly, the guards at the gate, having received orders, had already opened the gates in advance. Zhang Zhixian hastened forward, and the other attendees followed closely. "Esteemed guests, your efforts are appreciated. I am Zhang Linkong, here to greet Elder Jiang." Before he could finish his sentence, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing only Jiang Yin, while Jiang Linxian was conspicuously absent. Zhang Zhixian's body, which had been bent in greeting, paused in confusion. If Jiang Linxian did not attend, such a grand spectacle would be in vain. Understanding dawned upon him, and he let out an awkward smile. Such a flamboyant demeanor indeed suited Jiang Linxian's elusive nature. After all, it was not uncommon for prominent figures to possess peculiarities. Han Qin then remarked, "Junior sister Jiang is the deputy envoy for this event. She will oversee the matters of the competition." "Miss Jiang, it has been a long time since we last met," Zhang Zhixian said cheerfully upon learning of Jiang Yan's role as deputy envoy. As the only daughter of Jiang Linxian, Jiang Yan's status was unquestionable. However, Zhang Zhixian's regard for her was also due to her current position. The Yu Kingdom had governed the land of Qi for millennia, and relying solely on the strength of local officials was insufficient. Thus, they often allied with sects and martial arts schools, resulting in a mingling of court and underworld over the centuries. The recruitment of disciples by Hua Qingzong served as a means to select martial talent for the court, representing an essential alternative pathway for official appointments, aside from the imperial examinations. Many masters from Hua Qingzong had ascended to high-ranking positions within the court, making the entrance competition a significant annual event for the Qinghe County government. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me to the county office for a brief respite." "The protocols of official receptions are quite elaborate," Zhang Zhixian continued. Previously, Jiang Yin and her companions had resided at the Zhu residence, partly due to Zhu Yu's presence, and partly because their matters were not of official concern. Hence, the county office did not make arrangements. However, this time was different. With Jiang Linxian attending in person, the entrance competition alone warranted the government's attention. Thus, even if Zhu Yu were present, he could not return to the Zhu residence. For lower-ranking officials, accommodations would undoubtedly be arranged at the city's outskirts. However, should they encounter higher-ranking officials or important figures, the path would need to be cleared with great fanfare, accompanied by a retinue. The city's officials and gentlemen had already gathered to welcome the guests at the reception pavilion, often staying overnight for entertainment, ensuring that the higher officials were pleased before proceeding to the county office, where they would settle in a specially designated courtyard. The intricacies of this process were quite profound. Zhang Zhixian had initially intended to curry favor with the renowned Elder Jiang, known as the Sword Immortal of Jiangdong, but regrettably, Jiang Linxian did not favor such practices, leading to the omission of this critical step. The members of Hua Qingzong settled into the county office. Han Qin, eager to venture out, fortuitously encountered Jiang Yin. "Senior brother Han, are you heading out?" Han Qin nodded generously. "Indeed, I have recently made some gains and intend to seek guidance from Senior Li of the Tianyi Alliance." "Li Rui?" Jiang Yin pondered for a moment, then inquired. "May I accompany you?" "Of course," Han Qin replied, somewhat taken aback, but acquiescing. With several days remaining before the entrance competition, the two departed the county office together. Two extraordinary guests arrived at Tianyi Hall. As Li Rui perused his books, the news of Han Qin and Jiang Yan's visit prompted him to instruct Yang to welcome them in. "Young friend Han, Haro and Jiang, it has been a while," he greeted with a cheerful smile. Just as he had heard about the entrance competition of Hua Qingzong, he was pleasantly surprised to see them appear before him, lively and radiant. Han Qin felt somewhat bashful. "Senior, I have been working on my swordsmanship." He had only spoken halfway when Jiang Yin squinted, hesitantly asking, "Senior, have you achieved a breakthrough?" "A breakthrough?" Han Qin was momentarily taken aback. then turned to Li Rue, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. This is astonishing. To break through 2 barriers in just 1 year at 70 years old. Han Xin confirmed that Li Rue had indeed reached the 8th rank. The disciples of a great sect were indeed exceptional, able to perceive my realm. Li Rue felt a chill run down his spine, relieved that he had previously revealed only a portion of his strength, purely by chance. Han Xin's expression swiftly transitioned from shock to regret. Senior, it is a pity that your earlier years were obscured. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have surely achieved great things. He genuinely felt sorry for Li Rue, but such was the nature of life. There were countless hidden talents in the world. Realizing that were it not for his relatively good background and his master's recognition, he too might have lived a mundane life. The vicissitudes of fate are indeed difficult to assess. He finally understood why others referred to Li Rue as the leader. Compared to Han Xin, Jiang Yin was even more astounded. The fate has changed. Still in its initial stage, the hidden dragon remains unused. The overall fate had not altered. At 70 years old, achieving the 8th rank while still being in the initial stage was a rarity. What was crucial, however, was the sign of a dragon rising. From Jiang Yan's perspective, a great azure dragon coiled around Li Rue, its once drooping head now slightly raised, as if striving to gaze upon something unfathomable. Jiang Yin furrowed her brow tighter. This was the first time she had witnessed such a phenomenon. Curious indeed. Han Xin was wholly focused on seeking guidance for his swordsmanship, oblivious to Jiang Yan's transformation. He eagerly inquired, Senior, following your advice, I initially broke down the sword and blade, but encountered several confounding issues. For instance, with swords differing for each person, how can one strike down all swords in one move? Li Rue smiled slightly. It is not the sword itself that strikes down all others, but the hand that wields it. To break the sword, mere practice is insufficient. One must engage in actual combat, much actual combat. Han Xin's eyes lit up with understanding. Indeed, he had not sought the wrong person. He poured forth all his questions. Li Rue answered each one, benefiting from his extensive reading at Tianyi Hall and his own high comprehension, making him a theoretical master. Even Jiang Yin, sitting nearby, was entranced by his words. Li Rue subtly redirected the topic to the concept of gathering energy. It is said that some can gather energy from 100 weapons, becoming the master of 100 weapons. Perhaps this is another approach. Han Xin nodded slightly. Indeed, it is a valid approach. Li Rue was momentarily taken aback. He had merely mentioned it casually. Could it truly be accomplished by someone? Chapter 93. The dual shapes of positive and negative Elder Jiang began to cultivate energy at 10. Mastered the Willow technique at 15, studied the 7 swords, and achieved the 7 forms, thus establishing his reputation as the Sword Immortal of Jiangdong. Han Xin articulated his reasoning. Li Rue glanced at Jiang Yin, realizing the truth of it. It was indeed a case of being a frog at the bottom of the well. Previously, he had discussed with Gu Hong the concept of achieving 2 forms. Now, here was a living example. Elder Jiang had achieved 7 forms. Hua Qingzong's ability to become a prominent sect was truly remarkable. At the very least, in terms of knowledge, Li Rue humbly acknowledged that he was not as well-versed as Han Xin and Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin then spoke. Not everyone is suited to attain multiple forms. Forcing the condensation of multiple forms can lead to madness and death. One must act within their capabilities. Even achieving a single form can yield powerful individuals. Li Rue nodded in agreement. In the realm of martial arts, there has never been a universally superior path. Otherwise, everyone would follow it, and there would be no flourishing diversity as we see today. Jiang Yin continued, stating that as long as one identifies the suitable essence to cultivate their qi and focuses on perfecting a singular form, it can be quite commendable. As her father once said, Li Rue felt a stir in his heart. He was finally hooked. But how could he ascertain which path was right for him? Li Rue clicked his tongue in contemplation. Hua Qingzong was indeed affluent, boasting a well-structured system, even employing qi seers. Han Qin Smi lid faintly, mentioning she had heard that Jiang Shimi possessed some knowledge of qi observation. Jiang Yin blinked, aware that very few knew of her connection to the Ming Yin. Publicly, Jiang Linxian claimed she had merely found a master in qi observation, when in fact, it was the effectiveness of the Ming Yin. As Li Rue pondered how to seize this opportunity for Jiang Yin to discern his qi, she spoke directly. Senior, I perceive that you take the form of a dragon. The dragon form. Li Rui's heart finally settled. If it were indeed some ethereal celestial form, that would pose significant trouble. Merely deciphering the chi diagram could take an eternity. Han Qin's eyes lit up. Dragon form. This is an exceptional chi shape. Congratulations, Senior Li. Although the transformation of chi in a form does not distinguish between high and low, there exists a martial sage who transformed chi into a simple fire stick, yet managed to dominate the strongest warriors with it. However, such cases are rare. Generally, the higher the grade of the material transformed, the brighter the future in martial arts. The more exceptional Li Rui's talent appeared, the more regretful she felt. Why could the heavens not allow Senior Li to practice martial arts earlier? Fate is envious of the gifted. Jiang Yin hesitated slightly before continuing. Senior, there is also a secondary form that I cannot discern. Secondary form? Both Li Rui and Han Qin were taken aback. The presence of both primary and secondary forms. Han Qin's brow furrowed. The existence of secondary form could be a blessing or a curse. If the primary and secondary forms harmonize, it indicates the potential for a martial sage, but if they conflict, it would result in a wasted form. Jiang Yin explained earnestly, I observe that you possess the aspect of the dragon raising its head. Above the azure dragon, there is another entity, which must be the secondary form, yet it has not yet manifested. The connection of fate and chi allows her to deduce a person's affinity for the essence they should cultivate. Li Rui inhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude. He had indeed encountered references to the secondary form in ancient texts. It is a highly unique constitution, discernible only once it manifests. Even chi seers cannot perceive it beforehand. The distinction between prodigies and failures is a razor-thin line. Han Qin, sensing Li Rui's current mood, chose not to intrude further. Senior Li, the heavens evolve through cycles. Perhaps the manifest and the hidden will merge, so do not dwell on it too heavily. Li Rui chuckled lightly. I am but an old man, seeking only amusement. Such matters do not concern me. Witnessing Li Rui's nonchalance, Han Qin felt a deeper respect for him. Truly, he was a venerable elder. Were this her own situation, she doubted she would find peace so swiftly. Jiang Yin supported him. It remains uncertain whether it is auspicious or ominous. I observe your fortune is abundant, and the secondary form is destined to be favorable. With this encouraging sentiment, they found an excuse to depart with Jiang Yin. Li Rui remained alone in the room, his heart racing, struggling to attain calmness. He had an inkling. The secondary form was indeed the celestial form. The dragon soaring through the celestial realm perfectly aligned with both primary and secondary forms. Li Rui began to contemplate. While he could not obtain the chi diagram for celestial forms, the dragon form still held great potential. To his knowledge, there exists a dragon form chi diagram at the headquarters of the Tiandi Meng, yet only the deputy leader, having made significant contributions, is eligible to acquire it. He was far from that mark. The value of a chi diagram greatly surpasses that of ordinary techniques. It is immensely valuable and reserved for those who contribute substantially to the Tiandi Meng. Li Rui remained patient. After waiting for decades, he could afford to take his time. At his current pace, progress would come swiftly. 5 days swiftly passed. Outside the county office, a massive arena had been erected early on, now surrounded by a throng of spectators. In ancient times, entertainment was scarce. Even the most trivial matters could be discussed for ages over tea, thus they would not miss the annual grand event of the Hua Qingzong entrance competition. To be recognized as a disciple of Hua Qingzong would bring honor akin to that of a Jiren, successful candidate in the imperial examination. On the platform, County Magistrate Zhang Linkong and several notable figures from the county office were present, as well as disciples from Hua Qingzong. As everyone took their seats, only the central position remained vacant. It was obvious that it was reserved for Jiang Linxian. Seeing that Elder Jiang had yet to arrive, Magistrate Jiang craned his neck and inquired, Deputy Envoy Jiang, is Elder Jiang arriving soon? Jiang Yin could only muster a faint smile. Soon. The excitement in the crowd intensified as discussions erupted about the 3 participants in this year's Hua Qingzong entrance competition. From the Blood Tiger Gang, one was the Deputy Incense Master Zhonglei, and the other was the renowned young genius He Wenshuan. The Tiandi Meng was expected to have a similar lineup, but with Zhao Wei deceased, only Lu Tong remained. The disparity in strength was evident. If it were merely a contest of martial prowess, there would be no need for today's competition. They could simply declare Zhong Lei the victor. An 8th grade contender was not worthy of Hua Qingzong's attention. They valued talent and potential more highly in selecting disciples. Li Rue shook his head amidst the crowd. Many from the Tiandiming were present. He was not there merely to join the fray. In fact, he had little concern for who would ultimately be favored. After learning that Jiang Linxian had achieved 7 forms, he was eager to witness the legendary Jiangdong Sword Immortal, hoping to gain some insights. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd as they parted to create a pathway. Magistrate Zhang and Jiang Yin's group brightened at the sight. A middle-aged man, adorned with a sword at his back and exuding an aura of elegance, ascended the platform. Jiang Linxian, Chapter 94, the Huaqing Zone Grand Competition. A handsome man named Jiang. This one is not to be trifled with. Li Rue stroked his chin. According to rumors, Jiang Linxian was around 40, and his appearance was truly astonishing. It was said that in his youth, he had captivated innumerable female disciples at Huaqing Zone, but after marrying young, he lost his wife during childbirth and never remarried. He was the quintessential protagonist. Of course, Li Rue was not concerned with such matters. He merely wished to glean insights from this individual who had attained the 7 forms. On the platform, Magistrate Zhang was the first to rise, hastily bounding forward. Elder Jiang, you have finally arrived. I am Zhang Linkong, having long heard of your esteemed name. Seeing you in person is truly awe-inspiring. Jiang Linxian regarded Magistrate Zhang with a faint, enigmatic smile. The man possessed quite the eloquence. As Magistrate Zhang led the way, Jiang Linxian leisurely took his seat in the central position. Jiang Yin felt relieved to see her father arrive on time. Given Jiang Linxian's temperament, she had genuinely worried he might not show up. Elder Jiang, the journey must have been arduous. I have prepared some autumn tea. Would you care for a cup? As he spoke, he gestured to his subordinates nearby, completely bypassing the topic of the competition. The recruitment of disciples by Huaqing Zone was a public matter. As long as appearances were satisfactory, it sufficed. However, sharing tea was a private affair, genuinely beneficial for his career advancement. Engaging in casual conversation over tea was how opportunities arose. Noting that Magistrate Zhang was avoiding any mention of the competition, Jiang Linxian felt compelled to interject. No need for that. The hour is getting late. We should commence sooner. As Elder Jiang wishes, Zhang responded, signaling to his subordinates. Li Xiang, the county vice, cleared his throat. The competition begins. Please the candidates. The term Tongsheng refers to those in the imperial examination, and the Huaqing Zone entrance competition has been presided over by the government for years. Thus the habit persisted. As the words fell, a clerk led the 3 candidates onto the stage. Magistrate Zhang's smile broadened. According to past customs, the slots for Huaqing Zone's recruitment should be filled by candidates from Qinghe and the surrounding 3 counties. This year, due to the successful crackdown on the Gue Ming sect by Qinghe, the quota was designated for Qinghe. The county is sending a disciple from Huaqing Zone, which is indeed a significant achievement to report to the local government. It brings him a commendable political performance, and he is naturally pleased about it. Jiang Linxian glanced at Zhong Lei and then at the 2 young men, and he immediately understood the situation. They are merely accompanying participants. Jiang Yin had already informed him of the matter. Huaqing Zone has its own rules, and age is a non-negotiable red line. Even at 35, it is still considered too old. By that age, one's innate talent and path have already been determined, and even with intention to nurture, it is difficult to achieve great success. What use is it to be promoted from 8th rank to 7th rank? Huaqing Zone does not lack a 7th rank warrior. What they seek are potential geniuses who can become the pillars of the sect. All others are merely loyal worker ants. From any perspective, Zhong Lei does not meet the requirements. Despite Jiang Linxian's seemingly carefree demeanor, he places great importance on rules. The impression he gives is due to his mastery of the rules, having reached a state where his every action aligns with them, allowing him to act freely without transgressing. He turned to Han Qin beside him and said, "Little Han, isn't it? You may go up and spar with these 3. Understood." Han Qin clasped his hands and approached with his sword. When it comes to accepting disciples, Huaqing Zone values practical combat, but it is not solely based on it. After all, the ages of the participants differ, and their martial arts realms naturally vary significantly. Huaqing Zone seeks talented individuals with potential, not merely brash fighters. Thus, Mutual combat is generally not suitable, and typically, a senior brother from Hua Qing's zone would spar with the participants in turn. Who will go first? Han Qin smiled gently. He Wen Xuan from the Blood Tiger Gang and Lu Tong exchanged hesitant glances. Han Qin was already at the 8th rank, while they were only at the 9th rank, which created a significant disparity. I will. Amid their hesitation, Zhong Lei stepped forward confidently. The twin hammers at his waist were already gripped tightly, and his fighting spirit surged. Please. Han Qin maintained his composed and elegant demeanor, slowly drawing his long sword. Forgive me. Zhong Lei shouted and lunged forward, swinging his massive hammer toward Han Qin's head in an instant. A glint of brilliance flashed in Han Qin's eyes. Weapons are inanimate. It is the person who wields them that matters. Draw your sword. Han Qin abandoned his usual graceful and agile style of the falling petals, sword, and crouched down, surprisingly slipping through Zhong Lei's legs. At the same time, the blade sliced open the hem of Zhong Lei's trousers. What kind of technique is this? The Hua Qing zone disciples present were taken aback. They had no recollection of this particular underhanded move from senior brother Han. Zhong Lei furrowed his brow and glanced at his pant leg. Although that sword strike seemed shameless, and it indeed was, it was also exceedingly fierce. Had it struck a different area, he would have been rendered a eunuch. Cold sweat broke out. The esteemed disciple of Hua Qing's zone is indeed formidable, Zhong Lei willingly conceded. Han Qin felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you for your guidance. He had no intention of being overly aggressive. Jiang Linqian's lips curled slightly upward. The falling petal sword is indeed a feminine style, yet has allowed this young man to exhibit some masculine flair. Quite commendable. Upon hearing Jiang Linqian's commentary, no one dared to echo his sentiments. The reputation of the falling petal sword was well established within Hua Qing's zone, and only Jiang Linqian would make such remarks. Following Zhong Lei's defeat, He Wen Xuan gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Master, please enlighten me. Come on. Han Qin knew did. This time, having learned from the previous encounter, he approached the duel with a much gentler demeanor. After exchanging over 20 moves with He Wen Xuan, he finally disarmed him of his long sword. He Wen Xuan gazed at the sword that had fallen to the ground, took a deep breath, and clasped his hands. Master's sword technique is exquisite. I am in awe. Only through personal experience can one truly appreciate the prowess of Han Qin's swordsmanship. He had previously sparred with 8th-rank sword masters within his own gang, and the difference was palpable. The depth of a major sect is indeed extraordinary. He Wen Xuan felt even more anxious, his desire to join Hua Qing's zone intensifying. Now it's your turn. Han Qin smiled at Lu Tong. Lu Tong took a deep breath and clasped his hands. Master, please. In preparation for this grand competition, he had made ample preparations. His brother-in-law, Zhang Yang, had even trained him intensively for an entire month, significantly improving his swordsmanship. As with He Wen Xuan, Han Qin deliberately slowed down his swordplay this time. Lu Tong wielded his tiger blade with a form that was quite respectable and managed to hold his ground. After 30 exchanges, he was defeated. The contest concluded, and many martial arts experts in the audience marveled at the sophistication of Han Qin's sword techniques. County Magistrate Zhang coughed lightly. Elder Jiang, do you have any preferred candidates? Chapter 95. A warning from the ancients. The grand competition concluded, with Lu Tong being selected by Jiang Linqian to join Hua Qing's zone for training next month, drawing envy from many. Qing he had experienced 3 years of failed competitions, with no one entering Hua Qing's zone, making Lu Tong the center of attention. Indeed, the competition was uneventful and calm, lacking any dark horses or extraordinary figures, and did not differ much from previous years, taking even less time, only an hour. As the event dispersed, Li Rue departed calmly, joining a Fortune 500 company as a cleaner. Li Rue smiled faintly. Having witnessed numerous storms, he was not so easily swayed by the loss of such opportunities, nor was he envious or resentful. To think he could seize all opportunities and consider himself a favored child of destiny, forcing his way onto the stage only to gain the favor of influential figures? Please. Such plot lines from stories had already been thoroughly dismissed by the Hua Qing zone disciples present before he ever stepped forward. One should earnestly follow one's own path without overthinking. However, this journey was not without its gains. At the Qinghe branch, within the Li residence, the lights flickered on, casting a silhouette. Li Rue gazed at the small wooden box in his hand, his heart racing. It must be a treasure. During the grand competition, he had been secretly observing Jiang Linxian. Had he not been wary of a martial arts master's formidable intuition, he would have liked to keep his eyes fixed on Jiang Linxian. It is a spiritual substance. Possessing spiritual sight, Li Rue could perceive the spiritual essence contained within all things, and he discovered that different items contained varying types of spiritual essence. As a senior elder of Hua Qingzong, Jiang Linxian's spiritual weapons and armor were overflowing with the allure of wealth in Li Rue's eyes. Yet, one golden glimmer caught his attention, as it mirrored the spiritual essence radiating from the small wooden box in his grasp. Anything that Jiang Linxian carried must be extraordinary. This item, so precious, was obtained from the Qi Lian Nu. Li Rue's heart jolted. The previous assassination attempt was not aimed at Tang Sheng or wealth. It was clearly directed at him. The members of the Gui Ming sect must be searching for this item. He wore a grave expression. The only silver lining is that the Gui Ming sect seems to have only confirmed that the item is with the Tiandi alliance. Unaware that it is in his possession, Li Rue contemplated deeply. This item cannot remain in the residence. The value of this small wooden box far exceeds imagination. Keeping it nearby will only attract trouble. Since it cannot be opened, it would be wiser to find a secret place to hide it. As for the Gui Ming sect, when Qi Lian Nu perished, he was still merely in 9th rank. Even if they suspected someone, their primary target would surely be Tang Sheng, followed by Gu Hong and Zhang Yang. He need not worry just yet. 3 days later, Yang Yang drove a cart full of kitchen waste out of the Qinghe branch. If Li Rue were to bury the small wooden box himself, it would undoubtedly attract attention, akin to a thief crying out, "Stop thief." The kitchen waste collected in the Qinghe branch is the responsibility of each household to transport out, dispatched every 7 days. This task had always been overseen by Yang Yang, who, in doing so, would not raise any suspicion from the Gui Ming sect, in a manner that was both discreet and undetectable. Tiani Hall. Li Tuer, Lu Tong wishes for us to gather together at Laotiani Hall, Zhou Shulin remarked. Li Rue set down his book with a light chuckle, expressing admiration for Lu Tong's enthusiasm. Indeed, Lu Tong has become a spirited disciple of Hua Qingzong, and his future prospects appear remarkably bright. Have you noticed how Zhang Yang spends all his time in Lu Tong's sister's quarters? Zhang Yang assists these relatives, undoubtedly with the hope of benefiting in return one day. Lu Tong's affiliation with Hua Qingzong will undoubtedly enhance his status within the Tiandi, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. Li Tuer, Lu Tong mentioned that the gathering would take place in his small courtyard of the branch. Zhou Shulin added that he was keen to attend. After all, Lu Tong is destined for great heights. Although he has firmly attached himself to Li Rue's influence, he is not averse to embracing additional support. This was a special request Lu Tong entrusted to him. Li Rue laughed heartily, remarking that it would be rather unkind not to attend. Lu Tong had previously invited him once at Hua Yilu. In the evening, Li Rue brought Zhou Shulin and Liang He to Lu Tong's residence. Typically, as an ordinary disciple, Lu Tong would not be entitled to a private courtyard. However, due to his unique status and Zhang Yang's maneuvering, he now enjoys this small abode. While it may not rival the grand residence of the hallmaster, it certainly reflects his standing. Upon knocking, Lu Tong cheerfully opened the door. Zhou Shulin and Liang He, anticipating a lavish display in accordance with Lu Tong's personality, were surprised to find only 3 servants, all over 50 years of age. Li Rue regarded Lu Tong with newfound respect. The seemingly frivolous young master is, in fact, a relentless striver. It requires profound cunning and determination to remain sober amidst a life of indulgence. Lu Tong personally prepared several simple dishes and warmed a pot of wine. Once he finished, Zhou Shulin, astonished, asked, "Lu Xiong, I had no idea you were skilled in the kitchen." Lu Tong sat down, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and replied, "I learned it in the past." Zhou Shulin fell silent, recognizing that despite Lu Tong's outwardly glamorous appearance, his earlier life in the family was likely quite challenging. In contrast, his own childhood had been more comfortable, at least free from the burden of cooking. Lu Tong raised his glass, stating, "Li Tangzhu, I toast to you. I am grateful for your leniency during my time in the hall. Otherwise, my absence alone would have sufficed to get me into trouble." By acknowledging his shortcomings and addressing Li Rue as Li Tangzhu, the distance between them was instantly bridged. Li Rue and the others shared a knowing smile. Sincerity is indeed a powerful tool. Seeing Li Rue also raise a glass, Lu Tong's expression brightened with satisfaction. After a few rounds of drinks, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, he inquired, Li Tangzhu, what should I be mindful of as I head to Huaqing Zone? This gathering was, in truth, an opportunity for Lu Tong to seek advice from Li Rue. He genuinely admires Li Rue's steady demeanor, as unlike other vice branch leaders who fluctuate in fortune. Li Hui consistently progresses agile. Lu Tong listened intently. As he embarks on his journey to Huaqing Zone, it is essential for him to leverage his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. Lu Tong, realizing the advantage of his good looks, should consider befriending affluent junior sisters, senior sisters, and aunts, which would only serve to bolster his position. Lu Tong's eyes lit up with realization. Li Tangzhu, your advice is invaluable, he exclaimed, feeling a weight lift from his chest. He indulged in a few more cups, intoxicated, and insisted on escorting Li Rue and the others to the door. He understood that while his innate talents were commendable in Qinghe, they would render him inconsequential in Huaqing Zone. Aspiring to stand out, there would be exceedingly difficult. In the past, when confiding in close companions during drinking sessions, he would hear empty platitudes about his exceptional talents and how he would surely excel at Huaqing Zone. Yet, he alone understood the stark reality. However, Li Rue's advice held practical merit. In his quest to integrate into high society, Lu Tong had often frequented brothels, forging connections through indulgence. If he could engage with others in such a manner, then it was only reciprocal that they might approach him similarly. The nature of their actions remained unchanged, yet the resources gained were substantial. It was a win-win situation. Zhou Shulin gathered the courage to ask, Li Tuer, is that the only way forward? Li Rue glanced at Zhou Shulin, recognizing that each individual has their own path, and Lu Tong's approach may not suit him. Zhou Shulin, with a grin, inquired, then what do you believe would be a suitable path for me? Liang, he interjected, are you hoping to emulate Lu Tong? Zhou Shulin awkwardly chuckled, contemplating the idea of remaining in Tianyitang for a lifetime. Outside the city, within the forest, Zheng Jiang pondered, Lord Ganyang, when will my mother come to guide me? He gazed at Ganyang Han, having toiled for some time without even catching a glimpse of the Wangue Laomu. Was Ganyang deceiving him? Had Wangue Laomu perished long ago? Zheng Jiang's eyes narrowed in resignation. Ganyang Han's expression revealed nothing of deceit. With a gentle sigh, Zheng Jiang mused, but Jiang Linxian is still in the city. Ganyang Han scoffed, Jiang Linxian is no deity, and our adversary is not Jiang Linxian. In a few days, when Jiang Linxian departs, we shall proceed. Zheng Jiang attempted to argue further, but was interrupted by Ganyang Han's impatient reprimand. Focus on your tasks. The rest is for the mother to arrange. With that, Ganyang Han turned and departed. A carriage awaited not far off, and he stepped aboard, instructing the driver. Let us go. The carriage creaked to life, heading out of the city. Damn the ghostly Ming cult. 5 years prior, he had merely been the vice leader of the Blood Tiger Gang. According to the original plan, it would take him at least another decade to ascend to the leader's position, which led him to ally with the ghostly Ming cult, utilizing their nefarious techniques. His power surged dramatically, and then the former leader met his untimely demise. He harbored no regrets about joining the ghostly Ming cult. Ambition often drives one to madness. Since then, the ghostly Ming cult had provided clandestine support, enabling him to maintain an outwardly illustrious FAAD as the leader of the Blood Tiger Gang, while secretly supplying intelligence and assisting the cult with tasks that were too sensitive for them to undertake openly. Over 5 years, everything progressed smoothly. His standing within the Qinghe branch solidified, and the ghostly Ming cult handled matters that the Blood Tiger Gang found inconvenient. Accumulating numerous achievements, several vice leaders began to view him favorably, and the situation appeared promising. However, the sole issue was that the ghostly Ming cult had become deluded, contemplating rebellion. A rebellion? Against a fallen dynasty? The previous dynasty had crumbled thousands of years ago, and the ghostly Ming cult had become a rotting vessel, poised to capsize at any moment. Meanwhile, Diyu flourished. Comfortably hidden in the mountains, one could live well, but revealing oneself would only lead to ruin. Should a rebellion occur, it would be a confrontation with the imperial court. The real adversaries would not be the Tiandi Ming or Huaqing Zone, but the military forces, the Yan'an army. Ordinary individuals are utterly insignificant before the army. Unless one is willing to endure a life of hardship alongside the ghostly Ming cult, perpetually pursued by the Diyu authorities like a dog. The only viable option is to escape. Zheng Jiang would not accompany these madmen of the ghostly Ming cult to their demise. He had long since prepared for such an eventuality. The carriage was bound for the canal docks, and once aboard a ship, he would head straight to Qingzhou. By the time the ghostly Ming cult realized his departure, he would be 1,000 miles away, beyond their reach. Qingzhou lies in the heart of the Central Plains. No matter the prowess of the ghostly Ming cult, they would be powerless to act. Over the years, he had secretly transferred a substantial amount of wealth to Qingzhou annually and had purchased a residence there under someone else's name. His new identity was already prepared. From this moment forward, the world would no longer recognize Zheng Jiang. Regrettably, he still had not acquired the evil god's technique. Zheng Jiang sighed lightly. Initially, he had planned to appease the matriarch of 10,000 ghosts, waiting to obtain the evil god's technique before departing, but that opportunity had vanished. Jiang Linqian's arrival in Qinghe was his sole chance for escape. Did he truly believe that the ghostly underworld sect would allow him to leave so easily? To flee, he must create enough chaos for the ghostly underworld sect, rendering them unable to extricate themselves. Once he reached Qingzhou, everything would no longer concern him. The message should have reached the county office by now. In order for Master Zheng to have a good time, he would have to endure a bit more suffering at the hands of the ghostly underworld sect. At dusk in the county office, County Magistrate Zhang hurriedly entered the side courtyard with a note in hand. This area was designated for receiving esteemed guests and currently housed members of the Huaqing sect. Elder Jiang, this is a letter that was just delivered, he said, handing the note to Jiang Linxian. Jiang Linxian glanced at the densely written characters and several marked locations on the paper, raising an eyebrow. Where is the messenger? Magistrate Zhang replied somewhat awkwardly. He is dead. Dead? Jiang Linxian inquired. I have already investigated. He was merely a homeless beggar. After delivering the letter, he ran into an alley and committed suicide by poison. It was a mystery with no head. Jiang Linxian narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been painstakingly searching the mountains for the true stronghold of the ghostly underworld sect, only to discover that a traitor had emerged within their ranks, revealing their secrets with a single letter. This was indeed intriguing. The messenger had been discreet, and all leads had been severed. Magistrate Zhang frowned. My lord, what shall we do next? What if this letter is a ruse to lure us away? Jiang Linxian chuckled lightly. Whether it is true or false, we shall know after a visit. You should go to the Tiandi Alliance and the Shuahu gang and ask them to bring some capable hands. Remember, it must be done discreetly. As night fell, clouds obscured the moonlight, casting Qinghe City into darkness, with only a few warm red lanterns visible along the streets. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Zhang, what is happening? Li Rue was awakened in the middle of the night by Zhang Yang, who did not provide any specifics, but urged him to accompany him and to bring weapons. After hastily donning an outer garment and reaching the branch's entrance, he found Tang Sheng, Dao Xiong, and several deputy leaders and hall masters already gathered before departing the branch. Zhang Yang shook his head in resignation. I am unsure. I heard it was a directive from the county office, but the leader did not elaborate. We shall find out upon arrival. Li Rue squinted slightly. Such caution indicated that the county office was preparing for a significant operation. They continued towards the city gate, showing no signs of stopping. Were they really exiting the city? Following Tang Sheng and the others, they left Qinghe City. After traveling about a mile along the official road, they encountered disciples from the Huaqing sect and members of the Shuahu gang. Tang Sheng approached the middle-aged leader of the Huaqing sect, clasping his fist. Sir, the Tiandi Alliance members have all arrived. The middle-aged man nodded. Good, follow me. With swift decisiveness, as soon as the Tiandi Alliance members arrived, he led them into the woods beside the official road. Li Rue did not see Jiang Linqian's figure. He quickened his pace and found Han Qin among the crowd. Xiao Han, what is the plan? Han Qin's expression was grave. We are encircling the ghostly underworld sect. At Paozi Ridge, flames illuminated the forest. The sounds of metal clashing and the cries of battle filled the air. Damn the ghostly underworld sect, I'll chop you down. Zhang Yang kicked down a fleeing ghostly underworld disciple and struck him down with a single blow, blood splattering high into the air. In an instant, the disciple lay still. Li Rue drew his long knife, striking down a charging ghostly underworld disciple and stealthily retreating. Positioned amid the throng, he found himself in an advantageous spot, capable of attacking or defending as needed. This was the ghostly underworld sect stronghold, and many skilled fighters were present. Should he attract attention, it could lead to trouble. watching the ghostly underworld disciples surge from a cave. He had indeed located their lair. The reason the ghostly underworld sect had remained elusive was largely due to their concealment deep within the mountains, making them nearly impossible to find. Just like the cave before him, Paozi Ridge likely had no fewer than 80 individuals. Unless someone actively leaked information, it would be nearly impossible to uncover. As Li Rue continued to defeat the approaching ghostly underworld disciples, he subtly reached out and pocketed an object glimmering with golden light. He lamented inwardly for not having worn a cloak with hidden pockets. This garment was ill-suited for carrying many items. He had to selectively take only those with significant spiritual properties, leaving the rest behind. There was simply too much. At that moment, Zhang Yang cast a wary glance at a figure not far away. Gui Miandao, Huyin Zhua? Li Rue turned to look and saw a robust man, towering at least 8 feet tall, wielding a knife as large as a coffin lid. The sight alone was enough to instill fear. Before him, a disciple of the Huaqing sect was being tossed about like a leaf, engaged in a fierce battle with the Gui Miandao. Impressive agility, Li Rue silently praised. The Huaqing sect was indeed extraordinary. The Gui Miandao was a notorious killer in the nearby counties, yet the Huaqing disciple was managing the fight with ease. Skillfully entangling the Gui Miandao, Zhang Yang mused. Zhao Wei met a fitting end. No wonder he was chopped to bits. Li Hui nodded. The Gui Miandao certainly lives up to his reputation, and today could be considered revenge for Deputy Leader Zhao. Indeed, Zhang Yang laughed heartily, striking down another ghostly underworld demon. Suddenly, he recalled an eerie, beastly roar, the kind that was unidentifiable. His pupils constricted. It was a demon beast. Before he could finish speaking, more than 10 terrifying creatures charged out from the cave nearby, the largest towering a full yard, instilling dread in all who beheld them. Li Rue felt as if he were facing a formidable foe. These must be the demon beasts raised by the ghostly underworld sect. The demon beasts were colossal, rampaging through the crowd. Those of lesser strength were directly knocked several feet away, collapsing to the ground and coughing up blood. It's a Jiao Yin lizard. Li Rue's gaze sharpened as he beheld the gigantic lizard charging towards him. Memories of previous studies on the Jiao Yin lizard flooding his mind. Demon beasts are entities that transcend ordinary creatures. These beings reside in remote mountains and forests, and many local legends of the supernatural are largely attributed to them. People classify demon beasts into grades from 1 to 9. The Jiao Yin lizard before him bore 2 prominent horns on its head, and upon closer inspection, there were several tiny protrusions beside the horns. This was an 8th-grade Jiao Yin lizard. When a Jiao Yin lizard grows 9 horns, it becomes a 1st-grade demon beast capable of controlling the elements. For reasons unknown, this Jiao Yin lizard had set its sights on Li Rue. Reluctantly, Li Rue prepared to engage in battle with the massive lizard. Demonspan, prépare tout dit, he shouted, his long knife dancing as he charged at the Jiao Yin lizard. This was his first encounter with a demon beast. Although the Jiao Yin lizard lacked martial skills, its tough skin and tremendous strength were intimidating. An ordinary martial artist would certainly suffer greatly in such a clash. With a powerful swing of its tail, it deflected Li Rue's heavy strike, causing sparks to fly as the blade scraped against the lizard's scales. His pupils slightly contracted. Such formidable defense. Li Rue intentionally concealed his true strength, revealing only 60% of his ability. Yet the Jiao Yin lizard's defense still astonished him. The abdomen. Li Rue twisted his long knife, altering his attack from a downward slash to an upward thrust, targeting the softest part of the Jiao Yin lizard's belly. After several strikes, the Jiao Yin lizard retreated repeatedly, clearly becoming wary. After a dozen exchanges, Li Rue discovered a flaw, swiftly thrusting his blade upward to slice open a large gash in the tender belly of the Jiao Yin sea. The creature emitted a piercing roar. Its primal, beastly instincts began to take over, and it twisted its body, burrowing into the nearby forest, quickly vanishing from sight. The strike had hit a vital point. Even if the Jiao Yin sea managed to escape, it would likely not survive for long. The situation in the woods was ambiguous. Li Rue refrained from recklessly pursuing it and exhaled a sigh of relief, just as he was preparing to find an opportunity to withdraw from this chaotic scene. A chilling roar emanated from a cave. Jiang Linxian, do you truly intend to eradicate all? Turning around, he beheld a grotesque humanoid creature, indistinguishable in gender, with a dark blue-black hue and a corpulent figure, towering at least 10 feet high, charging out of the cave. The earlier roar had indeed originated from this monstrosity. Could this thing even be classified as human? Li Rue stared at the creature, gasping in disbelief. Wan Gue Lao Mu? Chapter 98. Sword Cuts, Evil Spirits. Siblings reunited, the mountain wind howled ominously, reminiscent of ghostly wails, further accentuated by the terrifying visage of Wan Gue Lao Mu, rendering it more hellish than the abyss itself. Eradicate all? Jiang Linxian gripped a 3-foot azure blade. This foolish woman, having trained in an evil god's technique, had dulled her wits. To eliminate the grass without uprooting it is akin to killing in vain. I have seized the spirit guide and taken this woman's life. Will those from the Gue Ming sect not seek revenge, perhaps hiring assassins to ambush me? Will they resort to poison or concealed weapons? Or even abduct Jiang Yin to threaten me? There are too many possibilities. Thus, I must face death. That is the very essence of total annihilation. In the next instant, Jiang Linxian's sword unexpectedly slipped from her grasp, shattering into 7 fragments as if by magic. In an instant, 7 small swords, each the length of a thumb, encircled her, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Upon seeing the 7 small swords, Wan Gue Lao Mu's pupils constricted in disbelief. You have truly mastered it? Qi Xing Jian Qi. Jiang Linxian replied with a faint smile. Congratulations, you are correct. The trees before them rapidly retreated. Damn it! Gong Yonghan's previously pale complexion turned even more ashen. First, he had indulged excessively, and now he was losing blood profusely. He clutched his abdomen, where a gruesome wound gaped, allowing one to glimpse his mangled innards. It was over. Everything was over. Wan Gue Lao Mu was truly dead this time. The evil god's technique allowed her to regenerate, but only once. That opportunity had now been irrevocably extinguished by Jiang Linxian. The Gue Ming sect had become a pack of strays. Jiang Linxian. Gong Yonghan's eyes blazed with crimson hatred, resentment, and fear. Jiang Linxian had only wielded 1 sword. No, it should be said 7 swords. Wan Gue Lao Mu had been pierced to a sieve, and moreover, those 7 peculiar swords swept across the battlefield, slaying countless masters of the Gue Ming sect. The horrific wound on his abdomen had been inflicted by the small swords. Fortunate yet unfortunate. Jiang Linxian's target was not him, but rather his elder brother, Duan Tu Nu. He was merely collateral damage. The small swords had struck Duan Tu Nu, inadvertently wounding him as well. The Gue Ming sect had been utterly defeated, at least in Qinhe. Gong Yonghan only wished to distance himself from this cursed place. Suddenly, whoosh, a featherless, short arrow shot out from the darkness beside him, catching him off guard. Thud! The small arrow struck Gong Yonghan's thigh with precision. Who is it? Gong Yonghan roared in fury, glancing at the arrow embedded in his leg. It was a crossbow bolt. In ancient times, the power of a crossbow far surpassed that of a bow due to its rapid firing speed, often not requiring fletching. But this short arrow looked eerily familiar. In the next moment, a gust of wind rushed in. It's you. Gong Yonghan's eyes widened in fury, his teeth grinding. You killed Su Xian. I. Gong Yonghan raised his long spear in defense. His weapon was the Bai Shi Chong, forged from special wood and soaked in the blood of demon beasts for 49 days, impervious to cutting or fire. As the blade met the spear, Gong Yonghan felt a numbness in his arm as the spear quivered like a serpent. He barely managed to maintain his grip. In just a moment, his grip shattered. A dying camel is larger than a horse. Despite his severe injuries, his strength remained. Gritting his teeth, he forced the long knife away. His bloodshot eyes glinted with fury as he licked his lips. You killed Su Xian, and you took the treasures. It was you. He inwardly cursed himself for his foolishness. All along, he had thought that it was Tang Sheng who had killed Su Xian, never considering Li Rue as a target. Now it appeared that this old man had evidently broken through to the 8th rank, hiding his strength and playing the fool to trap the tiger. He and his elder brother Duan Tu Nu's celestial treasures had already been returned to Wan Gue Lao Mu. Only Su Xian's piece remained, most likely in the possession of this old man. Damn it! The clash of weapons intensified, and his internal injuries worsened, causing Gong Yonghan to spit out blood. In the darkness, Li Rue exerted power through his feet, twisting his waist, and swung his blade again. Gong Yang Han swallowed the spurt of blood, gripping his spear tightly as he exerted force, his arms trembling. The silver spear darted like a venomous snake, hence its name by Shichong. The spear tip danced up and down, its trajectory impossible to predict, rendering it nearly indefensible. Li Rue gripped his knife with one hand, standing merely 8 feet away from Gong Yang Han. With a discreet push of his left hand at his waist, a surge of invisible force struck Gong Yang Han's midsection, exacerbating the wound inflicted by Jiang Linxian's small sword, carving out a larger gash. Sword energy? Gong Yang Han gazed at Li Rue in disbelief. Damn you! A sense of helplessness washed over him as his body was propelled forward by the inertia of the long spear, crashing face first into the ground. This manner of death was commonly referred to as face planting. Su Xian, you can now see her, and thus it can be considered a reunion of siblings. Li Rue crouched down, moving swiftly. In mere moments, he had thoroughly searched every spot on Gong Yang Han's body that shimmered with golden light. The pocket on his right side, designed to be discreet, was specifically prepared for Gong Yang Han. Upon learning of the impending ambush on the Gue Ming sect, Li Rue had devised a plan. He cared not for others. Gong Yang Han had to die. Thus, during the chaotic battle, he had been stealthily searching for Gong Yang Han's figure. He had scrutinized Gong Yang Han's wanted poster countless times, engraving it in his mind. Even if it turned to ash, he would recognize it. But as long as Gong Yang Han was present, he would certainly identify him. When Gong Yang Han attempted to flee amidst the chaos, he decisively pursued. After completing this, he further mutilated Gong Yang Han's wound, making it unrecognizable as a result of sword energy. Some may wonder why he did not initiate with sword energy. To unleash a powerful attack at the outset only to be evaded would be foolish. The final strike should be reserved, a lesson learned through the blood of countless ancestors. Moments later, footsteps echoed from a distance. Zhang Yang, arriving hastily, spotted Li Rue and was about to speak when he caught sight of Gong Yang Han's corpse beneath Li Rue's feet. He had come to pursue Gong Yang Han. Li Rue explained, Gong Yang Han was too gravely injured. By the time I caught up, he had little strength left. This demon has been slain by me. Zhang Yang gazed at the gaping wound in Gong Yang Han's abdomen, where his intestines were thoroughly mangled. He could ascertain that such damage could not have been inflicted by the small swords. Had he been wounded thus at that moment, Gong Yang Han would have never escaped. He would have died on the spot. Li Rue added, I feared he might survive, so I struck a few more times. Zhang Yang's lips twitched. This sounded quite reasonable. He resolved in his heart that even if he were to die in the future, it could not be at the hands of Li Rue. Then let us share some thoughts. The journey of this book has been quite tortuous, with its initial performance so dismal that it was almost shocking, failing to